A thick mouthful of smoke was exhaled, drifting across the job hunting page on the computer screen. On it popped up a line, "Hello, your qualifications do not match the position. We will not consider your application for now, thank you." Soo-jin's eyes were tinged with impatience as he closed the pop-up without a change in expression. Just as he was about to search for the next company, a vibration came from his side. He picked up his phone, and answered. "Hello, Xiao Su." Hearing that familiar, slightly hoarse voice, a trace of mockery appeared on Soo-jin's otherwise wooden face. "Lao Li, missing me already? Without me, the company can't run its business. What kind of attitude is that? I sent you to talk to a client, and you beat the client up. Was I wrong to fire you?" Lao Li's voice came through, laced with suppressed anger. President Wang was just fooling around a little with Xiao Jing. Even Xiao Jing herself doesn't see it as sexual harassment, yet you still think you were some kind of righteous hero. That deal had been followed for half a year, and you ruined several million in profit. That deal wasn't brought in by me. Negotiated by me. What do you mean by negotiated by you? Without the company's platform, what would you be negotiating? The company has taken enough heat for you as it is. I've run my legs to the bone over your mess, haven't even slept, and puked more than 10 times from all the drinking. Not throwing you into a cell was already doing you a favor. Who the hell do you think I was doing all that for? After he finished, Lao Li on the other and took a deep breath. I finally managed to get President Wang to agree to meet tonight. He specifically named you. He wants you to come and apologize. As long as you apologize, everything afterward can be negotiated. I can also give you another chance. You know I've always appreciated you the most. Thunk. The light bulb overhead suddenly flickered sharply. Squinting, Soo-jin raised his head to check it. When he lowered his gaze again, an abrupt, unfamiliar pop-up had appeared on the computer screen. System recommendation: after screening, you have been found suitable for our company's position of special risk management. Would you like to submit a detailed resume immediately? Yes, no. Thinking it was junk advertising, Soo-jin instinctively moved to click the X to close it, but with Lao Li's nagging still droning in his ear, his hand paused, and a cold snort escaped his lips. "Lao Li, there are plenty of companies lining up to hire me. You think I need that job of yours?" he said, then pressed the mouse button and casually clicked confirm. "I know you've got guts, but there's no need to be so stubborn. You've earned decent money after so many years with the company. You know what the market is like out there. The economy is so hot, everyone's scrambling for jobs. Fresh graduates are cheaper than pigs. I think you don't really want to lose this job, do you?" Soo-jin drew in and exhaled smoke, remained silent for a while, then said, "You're all together over there, aren't you? Have Xiao Jing pick up. I want to say a couple of words to her." After a short while, a soft female voice tinged with timidity came through the phone. "Soo-jin, it's me. That night you were crying, begging me to save you. And now you've made peace with that Wang bastard. How much did he pay you?" "Soo-jin, you've misunderstood. I was just panicking at the time. Who knew you'd react so quickly?" "Bullshit. How dare you spin it like that?" Soo-jin swore viciously, then let out a breath and deflated a little. This time I'll swallow it. President Wang is right there with you, isn't he? I can apologize, but let's make it clear. I lower my head and admit fault, and tomorrow you have to let me return to the company with the same pay as before. I'll get President Wang right now. As long as you soothe him to his satisfaction, I'll immediately get you back into the company. Afterward, you'll have to apologize to him in person once more. A smile and bygones be bygones, right? Maybe we can even put you back in charge of that deal." Lao Li's eager voice came through, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. From the sound of it, the phone had been put on speaker. After a moment, another man's voice came faintly through the phone. "Hello. Hello, my ass. When you think just because you bought off that bitch you can mess with me? I've still got the video of you two dogs screwing around. Try anything and wait to see yourselves trending online. I'll apologize to your damn mother. You pair of filthy bastards." When he finished cursing, Soo-jin hung up directly and viciously crushed his cigarette into the ashtray. He let out a sigh and instantly sank into dejection. He had stepped in to do the right thing, only to be bitten back and lose his job in the end. Getting tangled up in something like this was truly nauseating. Still, he did not really regret it. After all, that female colleague's clothes had been torn to shreds that night, and her screams had sounded like a pig being slaughtered. If he could keep his hands off in a situation like that, he might as well cut his balls off, buy a plane ticket to Japan, and apply to be a so-called useless husband. It was just a pity that the old lecher had moved too fast that night. If he had been more careful and really recorded a video, things would be much easier now. Then he wouldn't have to bluff like this, now constantly on guard against retaliation. Good deeds went unrewarded. What a damned world. After a while, Soo-jin steadied his mood and sat up straight again. He was just about to start working on the computer again when a knock suddenly sounded on the front door. 2 knocks, then silence. "Who is it?" Soo-jin called over his shoulder, cigarette dangling from his lips, as he got up and walked toward the door. He opened the door, and his gaze slowly lowered to the floor. A parcel had been placed on the ground. Picking it up, Soo-jin turned back into the room, a faint doubt rising in his mind. He was pretty sure he hadn't ordered anything, and it was already close to 8 in the evening. What kind of delivery came this late? Seeing that the recipient's name and address on the parcel were correct, Soo-jin didn't think much of it. He simply assumed it was some pack of tissues he'd bought for a few cents with a coupon from a reading app some time ago. He picked up a pair of scissors and slit the package open. Inside, the first thing he saw was an A4 sheet filled with tiny handwriting. He tossed the paper aside at random, revealing beneath it a refined black briefcase and a transparent mask. Soo-jin was completely at a loss. He had seen plenty of briefcases over his years of work, and this one was definitely not cheap. The design was clean and understated, carrying an indescribable sense of high-end craftsmanship that was genuinely appealing. But who would send him such a briefcase? And what was with the mask? Still puzzled, Soo-jin opened the briefcase to take a look. As soon as his hand slipped along the inside edge, he touched the icy chill of metal shaped like a grip. When he saw the object clearly, Soo-jin's brows shot up. A handgun. A pistol of gleaming silver from barrel to butt, elegant and luxurious. It was surprisingly heavy in his hand. Well, now buy a bag and get a high-end lighter as a bonus. Without thinking too much about it, Soo-jin pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot rang out, a burst of flames spat from the muzzle, and the bullet ricocheted upward at an angle, punching into the ceiling. Wisps of blue smoke curled up from the muzzle. What the? The sudden scene made Soo-jin jerk his head back, his mind going completely blank. A real gun. A real gun. Soo-jin's neck turned stiffly as he stared fixedly at the silver pistol in his hand. After 2 shuddering breaths, he snapped out of it, dove toward the bed, yanked the curtains shut, and shoved the pistol deep into the bedding. Only after he backed away several steps did the trembling in his heart subside slightly. A powerful sense of confusion and dread flooded through him. The mafia? A wrong delivery. Something meant for the previous tenant. No, that couldn't be it. The recipient and phone number on the parcel were his own. It was impossible for it to be a mistake. Bold he might be, but in a supposedly harmonious society, a firearm was something with enormous implications, and there was a very real chance he had been accidentally dragged into some complicated affair. Just as his thoughts were racing, the front door was knocked on again. The sound jolted him. Spinning around, Soo-jin snatched up an empty beer bottle from the floor and rushed to the door in 2 strides, gripping the handle tightly. Heart pounding, he leaned in toward the peephole, and only when he saw who was outside did he finally breathe easier. It wasn't a stranger, but Sister Zhao from next door, his landlady. She was usually quite kind, just a bit too kind, always eager to poke her nose into any little commotion among the neighbors. Most likely she had heard the gunshot just now. With the situation unclear, and who knew what else might follow, he couldn't allow her to get dragged into this. Forcing his emotions under control, Soo-jin cleared his throat lightly and said, "Who is it?" "Zhao Su. It's your sister Zhao. Did something explode in your place?" After brewing his words for a moment, Soo-jin replied in a deep voice, "I wasn't watching the stove just now. The pressure cooker blew. It's fine, I'll clean it up right away." "Oh, you kid, honestly. You need to be more careful when you're cooking." Hearing Sister Zhao's scolding voice grow more distant and finally fade away, Soo-jin let out a long breath of relief. He turned back toward the room, and when his gaze fell on the parcel on the table, his pupils focused sharply. Striding over, he quickly picked up the sheet of scrap paper he had mistaken for some cashback coupon advertisement. His eyes skimmed across the page in a rush of nervous urgency, and as he read line after line, it felt as though an electric current surged through his entire body. "Congratulations, the resume you submitted has been received and approved by our company. Your primary office supplies have been issued, and your internship assessment is about to begin. You will be transferred to a dying world in 2 hours. Please immediately make contact with and protect the client, ensuring their safe survival through the initial stage of the apocalypse. Once the client possesses independent survival capability in the post-apocalyptic world, the mission is complete and the company will recall you. During the mission, our company will provide you with necessary basic assistance, including, but not limited to, language translation, currency exchange, and identity support. Please do not disclose any information about the company to outsiders, and do your utmost to tap into your potential. Upon successful completion of the mission, you will be formally employed and granted access to additional company permissions. If the mission fails, you are on your own." As he read this line, a thin red line of fire appeared at the top of the notice. Yet there were no visible flames, no smoke, not even a hint of heat. The notice burned downward in this bizarre way, leaving not even a trace of ash. When more than half had burned away, Soo-jin loosened his grip and let the sheet whirl and flutter down to the floor. Under his trembling gaze, the red line of fire finally devoured the last line at the bottom. The signature, Heavenly Tao Responsibility Unlimited Company. A prank. A premeditated prank, vile in nature. A chill crawled down Soo-jin's back as this thought abruptly surfaced in his mind. Bizarre contents and an ordinary delivery slip. There was no way some assassin organization had simply sent the wrong package. As for that sheet of paper catching fire on its own, even that could still be explained somehow. Perhaps it was some kind of advanced magician's paper that would spontaneously combust after prolonged contact with skin. But why on earth would the other party mail him a real handgun? What was their goal? Could it be the client old Wong? Impossible. That idiot had just made him call to apologize. Numbness prickled across Su Jin's scalp as countless movie scenes flashed through his mind. All of them were scenes of bored tycoons secretly setting up elaborate games, manipulating and toying with ordinary people. For all he knew, a few people might show up any moment, drag him to some pitch-black place, and when he opened his eyes, he would already be in a wilderness survival scenario. He cursed under his breath, lowered his head, and decisively dialed the police. The tone rang over and over. Su Jin's lips were dry as he waited, anxiously rehearsing what he was going to say. At last the call connected, and he spoke at once. "Hello, I am. Hello, this is." Their words cut off halfway. The female dispatcher's voice was abruptly replaced by a mechanical, icy tone that resounded directly in Su Jin's mind. "Do not disclose any information regarding the company by any means. A second violation will incur severe punishment. Put on the mask immediately and make preparations at once." The line went dead with a long, harsh tone. Listening to the piercing, busy signal, Su Jin sharply noticed what was wrong. His pupils were already turning slightly unfocused. Strange. Everything was becoming more and more strange. The call being cut off could still be explained by technology, but why did the mechanical voice and the final busy tone sound like two completely different sound sources? It had started as a normal phone voice, yet that mechanical sound felt as though it had spoken directly inside his skull. His old Xiaomi 6 had been used for 7 years. There was no way a single earpiece could suddenly produce surround sound. Was he dreaming? Expressionless Su Jin picked up his phone, opened his download app, and tapped on a movie title marked with a small blue dot. Soon indecent sounds drifted from the phone. After watching for a moment, Su Jin shut it off without a change in expression, swiftly overturning his previous conclusion. No, this was a 2-day, 1-night hot spring date film. He had downloaded 2 works last night, and this one had not yet been properly appreciated. Even if those companies loved reusing props and sets, and the theme itself was old. This was his favorite actress's new release, her first time shooting a hot spring series. There was no way a mere dream could reproduce such rich detail. Feeling a vague emptiness, Su Jin took 2 steps back and dropped heavily into the chair before his computer. A sidelong glance, and his pupils constricted sharply. On the computer screen, in one corner of the recruitment page, a line of words gleamed clearly: Tiandao Responsibility, Unlimited Company. That pop-up from just now. Hadn't it said exactly that? Quick as lightning, Su Jin snatched up the mouse and clicked toward the page, but the instant the cursor moved over, the entire page closed on its own. In a panic, he started typing, searching again. No such company existed. It was as if nothing had ever been there. Dazed, breathing hard, Su Jin squeezed his eyes shut and buried all 10 fingers in his hair. What on earth was going on? Could he still run? No, some organization had already set its sights on him. If he simply fled without doing anything, the consequences might be even more unpredictable. After a moment, he raised his head and slowly reached to his left, picking up the transparent mask he had casually set aside, and began to examine it intently. No matter how he looked at it, the thing seemed like an ordinary plastic mask. Yet the voice on the phone had ordered him to wear it. After scrutinizing it with a deep frown for several minutes, he gingerly pressed it against his face. The instant it touched his skin, a chill swept across his entire face, and the mask vanished. Where it had been, his fingertips now met only bare flesh. Before he could react, something in front of his eyes instantly diverted all his attention. A string of numbers had inexplicably appeared in his vision, constantly changing. 13211. 13210. Su Jin stared, eyes wide, for a full 10 seconds, then finally slumped into the chair, his chest heaving. The room was utterly silent save for his pounding heartbeat and the faint whir of the computer fan. Once he had caught his breath, he immediately ran to the bathroom mirror. He clawed frantically at his jawline, trying to remove the vanished mask. After fumbling for a long while until the side of his face flushed red, he finally gave up and instead began to scrutinize his reflection. Aside from the string of numbers dangling in his field of view and his violently twitching eyelids, everything in the mirror seemed normal. This was no rich man's game anymore. This was absolutely a haunting. Gritting his teeth, Su Jin turned on the tap and splashed his face hard with cold water. Calm down. He had to think calmly now. Some strange thing had entered his body. Whether it was good or bad was impossible to judge, but since he could not get it out, he could only ignore it for the time being. If the mask was no ordinary object, then the handgun and briefcase were certainly peculiar as well. He should examine those 2 items first. 005923. 005922. More than half an hour had already slipped away. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su Jin faced the briefcase and handgun laid out before him. It was hard to say he had regained his composure. The succession of bizarre events had completely shattered his understanding of reality. The mask could no longer be removed. And as he had expected, the two items on the bed were anything but ordinary. No information on that pistol could be found online. The magazine could not be detached, and the single bullet he had accidentally fired left behind neither cartridge casing nor bullet head. For now, further shooting tests were impossible. The briefcase was even stranger. When his palm touched the bottom, a peculiar sense of connectedness arose, as though there were a cubic meter of space beneath it. Yet his naked eye could perceive nothing. He tried placing several items inside. He could retrieve them at will, astonishingly convenient. It was almost like a magical artifact out of a novel. Only anything too large simply would not fit. If he had obtained such a treasure in the past, he would have been ecstatic, but right now he simply did not have the heart for joy. The more miraculous the items, the heavier the weight on his mind. Doomed world's apocalypses. Each word alone was enough to scare a person half to death. The situation had already far exceeded his capacity to comprehend, and there was not much time left for him to think. What should he do? Follow the instructions on that notice and make preparations. After a long struggle, Soo-jin picked up his phone with difficulty. Half an hour later, the tiny rental room was piled high with supplies ordered by delivery apps. Gazing at the chaotic mess, a sour ache welled up in Soo-jin's chest. It was not that he had not considered running, but the numbers clung to his vision like a shadow. Faced with a confirmed supernatural event, the wisest choice was to obediently prepare. If he flailed about blindly, he would only die faster. 003109. 003108. He sorted the supplies into different categories and packed them separately. Sitting before his computer panting and wide-eyed, Soo-jin chose a death insurance policy and named his parents as beneficiaries. The payout would be available if he went missing for 2 years. Then he took out a loan through a legitimate platform. Everything added together came to less than 1700 yuan. He drafted a 1500 yuan donation agreement in favor of his parents, minimizing the risk of the funds being clawed back. He kept 10,000 for the landlord, wiring 6 months' rent in advance, and leaving a few words asking not to be disturbed. The rest he converted into cash to carry on his person. Finally, he cleared his browser history. When everything was done, Soo-jin heavily dialed his home number. Before long, his mother's muffled voice came through the line. "Son, why are you calling at this hour? You're still not asleep. I just transferred some money to you and Dad. Can you check whether it's arrived?" "Transferred money, huh? 150,000. Where did that come from?" His mother's voice instantly sharpened, and his father's voice could be vaguely heard in the background. Forcing himself to smile, Soo-jin made his tone sound a little more excited. "Of course there's good news. A company is poaching me. Our general manager Lee wanted to keep me, so he simply handed me a sum of money. I don't really need it right now. Just take it and spend it however you like. Really, my son has made something of himself. Companies are fighting over you now. You scared me just now. I was afraid the money wasn't clean." His mother's voice had grown noticeably more animated. "Of course not. When has your son ever walked down a crooked path? Manager Lee just finished wiring me the money. I got too happy and forgot you two were already asleep. Well, listen, there's a huge project at the company these days. I might have to work overtime for several months straight. Don't call me on your own, okay? Wait for me to call you." "Son," his father's voice came on the line. "Overtime comes and goes. Don't wear yourself out. Don't lose your head just because they're giving you a bit more money. It's not like you're selling them your life. The harder you push yourself, the more they'll exploit you. Just behave well in front of your leaders, that's enough. I know. You two should sleep early. I have to get to the company first thing tomorrow." He hung up and bowed his head with a long, heavy sigh. He had done all that he could. Whatever happened now, if misfortune truly befell him, it would still count as having fulfilled his filial duty. 000012. 000011. 000010. In the final 10 seconds, Soo-jin stared fixedly at the time, one hand buried in the inner pocket of his coat, gripping the gun handle with all his strength. 3210. When the time hit 0, Soo-jin's pupils shrank sharply as a blinding point of light burst forth before his eyes. Under his stunned gaze, the point expanded in an instant, transforming into a golden portal towering before him. He blinked hard twice and forced himself out of his extreme shock. A miracle. It was truly a miracle. Was this the handiwork of aliens or of gods and ghosts? The portal stood there unmoving. As long as he did not step through it, nothing should happen, right? Maybe he should test it by sticking his phone in first. Damn. Just as the thought formed, Soo-jin's eyes flew wide. The light gate surged forward at incredible speed, slamming into his face and swallowing him whole. Accompanied by a scream, Soo-jin suddenly sat up from her bed. Cold sweat had drenched her thin, pure white nightgown. Once again, she awakened from a nightmare. Soo-jin panted slightly, her terrified eyes glistening with tears. Rain, hunger, madness, cannibalism. The whole world had turned into a hell on earth. This dream had been repeating for nearly half a month, each time feeling incredibly real, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood before her eyes. Even the smell was indistinguishable from reality. If this were just a simple dream, that would be fine. 蘇Chingdae's breath began to tremble as she fearfully pulled back the curtains. The sky outside was already faintly bright, and she could vaguely see the clouds. The layers of clouds rolled like waves spreading out in an orderly manner. If it were daytime, such magnificent clouds would definitely attract countless people to take pictures. But at this moment,蘇Chingdae was completely stunned. The tears that had accumulated in her eyes finally began to fall uncontrollably. The images from her dreams were indistinguishable from reality, with the peaceful daily life gradually flashing into a scene of apocalypse. She began to sense something unusual since the third dream. The celestial phenomena in reality often coincided with the scenes in her dreams. This time was no exception, and the cloud layer was notably different from usual, making it particularly easy to recognize.蘇Chingdae's thin shoulders trembled, her right hand gripping the curtain, turning pale as she stifled her sobs. Based on her previous dream records, the terrifying day was not far away. She had told her parents, but no one believed her. She was just a student having done everything she could. What could she do? What to do? At that moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Wan entered, sitting by the bed looking at the sobbing蘇Chingdae with utter helplessness.蘇Chingdae turned her head and threw herself into Zhang Wan's embrace, her cries growing louder uncontrollably. Zhang Wan sighed. Did you dream again? Mom, I swear everything I said is true. The end of the world is coming. The clouds today are exactly the same as in my dream. Everything matches up.蘇Chingdae lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes pleading, Mom, please believe me just this once. We need to prepare early, or we can move to a place with no people. Zhang Wan helplessly replied, Chingdae, you're just under too much academic pressure, that's why you're like this. I've already asked the doctor. With just a month until the exam, stop thinking about other chaotic things and focus on your studies. As long as you concentrate, you won't feel stressed. Today, do your homework at school, sleep an hour earlier, and you'll feel better after a few days. Mom.蘇Chingdae felt like she was breaking down, the tears that had just stopped flowing uncontrollably again. Can't you let me finish speaking? All right, you speak. Zhang Wan sighed and added, hurry and finish so you can eat and go to school early.蘇Chingdae, holding back her discomfort, began to recount her dreams. Zhang Wan shook her head repeatedly. Seeing her mother distracted,蘇Chingdae angrily exclaimed, Mom, are you even listening? I'm listening, isn't it just like what you said before? Zhang Wan replied nonchalantly. No.蘇Chingdae's expression suddenly changed. I haven't finished, this time is different. I saw a man and I heard a voice saying to me. What? Zhang Wan's gaze suddenly sharpened like a detective who had discovered the truth. Seeing her mother taking her seriously and starting to listen,蘇Chingdae felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to continue, Zhang Wan said, seriously, Chingdae, you're not involved with someone, are you? Now is not the time for that. Early relationships won't do you any good. Mom.蘇Chingdae completely broke down. Do you even believe me? I believe. Just hurry up and get up to eat. Zhang Wan had completely lost her patience, standing up and preparing to leave the room.蘇Chingdae grabbed her mother's hand, pleading, Mom, can you give me some money? You usually get it, don't you? I want a bit more. The food at school hasn't been good these days and I want to buy some practice books. All right, how much do you need? 500. 500. Zhang Wan felt a surge of anger. Something must have happened at school for her to ask for 500 so readily. Could she even afford it? No way. At most, I'll give you 50. Hurry and pack up to prepare for school. Zhang Wan left those words and quickly exited the room, leaving蘇Chingdae alone feeling despondent.蘇Chingdae wiped her tears, feeling a mix of bitterness and sorrow in her heart. With no voice in the family, she felt she couldn't gain any trust. If only she were older, she could earn money and perhaps persuade them. After a moment of sadness, she sat down at her desk and began to write. Outside, the sounds of news and chatter reached her ears. Old Sue, aren't you going to take care of your daughter? She just sits there and watches TV all day long. Call Teacher Lee and ask if Chingdae is involved with someone. Sigh. I know, I'll call later. Later, you're just dragging it out. You don't take care of anything day after day and you don't do any chores at home. How did I end up with such a useless man? In the classroom, morning reading had already begun.蘇Chingdae was absent-minded as she placed her backpack down. Her mind kept recalling the scenes from her dreams. The classroom was filled with constant noise. Her deskmate asked Chingdae, did you dream again? Yeah.蘇Chingdae hesitated and nodded, then turned serious. Xiao Ning, I'm telling you the truth, the end of the world is coming. If it rains, you must not touch the rainwater, it's problematic. We need to prepare food in advance and seal the doors and windows. Xiao Ning nodded with a strange expression, turning to sigh quietly. She's completely lost it. Once or twice she thought the other was joking, but this had been going on for days, and even Xiao Ning's mental state was clearly affected. Her mother had contacted her early on to help keep an eye on things, and it seemed like the situation had worsened. Shaking her head, Xiao Ning took out a boys' love novel and studied earnestly. The person in front turned back, sweeping the table with a glance, and whispered, hey, why are you still reading? Qingdai has gone crazy reading novels. Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble? Take it easy, the school has been strict lately. Xiaoning cast a glance at the front desk and replied in a low voice, this is a boys' love novel. Going crazy over that is still looking for a guy. Go study your books. I'll let me borrow it after you finish. In the blink of an eye it was noon. Countless students surged towards the cafeteria. Su Qingdai was also mixed in the crowd, her gaze scanning over each classmate. Until she spotted someone, she quickened her steps and ran forward, grabbing the corner of the person's clothes. Gao Peng was walking when he felt someone grab him and turned around to see Su Qingdai standing behind him awkwardly. Seeing her delicate and beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Qingdai was known as the school beauty. It was unclear who dubbed her that, but she was certainly the school beauty. Many boys tried to strike up a conversation with her, all to no avail. Although her recent mental state was not normal and her popularity had declined somewhat, there were still quite a few boys secretly inquiring about her in class. He usually didn't dare to speak to her, so how did the school beauty come to him? Thinking of this, Gao Peng felt nervous. Is there something you need? Su Qingdai bit her pink lips, staring at the tips of her shoes, and shyly said, Gao Peng, can you lend me some money? I'll definitely pay you back next month. How much do you need? I can only lend you 100 at most. Gao Peng asked back, his mind racing. He didn't have much money to begin with, but since the school beauty asked, it would be hard to refuse. Upon hearing him agree, Su Qingdai looked up and smiled brightly. Gao Peng's heart raced. Borrowing money is a good thing. She smiled at me and even pulled my clothes. Does she have some thoughts about me? Just borrowing and returning, wouldn't that mean we could interact twice? Then he'll borrow 100. Not far away, a pair of small eyes were fixed on Su Qingdai holding a phone. Zhang Ai Qingdai is talking to a boy in our class. No, just a plain-looking boy, definitely not dating. But her condition is getting worse. You should take her to see a doctor soon. At the Longshan Mental Hospital, Su Jin muttered to himself, staring at the massive sign of the hospital. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Su Jin spun around like a startled bird, only to see a blue and white trackless tram gliding over the asphalt road, dragging a long tail behind it. Sparse cars followed behind the tram. Not far away, there were rows of shops, their wooden windows ajar, painted in various colors, and through the windows one could see the glass counters inside, decorated in a style that was quite vintage. At the street corner, an old man was preparing popcorn. The earlier sound was from the popcorn machine exploding. The sun was scorching, and the air was filled with the smell of popcorn mixed with diesel and asphalt. Su Jin felt a surge of panic in his heart, his pupils flickering. The scene before him was both strange and familiar. The slightly reddened sun, the people on the road. They still looked like yellow-skinned people dressed in a somewhat rustic manner, nothing particularly unique. The cars and architectural styles also appeared somewhat simple. His stylish outfit, complete with a trench coat, seemed out of place in the hot weather. Some passers-by on the street were casting sidelong glances at him. Seeing this, Su Jin quickly took off his trench coat, draping it over his arm to cover his briefcase. He turned back to glance at the mental hospital, his heart racing wildly. I really have traveled through time. Just moments ago, I was in my rented apartment, and in the blink of an eye it turned into broad daylight, and I was standing on a main road. Although this place seemed familiar at first glance, the details certainly did not belong to the world I knew. The shock of such a time travel experience was truly indescribable. That strange company was indeed telling the truth. But a dying world, the apocalypse. This world seemed harmonious, not at all on the brink of apocalypse, nor in a state of emergency preparation. Su Jin nervously wiped his face and took 2 deep breaths to stabilize his emotions. Let alone the idea of time travel. Even the thought of being sent abroad in a second was too much for his heart to accept. But it seemed there was no turning back now. He had to either complete a task or establish contact with the company. Now was not the time to ponder these 2 issues. The urgent matter was to quickly find that client. It should be the guidance provided by the mask, who at this moment a red was flashing conspicuously within the mental hospital in his vision. There was a security booth at the entrance, and the guard inside was staring intently at him. Furrowing his brows, Su Jin quickly walked past the security booth towards the distant corner, stopping under an inconspicuous shade of trees. He crouched down, beginning to rummage through his trench coat pockets and briefcase. Before long, he pulled out a stack of bills and an identification card from his clothing pocket. The bills had Longshan Huitong Bank printed on them, and the layout of the ID was unique, arranged vertically like a work card. Su Jin pursed his lips, feeling a bit more at ease. It seemed the company hadn't deceived him. They really provided currency exchange and identification, and the presence of Chinese characters everywhere on the streets must also be the company's translation. The Heavenly Tao Responsibility Unlimited Company was a complete mystery to him. He would have to rely on the client to learn more. Since it was a client, they must have communicated with the company. But this client was in a mental hospital. Hopefully they would be a doctor or a nurse. Su Jin prayed silently, putting the money and gun into his bag and fastening his trench coat again. The wall of the mental hospital was right beside him, a low wall, less than 2 meters high. Soo-jin reached up to grip the wall's edge, peering around to see no one was watching, and then pushed off with his legs to scale the wall. Once inside the courtyard, he jogged directly into the building. Soo-jin nervously glanced left and right. There were many nurses and patients walking inside, but he could understand the language they spoke completely. He could also read the text signs on the walls clearly. Ahead was the restroom. Soo-jin quickly slipped inside. Inside the multifunctional hall of Longshan Mental Hospital, Fu Qingdai sat dejectedly in front of a window wearing a patient uniform. The sunlight outside streamed in, casting a delightful scene with lush trees. But the creaking of the ceiling fan and the surrounding presence of patients who were either dull or screaming, combined with her heavy heart, made it impossible for her to appreciate the beauty. Gradually, Fu Qingdai's eyes turned red, her small hands clutching the corners of her clothes tightly. Time was running out. She had worked so hard, yet in the end no one believed she could help her. Could it really be that there was no escape? No, there was still a chance. The voice in her dream told her that the man would come to find her. As long as she waited for that person to come, there might still be hope. If he didn't come, that would also be a good thing, probably indicating that the dream was false and the apocalypse wouldn't come. As long as there was no apocalypse, her mental illness would be worth it. Thinking of this, Fu Qingdai wiped her eyes and her mindset became a bit more optimistic. Although her mood had been fluctuating so much these days. Tired of the scenery outside the window, Fu Qingdai stood up to prepare to return to her room. But just as she turned her head, a shadow dressed in black holding a leather bag floated through the dark corridor. In her mind, the shadow of a figure holding a bag in one hand and a gun in the other, in a dark sky of corpses and blood, almost perfectly overlapped with the silhouette before her. Like a thunderclap, tears streamed down Fu Qingdai's cheeks. At this moment, one thought remained in her mind. It's over. The apocalypse was indeed real. After washing his face in the restroom, Soo-jin stepped out, feeling his anxiety had lessened considerably. The restroom was quite similar to those on Earth, with running water, though it had squat toilets. Especially the familiar smell of urine that was truly reassuring. It was just like the taste of home. As he reached the middle of the corridor, he spotted Fu Qingdai at a glance. His heart sank instantly. A child dressed in a patient uniform, looking like a high school student. Although she was exceptionally pretty, her appearance was no longer important. Before entering the building, he had been praying that even if the client was a mental patient, as long as they provided him with a strong man, he would accept it. But the reality was mental patient, student, beautiful girl. Each of these was a deduction from his score. As he entered the hall, Soo-jin scanned the surroundings, casually grabbing a chair and sitting down in front of Fu Qingdai. In that moment, facing each other, the red dot on Fu Qingdai's forehead suddenly vanished in his eyes. No one spoke. Soo-jin scrutinized Fu Qingdai, who was looking down, her small hands twisted together. After a moment, Soo-jin cautiously asked, the company has already contacted you in advance, right? Fu Qingdai nodded, her heartbeat racing to its limit. The character from the dream has appeared in reality, and it represents the coming of the apocalypse. What's your name? Fu Qingdai. Brother, I still don't know how to address you. Fu Qingdai said softly, looking down. How should she address him? Soo-jin hesitated for a moment. Currently, the other party's condition didn't seem like they had a mental illness. It wouldn't be a problem to directly tell her his name, but that damned company's policy forbade disclosing company information. Being associated with the company, who knows where the confidentiality boundaries lie? Logically speaking, there was nothing to guard against with a client, but one couldn't help but worry about what the client might say. It was better to concoct some nonsense. Such trivial matters were not worth mentioning. The most important thing right now was to gain the client's utmost trust and gather more intelligence. After a moment of silence, Soo-jin sat up straight, saying, the following conversation is strictly between you and me. I hope you will not disclose my identity to anyone. Do you understand? Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly, her eyes full of seriousness. I am the director of the company's Special Operations Department and an elite operative. My name is Li Haoqing. You can call me Director or Brother Hao. From today onwards, I hope we refer to each other as cousins in front of outsiders. Do you understand? Understood. Cousin. I've told you my name, and I hope you will recount the following conversation to me without any concealment. Soo-jin said as he took out a notebook from his bag, raising his gaze to Fu Qingdai. Tell me about your daily life, family relationships, the conversations you've had with the company, and why you ended up in a mental hospital. Fu Qingdai supported herself with her hands on her knees and said earnestly, I am not mentally ill. I was mistakenly sent here. I am a student at Longshan Middle School, and I live with my parents. Soo-jin listened intently, nodding frequently. The fact that Fu Qingdai was not mentally ill was somewhat surprising, but evidently good news. From what I gathered about her daily life, the living habits here are very similar to those on Earth, though lagging behind significantly. I experienced a similar developmental stage in my childhood. Currently, it seems there is not much difficulty in adapting to this world. One might even say there is no adaptation difficulty at all. Fu Qingdai continued her narration, but when she mentioned dreams, Su-jin suddenly paused, saying, "Are you suggesting that there was something wrong with that rain?" A torrential downpour lasting 5 days caused people to go insane, leading to cannibalism and chaos in the world. Yes. Su-jin's jaw stiffened, and it felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly. He had already accepted the notion of traversing worlds through gritted teeth, and he had been aware of the impending apocalypse. Now the emergence of a zombie crisis doesn't seem too strange. But the problem is the mode of infection is rain. The pervasive water pollution. Water is the most crucial resource for survival. If there are issues with the water, can people still live? "Cousin, are you alright?" Fu Qingdai softly inquired, noticing his distracted demeanor. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Su-jin forced a smile. "It's nothing, please continue. You mentioned the company. When did they contact you, and when did they notify you that I would come?" "I know that the company and your appearance is something that happened in the last few days," she said. In the dream, a voice suddenly appeared, saying it was from the Tiandao company, asking if I was willing to live. I said I was willing, and then it said the contract was signed and a person would come to assist me, and after that there was no more voice. That's about it. "That's right, our company operates this way," Su-jin responded verbally, while cursing inwardly. "Isn't this just a scam, eh? It's like forcing a cow to drink water. Who doesn't want to live? Living requires signing a contract." I clicked a mouse, and suddenly I'm dispatched to outer space for labor. However, there are many questions in Fu Qingdai's words, as she knew she was to appear several days ago, while I had only been recruited by the company a few hours ago. The time discrepancy is significant. Is it due to the traversal? Can the company foresee the future, or is it premeditated, or are there other circumstances? The underlying reasons are too complex to comprehend at once, and Fu Qingdai's understanding of the company is nearly zero. But from this situation alone, it seems that if I don't complete this task, there will be absolutely no contact with the company. In other words, I can only complete the task. Cursing inwardly again, Su-jin continued to write. "Let's proceed. I will ask my questions first, and then you can ask yours." "Okay," Fu Qingdai replied timidly. "How many days are left until that rain? Do you have an accurate memory?" "Counting from today, there are 7 days left. I remember this very clearly. 7 days. Is it possible for you to return home during this time, whether to play the victim or act?" "I don't know. I mentioned wanting to go home, but my mom insists that I stay here for treatment. But she is quite worried about me being here, as she comes to see me every day." "All right, let's skip that question. Is there any rental housing near your home? The closer the better." Fu Qingdai's eyes brightened. "Yes. There are several rooms for rent in the same building as my home. The phone number is posted on the window." Continue talking about your daily life and your parents." 10 minutes later, Su-jin stopped writing again. News of the apocalypse had emerged partially, and he had a further understanding of the world. However, with only 7 days left, I must speed up. Fu Qingdai seems quite clever, but she severely lacks social experience. Continuing to ask her about personal life could lead to misleading information for myself. Twirling the pen twice, Su-jin shifted his question. "How much does your family spend each month? What are your parents' salaries?" Fu Qingdai hesitated, her head slowly rising with a question mark. "It's all over 2,000. It seems our family spends around 2,000 each month. Is this a law-abiding society?" Of course it is. We have many laws. If something goes wrong at work or school, do you need to pull strings or contact acquaintances? Of course you have to reach out, otherwise how can you get things done?" "Got it, I understand." Su-jin paused his pen and pondered. "Do you think you are pretty?" Why wouldn't I be? "Do you think I'm handsome?" "How's my clothing style?" "Very handsome." "The clothes you wear are also nice, but I feel it's especially hot. Are there any audiovisual stores, vegetable markets, or internet cafes nearby?" "The first two are available, but I don't know about the internet cafe." "What is the molecular formula of water?" H2O. "Do you have your period? Do you use sanitary pads?" Fu Qingdai's pretty face gradually flushed. "Hurry and answer." "I do, and I use." After asking several more questions, Su-jin closed his notebook and fell into thought. The legal awareness in this society is weak and personal relationships are strong. In 7 days, it might be the end of the world. Continuous rain for 5 days has started to reveal problems, and zombies are suspected to appear. The extent of the rainfall is unknown, and the violent organizations in the rain-affected areas are likely to be quickly dismantled. The military strength of this world is probably not reliable in the short term. On a molecular level, water is no different from Earth and can be safely consumed, but water pollution essentially cuts off the chances of surviving in the wild. There is not much time or money to prepare a shelter, and I cannot forcibly take Fu Qingdai away. However, the purchasing power of the more than $7,000 in hand is strong. It should be sufficient to rent a place and stockpile supplies, making it the best option to settle near her home. In terms of communication, common knowledge, and personal image, there is not much difference between Earth and this world, allowing for quick integration. During these 7 days, it's best to behave and not violate any laws or regulations to avoid offending anyone. As for the rest, I can only explore on my own once I get out. Thinking about this,蘇烬suddenly realized an issue. He picked up his pen and wrote H2O on the paper, presenting it to Fu-Qingdai. Do you recognize what I wrote? I don't recognize it. Fuck. Why are you cursing at me? Fu-Qingdai looked confused. What is this? I really don't recognize it. As expected,蘇烬frowned deeply. He could understand and hear all the words and languages in this world, and others could understand what he said, certainly due to the effects of the company or that mask. However, the words he wrote on paper were completely incomprehensible to the people of this world. Renting a place here also requires a contract. If others can't read what he wrote, that's a big problem. Realizing this,蘇烬tore off another sheet of paper and handed the pen to Fu-Qingdai. Please write 2 characters for me, the Su from awakening and the Jin from ashes. Write it boldly, stroke by stroke. Fu-Qingdai didn't understand, but still obediently complied. After she finished writing,蘇烬pulled back the paper and took a glance. Seeing the 2 Chinese characters on it, he extended his finger to touch the back. Feeling the raised texture of the paper, he couldn't help but feel utterly helpless. It should match with the ID card, but what he saw with his eyes was completely different from the actual handwriting. The service provided by the company has a bug. It's forcefully translated. The mask can't be removed, leaving him to discover the writing of his own name in this roundabout way. With no choice but to put away the signature paper,蘇烬said, "That's all for my questions for now. Oh, feel free to say whatever you'd like." Fu-Qingdai nodded nervously and then mustered her courage to ask the question in her heart. "Cousin, are you an alien?" "Without a doubt, I am a Namekian,"蘇烬replied calmly. "Cousin, are you wearing a human skin?" Fu-Qingdai asked with a trembling voice. "This is how we Namekians look." Hearing蘇烬's affirmative answer, Fu-Qingdai felt a bit reassured, but her mind was still filled with countless questions. After pondering for a while, she finally asked her biggest doubt. "Cousin, what exactly was happening in my dream?" "Actually, this matter is a bit complicated, so I will be brief."蘇烬thought while speaking. "In fact, there are many civilizations in the universe, and we are just one of them. According to our observations, you have been targeted by a group of space bandits known as the Trisolarans. These people are notorious for their evil deeds, enjoying the slaughter of all life on a planet before turning it into fertilizer and plundering its resources. Currently, those insane Trisolarans have spread a virus in your atmosphere. Once your people are nearly dead, they will return to reap the rewards in a few decades." Fu-Qingdai's delicate face turned pale instantly. "Then why did they choose me? You should be notifying those important figures instead." Why would such a thing happen to me first?" As she spoke more urgently, tears streamed down Fu-Qingdai's face. How terrifying. She was just an ordinary beautiful girl. Why was such a serious matter falling upon her? Seeing her start to cry again,蘇烬also showed a troubled expression, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Damn it, how could I not want to know why a strong, responsible, and highly capable, ordinary, handsome man like me would get involved in such matters? "Stop crying, Qingdai."蘇烬suppressed his own frustration and comforted her. "Actually, the company chose you for a reason. Your body is special, possessing antibodies to the virus. As long as you are alive, we can research a cure. Then hurry up and research it. I can cooperate with anything." Fu-Qingdai cried, stretching out her arms. "Why don't we call the police first, cousin? You can use the alien spaceship to contact them. They will definitely believe you. Currently, that's not feasible. When I came here, I accidentally encountered the Trisolarans, and the spaceship was shot down and crashed. I don't even know where it fell, and all my teammates are dead and the only one left. A disaster is certain, and from now on, we can only take it one step at a time. Your biggest task right now is to stay alive. If you die, everyone else will be finished with you." Upon hearing this, an immense pressure surged in. Fu-Qingdai's face turned pale and her expression fell into a daze. Seeing this,蘇烬said, "You need to adjust your mindset. Many things haven't happened yet. We can still prepare in advance. The situation may not be as dire as you think." Perhaps due to long-term pressure, Fu-Qingdai quickly regained her composure, her voice hoarse, as she stammered, "Brother, I still don't understand why you came to save us. It's simple. Where there are bad people, there are good people. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain peace in the universe, and to uphold love and true justice, we have been traveling through the cosmos to protect other civilizations. Moreover, the Trisolarans have launched several attacks on Namek. Just based on that, we cannot stand idly by. We the Namekians love peace, but those who harm Namek must be punished no matter how far away they are."蘇烬said this assertively, but his heart felt increasingly desolate. He was so nervous, he could almost pee himself, yet he had to crack jokes to help others relieve their stress. However, this little girl was indeed facing immense pressure, no less than his own. "It sounds like you don't really love peace." We Namekians hate quibbling. I'm not asking any more, brother, I'm wrong. Fu Qingdai said, wiping her tears with grievance. Just as蘇烬was about to continue speaking, a somewhat cold voice came from behind. Hey you, Namekian, come with me. Fu Qingdai stopped crying, and蘇烬turned around. A cold-faced female nurse around 23 or 24 years old with an unkind expression stood behind him.蘇烬gave Fu Qingdai a glance and faced the nurse. The nurse said coldly, come with me. After finishing her sentence, she walked towards an open balcony, and looking at her back,蘇烬steadied his mind. Just right. Negotiating with this nurse would be good practice for integrating into society. The nurse fixed her gaze on蘇烬and asked, are you Fu Qingdai's relative? I am her cousin,蘇烬replied calmly. Her mother came to see her this morning. Did you come here to register? Of course. Is there a problem? There's no problem, but that girl is currently suffering from severe delusions, and you are still talking nonsense with her, which is very detrimental to her condition. The nurse said seriously, you can see her, but I hope you won't interfere with our treatment. Nurse, I think there might be some misunderstanding. May I ask your name? Ding Jia. What misunderstanding? I took care of Qingdai when she was little, and we have a deep bond. I often accompanied her in role-playing games back then. This time I'm just revisiting those memories with her.蘇烬paused for a moment. I just returned from abroad and was planning to surprise her at school, but unexpectedly I heard her classmates say she was hospitalized. I see that her thoughts are relatively clear. Apart from her emotions being a bit off, it seems she doesn't have any major issues. How is she adapting to life here? Just returned from abroad. That's quite rare. Ding Jia looked蘇烬up and down and said, her situation isn't very optimistic. She often experiences delusions, going around telling people that the apocalypse is near and urging others to prepare in advance. However, on the topic, I find her behavior indeed a bit strange. What do you mean strange? Ding Jia sighed. She doesn't present like a typical patient. To be honest, I think she seems quite normal most of the time, but what she says is extremely outrageous, as if she has truly witnessed the apocalypse.蘇烬rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. I heard from her classmates that her academic performance has plummeted recently. It might be because her mother is being too strict, causing her mental stress. Perhaps she's saying these things to compensate for herself. However, Miss Ding, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you can agree. What is it? Ding Jia looked at蘇烬in confusion. I don't want her to stay here any longer. Qingdai herself doesn't want to. You know, this environment will increase her stress and hinder her studies. My uncle is a doting father and definitely wouldn't want her to continue staying in this place. The main issue is that my aunt isn't agreeing. I hope you can help me. Next time her mother comes, please say a few words to let Qingdai go home with her mother. That is absolutely impossible. Ding Jia said firmly, we have rules and regulations here. Unless her parents insist on taking her back, we will not interfere. I understand, so this is just a request. How about this, let's exchange numbers.蘇烬said, discreetly taking out his precious Xiaomi 6 and lighting up its 1080p ultra-clear screen. As soon as the phone appeared, Ding Jia's attention was swiftly diverted, and with a look of surprise, she asked, what is this? It's a phone. This is a phone.蘇烬smiled casually. Sorry, I forgot that this model is not yet available in the domestic market. It's a bit different from the ones out there. With that, he directly placed the Xiaomi 6 into Ding Jia's hands. Ding Jia was momentarily taken aback, and蘇烬gently took her fingers to slide across the screen. He kept rambling about some incomprehensible terms such as Tencor dual engine, thinner than a coin, smoother with use, and leading by a mile. This is incredible. Are foreign phones like this now? What language is this? Ding Jia exclaimed with excitement, although she couldn't understand any of the foreign characters on the phone. She was completely unaware that the topic had strayed far from its course, and her right hand was fully grasped by蘇烬. It wasn't until蘇烬took back the phone that Ding Jia suddenly realized. Blushing, she pulled her hand away. It's Wakandan script. Wakanda. There's such a country. Which company is so impressive? Ding Jia murmured to herself. Wakanda is a small country, but the company that produces phones is well known, you can guess.蘇烬said with a smile. Jumi. Smart. This phone can even take photos. How about I take a picture of you?蘇烬decisively changed the subject. Really? Ding Jia was greatly surprised.蘇烬stepped back a couple of steps, raised the Xiaomi without a word, and snapped a photo. Then he stood still and opened a photo editing app on the spot. 10 seconds later, a refined photo was presented to Ding Jia. Looking at the phone where she appeared a couple of shades lighter with all sorts of beautification effects added, Ding Jia's heart raced, and she exclaimed, Is this me?蘇烬wore an awkward smile and chuckled softly. Sorry. After all, it's a phone camera, it can't compare to a professional one. Turning a beauty into a modest look is normal. Huh. 2 heavy blushes flew to Ding Jia's cheeks, and her originally indifferent expression had vanished. No, this is already very good. So, where can I buy this phone? It hasn't entered the market yet. I only got it through a friend's internal connections. I heard that even when it releases, it will only be available to a small group. Oh. Ding Jia looked slightly disappointed, then asked how much does this phone cost? Not expensive, only 20,000. Su烬casually fabricated. 20,000. Ding Jia exclaimed, but quickly realized her reaction was somewhat embarrassing and added, for such a good phone, 20,000. It really isn't expensive. Yes, I find it quite handy. It's also suitable for gifting to relatives and friends. I originally wanted to get a few more through friends, but unfortunately, I couldn't secure more internal quotas before returning home. Only 20,000. Not expensive. Getting a few more. Gifting to relatives and friends. How wealthy could he possibly be? And so young. Does he have some kind of background? Ding Jia's mind was swirling until Su烬's voice began to ring clearly in her ears. Miss Ding, it seems we have strayed from the topic. Right. Ding Jia quickly nodded. Let's talk about Qing Dai. Su烬turned his head to look at the position where Qing Dai was sitting side with concern. Originally, this child was quite lively, but unexpectedly, she was sent here due to life pressures. To be honest, it pains me to see this, and I have observed her condition. I feel that being here is not very beneficial for her recovery. On the contrary, being in a familiar environment would be more advantageous for her. Miss Ding, do you truly believe she must stay here for treatment? Actually, not necessarily. Ding Jia hesitated and replied. Su烬nodded. I think so too, so I still hope you can help me with a favor. Once she gets home, I can also find someone to take care of her, and even if she is not here, the necessary medication and guidance can be prepared. Besides, there's you, Miss Ding. I wonder if you could leave me a phone number. Leaving a number. Ding Jia had her left hand in her pocket, holding her Xiao Ling Tong, hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't muster the courage to take it out, directly reciting a string of numbers. All right, you write this down, 800-820-8820. Su烬pretended to press a string of numbers on his phone, then immediately acted surprised, saying, Oh dear, sorry. I've just returned to the country, and this phone can't be used here yet. How about you leave me a number? Once I finish the formalities, I'll give you a call. How does that sound? After saying that, without caring for the other party's reaction, he directly took out a notebook, tore off a page, and handed the paper and pen to Ding Jia. Once he got her phone number, Su烬carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. Miss Ding, I appreciate your help with this matter. Hey, did I agree to help you? Ding Jia crossed her arms and looked at Su烬with a half smile. Su烬smiled faintly. That's true, I was being presumptuous. But nonetheless, I still hope to stay in touch with you and exchange information about Qing Dai. By the way, if my uncle's family comes over tomorrow, I hope you won't tell her I visited. They still don't know about my return, and I want to give them a surprise. You may not help with other favors, but you absolutely must help me with this. You can rest assured it'll definitely help with this. Ding Jia nodded. As the conversation reached this point, a voice came from a distance. Ding Jia glanced back, then turned to Su烬, looking somewhat conflicted. I still have things to attend to. Can we stop chatting for now? Su烬nodded in agreement. But just as Ding Jia was turning to leave, he raised his phone to call her back. Miss Ding. What is it? Ding Jia turned her head back. Your photo is still with me. Can I keep it? When I have time, I'll print it out and bring it to you. Su烬had a broad smile. That's fine. Wait for my call. Take care. Ding Jia's cheeks, which had just lost their blush, reddened again as she turned and jogged away. Watching Ding Jia's figure disappear, Su烬's smile faded. He took out the phone number from his pocket, crumpled it, and casually tossed it into a nearby trash can. He quickly walked towards Qing Dai, sitting down opposite her, and said seriously, let's cut to the chase. This afternoon or evening, if you have time, go find that nurse of Ding Jia and chat with her. Just tell her you're introducing me to a partner trying to get us together. Don't act too fake, you understand, right? When your mom comes here tomorrow, have Ding Jia help you talk. Just say you're suitable for recuperating at home. If she doesn't help you, just cry and make a scene, even pretend to threaten suicide if you have to. But don't mention me in front of your parents. Can you do that? Sure. Qing Dai replied seriously. All right, now tell me your home address. I will go check the situation today and try to settle you near your home as soon as possible. If I rent a place, remember the house with 2 white papers taped on the window is mine. Qing Dai did not answer directly, but hesitated, biting her lower lip. Cousin, I have one more question. Can I ask you? Speak. Will you only save me? What else? Do you think I can save many people? Su烬replied without hesitation. Qing Dai's complexion turned pale, and she shrank back. No. You must save my parents too. And my friends. If you can save me, you can't just watch them die. Hearing this, Su烬was instantly overwhelmed. Don't put so many demands on me. I tell you, I'm feeling irritable these days. I hate women. Then I might as well die. What's the point of living alone? Qing Dai trembled, stubbornly staring at Su烬. Su烬was speechless, pondering a solution. After a brief silence, he said, I can't manage others for now, but I will definitely save your parents. Is that all right? Logically speaking, Qing Dai's parents must be saved. A little girl has no ability to survive on her own, and the greatest support for her survival is undoubtedly her parents. Perhaps it could help me advance my task ahead of time. Hearing his agreement, Soo's gaze softened, and she slowly nodded twice. I understand. As long as you can save my parents. Cousin, I know I have no right to ask you for anything, but I'm really scared. Soo's eyes were red as she reached behind her back and pulled out 3 notebooks, handing them over. Soo took the notebooks in confusion and flipped through them. The first notebook recorded all of Soo's dreams with every detail noted, even things she couldn't quite remember were clearly marked. The second notebook contained a wealth of life knowledge and newspaper clippings. The third notebook had a map of Longshan City tucked inside, marking some key buildings, grain shops, hospitals, and police stations. The rest recorded Soo's home address, a simple hand-drawn map, and the distribution of nearby supermarkets, pharmacies, and gas supply stations. Did you remember all this? Soo looked at Soo's in shock. Soo's nodded. Cousin, I knew you would come to find me. I also guessed that you might be an alien, so I prepared in advance. I still have over 10,000 yuan buried under the big tree at the entrance of my house. It's easy to recognize, just one tree at the entrance with a red that I painted on the trunk buried just below that red dot. You have 10,000. Where did a student like you get so much money? Are you from a rich family? Soo was shocked for the second time. Soo's face flushed, and she found it hard to speak. Finally, she lowered her head and said, I borrowed it from more than 100 boys from our school. My goodness. Soo was taken aback. At such a young age you know how to trick men for money. I didn't trick them. Soo's yelled in indignation, but her tone weakened again, mumbling, I never said I wouldn't pay it back. If they don't die, I will definitely pay them back, even if I have to work or sell blood. All right. Soo exclaimed repeatedly, and at this moment his gaze toward Soo's was filled with admiration. A little girl in her early teens, aware of the impending apocalypse, sounded the alarm to everyone, enduring countless doubts and misunderstandings, and still took action, never giving up, even when sent to a mental hospital. Such powerful resilience and initiative are truly humbling for adults. The information and money she provided are extremely valuable. This is no ordinary saint. She's simply an angel, an exceptionally high-quality client. She shouldn't be a liability for me. Stepping out of the psychiatric hospital, Soo squinted up at the sun in the sky. After meeting with the client and negotiating, his tension eased somewhat, yet the fog in his heart remained thick with burdens piling up. He wondered if this alien son would give him tumors. But whatever. Given the current situation, he had completely severed ties with the company, and he couldn't return home unless he completed the tasks imposed upon him. Even if a tumor would kill him, it would be a matter of over a decade later. For now, he had to prepare ahead of time. Taking out the notebook and map given by Soo proceeded forward while studying them. Under the watchful gaze of the security guard at the gate, he swaggered out of the psychiatric hospital. Upon reaching the street, Soo paused and gazed into the distance. According to the map, the neighborhood where Soo's lived was called the Talent Community, approximately 9 kilometers away from the psychiatric hospital. There were taxis available on the street to take him there. However, renting a house in the Talent Community was not his top priority. There were more important pieces of information that needed to be investigated first. After comparing the map, for a while Soo began walking to the right. After a few steps, he seemed to recall something. He took out a rope from his briefcase, tying one end to the handle and securely fastening the other into his wrist. He covered himself with a trench coat before continuing onward. This place was economically underdeveloped and the rule of law was not well established. If a motorcycle gang appeared on the road, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry if he lost his bag. Although it was broad daylight, he still prepared to be cautious. His current destination was a large vegetable market nearby. The local food could differ greatly from that on Earth, and whether it was safe to eat was entirely unknown. It was best to consume what he brought with him initially and buy some daily ingredients at the market to conduct small experiments overnight. In the market, Soo walked and observed. This vegetable market was rather ordinary, lacking in surprises. However, seeing the various vegetables and fruits genuinely left him momentarily dazed. The good news was that many vegetables looked familiar while others he had never seen before. There were radishes with strange patterns, large leafy vegetables, and red vines. As he walked between the vegetable stalls, Soo discreetly plucked some vegetable leaves, casually discussing and learning their names. Taking a few leaves to experiment with, he couldn't afford to waste a single cent until he confirmed the safety of the food. Additionally, plant-based food was not his main target. His focus was on meat. If the knowledge from Earth still applied, logically unfamiliar foods should be ranked in safety. Generally, it should be meat, seeds, plants. Typically, large meat-producing animals do not harbor toxins in their muscle fat. Large animals often rely on their physical bodies for survival, whereas those with generally poor survival abilities tend to evolve special mechanisms to protect themselves with toxins. Moreover, once an apocalypse strikes, cold storage often preserves meat, which is high in calories. Even if it spoils, the safety of consumption is still relatively high, making it a reliable and comprehensive food source. However, testing the safety of vegetables was still highly necessary. The key was to indirectly verify the safety of processed foods in supermarkets. After circling the vegetable section, he arrived at the meat and seafood area. Looking at the rows of pink lights hanging above the meat stalls, Soo-jin couldn't help but be struck dumb. He hadn't expected the alien world would sell meat in the same manner. With a light shining on it, the meat appeared to look a bit better. However, the large chunks of fatty and lean meat for sale, as well as the fierce animal heads resembling bull heads, were quite startling. This could roughly indicate the safety of the meat, which was a good sign. After stealing a few wilted vegetable leaves to take back for experiments, the meat seemed fine. Now he just needed to check the seafood. The seafood area was filled with interconnected fish tanks. Approaching one tank, Soo-jin paused to observe. As he was watching, Soo-jin suddenly fixed his gaze. A large gray fish turned its body to face him, its big mouth pressing against the glass. Once he got a clear look at the gray fish, Soo-jin's entire body shook. This fish. He had ventured into the alien seafood market, capturing live footage. Oh my. An alien lip fish. It had a human-like mouth filled with teeth, and the mouth was oriented vertically, which was incredibly frightening. It felt very wrong. Hey brother, I see you've been looking for a while. How about a fish? They're all fresh. The stall owner's wife approached warmly from behind, free scales and teeth knocking. Oh, no thank you. Soo-jin swallowed hard and waved his hand to leave. After circling the market, Soo-jin let out a long breath. The food appeared reliable for now, but he still couldn't let his guard down. The necessary experiments still had to be conducted. Looking up around, Soo-jin continued on his way. After walking about 100 steps, he entered a pharmacy. The two clerks were standing behind the counter chatting idly, clearly uninterested in him. After scanning the shelves twice, he picked up a bottle of the most eye-catching multivitamin supplement. Taking out the Centrum he had ordered from takeout earlier, he began to compare them seriously. Prior to knowing he would be sent away by the company, apart from buying a substantial amount of food at the supermarket, the other items he purchased the most were cigarettes and multivitamin supplements. 10 large bottles of Centrum vitamins. At the time, his thoughts were not complicated. If he were really sent to a strange place, food would clearly be a problem, but there was another equally severe issue. Vitamins and various trace elements. He enjoyed fitness and had done considerable research on nutrition. If trace elements were deficient for a long time, within a month his athletic ability would be affected. Especially under conditions of high physical load and stress, the impact would be pronounced. If the deficiency continued for an extended period, bodily functions would be damaged and diseases would naturally follow. Declining physiological functions and diseases could be fatal if not handled properly. After comparing the 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, Soo-jin's anxious mood eased considerably. The nutritional components inside matched most of what was on the label. The unfamiliar ones still looked somewhat recognizable, as he was not a professional. Similar species with the same nutritional components suggested that even without personal experimentation, the food safety could be guaranteed around 90%. After putting the supplement back, Soo-jin turned to leave the pharmacy. He had seen most of what he wanted to see, and there was a next stop. He would immediately head to the talent community to rent a house. At the audiovisual store. It was located less than 2 kilometers from the vegetable market, right on the street. Soo-jin stood at the door of the audiovisual store, a wave of nostalgia engulfing his heart. Through the glass window, he could see the walls covered with movie boxes and the simple packaging of discs. How similar the two worlds were. He couldn't help but recall renting Lin Jingying's movies as a child. Those were probably the most carefree times of his childhood. After a moment of reflection, Soo-jin pushed open the store door and saw the owner at the counter. He straightforwardly asked, "Boss, do you have disaster movies?" The store was filled with the scent of plastic wrap mixed with old paper. Virus infections, mutated beasts, alien invasions. The kind of survival stories of ordinary people before the apocalypse. Got it, just wait a moment, I'll find something for you. Soo-jin stood in the store, his gaze scanning the movie wall. Although the movie covers were simple, they held a wealth of information. Movies could essentially be seen as a condensed part of society. This time he came to borrow disaster films to clarify the world's approach to calamities. In case of a real disaster, perhaps searching for real-world materials would be far less efficient than absorbing knowledge from films. Previously, he had chatted with Fu Qingdai, who mentioned she often rented films at home to watch some animated series. He could find an opportunity to visit her house and borrow her viewing equipment. However, from the shopkeeper's words, disaster films seemed quite niche in this world. The movie covers on the wall mostly featured posters of couples kissing. This was not surprising, as they likely came from films that lacked impressive special effects. The development of film technology had not advanced that quickly. 2 minutes later, the shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter with 3 discs. He handed them to Soo-jin, saying, "Here, these 3 definitely meet your requirements." "Just these 3, eh?" Soo-jin examined the discs he received. "They're all scratched, won't they get stuck?" "Just these 3, don't worry, if they get stuck I'll refund you." The The shopkeeper smiled. Brother, after so many years I still don't know what you want to watch. I like this genre too. Other films are just mediocre, but these three have no romantic subplots, pure disaster. You know your stuff? How much to rent? The same price as written outside, 5 yuan per disc, 10 yuan deposit. Alright, I'll take them all. Jin paid without hesitation. The shopkeeper accepted the money with a smile, saying, Want to pick out some others? I have the latest films guaranteed to satisfy you. Can you help me pick some historical, urban, and military war films? The content must be realistic. I don't want trash films. Rest assured, my brother, I don't have trash films here. The shopkeeper turned around, grabbed another disc pack, and began searching again. In no time, Jin had 3 more discs in hand. After a quick glance at the covers, he took out some money and said, Not bad, I'll take these too. Would you like to look at anything else? The shopkeeper asked with a smile. Usually many people rented discs, but they only took 1 or 2 and spent half an hour choosing in the store. Today this young man was quite interesting. He was straightforward and didn't dawdle, likely a seasoned movie buff. Jin raised an eyebrow, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Brother, do you have? The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, his voice unconsciously lowering. What? Good films. I have good films. Aren't all of these good films? The kind of good films. I don't have that. These are all legitimate transactions. The shopkeeper straightened up and shook his head. Jin stared at the shopkeeper and clicked his tongue. Brother, I've rented 6 discs from you already. I'll be coming back. The shopkeeper looked Jin up and down, tentatively asking, What type do you want? Something pretty and stimulating. I'm serious about buying. You can trust me. But we must clarify one point beforehand. You need to let me preview it. I don't trust the covers. Not trusting the covers. That was a typical film buff. After contemplating for a few seconds, the shopkeeper nodded. All right, come over here. Following the shopkeeper's lead, he pushed open another door in the store. Behind the door was a small room, simply decorated with a mattress on the floor and a low table with a large old television. The floor was scattered with clothes and disc cases, looking like the shopkeeper's residence. The shopkeeper bent down to pick up a disc pack from the floor and opened it for Jin, saying, Here, choose for yourself. There are 21 discs, only for sale, not for rent. Flipping through the discs in the pack, which were all adorned with pictures of women in swimsuits, Jin asked after a quick look, Are these risque enough? The shopkeeper laughed. Brother, your question is quite original. If the films aren't risque, isn't that a crime? All right, let me see one you picked. No problem, all of these are top-notch. You'll see once you watch them. The shopkeeper randomly picked a disc, bent over, and placed it into a device that looked like a VCD player. The sound of the disc reading began, and the old television screen lit up. I'll speed it up for you. The shopkeeper picked up the remote and started fast-forwarding. As the video progressed, the content appeared rapidly, and Jin focused intently. The 2 characters in the television were engaging in a lively fight, just like the battle he had imagined. However, to be honest, this level of content was hardly adequate for someone like him who had long been impacted by neon culture. But as the camera began zooming in, Jin immediately widened his eyes and leaned closer to the television. Just then a close-up action shot appeared. Enlarging and enlarging, every detail became crystal clear. Seeing Jin almost glued to the television, the shopkeeper, who had originally had a smirk on his face, gradually lost his smile and reached out to pat Jin on the lower back. Hey. Dude, is it really necessary? You're practically diving into it. Jin lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and felt a rush of excitement. The human anatomy in the image appeared completely normal, just like an ordinary human, with a muscular form that perfectly matched his expectations. The actions were also standard technical moves. This further confirmed the high similarity between here and Earth. If there were truly zombie transformations, at least he would have some expectations in mind, and strange mutated organs should not appear. Sorry, I got a bit mesmerized. Jin smiled awkwardly. How about this one? If it's good, you can take it. The shopkeeper asked while holding the disc. Jin shook his head, tightened his grip on the bag he was holding. I'll pass for now. Let's talk about it next time. Thank you, shopkeeper. This film is really good. The store manager recommends it. You were so into it just now. Why now? The shopkeeper trailed off, his eyes widening. He stared intently at Jin's hand concealed under the trench coat. Under the trench coat, the other party seemed to have moved a bit before quickly regaining composure. No way. The shopkeeper tilted his head, shocked. You're all right. What do you mean I'm all right? Jin stopped abruptly, following the shopkeeper's gaze, and his face turned dark. Thanks, may you have peace in your life. After saying that, he turned around and left the room, quickly walking out of the store. The shopkeeper was left in a state of confusion, watching Jin's retreating figure while cursing loudly. That young man, damn. 3 minutes. Hitching rides and meals, and now he's even hitching discs. Stop watching that, hurry up and go get checked out. With nothing happening on the way, Jin bought a backpack and took a taxi while looking over the information given by Fu Qingdai, arriving outside the talent community. The buildings were not too close together, and the walls had streaks of black and gray cracks suggesting they had been around for quite some time. Aside from their age, there was nothing particularly special about them, but fortunately the building numbers were marked clearly. The 7th building where Fuqing Dai was located was visible from outside the community. After searching for a while with his gaze, Suijin did not hurry to go inside. Instead, he took out the hand-drawn map by Fuqing Dai and began to wander around the perimeter of the community. After about 30 minutes of wandering, he returned to the entrance of the community. Fuqing Dai was quite meticulous. The small map she had drawn was crafted with a ruler for precise measurements. The nearby supermarket and printing shops were also depicted with relative accuracy. It seemed he wouldn't need to spend too much effort studying the map. Stepping into the community, there was no entrance restriction, and the security guard at the entrance was practically non-existent. Standing under the 2nd unit of the 7th building, a foul odor pervaded the air. Aside from the regular entrance, there was also a square hole about 40 centimeters on one side. Some food scraps, soup residue, and plastic bags were discarded below. Next to it stood a low concrete wall that separated the building entrance from that hole. He had seen such designs in the community he lived in during childhood, garbage chutes. Each household had a corresponding garbage chute, allowing residents to throw garbage directly down the corridor. However, the smell was strong and it was prone to clogging. Aside from a few old buildings, such designs were rarely seen anymore. In front of the building stood an old tree. Suijin quickly walked around the old tree and indeed found a red near the roots which, although faded, was still clear. This should be the place where Fuqing Dai buried the money. After glancing around and seeing no one, Suijin took out a pair of gloves from his bag and began to dig. After digging about 10 centimeters, a patterned cookie tin came into view. He took it out and opened it, revealing rolls of crumpled cash and coins inside. Without time to count, he couldn't help but praise Fuqing Dai again in his heart. Suijin quickly put the cookie tin away and kicked some soil back to fill the hole. Then he turned his gaze to the glass windows above, his eyes lighting up. Fuqing Dai lived on the 5th floor, and both the 2nd and 5th floors had rental phone numbers posted. If all goes well, he might be able to live right across from Fuqing Dai's home. That would make dealing with issues much more convenient. He should rent it now. Having made up his mind, Suijin noted down the phone number and looked around. Spotting a middle-aged woman, he decisively walked over. "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone? My phone is out of battery." 30 minutes later, at the entrance to the 5th floor, a middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeve shirt was unlocking the door, and Suijin stood behind him. "Xiaosu, you have a good eye? Don't be fooled by how old this building is. It used to be given to people of status during the distribution of housing, like professors, officials, and veterans from that time." The door opened, and the homeowner gestured for him to enter, continuing, "The old man who lives across from you, the security chief, Xiao Cheng, is a retired soldier from the army. The environment is a bit lacking, but living here is safe and comfortable. My son used to live below me. If he hadn't begged me to move, I wouldn't have wanted to leave. I've taken good care of the house, so why don't you take a look? Your son is quite filial, and he can earn money. If I had that capability, my parents would be so happy. How many people envy you?" "Not bad. Not bad. You're not too shabby either, young man," the homeowner humbly said while smiling with satisfaction. Suijin stopped talking and began to tour the rooms one by one. There were 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Aside from the lack of an electric toilet, everything else like tables, chairs, and benches were complete. The total area was about 70 square meters. The homeowner followed behind, introducing, "The furniture is generally sufficient for living, but you'll need to prepare your own appliances. For cooking, there's a gas station outside the community. Just buy a gas canister. It's 61 per canister with a deposit of 100. The morning market is just a street away. What do you think?" Both of them stopped in the living room. Suijin got straight to the point. "Not bad. How much is the rent per month?" 500 as for the deposit. "I see you're quite particular, Xiaosu, so let's just do 1 month for the deposit." "All right, no problem." After speaking, Suijin paused and shifted the topic, asking, "Big brother, you said your son moved out previously, living below. Is that apartment below vacant too?" "Yes, it's vacant. But that was my son's apartment. He never intended to rent it out, so it's been empty all this time." "Then is the downstairs for rent?" "Oh." The homeowner was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "The conditions downstairs are similar to this one. If you want to rent it, I can help you with that, but how many people will be living there?" Suijin thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, as I mentioned, I came from another place to Longshan for work. This apartment will just be for me, but I have a friend who also wants to move in. She's a woman. I thought I'd help her find an apartment in advance. It's a way to show some goodwill. I assure you it'll only be 1 person in 1 room, absolutely no messy business." "Ah, so you're looking to date?" The homeowner chuckled. "All right, no problem." Suijin smiled awkwardly and said, "But big brother, there's still one more issue. I just arrived, and renting 2 rooms at once is a bit tight for me financially. My friend will be coming in a couple of days, and my expenses might be higher then. I can pay you for the first month's rent for both rooms up front, and you can collect the deposit in half a month. Writing it into the contract is also fine. Just so you can come and check next time. If it's messy or damaged, you can keep the deposit and throw me out. How does that sound? The homeowner hesitated for a moment, then patted his shoulder, smiling. You're quite straightforward, young man. I can't let this little matter delay your dating life. All right, it's settled then. An hour later in the quiet rental room,蘇烬stood alone by the window, chewing on the bitter taste of an unknown leafy vegetable, gazing gloomily outside. Before him the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over everything. In just one day, he had moved from home to a strange world, went to a mental hospital, and finally rented 2 apartments. Settling down. While busy outside, the tension and helplessness were constantly suppressed by the strange environment and rationality. Yet at this moment, with a safe place to stay, he felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Everything felt like a dream, yet terrifyingly real.蘇烬leaned slightly forward, resting his forehead against the glass, closing his eyes, and letting out a long sigh. The bitter taste in his mouth became more pronounced, and the panic and confusion that had been compressed in his heart started to surge violently. The job he had been forced into, he still had to prepare for the apocalypse. How did I end up crossing over? How did it come to this apocalypse? Why did this happen to me? I'm just an ordinary person, I don't want to go through this kind of experience.蘇烬clutched his chest, his heart in a state of turmoil. After lamenting for a long time,蘇烬turned around and slid down, helplessly collapsing onto the ground, his chest rising and falling irregularly. Since childhood, he had felt he was braver than most, optimistic about everything, and that had indeed been the case. Even after entering the workforce and becoming a mere cog in the machine, he had never once slumped his back. But this time he was truly cowed, utterly intimidated. With his fingers tangled in his hair,蘇烬felt an infinite regret in his heart. I was wrong, I was wrong from the very beginning. If I hadn't gone out drinking with clients back then, I wouldn't have provoked them. If I hadn't provoked them, I wouldn't have been forced to look for a new job, and if I hadn't looked for a new job, I wouldn't have been forced into such an unfortunate situation. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?蘇烬swallowed hard and tentatively spoke, his gaze nervously fixed on the empty space. But soon he was disappointed. It was all just him talking to himself. The value of a person in the workplace is basically equal to the market value minus the cost of changing jobs. Those who excessively flatter their leaders and love the company are clearly highly dependent on their jobs, with a high cost of switching making them highly likely to be laid off. If he were to be laid off at the crucial moment, revealing his car loans, mortgage, wife, and children as his vulnerabilities would put him even more at the mercy of the company, and the money he could get would likely shrink. From the day he graduated,蘇烬had firmly rejected this theory and continuously delved into the ways of upward management, always appearing confident in the workplace, even earning the respect of clients. Many colleagues in the company had already been laid off multiple times, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. If it weren't for the severity of his mistakes, old Lee would have never let him go. But this damn company had no sign of life. He couldn't even find a leader to manage things. He sat there until the sun set. The last glimmer of light vanished from above蘇烬head, plunging the room into darkness. In the dark,蘇烬rubbed his face and let out a heavy sigh. He got up and turned on the light, indulging in self-pity for a while, his expression easing considerably. Then with determination, he walked towards the bathroom. This was the situation now. He had to give up on fantasies, prepare for a struggle, and complete the task. It was actually a good thing that the company ignored him. At least it likely proved that no one was spying on him. The other party was able to converse with him in the void. Ever since he arrived here, he had felt as if countless eyes were watching him. It made him too anxious to even relieve himself. He had been holding it in all day. He didn't know how the protagonists in those online novels overcame this issue with systems or soul old men. The next day, sunlight poured into the room, shining on蘇烬face.蘇烬furrowed his brows, his eyelids twitching, struggling in his heart for a long time before finally opening his eyes with a hint of hope. What greeted him was still the unfamiliar bedroom. Though he had expected it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The only consolation was that the vegetable leaves he had eaten the night before had no side effects. There were still 6 days until doomsday. He slept in his clothes that night, tossing and turning, managing to nap for only 2 or 3 hours. He got up and quickly washed up in the bathroom.蘇烬walked into the living room, glanced at the 2 white sheets of paper already pasted over the windows, then turned and sat down at the dining table. He took out his notebook and a piece of bread, eating while taking notes. He had already arranged it with苏烬that he would stay in the apartment opposite hers, and she would come to find him as soon as she was discharged. He would observe for 3 days. If she hadn't returned by then, he would have to go back to the psychiatric hospital. For now, the client's priority wasn't the highest. The most important thing was to prepare for the crisis. With 6 days left, it was undeniable that he needed to stock up on water, food, and medicine in large quantities. But the problem was water. Water could be contaminated and hard to replenish later. The consumption level was high, could not be compressed, and its quality was much higher than that of other supplies. Storing it in containers would put a huge weight on a small area, making it difficult to store enough water without putting immense pressure on the floor. If stored separately, it would waste space. The construction standards in this world were still unclear, and design standards did not represent construction standards. Construction standards didn't guarantee worker quality didn't guarantee material quality, and the aging condition of materials was also uncertain. Based on this situation, he had decided to rent 2 apartments during his housing search yesterday. A normal person consumes about 2 liters of drinking water a day. If one were to save a ton of water, could last an individual for a year and a half. But it couldn't be calculated simply. Under high-pressure injury or other special circumstances, water consumption would definitely increase. He also had to consider蘇烬and her parents. Or he might need to gather other people to increase the chances of survival. 2 apartments, 4 tons of water stored under the load-bearing walls should be a reasonable and safe range with plenty of room to spare. That meant he would need 40 100-liter barrels. He could buy larger ones and then use wooden boards underneath to disperse the pressure. He would also need water purification tablets and cling film to prevent excessive evaporation.蘇烬took notes one by one, pausing his pen for a moment before starting to draft a food storage plan. Staple foods were essential, but to buy grain he needed to go far away, and he had to buy some cardboard boxes for the grain store to pack and deliver at night. Otherwise, if someone saw him stockpiling grain, it could cause many problems. He would need to bribe the security booth at the door in advance. Using moving as an excuse would be best. Once he had the staple foods, he also needed fats and proteins. Both vegetable oil and animal oil in barrels would work. The best choice for protein would probably be protein powder, but it was unlikely to be available on the market currently. Based on the actual situation in this world, the fitness market was virtually non-existent. At least he hadn't seen any gyms while taking a taxi. So the next best option should be milk powder, which was nutritionally complex, easy to obtain, easily compressed, and high in calories. Most of the other nutritional needs would have to rely on pills. After pondering and sketching for more than 20 minutes,蘇烬continued to turn the pages and write. Confirming the grain and water, the most important thing was weapons. This world had already developed its industry, and the large-scale use of firearms was inevitable. But getting firearms was a challenge currently impossible to estimate. He had asked蘇烬about this. Ordinary citizens were unable to own guns. Finding a way to obtain firearms was hard, and the legal risks and costs were unbearable. The 7,000 yuan he had plus蘇烬's money amounted to more than 25,000 yuan. Stockpiling supplies seemed a bit insufficient. Firearms had to be given up, and even if they were available, they wouldn't be very useful. Firstly, without practice, he would definitely waste bullets, and resupplying would be extremely difficult. Secondly, if gunfire attracted zombies' attention, it would be better not to use them. Currently, the greatest short-term use of guns was to deter live people. Not shooting was more cost-effective than shooting. Having one gun was already sufficient. Thus, the preparation of weapons had to shift to cold weapons, with long weapons being optimal. He could buy some steel pipes at the hardware store and modify them for use with knives or axes. If he could get a bow and arrow, that would be even better. He could also take the time to practice while cooped up in a safe house. But蘇烬took out the map and searched for the location of the slaughterhouse. If he were still at the age of a thug, going to kill some live animals wouldn't frighten him. He might even be excited. But having been in society, apart from his respect for the law, his understanding of the fragility of life had been growing day by day. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but the thought of killing, even if it was a zombie, he would likely panic and feel terrified. But when that time really comes, he must not miss. His hands must not shake. Otherwise, one careless mistake could lead to death. For an adult, the greatest virtue is to never overestimate oneself. Perhaps the most urgent task, aside from familiarizing himself with the environment for a day, was to find an opportunity to go to the slaughterhouse to practice desensitization. There are only 5 days left until the apocalypse. Another evening at 7 o'clock in the afternoon,蘇烬returned to his rental apartment with a backpack, his clothes now changed to a locally bought tank top and shorts. This day was indeed fruitful. He spent half the day soaking in the bookstore, rapidly absorbing a plethora of encyclopedias, deepening his understanding of the world. The other half of the day was spent scouting, researching market prices, budgeting costs, and getting chummy with the community security guard. After calculating the money in hand, he found it barely sufficient. Of course, the supplies were calculated with a supersaturation mindset. Just for food, considering 4 people, it would last for several months. If it weren't for the need to buy other bulk functional supplies, this money could easily last for over 2 years. The purchasing power was truly impressive. Upon returning home, he immediately put down his backpack and pulled out a handbag. From the handbag, he took out a notebook and then pulled out 2 plastic bags. One plastic bag contained rice, while the other held stir-fried meat slices. He had no issues eating some greens for dinner. Today, he boldly ordered a meat dish at a small restaurant. The flavor was decent, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that the restaurant provided normal rice and chopsticks. As for the 2 portions of food on the dining table, they were leftovers packed from the restaurant.蘇烬flipped open his notebook with one hand while tearing open the plastic bag with the other. Before he could even tear it open, a warm sensation flowed from his fingers. Looking at the still warm food,蘇烬was momentarily stunned. He had read some novels where there were always space rings that could preserve food indefinitely. But witnessing this in person with the food still warm felt incredibly magical. Isn't this equivalent to time standing still? The skills involving time stasis in those novels seemed too cliché ubiquitous. The food looked as fresh as it had just been purchased, indicating that the items brought from home were safe from expiration. After tearing open the plastic bag,蘇烬picked up a clump of rice with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. After a couple of chews, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed another piece of meat. This wasn't time standing still. The temperature hadn't changed, the rice had revived, and the taste of the vegetables seemed to have altered as well. This bag's space is essentially a thermal insulated environment, but the molecules can still move. I wonder if microorganisms and bacteria can survive. I should conduct an experiment with a petri dish. Oh dear. So does that mean pills and such stored in a storage ring would also expire? What principle governs this space?蘇烬slapped his forehead and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Why bother with that nonsense trying to explain the metaphysical with science? It's inherently unscientific. Ever since I crossed over, nothing has been normal. Yet upon further thought, he felt a pang of sadness. Having received half a lifetime of scientific education, he hadn't learned anything else. What else could he believe in besides science? Surely he couldn't rely on the ancestors. After all, they never had enough to eat. Suppressing his distractions,蘇烬began to eat while organizing his notes. Halfway through, there was a knock at the door.蘇烬suddenly jolted, putting down his chopsticks and quickly walking to the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw it was Fu Qingdai. At that moment, she stood nervously at the door, twisting her body alone.蘇烬quickly opened the door and pulled Fu Qingdai inside. Startled by the sudden tug, Fu Qingdai jumped. Only upon seeing苏烬face did she calm down quickly, nervously saying, "I've come out, cousin." "Well done. When did you come out? Was there any difficulty?"蘇烬asked excitedly. "Today. I got home at noon and my mom just left for work." Fu Qingdai lowered her head, not daring to look at蘇烬. "There were no difficulties. I don't know what was wrong with that nurse. She kept helping me talk. By the way, she privately told me that my condition needs care and you should call her to report my status."蘇烬nodded repeatedly, leading her to the dining table. "Sit, let's talk while we sit down." Fu Qingdai responded softly, half sitting on the chair. "Cousin, what should we do next?"蘇烬walked to the kitchen, grabbed a cup of tap water, and pushed it to Fu Qingdai. Sitting down, he said, "I'll handle most of the subsequent matters. You just do whatever I ask you to do. Before I delegate tasks to you, we need to establish 3 rules. You must remember them, all right? Do you know what establishing rules means?" "I understand." "Go ahead, cousin," Fu Qingdai said in a soft voice. "Excellent. First, never act impulsively. Second, never omit telling me anything, no matter how trivial. Third, everything I ask you to do must be done perfectly. Can you manage that?" "I can." Fu Qingdai lifted her head, finally looking directly at蘇烬. "Great. You're full of spirit."蘇烬gave her a thumbs up. "I can see you are very clever, and I believe you can do it. Although I have tasks to assign to you later, in reality, you only need to follow one rule: believe in me wholeheartedly. I know you're still worried, but this isn't me boasting. I never ask my clients to judge me based on my winning rate. Instead, measure me by my failures, for I have never faced defeat. Really, cousin." Fu Qingdai's eyes suddenly brightened, sparkling with hope. "Of course. The Trisolarians lie, but we Mycexing people love to speak the truth. Why are the Trisolarians so bad?" "Exactly." Seeing Fu Qingdai perk up,蘇烬felt a sense of relief as well. Since this task must be executed, his professional spirit must be upheld. He couldn't lose his composure. Maintaining the mental health of his small client was even more crucial. "Cousin, what do you want me to do next?" Fu Qingdai asked.蘇烬was about to speak when his gaze fell on the power socket in the corner. Suddenly, he remembered. He hadn't checked the electricity situation today. Although he had brought 2 power banks, carrying them for these few days would still be somewhat challenging. His phone was quite useful at present and would be crucial later on. The wall socket was a 2-prong type, and while the charger could fit in, he hadn't dared to try it for fear of damaging the phone, so it was best to ask. "Let me ask you a question first. What is the voltage of the socket?" 220 volts. "Is there a scientist named Volt among you?" "What is the unit of voltage?" "There is no scientist named Volt. The voltage unit is named after our physicist Li Songxi. So the voltage unit is called Volt. Chiho Kaba."蘇烬was speechless and couldn't help but marvel at the absurdly powerful translation functions of the company. It truly adapts automatically and even converts cultures. Of course, apart from the handwritten content others might not understand. But that's not important. The phone should be able to charge normally, and before charging, he would first test with the power bank. The 220V voltage is the same as that of most countries on Earth, which should not be purely coincidental. Adopting such voltage should be a reasonable value struck between economy and efficiency. This also indicates that science has never failed and his experience and common sense are entirely applicable. What's wrong, cousin? Fu Qingdai asked curiously. Sujin shook his head and pulled out another notebook. No worries, now tell me about your parents, be thorough, and don't leave out any details. This part concerns whether we can interact openly and legitimately. If done, well, I can freely visit your house, making it easier to help your parents. Now go ahead and start. Fu Qingdai nodded, but just as she was about to speak, she hesitated and said, Cousin, after I finish, can you tell me about my kexing? No problem, you start first. An hour later. Cousin, I've told you everything I know. Fu Qingdai said, holding her empty cup. Is there anything else? Su Jin closed the notebook. There's nothing else to ask. Tomorrow I'll go to your house, and you have 2 tasks. What tasks? Get your mom to stir-fry a few hearty dishes, and then steal 2,000 yuan for me. There are 4 days left until the apocalypse descends. After a busy day, Su Jin's home on the 4th floor is already piled high with various supplies. In the morning, he was scouting locations, and in the afternoon, he went shopping at the wholesale market. He first bought 10 buckets, dozens of bags of milk powder, 20 bags of salt, vitamin tablets, common medicines, several rolls of gauze, alcohol, iodine, and more. He also reserved a considerable amount of grain and oil from a store 6 kilometers away, paid a deposit, and arranged for delivery in a couple of nights. In addition, he purchased a large number of plastic bags, toilet paper, and several portable plastic toilets. The toilets are definitely a must-have among supplies. As the apocalypse approaches, the scarcity of water is evident. Even if the sewage system remains unaffected, it would be extravagant to use water for flushing toilets. Then he can only buy a few toilet liners to use with the plastic bags. What if the zombies act based on scent? They might even serve as an unexpected biochemical bomb. Although using plastic buckets is also an option, thinking about the possibility of his own demise, it would be better to maintain some dignity if conditions allow. Besides, according to Fu Qingdai's inquiry, he bought a batch of sanitary napkins. Though this item is said to be for women's special times, it has multiple uses and can at least serve as insoles. After a couple more busy days, he should be able to gather most of the supplies. Su Jin was calculating in his mind, just crossing off the supplies he had already purchased from his notes, when his stomach suddenly growled, prompting him to glance toward the door. He had arranged to have dinner at Fu Qingdai's house today. Although he had not yet met her parents, he had gained a relatively deep understanding of them. This connection is also quite important, not to mention the possibility of interacting smoothly with Fu Qingdai in public. Gaining the trust of this couple would certainly provide significant assistance for future activities. Fu Qingdai's father Fu, who was once a soldier, despite retiring due to injury, his caliber should far exceed that of ordinary people. Even if he has relaxed over the years and his body isn't as strong, with a bit of training, he can certainly surpass an average person. As for Fu Qingdai's mother Zhang, once she works in a textile factory. Her skills with needle and thread are also quite useful, which can be considered a good ability. Tomorrow he plans to purchase a batch of ready-made clothes and sturdy fabrics, and then buy some aluminum rolls from the hardware store. Sewing pockets onto the clothes and stuffing them with cut metal pieces would create a simple set of armor. Such protection is very simple, practical, and necessary. He must succeed today. Perhaps through Fu, who he can also obtain some weapons like bows and arrows. Around 6 in the evening, footsteps and conversations echoed in the corridor, followed by the sound of keys unlocking a door. With a clatter, the door across the way closed. Su Jin bowed slightly and approached the mirror to tidy his appearance. From the sounds, it seemed that Fu Hu and his wife had returned home together, which was just perfect. It wouldn't be difficult for the two of them to handle things at once. After a quick tidying up, Su Jin tucked his phone into his pocket, picked up 3 movie DVDs and a notebook before stepping out of his room. Standing at the door of Fu Qingdai's house, he paused for a moment, then knocked on the door. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a somewhat fierce appearance. Seeing a stranger at the door, Fu Hu's eyes revealed confusion. "Who are you?" "Fu Hu," Su Jin said, slightly surprised, but quickly resumed a calm demeanor. "Huh? Who are you? Do I know you? What do you want?" Fu Hu opened the door wider, standing in the doorway, scrutinizing Su Jin with a puzzled expression. Su Jin lowered his head, smiled, then looked up, and said, "I apologize for the intrusion. I'm your new neighbor. My name is Li Haoqing." "Li Haoqing? How do you know me? It seems we've never met before, or did old Li from across the hall tell you about me?" Fu Hu, clearly a straightforward person, already had a hint of displeasure in his expression. A young stranger calling him by his full name felt somewhat impolite. Su Jin remained composed and replied, "Of course I know you. You are Fu Hu, soldier of the 3rd Company, 7th Platoon, 571st Regiment, 191st Division of the 12th Group Army. Your company commander is Huang Chongwen, nicknamed Huang Cannon. And your comrade in the same platoon, Yang Huai. Sujin recited details about Fu, who immediately pulled the door shut and stood in the corridor. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Who exactly are you? Sujin's smile faded, and he gradually became serious, looking directly at Fu, and said, let me introduce myself. I am Li Haoqing, director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau. The National? What? Fu momentarily couldn't respond. He had never heard of such a strange department. It is abbreviated as the Guogan Bureau. It's normal you don't know it given your previous rank. Our department reports directly to the highest level. Sujin took out his Xiaomi 6 and began to operate it. After swiping the screen for a moment, Fu's credentials appeared vividly on the screen. Holding up the phone for Fu, who to see Sujin continued, I have your credentials. As for how I know you, it's quite simple. When the Guogan Bureau was selecting a batch of soldiers for special training, you were among the candidates. Although I hadn't joined at that time, I later reviewed your information, and the internal evaluations of you were quite high, so I remember it quite clearly. Are you? This? Fu was momentarily bewildered. He truly couldn't judge whether this was real or not. A department he had never heard of should have been dismissed immediately. Yet the other party's clear understanding of his resume and the presentation of credentials made this situation strange. What was most crucial was that device. It was too advanced, too clear. Ordinary people could never possess such things. Fu pondered. Never mind, he should stabilize the situation and ask why the other party was here. He didn't seem to have caused any trouble. Director Haoqing. Fu cautiously began, are you here too? It's Director Li. Yes, Director Li, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Sujin's serious expression melted away, revealing a smile again. Old Fu, it's a coincidence, we are neighbors now. I encountered some emergencies temporarily, and I came to borrow your television. I didn't expect to run into you. May I come in? Please come in. Fu, still confused, gestured for him to enter. Sujin walked into the house with a calm demeanor. The living room and dining area were connected. Fu Qingdai was dressed in pajamas, leaning over the table doing her homework. When she saw Sujin, her eyes lit up, but she quickly turned back, pretending to focus on her work. Go Qingdai. We have a guest, go back to your room and study. After Fu spoke, he turned back to Sujin and smiled, this is my daughter. Oh. Fu Qingdai responded unhappily, grabbing her homework and jogging back to her room. Just then Zhang Wan walked out of the kitchen, her hands still wet. Upon seeing Sujin's unfamiliar face, her gaze shifted towards Fu. Who is this? A relative of an old comrade of mine. It's none of your business. You just go ahead and cook. I'll have a private chat with him. Fu shot Zhang Wan a glance, and she pouted and turned back to the kitchen. Director Li, let's sit down and talk. Fu looked at Sujin, pointing to the sofa. The two of them settled onto the sofa simultaneously. Zhang Wan served 2 cups of water and quickly turned back to busy herself in the kitchen. After a moment of silence, Fu tentatively spoke, Director Li, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, but some matters are confidential, so I'm afraid I cannot divulge them. That's only natural. I'd like to ask when the National Administration of Uncertainty was established. What are its functions? The National Administration was established 30 years ago. To put it simply, it is responsible for predicting, intervening, handling, and concealing major national uncertainties, specializing in risks beyond the surface, ensuring the strategic security of the nation. Fu squinted his eyes. You previously said my rank was too low to understand the national administration, which is understandable. So why are you now telling me all this directly? Sujin smiled, lifting his cup and casting a sidelong glance at Fu. It's simple. It won't be long before everyone in the country knows about this department. What? Just as Fu was about to ask further, Sujin pulled out a disc from his pocket and handed it to him. Could you help me play this disc? Don't worry, it's just an ordinary movie, you can watch it too. Fu stared at the disc, quickly considering before turning to play it. Sujin crossed his legs, took out a notebook, and placed it on the armrest of the sofa, holding a pen ready to write. When Fu turned back, seeing Sujin's demeanor, he felt a bit confused. This has nothing to do with you. Sujin raised the pen in his hand. Old Fu, feel free to continue asking. I can tell you everything I can. I know it's quite presumptuous to come here, and since we're on the same side, I don't want you to misunderstand. Fu nodded and continued. You say you are the director of the national administration, but you look to be just in your 20s. Such a significant department. How could someone so young hold such a position? Actually, I'm already in my 30s. I just look young. But indeed, even being in my 30s is quite unusual in such a department at this level. However, the reason behind it isn't complicated. It's because people like me are hard to find. The responsibilities of our department are considerable, requiring proficiency in foreign cultures, multiple languages, mathematics, physics, and computer science, even psychology, and so on. There are only a handful of people in the entire country who meet these criteria. I just returned to the country and rented an apartment. This talent community was previously inhabited by older residents, and I chose this place, unexpectedly becoming your neighbor. Fu was momentarily speechless. A peculiar stranger in an unheard-of department. Although he presented some evidence, he still couldn't bring himself to trust the other party. Strange, everything was filled with oddities. Even if the other's explanations were reasonable, he still found it hard to accept that a young kid could rise to the director position in such a significant department. What else should I ask? As Fu fell into thought, Jin proactively spoke, "Old Fu, I know you don't believe me, but take a look at this and you'll understand." He spoke, unlocking the Xiaomi 6 in his hand and tossing it directly to Fu. Fu's reflexes were quick as he caught it and immediately began to inspect it. Seeing this gadget for the first time, he found it exceptionally unique. It was definitely a type of cutting-edge technology, and now that he had it in hand, he naturally couldn't waste the opportunity. What is this thing called? What do the words inside mean? Actually, this is just a phone. The system inside has been modified by our department to be entirely in a code that only internal personnel can recognize. Jin said casually. This device contains technology that integrates almost all the functions of electronic products available on the market. This is a product secretly developed by foreign departments with epoch-making strategic significance. My mission abroad was to obtain related manufacturing materials. Fu, filled with immense curiosity, fiddled with the phone. Once it locked, he looked up, squinting at Jin. "Such important information. You're saying too much to me." Jin nodded. "Very good. As a former candidate of the national administration, your alertness is indeed commendable. In fact, this matter is not something to be secretive about. A year ago, I transmitted all the manufacturing data back to the country, and internal trials began 6 months ago. Once our national administration goes public, this device will also be officially released in the domestic market as a civilian product, and everyone will be able to afford it. It will undoubtedly cause a stir internationally. Calculating it will be less than a month from now. Is that true? Such high technology, everyone can afford it." Fu's pupils widened, his heart racing. "How much will it cost?" "About 18,000. Is that really an affordable price for everyone? Interest-free installments." As Fu was still processing this, Jin took the initiative. "You must have many doubts in your mind. You're also not at ease about my identity and cannot understand why someone like me would appear here. To put it plainly, I returned to the country secretly without informing the higher-ups. My mission has long been completed, and next month marks the end of the confidentiality period. Some issues occurred within the bureau, and the deputy director's position became vacant, which should have been mine. However, I've been away from Longshan for many years, and some people in the bureau wanted to take advantage of it. That's why I had private communications with my subordinates and temporarily rented this apartment. Meeting you was also unexpected. I just wanted to borrow a TV. Telling you these things is harmless as long as you help me keep it confidential." Fu's eyes remained vigilant. "With so much information, is it appropriate for you to tell me?" Jin was speechless, lazily leaning back on the sofa and focusing on the television. "There's nothing inappropriate. Your presence in the bureau doesn't impact anything. Moreover, I couldn't possibly not hide any cards while abroad. I will hand over the other decrypted materials to the higher-ups, and the deputy director's position will still be mine." With that, Jin raised the notebook in his hand. The text on it was identical to that of the phone, completely incomprehensible. Fu was momentarily speechless, lost in thought. This matter is too significant and comes too unexpectedly. Rationality reminded him not to fully trust this kid's words, as he seemed nothing like someone from within the system. Yet he couldn't find a flaw to refute. Primarily, the background was too murky. He knew nothing about it, and the items presented were far beyond his understanding. "Old Fu." Jin stared intently at the television. "Meeting is indeed fate, and I've shared so much with you. Now almost all my subordinates are being watched. If you're willing to help me run an errand, I would greatly appreciate it. Money is not a problem. In 10 to 15 days, my matters here will conclude. If you want a job, there are still positions available in the office of the National Administration, with a starting salary of over 10,000. A starting salary of 10,000. Fu's body trembled slightly, whispering, "Director Lee, I'm afraid. Is this the real reason you moved in next to me and said so much?" Jin chuckled lightly. "You're half right. Moving in across from you was indeed a coincidence. So would you be willing to help me with this? I'd also like to ask, in which country were you on a mission? My whereabouts are top secret and will not be disclosed in the future." "It's all right, Old Fu. If you don't want to help me, then don't. I won't affect your life. Thank you, Director." "Have you eaten?" Jin paused with his pen, glancing at Fu. "No, I haven't." "Then why don't you stay for dinner?" Fu asked. "Is that convenient?" "Of course. It's perfectly fine. I'll go check how the food is cooking." Fu replied, casting a discreet glance at Jin as he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Upon seeing Fu enter, Zhang Wan, who was half hidden behind the kitchen door, stopped stirring and immediately inquired, "Who is it? Who is that young man? What's he doing here?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. This kid seems suspicious." "What on earth is going on?" Zhang Wan whispered. "He claims to be a high-ranking official from the National Administration, but I've never even heard of this department. With my credentials and knowledge of my own background, I truly can't figure out what's real and what's fake." But he has some high-tech device in his hands which is definitely advanced equipment that ordinary people shouldn't be able to touch. What he said could be true, but it also seems unlikely. I can't afford to offend him. If he really is an official, then that would be a problem. Zhang Wan expressed her concern. Isn't he just a con artist? Old Fu, you need to be aware that you were just an ordinary soldier. What major events could involve you? If he dares to mention money, well, call the police. Don't worry, I've invited him for dinner. He'll try to get some information out of him. If he's a fraud, how could a young punk deceive me? Just follow my lead. What is this about? The good food we bought today is meant to nourish our daughter. It's rare for her to have an appetite, and now there's an outsider taking advantage of it. Come on, stop dawdling and start cooking. Hey, let Qingdai lock the door, she can eat later. The table was laden with dishes, and the cups were ready. Su Jin picked up the remote and accelerated through the movie content, already filling 2 pages of notes. As he placed the last dish on the table, Fu, who turned to lead director, and asked, "Have you finished watching that?" Su Jin paused the TV, closed his notes, and walked towards the dining table, smiling at the couple. "Pardon my intrusion, I truly apologize for today. Let me introduce you, this is my wife Zhang Wan. And this is..." Fu, who extended his hand for the introduction. Director of the National Administration, Li Haoqing. Su Jin smiled and nodded at Zhang Wan. "Please have a seat." Fu, who nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them sat down, momentarily falling into silence. Fu, who raised his glass towards Su Jin, saying, "Director Li, you mentioned earlier that meeting is fate, so let me toast to you first." Su Jin raised his hand in refusal. "I'm sorry, but I never drink during non-working hours." The couple exchanged a glance, and Zhang Wan smiled, saying, "Yes, drinking less is good for your health. Let's eat more dishes instead." With that, she picked up a piece of food and placed it into Su Jin's bowl. "Director Li, I just heard you mention the National Administration. I've never heard of it. Can you tell me more about it?" "No problem. Actually, this department has been established for quite a long time." Well, as Su Jin spoke halfway, he turned towards the direction of Fu Qingdai's bedroom, then turned back and said, "Are you two's daughter in there? Why isn't she out eating with us?" "No need. That child always snacks and doesn't eat properly, so there's no need to worry about her," Zhang Wan said with a hint of resentment. "Director Li, please continue." May I ask what your daughter's name is?" Su Jin shifted the topic. As soon as he spoke, both Fu Hu and his wife became alert, with Zhang Wan discreetly poking Fu Hu under the table. "My daughter's name is Fu Qingdai. What's the matter?" Fu Hu replied nonchalantly. "That child." Su Jin hesitated, then finally spoke up. "Has she encountered any issues recently? I sense she doesn't seem to be in a healthy mental state." Fu Hu and his wife exchanged glances again, and this time their expressions changed. Fu Hu immediately recalled something and said, "Director Li, you mentioned you're proficient in psychology. Can you actually see the problems?" Su Jin chuckled lightly. "Of course, as long as you grasp the depth, you can see the issues at a glance. It seems that your precious daughter indeed has some problems, right? Call her out, and I can take a look. I can't guarantee that I'm better than top experts, but I'm certainly not someone at a third-rate doctor's level." Before Fu Hu could respond, Zhang Wan had already stood up to call Fu Qingdai. Soon Fu Qingdai sat at the table, her head bowed in silence. "Speak up. Call out. Call him Uncle Li," Zhang Wan urged, poking Fu Qingdai's shoulder. "Li. Uncle Li." Fu Qingdai bit her lip tightly, quickly glanced at Su Jin, and hurriedly lowered her head again. "Director Li, please take a look at what's wrong with this child," Zhang Wan said anxiously. "Recently she..." Just as Zhang Wan was about to explain the situation, Fu Hu interrupted with a serious tone. "Don't speak, don't disturb him. I'll let Director Li take a good look. Proficient in psychology, let's see how proficient he really is. The truth will out." Su Jin slightly bowed his head, pretended to ponder over Fu Qingdai for 2 minutes. Under the watchful eyes of Fu Hu and his wife, he slowly spoke. "This child, based on her appearance and complexion, seems to be under too much pressure. I even sense some suicidal tendencies. Generally speaking, at her age, it's usually academic pressure that causes this." Zhang Wan immediately looked at Fu Hu with an expression that said, "I told you so?" Fu Hu shot him a sideways glance, looking displeased. This wasteful woman, after just a few words, is about to be led astray. She's no use at all. Has her recent studies, particularly in mathematics and physics, been declining? Yes. Isn't that right? Her math grades have been getting worse day by day. Zhang Wan said in amazement. "Director Li, you can see this." "It's quite normal, a probability issue," Su Jin replied. "Qingdai, lift your head up. I have 2 questions for you." Fu Qingdai raised her eyes, timidly nodding twice. "What time does your school have lunch break, and what time do you eat?" "Lunch break at 12. I eat at 12:30. "What do you typically eat at noon?" "Who do you eat with?" "It varies every day." Su Jin asked a series of over 10 everyday questions, leaving Fu Hu and his wife bewildered. Fu Hu's brow remained furrowed, his gaze never leaving Su Jin. After finishing the 20th question, Su Jin took a sip of water and smiled again. "I believe the issues are already quite clear." "What's going on, Director Li?" Zhang Wan asked eagerly. The first point I already mentioned, excessive academic pressure. But the second point is more complex. She is in early love. I am not. Fu Qingdai immediately retorted, clutching her thigh tightly. You do? And that boy isn't in the same class as you. I guess he's a male classmate from the next class whose academic performance is poor, but should be good in sports. He has been with you for about 2 months, and then he fell for someone else and dumped you. You might have tried to find him again, but he probably humiliated you, right? Su Jin stared directly at Fu Qingdai. Hold it together. Fu Qingdai's big eyes filled with tears. Her thigh was pinched blue, and then she burst into tears, throwing herself into Zhang Wan's arms. As their daughter suddenly broke down, Fu Hu and his wife exchanged glances once more, but this time their expressions had completely changed. This is incredible. The hospital didn't even detect so many issues, and with just a few casual questions, he uncovered the root of the problem. Is this the quality of a top agent? I told you so. This child is under academic pressure and is also involved in a romantic relationship. There's nothing else wrong, but you insisted on sending her to a mental hospital. Zhang Wan expressed her excitement towards Fu, who feeling greatly relieved. Director Li, how should we now regulate this child's condition? Zhang Wan patted Fu Qingdai and pressed urgently. The root cause of her current state isn't solely the school. It stems from both of you. Your behavior just now has only exacerbated her condition. Zhang Wan hesitated, flustered. Today's children are simply overly sensitive. Back in our day, that very statement qualifies as part of the problem. Su Jin sighed softly. Vladimir Bukowski once said there is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Human beings are creatures who require meaning to endure existence. Fu Hu and his wife listened, rapt and solemn. Having already lost her sense of purpose after being wounded at school, she returns home only to face your misunderstanding. Naturally, her condition deepens. She may even develop severe suicidal ideation and hallucinations. Since her hallucinations remain mild, for now, you must begin her regulation immediately and avoid any further provocation. She's already hallucinating, Director Li. What do we do? When can she return to school? Zhang Wan recoiled in shock, Fu Hu's face drained of color. Whoa! Fu Qingdai wailed, a shrill siren-like cry. Can we please stop mentioning school? How many times have you unknowingly harmed her? Su Jin cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wan. Given how grave her condition already is, why did you delay intervention? With hallucinations now manifesting, few psychologists in Longshan City possess the expertise to treat her, and nationally this field remains critically underdeveloped. Then, do you have any recommended specialists? Fu Hu swallowed hard. I've only just returned to Longshan. I'm unfamiliar with local specifics. Su Jin shook his head. My mentor could certainly handle it, but he passed away last year. Then can you treat her? Zhang Wan blurted out directly. Don't speak nonsense. Director Li isn't a physician. He has no time for clinical treatment. Fu Hu rebuked sharply, then turned back home. Director Li, could you please offer some guidance? Tell us what to do. What to do? That cannot be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. Su Jin exhaled deeply, then shifted tone. Here's my proposal. We live directly across from each other. I'm out during the day, but in the evenings my availability aligns closely with yours. I'm generally free after dark. The child may come to me, or I can visit you. As neighbors, there's no need for formality. 2 hours of guided counseling per day for 7 days should suffice for her to resume classes. Encourage regular physical activity, singing, dancing, sports, to ease her psychological recovery later on. Oh, really? Zhang Wan leapt up, overjoyed. Thank you so much, Director Li. Director Li. Director Li. Fu Hu sprang up too, glaring reproachfully at Zhang Wan before raising his wine cup. Director Li. Director Li. I'm a rough man. My gratitude is all in this cup. He emptied the cup in one swift motion. Fu Qingdai bowed her head, mortified beyond measure. No need for such formality. Not yet. Wait until mid-month to call me Director Li. Su Jin smiled faintly, turning toward Fu Qingdai. After all, shouldn't we first honor the wishes of the person concerned? Qingdai, would you be willing to spare an evening for a simple conversation with me? Don't feel pressured. This is merely a casual chat. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together and nodded silently. Then it settled. Su Jin spread his hands, smiling at the couple. I'll visit tomorrow. For now, let's continue our conversation as we were. The script had long been written. The target had already fallen into the trap. From then on, every word of the discussion unfolded under Su Jin's unchallenged command. Even brandishing the astonishing Mi-6 was enough to leave the local residents dazed and dazzled. And Fu Qingdai, ever the perfect accomplice, punctuated the dialogue with pre-rehearsed questions, relentlessly reinforcing his cultivated persona. Of course, some questions remained unanswerable, yet his reply was always the same: classified information, no comment. An hour later, the meal concluded. Su Jin gathered his things, pocketing the 231. 05 Yuan Fu Qingdai had surreptitiously slipped him and prepared to depart. Fu Hu stood at the doorway holding the door open. His dark complexion flushed visibly crimson, his smile betraying how thoroughly he'd been plied with wine. Director Li, it's an absolute honor to meet you again. Oh, if not for you, I'd have assumed everyone was merely being polite when I left the military. Never imagined my superiors and comrades held me in such high regard. And my daughter, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Should you ever need assistance, anything within my power, just say the word. Su Jin waved dismissively. I'll ask for your help soon, but nothing major. Don't feel pressured. Go ahead, close the door. I'm heading home. Wait, Director Li. Fu Hu raised his voice. Anything else? Director Li. Fu Hu faltered, tongue thick and hesitant. My State Cadre Bureau. He choked, unable to utter the word job outright. Su Jin's expression cleared. He smiled warmly. Old Fu, no need for such formality with me. Ambition is nothing to be ashamed of. You're asking me to recommend you for a position, aren't you? Fu Hu nodded sheepishly. The rapport was firmly established, and this man was undeniably a master of extraordinary ability, his status impeccable. Though he'd already benefited from Su Jin's favor, that 10th Sinuan base salary position, he desperately wanted it. Old Fu, I won't hide anything from you. I do have the capacity, but I can't guarantee success. My main limitation is ignorance of current vacancies within the Bureau. Let me check, and I'll give you a definitive answer tomorrow. Agreed. Perfect. Thank you, Director Li. Rest well tonight. Fu Hu offered profuse thanks. Su Jin waved once more. The door closed behind him. Turning toward his own apartment, he retrieved his key, only to hear muffled, yet piercing, the buoyant, effusive chatter from the Fu household across the hall. It echoed hollowly down the empty corridor. With a soft click, the overhead sensor light died, plunging the stairwell into darkness, leaving only Su Jin's increasingly ragged breaths. His hand still clutching the key dropped limply. He swayed, then slumped forward, forehead pressing heavily against the cold iron door, as a quiet, weary sigh escaped his lips. Emptiness hollowed his chest. He missed home. He'd always refused to go home for Spring Festival before. This time, truly desperately, he longed for it. After exhaling several heavy, turbid breaths, he wiped his eyes and unlocked the door. Black clouds smothered the city. Icy wind howled. Torrential rain lashed between the buildings. The streets lay desolate, populated only by the shambling dead. Rotting corpses drifted aimlessly through the ruins. Su Jin crouched in a street corner, raincoat drawn tight, observing movement ahead. At that instant, a zombie behind him snarled and lunged. Su Jin whirled, its gaping, blood-flecked maw rushing toward his face. SHD. His eyes bulged wide. He opened his mouth and bit back straight into the creature's face. Grrrr. He jolted awake, soaked in sweat, clutching his throat, gasping like a drowning man. His throat burned raw as if sliced by shards of glass. A human-shaped sweat stain darkened the mattress behind him. Several deep breaths steadied his pulse. He rubbed his face hard, forcing alertness. A dream. Clearly stress had taken its toll. He reached right, grasped his notebook, and flipped it open. Tonight the grain store would receive a shipment. Daylight required additional supplies. First, practice at the slaughterhouse. The rest can wait until afternoon. Speed is essential. Adaptation must accelerate. Desensitization must begin now. He must not break. Collapse meant annihilation. Repeating the mantra inwardly, Su Jin lifted his gaze. Bloodshot eyes locking onto the calendar pinned to the opposite wall, rows of red X's marking off the days. 3 days remain until the apocalypse descends. After getting up and washing up, Su Jin quickly tidied himself and rushed out with a set of clothes, hurrying towards the slaughterhouse. He had inquired about the local slaughterhouse from those selling meat at the market. There is one on the outskirts described as not very well managed, primarily dealing with pigs. Although the mainstream meat-producing animals in this world also resemble pigs, their species seems quite different from those on Earth. They are somewhat like wild boars, with small ears and sharp heads, appearing rather aggressive. They would be quite good for practice. As for whether the slaughterhouse allows it, I don't foresee any major issues. If need be, I can just use money to smooth things over. I took a taxi to the slaughterhouse in the outskirts. Before I even got close, the scent of blood hit me. Su Jin closed his eyes and repeatedly built up his mental fortitude. It's fine, it's fine. I have fought many times since childhood, and I've encountered blades a couple of times. This time is just a simple practice in killing just a bit of blood. As easy as taking a bath. After a long moment of mental preparation, he took a deep breath and resolutely stepped forward. After walking not even 100 meters, Su Jin stood before a huge ironclad factory building. The building had no doors, and a strong stench of animals mixed with blood wafted in the air. The concrete floor of the factory was drenched in blood with swarms of flies. Dozens of workers clad in rubber shoes were busy pushing carts filled with plastic buckets brimming with entrails drenched in blood. The management personnel should not be present, and the workers merely glanced at Jin, who was dressed neatly out of curiosity, but no one bothered to ask further. This is the place for processing animal carcasses. The slaughterhouse should be behind the factory. Jin thought for a moment and took a detour heading towards the back of the factory. As expected, the location for slaughtering animals was right there. An open-air iron shed. Several workers were present, some wielding electric stunning tools, while others held long poles, each performing their tasks of slaughtering the livestock with blood and mud covering the ground. After observing for a while from the shadows, Jin's gaze focused on one individual. A burly man around 50 years old adorned with tattoos on his arms. Others called him Lu Gu, and judging by his actions, he seemed to be the leader of this group. It appeared that as long as he could be bribed, this matter would be settled. After contemplating for a bit, Jin approached the burly man. At this moment, Lu Gu was directing others, and when he noticed the figure beside him, he immediately stopped speaking and turned his gaze. He only glanced at Jin, but his expression instantly grew tense. "You, what are you here for?" Lu Gu spoke, his voice rough. "Big brother, don't be nervous, I'm not here for an inspection." Jin carefully crafted his response, "I'm Lin Shuro." "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but seeing that you're straightforward, I'll just say it directly. I'm here to learn how to slaughter. I haven't been able to find a job, and a friend of my dad introduced me to a job in pig slaughtering. That person is an old friend of his, and I'm afraid of embarrassing my dad, so I want to find a place to learn in advance." "Ah, so you're here to learn slaughtering." Lu Gu's expression relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Is this where you learn slaughtering? Stop messing around and get lost." Jin looked around and took out a 100 yuan bill. He leaned towards Lu Gu and whispered, "I won't learn for free. Help me find a pig to practice on, and I won't ask for anything else." "You." Lu Gu's gaze fixed on the money, his tone slightly easing, "But that won't work. As a novice, if something happens to you, who will cover your medical expenses?" "All right, be careful, I'll keep an eye on you." Lu Gu pocketed the 200 yuan and led Jin towards the center of the area. 3 hours later, in the shady area on one side of the factory, the two faced each other. Jin was panting, his face a light red, as if he had just smeared his face with tomato sauce, but he had already changed into a brand new set of clothes. Opposite him was Lu Gu, whose face was deathly pale. Looking at Jin's complexion, Lu Gu stammered, "Little brother, did you have fun? I'll be back tomorrow." "You're coming back." Lu Gu's tone suddenly rose 2 octaves, and he began to curse inwardly. Originally, he thought he could earn an extra 200 yuan today, but this kid, looking gentle and refined, was actually a total lunatic. He wasn't here to practice slaughtering pigs. He acted as if he was practicing killing. He electrified the pigs lightly and chased after them, hacking them throughout the yard, turning their behinds into a mess. Not only was he wildly hacking, but he also started gutting the pigs. He hung the intestines and stomach over his neck, even making himself vomit, but not stopping. This isn't just a serious problem. If this kid keeps coming, for sure something will happen. Tomorrow you better not come back. Our factory manager is here, and he won't allow it." Lu Gu said, then thought for a moment and trembled as he asked, "Little brother, are you in some kind of trouble and came here to practice? Listen to me, don't go down the path of crime." Upon hearing this, Jin's heart tightened. Oh no, he had practiced too intensely, just now forcing himself to adapt to the bloodiness. If the other party reported him, it would be a serious problem. Thinking of this, Jin's features scrunched together, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Originally, he felt an intense discomfort and nausea, and the urge to vomit surged from time to time. Lowering his head, the little remaining contents in his stomach surged towards his throat, and he swallowed hard. "Big brother," Jin cried out in despair, tears and snot flowing down, "I won't hide this from you. I really am not here to practice slaughtering pigs." "Little brother, take your time. He guessed correctly. This kid wants to kill someone and came here to build up his courage." Lu Gu's face paled even more. "My woman ran off with another man, and I just want to chop those 2 dogs to pieces." Jin shouted through his tears. "Don't do that. Don't go there, you're still young. What kind of woman can't you find? I absolutely cannot let this kid do something stupid, otherwise I would be held responsible too." Lu Gu comforted softly, "Listen to me, this isn't worth it. What man doesn't wear a green hat? Actually, I've worn this hat too." After comforting for about 10 minutes, Jin's sobs gradually ceased, wiping away his tears. "Horse," he said, "Big brother, actually after I finish slaughtering the pigs and hear you talk about these things, I feel much better. I shouldn't ruin myself because of that pair of scoundrels." "Exactly. That's right." Lu Gu felt a surge of relief, almost moved to invite the other for a meal. Judging by his tone, it seemed he had vented quite a bit, and it shouldn't be a big problem. He saved 2 lives and got out himself a great act of kindness. Just at that moment, Jin suddenly raised his head and said, "By the way, can you return that 200 yuan to me?" Lu Gu's expression instantly froze, as if he had been electrocuted. After a long pause, he suppressed the urge to slap Jin and pulled out 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills, slapping them into Jin's hand. "Take it, little brother. Go back and live well." Don't come here again, I'm truly scared of you now. Brother, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. As Sujin spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of feed bags not far away. Upon seeing the words on them, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Immediately, he shifted his tone, pointing to the pig feed. Can I take 2 bags of pig feed? All my money was taken by that pair of scoundrels, and today, I just want to eat pig feed. I must always remember one day I earn money, I will reclaim my lost dignity. This kid, he even wants more. Lu Gu gasped, covering his chest with a painfully pained expression. Weakly, he waved his hand. Take it. If you like, just take it. In the afternoon, Sujin returned home to put away the pig feed, and then he conducted market research and procured supplies until dusk, when he finally returned home exhausted. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he knocked on the door of the Fu Qingda's house. Fu, who opened the door, immediately displayed a smile and gestured for him to enter. Director Li, please come in. Have you eaten? Just in time, the dishes have just been prepared. Sujin replied with a smile. I'm truly sorry, old Fu. After a hearty meal, the two of them were sitting on the sofa. Sujin picked his teeth while Zhang Wan served 2 cups of hot tea and then turned back to busy herself in the kitchen. Fu Qingdai went into the room first to do her homework. After finishing half a cup of hot tea, Sujin adjusted his seating position and looked at Fu, who saying, Old Fu, I've inquired about the job situation for you. Moi. Fu, who slightly bent his waist, subtly leaning his head towards Sujin. After a moment's contemplation, Sujin cleared his throat and took another sip of tea, saying, This matter is a bit more complicated than I imagined. Oh. Fu, who relaxed his body, continuing to listen attentively. The situation is as follows. There is indeed a vacancy in the bureau. But as you understand, good positions cannot remain vacant for too long if our National Administration Bureau is the same. Currently, regarding my bid for the deputy director position, I cannot personally assist you. Therefore, for this job matter, I need your cooperation, which may involve some expenses. Zhang Wan in the kitchen suddenly perked her ears, slightly leaning back. Director Li, how do I cooperate? Fu, who immediately asked. The director of our National Administration Bureau is named Zhang Zhao, and he has a son. This boy is not small anymore. He is older than your daughter and enjoys playing with swords and guns. My subordinates are under surveillance, and the people around the director are all my competitors, so I'm planning to use his son as a breakthrough, coincidentally handling your matter and securing your position in advance. I've met this boy before. I know he likes archery, but our director used to be hesitant about letting him play. Now that the boy is older and more adventurous, it's the perfect time for him to wield swords and guns. You help me prepare 3 strong bows. I need compound bows of 50 pounds, 70 pounds, and 90 pounds. For each bow, try to include more arrows, preferably with the best penetration like those used for hunting. Also, whatever laser sights and automatic release mechanisms for archery you can find, include them. But remember, buy different colors for each type of bow and the arrows too. After hearing this, Fu, who was startled, 3 bows with arrows, and they need to have the strongest penetration. Are we going to war? Moreover, I can't even pull back the 90-pound bow. Is there really a need for this, Director Li? Sujin quickly turned his head back to face Fu, who's saying, Old Fu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but despite being older than me, you're still far behind in this regard. Of course, I can't just give him all these things for free. You'll have to buy them first, and I'll need to select what's suitable from them. You can't be careless with the child, and you can't be careless with the job either. Gifting has to be done right. Why do you think I want you to buy different colors and so many? I can't possibly go buy bows and arrows myself. You prepare them in bulk, and after you buy them, I'll come to match them up. This is all psychology, I'm telling you. Keep the receipts, and after I choose, you can return the rest. That will be perfect. Zhang Wan in the kitchen relaxed her expression and stood up straight. While following the director really broadens my knowledge. Fu, who exclaimed in surprise. After taking a sip of tea, Sujin continued, I've finished discussing your matter. Now, let's talk about mine. Although this line regarding the director's son is good and your matter can be handled easily, I haven't returned to the country for a long time and the situation is not too clear. I only have 70% confidence. The remaining 30% relies on you. Fu, whose expression gradually became solemn. Although he had been a soldier, he was just an ordinary one, and now he was merely an average citizen. Getting involved in the power struggles, it was impossible not to feel anxious. You don't need to be nervous. Your task is actually quite simple. Every time I go on a mission abroad, I leave 2 trusted subordinates behind and set up multiple secret communication methods in advance. You need to go to the solar power component specialty store in Erdogan and buy me a solar panel, a battery, a controller, and an inverter. After you buy these items, it won't be long before my subordinates find out. They'll understand my intentions and the situation. The rest is up to me, and you can just wait for your job to be finalized. Solar panels. How much will that cost, Director? Fu, who had just picked up his teacup and quickly put it down again. After pondering for a moment, Sujin replied, Once you get there, a whole set will be prepared for you. It will cost about 14,000 in total. 14,000. Fu Hu's eyes widened. That's way too much, director, and I still need to buy bows and arrows. My family doesn't have that much. What's the rush? After you've bought your things, keep the receipts. In a couple of days you can return them as well. Those items are just signals to my subordinates. There must be no discrepancies, and don't ask too much about the specifics. Sujin tapped the table, feeling quite helpless. This afternoon he investigated the solar power situation. The photovoltaic industry in this world is not doing well. It's really too expensive, excessively so. However, he had given prior notice, and returns were possible, so he anticipated that Fu Hu would not refuse. All right. As expected, Fu Hu set down his teacup and said straightforwardly, "So, director, when is a good time for me to buy? Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow. You must make sure to buy everything. Just this little bit after that you can be at ease, and I will too. I understand, or I will take a day off tomorrow and get everything sorted for you." Sujin smiled, reaching out to pat Fu Hu's arm. "No need to be nervous, old Fu. It's all a matter of course. We've talked enough. I'll go check on Qingdai now." "All right, thank you, directorly." Fu Hu quickly stood up and accompanied Sujin to the door of Fu Qingdai's room. Opening the door, Fu Qingdai was dressed in a plain white nightgown, sitting at her desk, idly doodling in her exercise book, her delicate legs swinging back and forth. Upon seeing her father with Sujin, she glanced over with a bewildered expression and immediately looked down. "Qingdai, be sure to listen to your uncle Li. Go on, pay attention," Fu Hu instructed before reaching out to close the door. Once the door was shut, Fu Qingdai immediately sprang up lightly and obediently sat on the edge of the bed. Sujin observed the girl's room filled with various small dolls, the air wafting with a gentle fragrance. He then stepped forward to sit in a chair, softly asking Fu Qingdai, "Is the soundproofing in your room okay?" "Keep it down, they can't hear us." Fu Qingdai replied softly. "Where's the money? How much did you steal today? Give me the money." Sujin extended his hand for the money. Fu Qingdai fumbled under the mattress for a moment and took out a handful of cash, placing it in Sujin's palm. When Sujin looked closely, his expression turned displeased. 32 yuan and 8 jiao. What can this amount do?" Sujin grumbled. "It's enough to buy a noose, one for each of us." Fu Qingdai wore a troubled expression. "Cousin, this is all I could find. I asked my mother for money and she scolded me, saying she would buy whatever I wanted, but I have no reason to spend money while staying home every day. Cry, make a fuss. Do I need to teach you how to handle this?" Sujin lightly reprimanded. "Besides, you can ask your mother to buy something practical. How come you're an adult and still not thinking clearly?" Fu Qingdai's face showed a hint of embarrassment and anger as she retorted, "I told her to buy me food and rice, and she scolded me for being crazy. I wanted cookies and she only bought me a box. What good is a box? Anyway, I don't want to steal again. Oh, I'm afraid if they see me, they'll send me to a mental hospital. Qingdai, the money will soon turn into waste paper. I'm still at your home, so what's there to hesitate about?" Sujin clapped his hands and scolded, "Are you asking me, an outsider, to work here? If you don't steal, how will I support you? I came all the way from Orion and even took a spaceship." Sujin's scolding was cut short as he suddenly felt heavy-hearted and his voice trailed off. Fu Qingdai sat on the edge of the bed, her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. She then curled up her snow-white legs, burying her head in them, remaining silent, but her shoulders trembled continuously. After holding back for a while, she finally couldn't help but cry out loud. Outside the door, a pair of sneaky figures pressed against the door to listen. "She's crying. Old Fu, I hear some noise. It seems our daughter is crying. Should I cut some fruit and go in to check?" "That's detoxing. Don't eavesdrop here. It disrupts the director's treatment." Soon Fu Qingdai's crying gradually lessened, falling into silence. "All right, crying it out is good." Sujin comforted softly. "If you steal once more, I believe you can succeed this time." Hearing this, Fu Qingdai looked up at Sujin, traces of tears still on her face. "Brother, after tonight, there are only 2 days left. Is this really the only way? Is there really no other way?" Sujin's heart tightened, and he shook his head slowly, maintaining a serious expression. "My grandparents. And my friends. What should I do?" Fu Qingdai's expression was filled with pain and helplessness. "I knew something would go wrong, but no one believes me. If I were a bit older, there wouldn't be so many people ignoring my advice. It's useless, Qingdai. Even if you became the richest person in the world, your parents would still be smarter than you." Sujin reached for a tissue from the table and handed it to her. "Wipe your nose, hurry up, don't choke on it." The girl's face turned crimson as she took the tissue and wiped her tears haphazardly. "If you became an official, your parents would still listen to you." "Why, oi?" Fu Qingdai asked, her voice slightly choked. "Wealth and power are different. Once you hold an official position, your parents can still distinguish between the powerful and the weak." With this deliberate diversion, Fu Qingdai's emotions calmed slightly, and she asked in a hoarse voice, "Cousin, what do you plan to do next? Where do we go? Are we just going to stay here?" Sujin fell into deep thought after hearing this. He had considered what to do after the zombies appeared, but there really wasn't a good plan. The best option was to wait in place. He still had no idea what the zombies were truly like, and whether the infection was caused by a virus or some other mysterious power was hard to say. However, zombies were still biological entities. Theoretically, they shouldn't survive for long without food. Perhaps if they hid inside for 10 days or half a month, the zombies would starve to death. Carrying a belly full of rotten guts in this hot weather, they might even explode before starving. Although zombies in movies never die, that is still just fiction. If a mysterious force caused zombies not to need food and not die, it wouldn't be a big problem. From Fu Qingdai's diary, the behavior of zombies seemed not much different from that of humans. They even appeared somewhat stiff based on the description. Such a waste of fog could only dominate in movies. In a modern industrialized society, they would be like live targets. As long as the national machinery of violence was put into motion, eliminating these meat targets would be a trivial matter. Although this world has not developed as well as Earth, it has long since embarked on industrialization. According to references from bookstores and movies, tanks, artillery, and missiles are all present. There is even a strategic celestial weapon comparable to a nuclear bomb known as the Cold Sky Missile System. In theory, this world's technology is not as advanced as Earth is, but perhaps due to significant differences in natural environment and elements, it has developed weapons that can change the weather on a large scale. This type of weapon has only been used once in history, causing a death toll of 200,000 while maintaining an exaggerated low temperature in a localized area for nearly a month. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the military power in this world, combating the zombie crisis could be said to be easy, with the only issue being how long they could hold out until help arrives. With this in mind, Sujin said, "The first task now is to weather this storm. We'll talk about the rest later. I have my own plans. Qingdai, if you feel too tense, just rest. Well, tomorrow you don't need to do anything. On the last day, I have something I need you to help me with." "What is it?" Sujin took out a pill bottle from his pocket and said seriously, "This is a sleeping pill. Grind it into powder and give it to your parents before they fall asleep. At 11 o'clock tonight, you come out to help me with some safety measures." "I understand, cousin." Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly. Sujin smiled and took out his phone and headphones from his pocket. "I like you being so understanding. Here, play with this and relax a bit." Fu Qingdai took the phone, curiously followed Sujin's instructions to put on the headphones, and soon began to listen to alien music. The lyrics were incomprehensible, but the melody was evidently quite novel. As she shifted her attention to the music and the phone, Fu Qingdai's expression gradually softened. She curled up on the edge of the bed, her slender feet slightly bent, creating a soft and alluring curve. Her delicate and fair toes unconsciously brushed against the sheets, gently trembling. A few minutes later, the phone locked the screen. Fu Qingdai glanced at Sujin, her cheeks instantly flushing. She took off the headphones, feeling awkward. "Brother, why do you keep looking at my feet?" "I'm checking if you're good at running." Sujin slowly turned his gaze back, casually opening the desk drawer. "Hey, stationery." Fu Qingdai narrowed her eyes slightly, watching him suspiciously. Sujin maintained a serious face and opened another drawer, finding it filled with various candies, which truly surprised him. "Candy? You've hoarded a lot of candy." "Oh, I asked my mom to buy me some more candy. Oh, I thought it might come in handy." Sujin lowered his head and randomly took out a pack of chocolate from the drawer, opened the packaging, and smelled it. The wrapper said it was chocolate, and it smelled like chocolate too. It should be safe to eat. Since arriving in this world, there had been no incidents of food allergies or poisoning. He hadn't had a chance to buy candy yet, so replenishing quick carbohydrates was indeed very necessary. He didn't expect Fu Qingdai to fill this gap. That little girl was quite sharp. After observing for a moment, Sujin leaned down and took a small bite from the chocolate. This was already a habit in this world. Unfamiliar food was always tasted in small amounts. The rich chocolate flavor spread in his mouth, and Sujin nodded in satisfaction. "The candy here tastes." As he spoke halfway, Sujin's eyes suddenly widened. Blood spread visibly from his chest and abdomen to his neck until the blood vessels reached the whites of his eyes, and his entire face instantly turned bright red. Seeing such a strange situation, Fu Qingdai's face immediately turned pale, and she opened her mouth to shout, "Cousin, cough." Just as she was about to call out, Sujin had already trembled and reached out to cover her mouth. However, in such a poor state, her hand was out of control, and a finger jabbed straight into her throat. Fu Qingdai immediately pushed him away and bent over, retching. When she lifted her head, she saw Sujin waving his hand, immediately understanding. She closed her mouth tightly and pulled him down onto the bed. With a stumble, Sujin successfully fell onto the fragrant bed. Yet his expression was horrifically unpleasant, his eyes wide open, veins bulging on his forehead. His entire body convulsed on the bed like a maggot sprinkled with salt. "Poison. It's poisonous. The chocolate is highly toxic." Sujin was extremely anxious, frantically clawing at his throat. Fu Qingdai hurriedly picked up a trash can from the ground, preparing to handle the situation. After struggling for about 10 minutes, Su Jin lay back on the bed, gasping heavily as the symptoms began to subside. Cousin, are you alright? What happened? Fu Qingdai was filled with worry. Almost died. Su Jin weakly waved his hand, the palpitations fading. Food poisoning. Ever since he crossed over, he had been on high alert. He never expected to fall into this pit. Fortunately, the local chocolate's toxicity surged quickly but retreated just as fast. After a few more minutes of recovery, feeling that his bodily functions were unharmed and able to move again, Su Jin propped himself up. Fu Qingdai hurriedly said, Cousin, are you unable to eat chocolate? Have you eaten it before? I have eaten it, but not the chocolate from your place. Su Jin's voice was a bit hoarse as he got up and walked to the table to grab his briefcase. He pulled out a bar of chocolate bought from a supermarket back home. After scraping off some fine powder, he looked at Fu Qingdai and said, Give me your hand. Fu Qingdai immediately extended her fair little hand, allowing him to apply the chocolate powder on the back of her hand. Hiss! A burning sensation arose from the back of her hand, which then began to redden. Fu Qingdai immediately retracted her hand, hugging it in fear, and saying, Cousin, what are you doing? What is this? Just a simple experiment. You can rub it in. Su Jin tossed her a pack of wet wipes. It seemed that for her, chocolate from both worlds was highly toxic. Just skin contact alone could have such rapid effects. A strong allergic reaction, swelling of the respiratory tract, a burning sensation in the digestive tract. If more than one piece were consumed, it could be fatal. After tidying up a bit, Su Jin walked towards the door while saying, I'm leaving. You should rest well. Remember to come out the night after tomorrow. Got it. Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few words with Fu Hu and his wife at the door, Su Jin quickly returned home. As soon as he got home, he prepared 2 cups of salt water and drank them down. Then he continued to induce vomiting until he finally stopped after feeling dizzy. Leaning against the toilet door, he intended to get up, but slipped and fell clumsily back to the ground. Wiping the tears squeezed out from vomiting, Su Jin felt a wave of heartache. How could eating a chocolate almost lead to a life-threatening situation? How did I end up in such a state? Damn it, this life doesn't feel like one worth living. Every day felt like being held at knife point. But time was running short. It wasn't time to rest yet. After observing for an hour, Su Jin, physically and mentally exhausted, went downstairs. The time agreed with the grain store was approaching, and a truckload of grain and oil was about to arrive. After waiting for about 10 minutes at the entrance of the community, a box truck slowly drove up. Su Jin waved his hands to guide the vehicle to the entrance of the building. The vehicle stopped, and 2 sturdy men jumped down from the truck and began unloading the goods. The rice flour and oil had all been packed in cardboard boxes, making it impossible to see what was inside. As the grain store employee carried the boxes, he said, Boss, this is the first time I've seen someone like you buying grain. Everything is packed so tightly, and you're delivering it in the middle of the night. Is there some special reason? Su Jin forced a smile and casually replied, Nothing special. Our unit is doing charity work, and our warehouse was flooded recently. This batch of grain is for underprivileged children, and the packaging is just to make it easier to label. I only have time to deal with it at night after working all day. All right. You're not having it easy either. The shipping cost is waived this time. Just consider it a donation from us. The 2 employees of the grain store looked at him with respect and began to speed up the unloading. After more than 10 minutes. Boss, we've unloaded all the goods. We're leaving. Wait a moment. What's wrong, boss? The grain store employees stopped in their tracks. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said, It's nothing serious. I heard that there was a pollution leak at the chemical plant in our city, and the contamination is quite high. It usually doesn't affect things, but if it rains, be sure not to touch the rainwater, and don't drink tap water either. It could cause cancer. Oh my, really? I haven't heard anything about it in the news. This is the first time I'm hearing it. Thank you, boss. The apocalypse is only 2 days away. In a half-dream, half-awake state, he got up with red eyes again. The fatigue on Su Jin's face had accumulated to the point where it was difficult to hide. Grabbing the notebook by the bed, he didn't wash his face or brush his teeth, quickly tidying up before heading out for shopping. Until it was getting dark when he returned home, he hadn't stopped his busy figure. The gaps in the windows on the 4th floor were completely sealed with tape, and the curtains were drawn tight. A small rain shelter was temporarily built over the windowsill on the 5th floor to prevent rainwater from coming close as much as possible. The edges of the windowsill were lined with a layer of thin iron smeared with thick lubricant. The 1st and 2nd floors were fitted with burglar bars, as zombies might climb walls. But it wouldn't help. Even with claws, they would surely slip down once they reached here. With everything sorted out, Su Jin knocked on the door of the Fu family. It was still Fu who opened the door with the same warm smile on his face. Director Lee. Are all the things ready? Su Jin's voice was low, laced with deep fatigue. He wanted to muster a smile, but his face felt too stiff to do so. Noticing the atmosphere was off, Fu, who licked his lips and said, Okay, director, come in and take a look. Inside the house, 3 composite bows and over 100 arrows along with various accessories were already laid out on the floor, all in colorful arrangements. Solar panels, batteries, inverters, etc. were also present. Seeing this, Su Jin's tense mood eased slightly as he nodded and said, Very good, you can keep these here. I will go out the day after tomorrow and sort out our matters. Director, is there some unexpected issue? Seeing something was off with him, Fu, who asked cautiously. Su Jin shook his head. Nothing serious. I just received some news that a comrade of mine died on an external mission. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to treat Qingdai for the next 2 days. I will come back the day after tomorrow. The next night, all supplies were clearly sorted and placed, and all the buckets were filled with water. Su Jin sat at the dining table, his skin stinging from washing too hard in the shower. But at this moment, he was just blankly staring at the cage on the table. His eyes were filled with fatigue, worry, and fear. Although the weather was hot, his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and felt cold. In the cage, more than 20 mice kept trying to escape from their confinement, and he felt just like those mice struggling for survival in this world. Am I prepared enough? Can I get through this? Su Jin slowly glanced at the clock on the wall. The time had just struck 11 o'clock. After tonight, it will be the apocalypse. He pushed the door open, just as Fu Qingdai emerged from the apartment across the hall. Their eyes met, and both froze for a fleeting moment. Su Jin said, Are your parents asleep? Yes, Fu Qingdai whispered softly. I doubled the dosage. They're sleeping deeply. I've drawn 2 buckets of water and shut off the main valve. She lifted her gaze to Su Jin, her small face taut, tears brimming in her eyes as she fought desperately not to cry. Yet her trembling frame betrayed the terror surging within. Su Jin forced a gentle smile and drew her into his arms. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Gently stroking her raven-black hair, he felt tenderness well up in his heart. For a girl so young to have endured this far was already extraordinary. It was difficult to say whether he was saving her or she him. We're running out of time. Let's move. Releasing her gently, Su Jin pulled out a small box. What is this? What are we doing next? Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin remained silent, simply opening the box. Inside lay a full container of adhesive resembling cyanoacrylate glue, and beneath it a stack of printed papers. Seal every door, starting from the first floor. Fill every keyhole and latch mechanism with this glue, Su Jin murmured. If anyone turns, they'll be trapped inside their own homes, ensuring our safety. But what if someone remains uninfected? Won't they be imprisoned in their own home? Without water, they'll drink rainwater. And what if they starve? Fu Qingdai's eyes widened in alarm. Su Jin withdrew the stack of papers from the box. This is a forged community notice I printed, warning of rainwater contamination. We'll slide it under each door. I've also prepared a solvent. We can release them later when the opportunity arises. Though helping them helps us, we cannot save everyone. This much is already the utmost compassion. As for thirst or starvation, that lies in their fate. If the downpour lasts 7 days straight, those on the ground floor will have no chance. Fu Qingdai took a deep, steadying breath, suppressed her tremors, closed her eyes, and nodded. Understood. Let's go. They descended directly to the first floor. Su Jin stepped outside the building and scanned the windows. This era had not yet devolved into one of entertainment unto death. Most people merely watched television or read newspapers. Though 3D games existed, households lacked the infrastructure to enjoy them. Consequently, ordinary citizens retired early, nearly all asleep by 10 o'clock. Seeing not a single light flicker across the entire building, Su Jin began guiding Fu Qingdai to apply the adhesive and slip in the notices. He'd tested the glue beforehand. The results were startling. Its scent and properties closely mirrored those of standard cyanoacrylate, but it bonded with uncanny tenacity. Such superiority defied logical comparison between the two worlds' technological development. Whether this world's materials were simply more robust, or his homeland's adhesives deliberately cut corners, remained unclear. Each floor housed 2 apartments facing each other across the hallway. Moving swiftly, the pair sealed every apartment door in the unit, except their own residence, the supply storage room, and Fu Qingdai's family home. Returning to the 5th floor, Su Jin led Fu Qingdai inside. Seeing rows of long foam-wrapped objects scattered across the floor, she asked, "Brother, what are these?" "Steel pipes, for reinforcing the doors. Glue alone isn't enough, brute force breaches remain possible. I've pre-sorted them into groups. Carry them down with me. On each floor we'll construct a steel frame to brace both opposing doors, then wedge wooden slats into any gaps between the frame and the door surface." Su Jin lifted a pipe and pointed to the wooden slats on the floor. "Take those. I didn't wrap them in foam. Handle them silently. Any noise could awaken someone and trigger disaster. Once everything is secured, I'll lock the main entrance and shut off the building's primary water valve. Then we wait, in peace." Dai nodded wordless. After another intense round of labor, both apartments on the first, second, third, and sixth floors were fully reinforced with makeshift bracing structures, sealed with glue and barred with steel frames. Short of leaping from the building, no one could force entry. Even if infection occurred, victims would rot helplessly within their own walls. In the foreseeable future, neighborly conflict was virtually eradicated, and control over neighbors' very survival was absolute. Back home, Dai sat quietly on a chair watching Sujean work. He knelt on the floor, methodically placing food and medicine onto the table, one item at a time. These are vitamin tablets. Take one daily after you return home. And this is powdered milk, 1 cup each morning and evening. He continued without pause. I've set aside some fresh vegetables for you. Eat them quickly with your parents before they spoil. The power grid won't collapse immediately, but it won't last more than a few days. In your spare time, train your arms and legs. You must master drawing a 50-pound bow. Take several more bottles of glue. Seal every window while your parents sleep. Don't let them open any. Tell them you dreamed of the apocalypse. Seeing this rain, they'll instinctively feel foreboding. Though immediate safety seems assured, unforeseen dangers may still arise. I'll observe conditions for several days before coming to find you. Dai silently sorted and organized the items on the table. When all was arranged, Sujean sat beside her. Dai, your parents must not wander freely either. Once you return home, I'll seal your front door too. Keep the key to my apartment. Remember, no one, not even your parents, must learn about the supplies stored on the 4th floor. I hadn't intended to show you, but I did because you've earned my trust. And those supplies were prepared for you alone. You will sooner or later learn to survive on your own. For now, trust no one but me. Let's go. Dai nodded, gathered the items from the table, and followed Sujean out the door. At their own doorway, they placed the supplies just outside. Suddenly, Dai turned and threw herself into Sujean's arms. A muffled sob broke forth, tears soaked his chest. They held each other in silence, wordless and profound. 200 M. Sujean sat upright in the center of the living room, resplendent and commanding, meticulously polishing his silver spear, glancing up repeatedly toward the front. Before him loomed the window, night beyond it black as an abyss. Today marked the dawn of the apocalypse. Yet neither he nor Dai knew precisely when the rain would begin. It might fall tonight, or perhaps at dawn. Either way, this night would be sleepless. The clock ticked steadily, each click piercing the hush. 31542 M. In that instant, a jagged violet fissure tore open across the horizon. A flash of light reflected sharply off the polished spear, straight into Sujean's eyes. He surged to his feet. Simultaneously, thunder roared across the heavens. Crackling lightning coiled through the churning clouds. Sujean's pupils contracted violently, every hair on his body stood on end. The world shuddered, then drowned. Torrential rain crashed down. The apocalypse had arrived. The weather forecast had never indicated rain, not even for the coming days, which promised to be dry. Yet the rain appeared just as it did in Dai's dream. Sujean felt a lump in his throat, closing his eyes with a heartache. This world had so much potential. The people seemed to live in peace and harmony. Perhaps in another decade or so they would step into the information age, leading lives akin to those on Earth. But now everything was destroyed. When he opened his eyes again, Sujean sighed deeply, lowering his head to mechanically wipe the silver gun with trembling hands. Only this numbing action could briefly suppress the fear within. A night had quietly passed, and the heavy rain had fallen throughout. The sun rose as usual, but the world had been painted in a deep gray. After sitting in silence for an entire night, Sujean finally moved, dragging his heavy legs toward the window, gazing out in disbelief. His mouth, which had been tightly shut all night, involuntarily opened in surprise. The gray color was not the sky, but the rain. In the darkness of night, he could only judge it was a downpour, but now with daylight, he could finally see the state of the rain. The torrential rain fell like a gray veil, touching the ground and swirling like mist in the water. Seeing this, Sujean suddenly jolted. This is good news. He turned and ran outside, knocking urgently on Dai's door. Dai, are you there? I'm here. Dai, who had been curled up on the sofa and sleepless all night, immediately jumped to the door. Leaning against it, she asked worriedly, Brother, what happened? Did you see the rain? I did. What's wrong? What color is the rain? It's the normal color. I don't see anything special. Is there a problem? It's nothing, just be careful and definitely don't touch the rainwater. I'm going back now. Brother. Dai hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopped. What's wrong? It's nothing, just be careful. Don't stress too much. Sujean replied, absently returning to his dwelling in a daze. The rainwater was gray, an observable anomaly that an ordinary person would never touch even without a reminder. This significantly reduced the risk of infection, turning people into zombies, and the violent authorities would definitely treat it with utmost caution. However, he could see the anomaly in the rainwater, while others could not, leaving the situation utterly unchanged. As for why he could see it, it could only be attributed to the company's backing or the function of that mask. He had overthought it, feeling a fleeting joy. Returning inside, Soo-jin walked to the dining table, staring at the mouse cage. The cage of mice had settled down significantly, now lying in repose. The abnormal weather outside had not raised the animals' alertness. However, this was within his expectations, as these animals were intended for experimentation. If the rainwater could infect animals, it would practically eliminate the possibility of survival in the wild. Wild animals had a stronger instinct for nocturnal movement than humans. The main purpose was to test the locomotion performance and survival time of organisms after zombification. But this was not the right time for testing. He needed to wait until his mindset was adjusted and his energy was fully replenished. Thinking of this, Soo-jin revealed a bitter smile in self-mockery. As a liberal arts graduate who went straight into sales, he never imagined he would one day set up a control group for a biological experiment. Retrieving his gaze, he found a pair of binoculars and walked to the window to observe. Despite the heavy rain, it still couldn't stop the workers' steps towards selfless contribution. In the community, he could already see people wearing raincoats walking under umbrellas in the downpour. The deep gray raindrops hit them strangely, merging into their bodies, disappearing without a trace. As for pedestrians who had come into contact with the strange rain, there appeared to be no immediate unusual reactions. Soo-jin, anxious, put down the binoculars and stood still, pondering for a while. Soo-jin opened the window, picked up the long-handled ladle he had placed there earlier, and extended it out. He collected a thin layer of rainwater, tapping it against the balcony edge to shake off the excess droplets before bringing it back inside. The water in the ladle was the same deep gray as the rainwater. He carefully transferred it to the kitchen. Wearing several layers of masks and a motorcycle helmet, Soo-jin dared to turn on the stove and the range hood, beginning to heat the rainwater over a low flame. In less than a minute, the thin layer of water had begun to boil and evaporate. The gray substance did not rise with the mist. Instead, it accumulated at the bottom like smoke. With any slight movement, the gray mist would ripple in the ladle. Gazing at the gray fog, Soo-jin's mind churned. This substance was beyond his comprehension, and it was even hard to classify as matter. But it appeared that this substance did not rely entirely on water as a carrier. High temperatures had no effect on it, and it could be contained in a vessel while still being influenced by gravity. After a moment of thought, Soo-jin stepped out of the kitchen, grabbing another ladle and 2 canning jars. He filled one ladle with a bit of water and slowly poured it into the ladle containing the gray mist, touching the sidewall. Seeing the gray mist dissolve back into the water, he finally sighed in relief. That misty state was too dangerous and could easily spread. It was much safer and more controllable to observe it in water. He divided the gray water into 2 canning jars, wrapping them with cling film to seal them completely. One jar was placed in a sunny spot on the balcony, while the other was set in a shaded area. Once everything was done, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. After checking the safety measures for any omissions, Soo-jin returned to his bedroom. Lying on his side in bed and watching the heavy rain outside, his thoughts drifted. Having been tense all night without sleep, it was time to rest, otherwise he would struggle to cope with any sudden situations. It seemed that people upstairs and downstairs were all cursing. He wondered how widespread this rain's impact was and hoped that those in areas not affected by the rain would realize the problem soon and provide aid. Exhausted, Soo-jin slowly drifted to sleep, resting his head on the gun. At the bedside of the bedroom, there were 2 radios. One was a standard radio, while the other was also a standard radio. One was preset to FM frequencies, and the other was preset to AM frequencies. At this moment, the FM radio emitted a low-frequency static noise. "This is the broadcasting station." Soo-jin, half asleep, suddenly sat up and grabbed the radio. Forcing back the strain in his eyes, he began to adjust the dial. After a few simple twists, the sound from the radio became clearer. According to the latest announcement from the Meteorological Bureau and the Global Environmental Monitoring Center, since midnight today, the world has experienced abnormal rainfall of the same magnitude. Preliminary assessments indicate that this rainfall event is widespread and the duration and specific causes are still under investigation. The scientific community is currently conducting a joint investigation into the causes. There is no definitive conclusion yet. Citizens are urged to stay updated with official and authoritative information. To ensure personal safety and the order of life, please be advised to carry rain gear when going outside and ensure proper sealing. All subsequent developments will be promptly released through broadcasting and online platforms. Citizens are advised to remain calm, respond rationally, and refrain from spreading rumors. Soo-jin held his head, feeling a piercing headache. It turned out to be global rainfall. Nowhere to escape. Soo-jin gritted his teeth, enduring a headache as he grabbed his phone. He had set an alarm before sleeping, but now looking at the time, less than 2 hours had passed. Sitting on the bed for a while, he gradually accepted reality. He then got up and walked towards the living room window. Faint sounds of cursing could still be heard from upstairs and downstairs. Standing by the window and glancing down,蘇烬felt slightly relieved. As he expected, no one had come yet. Locking down an entire unit would inevitably lead the people inside to seek help. However, the intensity of the calls for help would certainly not be high, leaving him ample time. The proportion of elderly people in the building was quite high, most of whom were retired and would normally choose not to go out in such rainy weather. As for those who needed to work outside, they would likely consider taking a day off. Even the locksmith would be discouraged by the heavy rain, and there was no need to mention the fire department. Additionally, the fake flyers claiming the rain was severely polluted would also have some effect, although a simple phone call would reveal discrepancies in the flyer's content. But in such matters, most people would rather believe it than not, much like someone inexplicably receiving a note. The note read, "I have slithered into your cup." Any normal person would hesitate to drink from their cup, turning it into a case of cup phobia. With the news of the strange rain already broadcasted, people receiving the text should be able to regain their composure more easily, even if hypothetically firefighters did come to rescue. The situation wouldn't be problematic. He had a gun and was fully prepared for violent resistance. Delaying time was not an issue. Inside the community, everything was fine, so蘇烬took up his binoculars to observe the distant street. Upon looking, he couldn't help but frown. Other than the occasional vehicle, there were only 2 or 3 pedestrians on the street. 2 were wearing raincoats and 1 was holding an umbrella. Suddenly, one of them threw the umbrella onto the ground. The gait and speed of the 3 were too slow, not resembling the norm for walking in the rain. Corpse transformation. From the looks of it, it could already be confirmed as such.蘇烬swallowed hard and aimed the binoculars at the opposite building. Most households had not drawn their curtains, and he could see people moving inside. The first 2 units appeared normal until he reached the third. In the living room of the 5th floor across, a bare-chested, pot-bellied man stood stiffly in front of the window, his body slightly swaying and turning blue with an expressionless, angry face. Seeing this,蘇烬retracted the binoculars and silently drew the curtains. The corpse transformation had already begun, and in less than a few hours he had been infected. The tap water had already been contaminated.蘇烬felt anxious and turned to the kitchen, where he collected some gray rainwater with a scoop. He then returned to the bathroom, retrieving a coarse wire mesh cage that was divided into 2 sections. One half was a normal cage, while the other half had a hamster wool set up. The cage was specifically prepared for experiments. With the signs of zombie transformation already appearing, it was urgent to understand this creature in advance to prepare. Using tongs, he placed 2 mice inside the thickened cage, 1 on each side.蘇烬took a deep breath, put on thick gloves, and picked up a dropper to extract the gray water, applying an equal amount to both mice. As he waited for the mice to undergo mutations, he also pulled out a toy 4-wheel drive car from his bag to disassemble. The developmental paths of both worlds were largely similar. Even the toys had many similarities. The 4-wheel drive car was just styled differently from those on Earth. The core technology was essentially the same. He had liked 4-wheel drive cars as a child, so he was somewhat familiar with them. After removing the shell, he connected it simply to the lever of the hamster wheel in the cage, and with a power supply, it became an electric hamster treadmill. It was perfect for testing the stamina of the mutated mice. Half an hour passed, and the mice still showed no response. Seeing this,蘇烬picked up the dropper and dripped another dose of gray water onto one of the mice. 10 minutes later, the mouse that received double the gray water was the first to mutate. The instinct to groom its whiskers had vanished, replaced by abnormal behaviors. The mutated mouse did not show any visible changes, but exhibited a strong desire to attack. Unfortunately, it was still a mouse, and the coarse wire mesh cage could not be broken through. Watching the mutated mouse charge at him,蘇烬felt his heart race and stepped back, cautiously, slowly moving to the other side. Sure enough, as he began to move, the direction of the mutated mouse's charge also adjusted accordingly.蘇烬gripped his silver gun, vigilant against any unexpected occurrences. The mutated mouse seemed to have a strong interest in living creatures, but why did it keep fixating on him instead of the mouse beside him? Thinking of this,蘇烬took out his phone, switched to recording mode, and placed it in front of the mouse cage before returning to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he came back to the living room to check the recording. In the recording, the mutated mouse immediately changed its charging direction after he disappeared, charging towards the mouse in the wheel. After a quick review,蘇烬had already drawn a rough conclusion in his mind. It exhibited strong aggression towards living beings and would prioritize attacking larger targets. The mutated mouse seemed to still rely on visual cues, but this could not be confirmed completely, uncertain of how sound and smell affected it. As he contemplated this, preparing for an experiment, an abrupt change occurred at that moment. Suddenly, 2 lines of large characters appeared in his vision. New sample discovered, available for collection. The company will provide equivalent compensation after collection. Seeing this scene, Sujin's pupils dilated and the tension in his heart eased significantly. The company is still here. It could still provide help. The large characters disappeared and everything returned to calm. Company. Collection. How do I collect? Could you be more detailed? I don't understand. Could someone come and talk to me? Sujin yelled. No one responded. Sujin clutched his head, taking deep breaths. He should have known what kind of company this was, but wouldn't give him too many hints. However, at such a critical moment, saying they would collect meant that collection should be possible. Surely he wouldn't wait until the task was completed to send it to the company. But how the hell do I collect it? Where do I send it? The briefcase. Sujin's mind dinged, and he hurriedly grabbed the briefcase from the sofa, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That's it. This thing has another space. Putting things inside might make the company receive it. It's worth a try. Licking his lips and rubbing his hands together, Sujin excitedly rummaged in the bag. He pulled out a long and sharpened screwdriver and jabbed it at the mutated mouse. After a few jabs, the mutated mouse was thoroughly killed. He had no time to be astonished by the mouse's tenacious vitality, using the screwdriver to pry it open for a while, confirming it was dead. Sujin cautiously picked it up and tossed it into a plastic bag. After wrapping it a few more times, he stuffed the plastic bag containing the mutated mouse's corpse into the briefcase. Confirmed that the dead mouse has completely entered the spatial package. Recovery successful. Equivalent items exchanged. Incredible. Although this company operates in a crude and straightforward manner, their efficiency is beyond doubt. Feeling secretly pleased, Sujin hurriedly reached into the bag again. After a brief search, he pulled out a black paper box. Looking at the small box in his hand, Sujin inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Aside from the initial items provided by the company, this is the first formal interaction with them. One item is a mask that presumably allows communication with the company and enables seamless translation. The other is a backpack with an independent space. There is also a handgun that cannot be tested for now and does not require a magazine change. Such newly emerged items are definitely not ordinary. After taking a deep breath, Sujin, filled with anticipation and a sense of ceremony, opened the black box in his hand. The lid opened, revealing a silver interior. A metallic object with a familiar yet unique shape came into view. The corners of Sujin's mouth slowly drooped. Trembling, he reached out to examine the item taken from the box. After just a couple of glances, he suddenly lost his composure and angrily slammed the box onto the ground. What the hell? Isn't this just a steel plug? Sujin grasped the plug tightly, a chill of anger coursing through him. Damn it. There is no way to treat someone like this, no way to insult someone like this. Originally already anxious and flustered, he thought, in an apocalypse, what use is this ridiculous thing sent by the company? After a flurry of curses, Sujin's emotions stabilized. Holding what appeared to be a bizarre tool, he felt a wave of desolation. To have gotten involved with such an unreliable company that clearly did not care about his life. I shouldn't have accompanied the client for drinks in the first place. If it weren't for accompanying the client. Just as he was lost in self-pity, Sujin suddenly snapped back to reality, focusing his gaze on the ground. Next to the black box he had just thrown down, a card popped out, possibly a manual. Could it be a misunderstanding? After all, the company is an extraordinary entity, and there must be some confusion. Seeing this, Sujin hurriedly picked it up to check. Emergency plug contains emergency medicine. Automatically releases the medicine when a drop in body temperature is detected, can be used multiple times until the medicine runs out. If a burning sensation occurs, it is normal. Please do not panic. If it is necessary to take risks, please place it in advance to avoid life-threatening situations and inability to use it in time. Please do not forcibly open the outer shell. The medicine is prone to failure and is only for plug-in use. Oral ingestion carries a high risk of poisoning. What the hell is this? Sujin was furious and slammed the manual hard on the ground. Place it in advance for risky situations. There is absolutely no way I would use such a thing to survive. After calming down for about 10 minutes, Sujin tied the emergency plug around his waist with a nylon rope. This was definitely not for his own use. Considering potential dangers, it was best to be prepared. Experimentation was still necessary. After calming down, Sujin took out 2 more mice for infection experiments. The mice originally placed in the running wheel had already undergone changes and were now charging towards Sujin in a suicidal manner. Unfortunately, they could only keep running in the wheel. After squatting down to observe for a long time, Sujin picked up a notebook and began recording. The gray components in the rain are definitely the source of the mutation, but the speed of infection is closely related to the absorption of the gray components. Currently, it can only be observed that this component has a very high infection rate. Given the rudimentary nature of this crude experiment, it is impossible to determine the infection rate, and there aren't enough test mice available. The movement ability of the infected mice has significantly declined, their limbs somewhat mechanical, running slowly, but showing no signs of fatigue or pain. After making simple records, Soo-jin took out a battery and placed it into the remote-controlled car. The motor started, causing the wheel compartment to begin rotating. The speed of the mutated mice was clearly unable to keep up. They were momentarily caught in the cage, tumbling continuously, yet still exhibiting a strong desire to adjust their posture and attack. After more than 20 minutes, the battery ran out, and he replaced it with another set to continue running. It was only after exhausting 5 sets of batteries that Soo-jin stopped and switched to manual operation. Turning the wheel compartment, Soo-jin's face could not hide his disappointment. The conclusion was extremely disheartening. The mutated mice showed almost no depletion of stamina and seemed to have even grown stronger, as if they were continuously adapting their bodies. Another hour passed. After undergoing experiments involving confinement, burning, flooding, and piercing, Soo-jin's mood had completely sunk to rock bottom. They were neither suffocated nor drowned. Even after being burned to a char, they could still make slight movements. The survival ability of the infected creatures was terrifyingly strong. Only piercing the torso would lead to rapid death, and even decapitation wouldn't kill them. He couldn't determine which specific location to pierce, as he was unfamiliar with the physiological structure of mice. It was only suspected to be the heart. The only 2 things he hadn't tested were survival time and the infection ability among the same species. But at this moment, Soo-jin was already physically and mentally exhausted. He picked up the mouse cage and placed it into the glass fish tank he had bought earlier, covered it with a wooden board, and went straight back to his bedroom. In the darkness, another radio tuned to the AM frequency began to sound. Soo-jin forced his eyelids open and hurriedly adjusted the radio. FM is often used for local broadcasts covering small areas and having strong entertainment value, while AM, due to its long transmission distance and resistance to interference, is often used for national or emergency broadcasts, making it the preferred communication frequency during disasters. Although not Earth, the technological paths are similar. The application of electromagnetic waves in both worlds is no different, and he had done his homework in advance. Now that the radio was sounding, it must be that they had detected abnormalities and issued a warning to the nation. After a simple adjustment, the content of the radio began to gradually clear up. Hiss, crackle. The current broadcast is the latest announcement from the National Disaster Emergency Command Center. All citizens are urged to take this seriously. As of 1 p.m. today, most areas within the country have been affected by unknown type of rainfall, and the range of rainfall is extensive. This type of rainfall has potential biological hazards which may cause irreversible effects through the skin, respiratory tract, or digestive system. It has now been confirmed that many sudden mass, uncontrollable incidents are related to this type of rainfall, with individuals exhibiting abnormal behaviors. All citizens must immediately execute the following commands. 1. Do not directly contact any form of rainwater. 2. Only use bottled water or tightly sealed water sources for drinking and cleaning. 3. Immediately seal all doors, windows, ventilation openings, and drainage systems to prevent any external moisture from entering. Related instructions will take effect immediately upon broadcasting. Any refusal to comply will be regarded as a threat to public safety. Further developments will be synchronized through broadcasting and online channels. After the broadcast ended, Soo-jin felt a surge of spirit, letting out a long breath. Great! The violent machine is about to start operating. It was evident that they had fully recognized the severity of the gray rain, as even the rumor-refuting procedures had not been executed, indicating the urgency of the situation. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The rain continues to fall, yet its intensity has noticeably diminished since the first day, almost as if it could stop at any moment. Soo-jin stood by the window as pale as death, as if he had suffered a grave illness. 5 days of extreme pressure and fragmented sleep had left him psychologically exhausted. Downstairs, nearly 20 zombies had appeared from unknown sources. In the last 3 days, there had been both good and bad news. The gray components inside the gray rain canned food he had collected had dissipated over the 5 days. The remaining water after testing had lost its infectious ability. Moreover, the changes in rainfall did not correspond significantly with Soo-jin's dreams. This suggested that the company did not possess complete foresight into the future, but rather had predicted this disaster, with many details being far from accurate. Soo-jin's dreams were merely a push woven by the company. The current situation appeared to be much better than what Soo-jin had envisioned in her dreams. The extent of the disaster was far greater than anticipated, yet the difficulty was not as high as imagined. However, several bloody incidents had already erupted in the neighboring residential buildings, which he had witnessed firsthand. Some individuals had encountered zombies at home and, driven to despair, jumped to their deaths only to be devoured below. Others had fought back successfully, only to ultimately choose to hang themselves. There were even cases of cannibalism where a couple had dug out their son's entrails and devoured them. A truly horrific sight. The cries from above and below had not ceased for a single day. Faced with all of this, every ordinary person's mind was stimulated to its limits. Jin's already high levels of fatigue and tension were pushed to the extreme, making matters even worse. Now the greatest hope was to wait for the rain to stop and for the army to arrive for rescue. It wouldn't be long before this disaster should turn a corner. What terrified him the most was that since the last time he heard a broadcast, there had been no more announcements, as if the entire country had fallen silent. There was no reassurance for the public, which seemed very abnormal. Carrying a heavy burden of fatigue and gloom, Jin turned back towards the bedroom. No matter what, he could only wait. He hoped for the rain to stop soon and for the army to come out. He never wanted to experience such a thing again in his life. Time flew by, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. Under the influence of the gray rain, the sky appeared much darker than usual. Occasionally, the sounds of zombies roaring and pounding on doors could be heard from outside. On the bed, Jin stared blankly at the ceiling, devoid of any expression. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. The static sound was like music to his ears. Jin jolted awake, flipping out of bed and adjusting the radio dial, which was already turned to maximum volume. With immense anticipation, he leaned closer to listen. A slightly chaotic, yet mournful and panicked voice emanated from the radio. "Attention, all citizens. National functions have ceased. Please fight for yourselves and seek survival. Do not trust." A piercing scream cut the broadcast short. Jin's hopeful expression froze on his face. His mind went blank and all sounds in the world faded away. Suddenly, the air raid siren blared, its wailing piercing the heavens like a sorrowful lament. Jin's body jolted, and he quickly ran toward the living room. Upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils dilated instantly, and even his legs trembled. In the far distance, towards the core urban area, over a dozen unidentified flying objects that resembled missiles trailed, white tails soaring into the sky from the core district, tearing through the heavens like meteorites in reverse. As the missiles vanished, a powerful shockwave was clearly visible. Immediately afterward, the clouds at the site of the explosion began to grow and spread massively like waves rolling in. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as if a hammer had struck the heavens. The entire building where Jin was located felt as if it were suspended in midair, suddenly being jerked around. The windows wailed, the glass trembled violently, and for a moment the world seemed to enter a state of paralysis. The apocalypse. At this moment was no longer the gray rain, but a tangible natural disaster approaching with ferocity. The intense movement of the clouds continued, accompanied by violent rolling as lightning began to dance within them. Downbursts occurred, with columns of clouds resembling tornadoes striking the ground. Wherever the downburst struck, the ground froze. Jin's pupils shook, his hand gripping the windowsill as he stared into the distance, his teeth chattering. The cold sky missile system. The massive cloud movements and the use of temperature air currents to generate attacks are typical characteristics of this weapon. The ultimate weapon of this nation. Without any warning, it had actually been launched towards its own capital. Will I die? What is happening? Perhaps the army should come out when the rain stops tomorrow. Why is this happening? An overwhelming sense of fear and nausea surged within him. Jin quickly covered his mouth and nose, bending over to run towards the bathroom. However, as soon as he reached the living room, he vomited a mouthful of sour liquid onto the floor. The extreme sourness and bitterness filled his mouth, causing Jin to cough until tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, as if his heart had been crushed by reality. The core logic of the national machinery is to maintain order. Directly declaring its annihilation would only lead to a total societal collapse, resource plundering, and military mutiny. Even if the area of zombie infection were vast, they had no reason to announce the nation's demise to the public. This was merely a zombie infection issue. The highest command had already imposed a devastating lockdown on the capital. For several days, not even a shadow of the army had been seen. If such a large country is so fragile, then what am I worth? A dual catastrophe, and all personal plans in the current situation seem as fragile as a blank sheet of paper. Perhaps there is a problem with the highest decision-making body, or they simply do not understand this infection thoroughly. But Jin had lost the will to analyze these matters completely, losing his composure, his mind in disarray. His body had been stiff for a long time, and he inexplicably ran to the bedroom, grabbing one of the radios and angrily questioning, "Do not trust anything. Do not trust anything. Speak up." The next moment, the radio was smashed to pieces. The apocalypse. He had long since made his judgment. Deep within, the existence of the company had already reached a conclusion about this world, leaving no room for further doubt. Yet he had still clung to the fantasy of waiting for the army's rescue. A part of him had always held on to hope, but now the entire layout had collapsed, leaving no path for survival, destined to die in a foreign land. What remained for him was only the bloody reality. The core city area was still bearing the brunt of the downburst, while the cold wind had already swept across the entire city, with dark clouds filling the sky. The sharp cries pierced through the cold wind, reaching Sujin's ears. He stumbled to the window in the living room only to find someone standing on the edge of the window across the way crying out before leaping down. In another residential building on the side, someone was also crying and committing suicide from above. The cries sounded like the summons of death, and one after another suicide acts began to unfold before Sujin's eyes. Until a woman on the 6th floor across the way stood on the windowsill, holding her child in swaddling clothes, crying and shaking her head at Sujin. Before she jumped down with her child. No, no, no. Please don't. Don't jump. Please don't jump. Sujin panicked, shouting and jumping in place. He could only watch as the horde of corpses descended upon the bodies of the mother and child. He yanked open the window and raised his hand to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. After 9 shots, there was only an empty click of the trigger. Sujin mechanically pulled the trigger, helplessly watching as the pair of mother and child were torn to shreds by the horde of corpses, leaving only blood swirling in the water. When witnessing others being injected, one often instinctively feels a twinge of pain, as if the needle had also pierced their own skin. Yet now, in this dire situation with the threat of life and death looming ahead, Sujin for the first time experienced an unprecedented visceral pain due to the suffering of others. Sujin's finger on the trigger finally stopped. A spasm gripped his stomach and a heavy metallic taste filled his throat. He staggered and bent over, retching several times, but could not bring anything up. After standing in silence for 2 seconds, he suddenly turned around and slammed the handgun on the ground, causing it to bounce off the wall. Where are the company people? Why did this happen to me? Sujin knelt on the ground, looking around desperately, crying out in rage, what can I do? I'm just an ordinary person. Why did this happen to me? I can't even save my own life. How can I save anyone else? Why won't you save yourselves? I came to find a job. Well, what do you all want from me? Sujin continued to curse and vent his fears and anger, pounding the ground with bloodied hands. Yet each blow felt weaker than the last. Eventually, Sujin leaned against the wall, covering his face and sobbing uncontrollably. All that remained were whispered cries. Hope had been utterly shattered. In the community, suicides continued to occur one after another. The cold wind howled, and the cries floated in the wind. Zhongwan, wake up. In the Fu family's bedroom, Fu, who felt dizzy, struggling to keep his spirits up as he called out to Zhongwan. Since receiving the text message, both had been completely disoriented. Then the cold sky erupted. Witnessing the mass suicides had directly caused Zhongwan to faint. Fu Qingdai stood at the doorway, her delicate face pale, gripping the door frame tightly. She dared not look outside, but even the sounds were enough to unsteady her. Fu, who called out twice before turning back, Qingdai, go get some water. Fu Qingdai quickly agreed and turned to fetch a bowl of water from the bucket to bring back to the bedroom. Seeing her father still trying to save her mother, Fu Qingdai's heart raced with pain and fear. After a moment of thought, she quietly closed the door. She turned back to the living room to search around, her gaze locking onto a chair. Gritting her teeth, she lifted the chair and smashed it against the doorknob with all her might. Qingdai, what are you doing? Fu, who shouted from the bedroom. Fu Qingdai ignored him, gritting her teeth and continuing to smash the door. In a moment of carelessness, she missed and struck her finger against the doorknob, scraping off a piece of flesh. Blood flowed from the wound. After several strikes, the doorknob finally loosened. Just then, Fu, who came out of the room staring at his daughter in shock and anger. What are you doing? I want to go out. You can't go out right now. Stay here. Look at your mother. Can't you see you're making things worse? Fu Qingdai lowered her head and nodded. As Fu, who turned around, rushing back into the bedroom, she immediately pulled open the doorknob. A sound from the door lock echoed, and Fu Qingdai cautiously opened the door. As the door cracked open, a strong, pungent smell of smoke rushed into her nose. Creak, creak. The harsh sounds continued. The lights in the room flickered. The power grid was unstable, on the verge of collapse. The cold wind outside continued to howl. Hard in her throat, Fu Qingdai stepped around the entrance. She intended to speak, but upon seeing the scene before her, she was suddenly choked up. Hiss! Hiss! Bloodstains covered the floor, and Sujin sat on a stool, his fists wrapped in bandages, heavy blood seeping through. His muscular bare torso was damp with sweat. Under the flickering lights, his muscle contours shone with a golden edge. Sujin glanced sideways, causing Fu Qingdai to jump in fright, clutching her hands to her chest. She had never seen him exhibit such an expression, filled with hatred and anger, resembling a beast. Hiss! 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 Their eyes met, and with a trembling voice, Fu Qingdai said, Brother, I'm scared. The lights went out, leaving only the red glow of the cigarette, but flickering. Hiss! The red dimmed, and the harsh sound of sharpening blades abruptly ceased. Don't be afraid, brother is here. A howling gale and blizzard raged through the night. By dawn, the rain had ceased. Sujin stirred awake and sat up, his spirit unburdened after a night of unrestrained release. His slumber deeper and more restorative than ever before. He turned his gaze toward the window, his expression layered with complexity. The government had dissolved, the Hanxiong missile strike had triggered an abrupt catastrophic plunge in global temperatures, the military had vanished without trace. The situation had deteriorated beyond any further point of decline. There was no room left for illusion, no one remained to turn to. Survival now rested solely upon his own resolve and resourcefulness. Outside, the temperature likely hovered near -50°C. Indoors, lacking any heat source, it mirrored the frozen void beyond the walls. He exhaled slowly, a thick, visible plume of white mist dissolving into the frigid air. Sujin threw back his quilt and rose from bed clad in a heavy down jacket. Crouching low, he peered into the corner where a rat cage sat, wrapped meticulously in layers of clothing and insulated at its base with foam padding. The candle had burned to ash, yet faint movement still stirred within the cage. Seeing the rat alive, his shoulders eased, relief flickering across his face. The infection's origin remained enigmatic. If these experimental subjects had perished from cold, it would represent a staggering loss. Fortunately, they had barely weathered the night. Even layered beneath multiple garments and swaddled in every available insulator, his limbs remained stiff and numb with cold upon waking. He owned only a single quilt and possessed few winter garments. Had he not lit several alcohol stoves, fortified by bricks arranged to retain warmth, he might well have suffered frostbite before dawn. Fu Qingdai had visited the previous evening, and he had given her several alcohol stoves. The Fu household differed markedly from his own. Their stock of quilts was surely ample. Enduring this night posed no insurmountable challenge for them. As for the other residents in the building, survival would likewise prove straightforward. Every home held gas cylinders and sufficient combustible materials. Sujin conducted a quiet circuit of his apartment. Finding nothing amiss beyond a bucket of solidified ice, he scooped several spoonfuls of lard for breakfast and stepped outside without delay. He knocked on the Fu family's door. It swung open almost instantly. Fu Qingdai's small face appeared, pale as porcelain from the cold, followed swiftly by Fu, whose countenance drawn and hollow with desolation. At the sight of Sujin, he recoiled in stunned disbelief. "Director, let's speak inside." Sujin raised a hand to cut off further words and stepped across the threshold with calm authority. The living room lay in disarray, its center marked by the ashen remains of a bonfire. The surrounding furniture bore clear signs of dismantlement. The sofa had been stripped for fuel. This family had spent the entire night huddled together in that very room. After a measured survey, Sujin fixed his gaze upon Fu Hu and spoke plainly. "I sealed your door." You. "Hear me out," Sujin said, voice grave and unwavering. "Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Li Haoqing, director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Bureau." I know that," Fu Hu stammered. Sujin shook his head. "You know my name, but you do not know what the Bureau truly does. Its mandate differs significantly from what I previously described to you. In truth, our Bureau is dedicated to the study of supernatural phenomena, a department long marginalized across governmental institutions, perpetually underfunded and diminutive in scale. 30 years ago, the state unearthed ancient artifacts in northwest China, artifacts later identified through rigorous epigraphic analysis as belonging to the Maya civilization. Whether they were extraterrestrial or possessed extraordinary abilities remains uncertain. Yet by deciphering the stone tablets they left behind, we confirmed their capacity to foresee the trajectory of human history, including this very catastrophe. Our bureau was founded expressly to investigate the Maya civilization. Fu Qingdai and Fu, who stood frozen, speechless, their faces locked in silent shock. Sujin continued, voice steady and resonant. Initially, the state regarded the Maya discovery with profound gravity. But over 3 decades, our bureau has faded nearly into oblivion. Its relevance eroded, its purpose obscured. Even within our own ranks, divisions emerged. Many dismissed it as little more than a ceremonial post. I alone refused to look away. "What exactly are you saying? How can I possibly understand this?" Fu Hu cried, eyes wide with alarm. "Are you unwell?" "My mind is lucid," Sujin replied, voice low and unshaken. "According to the Maya prophecies, a savior would foresee this calamity. It was along that thread I found your daughter. Truth be told, I deceived you earlier. I had already spoken with Qingdai before moving into your home. To put it plainly, your daughter is the prophesied savior. I hold this conviction with absolute certainty. You have witnessed this disaster firsthand, but whether you believe me or not is now a matter settled within your own heart." "Wait, hold on." Fu Hu clutched his temples, his features contorted in anguish. A zombie outbreak, the collapse of the nation, and now, this man declaring his daughter the destined savior of humanity. The sheer weight of revelation crashed upon him. His mind reeled, unable to assimilate such rapid succession of cataclysmic truths. "So you knew this would happen all along. Not only did you withhold it from the state, you instead placed your hope upon my daughter." His voice tightened with suppressed fury. Jin remained impassive. The state has known for years. Would another warning have changed anything? Then why did I instruct you to purchase bows, arrows, and batteries? Did you imagine I sought refuge here out of preference? Our bureau cannot even secure basic funding. Budget approvals denied outright. At Jin's final raw declaration, Fu fell utterly still. That was indeed undeniable. If even budgetary support had evaporated, the bureau's marginalization was irrefutable. What then is the state's current status? Fu whispered, trembling, his eyes holding a fragile, desperate glimmer of hope. The state is no longer reliable. Only we remain. Fu's face drained of color. He glanced back at his daughter, and a fresh wave of agony twisted deep within his chest. Jin pressed on. Old Fu, you served in the military. You understand weapons. You've seen the effects of the Hanxiong missile strike, the plummeting temperatures, the frozen world beyond. When in your estimation might warmth return? I don't know. I can't say. Perhaps a week. It is summer, maybe less. Fu waved a listless hand, his voice hollow and exhausted. A week. Jin reflected inwardly. The Hanxiong strike had granted him precisely that, a narrow 7-day reprieve. The sub-zero chill had already begun impairing the zombies, both indoors and out. Conservatively, he calculated 3 days to clear the compound of undead, consolidate supplies, and assemble capable survivors. Directorly, please leave. I have no idea what you intend, but I wish no part in it. Fu murmured, voice brittle and spent. My wife remains unconscious, still unresponsive. I received text alerts and heard the broadcasts, but I refuse to believe the state collapsed so easily. I will wait for rescue. Old Fu. Jin's voice dropped like thunder. What delusion still grips you? The state cannot be relied upon. If it could, how is it that not a single soldier, not a single unit, has appeared since this began? If it could, why would they launch missiles into their own cities? Very well, let us concede for argument's sake that armed forces still exist. Given the present chaos, who among them would prioritize rescuing you? You are an ordinary citizen. What claim do you hold to salvation? How long will you wait? This time fortune spared us. The Hanxiong missile missed our district. But what if another salvo rains down? Will you survive that? Then what am I supposed to do? What can I possibly do? Fu roared, his composure utterly shattered. Get out of my house. Don't drag my daughter into your madness. I refuse to listen to your delusions. Dad. Fu Qingdai tugged frantically at her father's sleeve, her voice trembling with panic and helplessness. As long as we survive, anything is possible. Jin seized Fu's shoulders, his eyes wide and blazing. No nation. Then we shall found one. No army. Then we shall raise one. If we cannot hide, we will not hide. We will stand and fight those wretched, rotting zombies to the last breath. Everyone in this residential complex knows each other well. Your daughter's apocalyptic dreams were so alarming you even had her admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Surely many people remember that, don't they? That alone gives us leverage to rally supporters. Qingdai is humanity's sole beacon of hope. She could become an emperor, a prophet, a sovereign of faith. I will not let you destroy her. Fu froze stunned into silence as he stared blankly at Jin. How utterly collapsed the world had become, yet he intended to raise an army and strike back, and exploit Qingdai in the process. Old Fu, I know your love for your daughter runs deep, but clinging to her like this only seals her fate, Jin said coldly. I cannot stand by while you lead her straight into the abyss. I've grown fond of Qingdai during our time together, but if you remain obstinate, then better she meet a swift end at my hand than be torn apart alive by those shambling horrors. At that, Jin abruptly drew a silver spear and leveled it at Fu Qingdai. You have no time for hesitation. Will you stay here and wait for death, or join me? One word decides everything. Fu Qingdai stared down the dark, yawning muzzle of the weapon, swallowed hard, and then without flinching closed her eyes, pressed her lips tight, and stepped forward, pressing her forehead against the cold steel. No. Fu thrust out a trembling hand. I agree to everything. Just tell me what to do. Jin stepped back and sheathed the silver spear. Fu immediately pulled his daughter close, shielding her protectively behind him, his gaze sharp and wary upon Jin. Jin sighed softly. Old Fu, I never intended harm toward you or Qingdai. We truly have no other path left. This is our only way forward. Your assessment of the danger is dangerously inadequate. I needed to shock you awake, to force clarity upon you swiftly and irrevocably. Now that you've agreed, I swear on my life to protect Qingdai, and I ask the same of you. I've already stockpiled supplies for her on the 4th floor and entrusted the key to her long ago. Fu turned his gaze to his daughter. Seeing her give a quiet, solemn nod, the rigid tension in his face softened just slightly. Jin continued, your wife must be severely traumatized. She'll never recover in these conditions. I've stored several briquettes and a coal stove on the 4th floor. Bring them down, along with any sheet metal and wooden planks from this room. We'll need to shatter the windows and construct a chimney. Take whatever else you require. Nothing here is off limits. With that,蘇烬settled onto a still intact sofa nearby and gestured dismissively toward Fu. Go now, I'll wait right here. Once the stove is assembled, we'll talk further. Don't let your wife freeze to death. Fu glanced at his unconscious wife, then at his daughter, hesitated a heartbeat, and turned, guiding Qingdai downstairs. A quarter-hour later, Fu returned with his daughter. The moment he entered the room, he stood frozen. Zhang still lay motionless on the sofa. Yet蘇烬now stood before the living room window wielding black paint and a brush meticulously coating the glass. Director, what are you doing? First assemble the stove,蘇烬replied without turning. That unnatural rain didn't infect humans alone. It reached animals too. I tested it on rats. Birds may carry the infection as well. Once infected animals turn violently predatory toward all uninfected life. Hiding indoors offers no true safety. Painting the windows black at least diminishes certain risks. Having just witnessed the staggering volume of supplies stacked throughout the apartment, and having heard Qingdai's persistent, earnest praise of蘇烬, he now felt unexpectedly a profound surge of admiration. He nodded once, and set to work assembling the stove with brisk efficiency. He rolled sheet metal into a cylindrical duct, bound it tightly with wire, sealed the seams with aluminum tape, and within minutes a functional rudimentary chimney stood complete. Shattered windows were replaced with sturdy wooden panels. A secure, life-sustaining heating system was now operational. Though the windows gleamed pitch black, the warm glow of the stove cast a gentle golden light across the room. Qingdai lifted a kettle and headed to苏烬apartment to chip ice for water. Meanwhile,苏烬and Fu sat facing each other beside the stove, gazing silently into its flickering heart, until Fu finally broke the stillness. Director Lee, were all those doors upstairs and downstairs sealed by you the day it rained? And did you shut off the main water valve? Yes. Won't they die of thirst inside their apartments? It's been 6 or 7 days now. They're unlikely to perish. Most have food reserves and toilet tanks still hold water. A faint relief softened Fu's expression. Then he asked, voice low but urgent, how did you find Qingdai? A colleague's child attends the same school as yours. I tracked the rumor down and went straight to her. Director Lee, is there truly no hope left? Has the National Bureau of Crisis Management taken any action? And if this prophecy concerns my daughter, what comes next? Annoyed by the barrage of questions,蘇烬reached for a cigarette, then paused, glancing back at Zhang still unconscious on the sofa, and slipped it back into his pocket with a quiet, weary sigh. No action whatsoever, just idle bureaucrats and lethargic functionaries. The prophecy foretold only a cataclysmic annihilation, and that the Savior would foresee it. Nothing more was revealed. But Qingdai is still a child. How can a mere legend entangle her in such matters? Fu's voice rose raw with anguish. Because she is a child, we must act now, to shoulder the burden before it crushes her.苏烬voice dropped, resonant and grave. Old Fu, I beg you, abandon all illusions. Even if rescue arrives, self-preservation remains imperative now. The two are not mutually exclusive. I accept full responsibility. Qingdai is merely a symbol, a talisman of hope. She need do nothing. She need risk nothing. Fu grunted softly, then fell silent once more. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy again,蘇烬asked, Old Fu, do you have other family? Fu stiffened, his voice cracking, my father. His phone hasn't rung in days. At those words, the towering man finally broke. Tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, unstoppable and unashamed. Only when Qingdai re-entered holding the kettle brimming with chipped ice did Fu hastily wipe his face and force composure. Seated between them, Qingdai glanced from one man to the other, her expression quietly observant. Fu drew a slow, steadying breath. Director, what do we do next? Next?苏烬gaze lingered on the dancing flames in the stove, deep and distant. Next, we recruit talent and build a team. You've lived here for years. You know everyone in this building, don't you? Draft me a list, names, backgrounds, connections. I'll release them, one by one. By noon, all the steel pipe frames in the corridor had been dismantled.蘇烬walked out from Fu's home, again holding a list. The content naturally consisted of the personnel information within the corridor. Most of the residents in this unit were familiar to Fu, except for a few tenants. After a brief search through the list,蘇烬had a clear understanding. It seemed that a high percentage of the residents in this community had previously worked in the military or government sectors. What was most lacking right now was military strength, necessitating an enhancement of security. The neighbor across from him on the 4th floor was a former soldier named Wang Song. He was slightly younger than Fu, in his early 40s. Reasonably deducing, soldiers are known for their high discipline and combat abilities, and a man in his 40s should still have decent physical strength. It was the most suitable choice to recruit him. After grabbing the adhesive remover, Sujin went straight to the 4th floor to spray it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he knocked hard on Wang Song's door. The possibility of someone transforming into a corpse inside could be identified by simple sounds. However, after knocking for quite a while, the people downstairs had started shouting for help, yet Wang Song's home showed no response. After a moment of contemplation, Sujin took out his silver gun. He had already tested this gun last night. All 9 bullets had been fired, and it would automatically reload after half an hour. The props provided by the company were truly remarkable. This golden finger was immensely powerful. He aimed the gun at the peephole and fired. The peephole was completely shot through with debris splattering inside the room. Sujin took a step back and observed the interior through the hole. The floor was already a pool of dark blood with 2 corpses lying on the ground, both covered with white cloth. Just as he was about to continue observing, a faint voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "I am your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you hurt?" Sujin quickly stepped onto the stairs, leaning against the door with both hands gripping the gun. "Does it matter if I'm hurt? You should leave." Sujin frowned. The 2 corpses inside must have been killed after infection, judging by the bloodstains they had been dead for a while. The other party still had their wits about them, and even though they were possibly infected, their current level of safety seemed quite high. With this thought, Sujin turned the gun towards the door lock. The silver gun had great power, and there was no need to worry about ricochets. Just 2 shots shattered the lock structure. Gently pulling the door open, Sujin mimicked the actions from movies, slowly sidestepping inside, while scanning the area with his gun. "Wang Song, are you in there? Who exactly are you? How do you have a gun?" Hearing a voice from the bedroom, Sujin slowed his steps and moved closer. Upon entering the bedroom, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting by the window, seemingly hesitating to jump down. Sujin casually closed the door and lowered the gun. "Wang Song, calm down, don't jump just yet." Wang Song, sitting by the window, turned around, his body nearly frozen face, pale teeth chattering. "You have a gun. You're not my neighbor. Who are you?" "Who I am isn't important. You need to come down immediately, close the window, and don't lose hope. Let's talk slowly." "What hope is there? The country is gone. The whole world is in chaos. Do you think there's any salvation left in this world? Only with a home can there be a country. As long as you're alive, there is hope. Come down and we'll talk more." Sujin continuously tried to persuade him. "But my family is gone, you must have seen that. My mother and my wife have turned into monsters. My son is in another city. There's probably no hope for him either." Wang Song's voice was weak and filled with a cry. "You should go, don't worry about me. I must care about you. Many people are like you without family. I am the same." Sujin pressed against the wall, watching the other side closely. "Since you don't want to come down, is your family turned into monsters? Are you hurt? I can find you some medicine." Wang Song trembled and turned around, lifting his shirt to reveal his upper body wrapped in bandages, forcing a bitter smile. 3 days ago. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Wang Song's bitter smile froze on his face as his body fell to the bottom of the building. Sujin leaned against the wall, sitting down and gasping for breath, clutching his chest. "I killed someone. I killed someone. It's fine, it's fine. Oh, I killed a zombie." No, he hadn't mutated yet, but he was going to commit suicide anyway, and he didn't dare to jump. So I helped him. I actually saved him. After comforting himself for a while, Sujin stood up, still shaken, and moved forward to close the window. Then he went to the living room, grabbed a mop handle, and lifted the corpse's covering cloth. Seeing the wounds on the corpse, Sujin's throat tightened, and he jabbed it into the body several times. The chance of being infected after being attacked by a zombie might not be 100%, but now was definitely not the time to verify that. Therefore, Wang Song had to die. The 2 corpses on the floor had undoubtedly fought, with Wang Song, their clothes torn to shreds. There were knife wounds all over their necks, chests, and abdomens. But the most notable was a deep wound on the chest. This was the fatal wound. Combining it with the previous mouse experiment, it turned out that the zombie's weakness really lay in the heart. This trip wasn't entirely without gains. Having thought this, Sujin took a deep breath and found a blanket in the room. He wrapped the corpse in the blanket and tossed it out through the nearest window. After disposing of the 2 corpses, he returned to the corridor, still feeling uneasy. Picking up the list again, Sujin's gaze locked onto the 6th floor. This experience had indeed been somewhat terrifying. He hadn't been cautious enough. Let's not look for strong young men for now. There were 2 elderly men living on the 6th floor. According to Fu Hu's description, they had both done research before and had also served in the military. However, judging by their age, they were nearly 70. Even if they did undergo a transformation, the danger wouldn't be too high. After all, their bones would still show their quality even after transformation. 601 Sunya is a solitary elderly man. I might as well practice on him first. Upon reaching the 6th floor, it was still about removing the adhesive and knocking on the door. Sujin held his gun and waited silently. Before long, a voice came from behind the door. "Who are you?" The neighbor from downstairs. My door is sealed. I heard that it seems like the people downstairs are also sealed. How did you get out? Are you hurt? Upon hearing this, Sujin raised an eyebrow. This old man in the room was not ordinary. His cognition was quite high. I sealed the door. It can now be opened. I'm not hurt. How about you? After asking this, a sound of the door opening followed. The door seemed to be pushed slightly from the inside, slowly opening. As Sujin moved slowly, he just caught sight of the situation behind the door, and his whole body instantly stiffened. In the darkness, a faint candlelight flickered. Behind the candlelight, a thin old man was holding a hunting rifle, glaring at him fiercely. Don't move, stay there. Don't shoot. Sujin raised both hands, forcing himself to remain calm. I mean no harm. I'm here to save you. There are many people still in the building. I just want to gather everyone together for warmth. I heard from Fuhu downstairs that you are Mr. Sunright. Gather for warmth. Sunya gave a bitter smile, appearing especially chilling in the glow of the candlelight. The country is gone. There is no salvation left in this world. What warmth can we gather? How do you know there's no salvation? What's most important for us right now is to organize and resist the external enemies. If we give up on ourselves now. Sunya shouted sharply, his tone quickly turning suppressed. There is no chance for recovery anymore. The rain infected not only humans, but also animals. Infected creatures will be driven by instinct to attack living beings. All the major military districts are basically in the wilderness. There are many wild animals outdoors, and the light at night is very conspicuous. On the night of the rainy storm, all military districts around the world should have been attacked by infected creatures. Small animals enter indoors, and the military cannot effectively counterattack. Once they go outside, they can only get drenched in the rain, making the problem even worse. The first to be impacted was not the cities, but the military. The military may have already perished in the first wave. After listening to Sun Ya's account, Sujin was deeply shocked and fell silent for a moment. According to the description from Fuhu, this old man had previously been involved in the research and development of medical devices, and he had a profound background. However, now all the windows of the house were covered, and he held a hunting rifle in hand. Coupled with his analysis, it indicated that this old man was not as simple as he seemed. Old man, my name is Li Haoqing. May I sit down to talk? Sunya gazed at Sujin, slowly lowering the muzzle of his gun and nodding. Sujin carefully approached and pulled out a chair to sit across from him. That rain could infect animals. How did you know? And about the environment in the house, the analysis for the military. I used to work in the military industry. Sunya sighed, stroking the hunting rifle. I noticed abnormalities in people, so I collected some rainwater to experiment on my dog at home. The dog went mad, and I had to put it down. I was worried that birds and beasts would also be infected, which is why I covered all the windows. Sunya continued. Until yesterday, the country announced the termination of functions. It was only then that I realized everything was completely doomed. The military could no longer be relied upon. Sujin questioned, how do you know for sure that we can't rely on them? Even if the military were infected, they shouldn't directly announce their failure. Cities still have the capability to organize a counterattack. Once trust is broken, organizing becomes much harder. Sujin furrowed his brow and asked. Sunya pondered, you are correct. From the perspective of the military being widely infected, the state has no reason to give up, but I suspect there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that insects may also be infected. If insects are infected, the extinction of humanity is merely a matter of time, and the higher-ups can only seek self-preservation. The second possibility is that the effects of this rain are far more complex than they appear, and there must be other characteristics involved. No virus in nature can cross species and mutate so quickly. This is not a virus, it is a supernatural disaster. After saying this, Sunya covered his face and sighed deeply. Sujin was speechless, lost in profound shock and worry. After taking a deep breath and wiping his face, Sunya looked up at Sujin and said, I've answered your questions, now it's your turn to answer mine. Go ahead and ask. Sunya inquired, you sealed off the residence in advance. It wasn't just my family that was sealed off, was it? I sealed off the entire unit. Sunya stared intently at Sujin. Why? A little girl on the 5th floor said the apocalypse is coming, and I believe her. Huh, you truly are out of your mind. No wonder you have a gun belt around your waist, Sunya replied sarcastically, but then his expression turned serious as he muttered to himself, that girl Qing Dai. I know about her. I thought she was having psychological issues. Now it seems it's not that simple. How did she know in advance? Do you believe in nature? Sujin asked softly, casually, putting the gun belt into his pocket. Nature? I believe in science, but I also believe that nature will balance everything. In the face of such a disaster, although organizations have collapsed, there must be a solution. Sujin looked at Sunya and said, I believe this disaster will have forces that counterbalance it. Qing Dai has indicated the problem. Old man, I can see that you don't want to die sitting here with a gun, right? Come with me. Now is the time to organize a team. I have a cage of rats, and you are a research expert who can help me conduct more reliable experiments. Upon hearing this, Sun Ya's eyes sparkled briefly, and then he looked Su Jin up and down. Organize a team. Do you have the ability? Why should others trust you? Just because I have a profit in hand and I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau. Sun Ya squinted his eyes. Nonsense. The country doesn't even have that department. Now it does. Sun Ya scanned Su Jin with suspicion, then nodded in realization. All right. You are right. Now there can be one who I can help you. But you must know that I am almost 70, and I am not far from the grave. It makes no difference to me if this world is rotten or not. If you want to be a leader and have me serve you, you need to have the qualifications. If you are just a brainless waste, I might as well shoot myself to end it quickly. What do you want? Sun Ya pondered for a moment, and then threw the hunting rifle directly to Su Jin. This is a shotgun. Oh, I have 30 rounds of ammunition. Go downstairs and clear out those zombies. The heart seems to be their weak point. They react to sound, light, and smell. There are plenty of stray cats and dogs in the community, so be careful. If you can do it, even if you are a madman, I will give my life to you. Su Jin replied, That's exactly what I intend to do. You stay upstairs and watch. With the shotgun in hand, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Jin's eyes. Taking the ammunition, he walked out, while saying, Old man, your neighbor is also an expert, right? The door has been glued shut. I left the adhesive remover for you. If you can ensure safety, let him out. If you can't handle it, wait for me to come back. It's cold in here. Go to Fu Hu's place and wait for me. I understand. Su Jin nodded, suddenly stopping at the door. He turned back to Sun Ya with an awkward smile and asked, How do I use this gun? Sun Ya laughed in exasperation. Hey, I thought you were impressive. Come back and I will teach you. 40 minutes later, Su Jin stood in the first-floor corridor wearing his down jacket over a rough homemade zombie-proof suit. Wearing gloves and a motorcycle helmet, a silver gun and a shotgun were tied to his waist with ropes, and a machete was tucked into his side. After all, being a novice, if the gun dropped due to nerves, it would be a hassle to retrieve it. He prepared thoroughly. In the dim corridor, Su Jin lowered his head to adjust his breathing. Once his heartbeat stabilized, he lifted his foot and kicked the unit door. A loud bang echoed outside the door. The zombies, previously frozen by the cold, began to stir at the sound. The fragile ice shell outside shattered, and the stumbling figures rushed toward Su Jin's position. Soon over a dozen zombies had approached the unit's entrance. At that moment, a firecracker exploded in the distance. The zombies that had gathered at the unit door turned and rushed toward the sound of the firecracker. At the same time, a series of urgent clanging sounds echoed from the corridor's handrail. Without hesitation, Su Jin yanked open the unit door. As the door opened, he faced a dozen zombies with their backs turned to him. Bang, 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 bang. He fired 9 shots in succession, exhausting all 9 rounds. Su Jin slammed the unit door shut and retreated back into the corridor. Huff. After exhaling a puff of white breath, he turned and ran back to the 5th floor. Coming toward him was Fu Qing Dai, standing at the stairwell, holding a firecracker in one hand and a wrench in the other, her face beaming with joy. Brother, did you succeed? It seems successful. I think I killed 3. I didn't see clearly. You'll go for a few more rounds later. Su Jin lovingly ruffled Fu Qing Dai's head and said, Well done. Following the same method after repeated actions several times, most of the zombies fell to the ground and the community returned to tranquility. The sun was setting and the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Wan had already awakened, but her expression was listless. The room also had Sun Ya and another haggard old man. Everyone sat around the stove warming themselves while a pot on the stove bubbled with sour vegetables. The pot contained lard and sliced ham, making it look rich and oily with a savory aroma wafting throughout the room. Shall let me introduce you. Sun Ya patted the old man beside him. Wei, you should be called Old Wei. We are old acquaintances and were colleagues in the past. Old Wei, this is the Shaoli I mentioned to you. Wei looked up at Su Jin, forcing a slight smile, and Su Jin quickly extended his hand for a handshake. Sun Ya sighed. Old Wei, you know about your sister-in-law's heart. Her passing this time saves her from greater suffering. You must think positively and live well, not just for yourself, but also for the younger ones. Although we are old bones, we can still be of some use. Besides, our lives can be considered saved by Shaoli. Wei nodded, wiping the corners of his eyes lightly. The stew in the pot was still bubbling, and Zhang Wan went to get bowls and chopsticks. Su Jin looked at Sun Ya and asked, Old man, does this mean you agree to help me? Sun Ya nodded. You are indeed brave and resourceful. Although you seem a bit mentally unstable, you are not bad. I have no other choice but to help you. But I don't understand, why didn't you clear all the zombies downstairs and left a couple? How many bullets do you have for that pistol? There are plenty of bullets for the pistol. That shotgun is for self-preservation, so it's better to conserve a bit. As for why I left 2 zombies, I intended to practice shooting on the remaining ones. There are also bows and arrows prepared in the house, and bullets are not in short supply. It seems your preparations are indeed quite thorough. After finishing his words, Sonya fell into thought, then said seriously, today you killed a lot of zombies, but do not let your guard down. Within this, the zombies' bodies are frozen on the outside, their ears, noses, and eyes are sealed in ice, yet they can still react quickly. Their movement speed is about the same as an ordinary person's walking speed. So you mean that once the temperature starts to warm up, the zombies' mobility might surge? Sujin pondered. Very perceptive observation. It seems I need not worry too much about you. Sonya added, but the problem is not as simple as surface freezing. With such external temperatures, and the rain a day and night are enough to freeze all the bodily fluids in a living organism. Those zombies should essentially be blocks of frozen meat. Logically, they should have completely lost their ability to move. Yet they can move. This is something that current science cannot explain. Sonya paused. I hope you can bring back 2 zombies tomorrow for me to dissect and research. There is a risk of infection. Are you willing? Are you confident? Sujin hesitated. Although he was willing to undertake such tasks, and had prepared quite a bit of protective gear, he still felt the risk of dissecting a zombie was too great. Various bodily fluids could seep out or splatter, and he could not guarantee what the consequences would be. Sonya hesitated for a moment, and said, I have no confidence. This situation exceeds the current knowledge system. I have some understanding of medicine, but I am still inferior to true experts. I can only say to increase our awareness of the dangers as much as possible. I know the risks are high, you can choose not to do it. But I believe that compared to the future costs, this risk is worth trying. I understand tomorrow I will drag back 2 corpses. I will handle it, and you observe. Sujin nodded, then added, old son, I have a cage of rats that also requires your experimentation. Oh, why not start both tomorrow? Sonya nodded. Fetching ice carries the risk of splatter. I still have half a bottle of rainwater I collected earlier, which should come in handy. Your rainwater may already be useless. I still need to fetch ice for you. After hesitating for a moment, Sujin spoke calmly. What do you mean? Sonya's gaze sharpened instantly. How do you know the rainwater is useless? I can see the source of the infection. That thing will dissipate after about 5 days. Hiss. Sonya inhaled sharply, and the others in the room looked at Sujin. Even the extremely depressed Wade couldn't help but raise his head. You have such an ability. How did you do it? What form is the infectious material? Sujin smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's a talent. Isn't Qing Dai also able to foresee the future? But my ability is of little use. The infectious material is like gray mist. It will convert into a gaseous state, without water, making it easy to disperse. It's a pity that I can only see the initial state of this material. Once it infects a living being, I can no longer see its characteristics. Well, that's good news. So you also have some special abilities. No wonder you believe in that girl Qing Dai. Sonya showed a pleased expression. It will dissipate in 5 days. Now that the rain has stopped, the source of the pollution will disappear soon. No. Wade spoke up at the right moment, his voice carrying exhaustion. Whether there will be a second rain is still uncertain. The source of the infection has shifted from rain to living beings. Do you see any signs of those walking corpses nearing death? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Sujin smiled helplessly. Everyone, don't hold on to fantasies anymore. For now, we can only rely on ourselves and prepare for battle. Let's eat first. That night, the wind outside had already diminished. The room was silent, with the hissing sound of the coal stove clearly audible. The faint glow of fire seeping through the cracks of the stove added a touch of warm yellow to the darkness. Fu-Hu and Sonya, along with others, found their places and wrapped themselves in their quilts, falling into a deep sleep. Sujin curled up in the corner, unable to sleep, gazing at the firelight emanating from the stove, lost in thought. After killing many zombies in one day, the sense of fear had lessened, instead replaced by an indescribable exhilaration brought about by revenge. But can I really perform a dissection? Old Sun wants to conduct experiments, and the characteristics of this infection are not yet fully understood. Should I wait for him to finish his experiments before recruiting new people, or should I start directly? While pondering, a small shadow darted past the stove, crouched low before pouncing gently beside Sujin. Qing Dai. Sujin looked down. Brother, can I sleep next to you? Fu Qing Dai, wrapped in a quilt, revealed only her little face. Sujin reached out and patted the top of her head twice. Feeling as if he had just touched oil, he hurriedly wiped his hand on Fu Qing Dai's quilt. What's wrong? My mom is still not feeling well today. What should I do? Leaning against Sujin, Fu Qing Dai whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Sujin looked up, letting out a long sigh. After all, she was still young, and it was already a significant feat for her to have persisted until now while killing zombies. It's okay. Your mom will be fine after resting. Things will get safer and safer. Sooner or later, we will live normally like before. Fu Qing Dai silently shed tears, not saying a word. Seeing this, Sujin reached out and hugged Fu Qing Dai, letting out a snort from his nose. Phew. This oil could fry a dish. With you here, we at least don't have to worry about starving. Brother. Fu Qingdai's face immediately flushed red, and she let out a whimper, lifting the quilt. She wrapped her head into a ball and dove into Su Jin's embrace. The next day, the cold wind rose again. A few people got up early and had breakfast. With the addition of professionals, the improvement of infection research was undoubtedly assured. In the morning, Su Jin collected ice, distributing it into containers of the same specifications, then heated it to melt into water. Each container held a different concentration of a gray substance, each one numbered. This entirely relied on his visual processing. Based on his naked eye observations of the gray mist concentration, he drew different shades on white paper to create a color chart for the two experts' reference. Later, under the guidance of Sunya and Wada, he made some simple adjustments to correct errors. The supernatural gray mist, which could not be observed, had already begun quantifiable experiments under the expert's instruction. By the time the experimental part was finished, it was already noon. The two elderly men were still busy observing in the shabby laboratory. Su Jin stepped out feeling somewhat relieved. The Fu family sat in the living room, not knowing what to do. After sitting idle for several hours, Fu Hu and his wife showed visible signs of impatience. Su Jin glanced over and immediately understood the situation. Out of consideration for this family, he had not made any arrangements. It was time to assign them some tasks. Whether to distract them or to provide value to the team, resting any longer would likely exacerbate their mental issues. Perhaps staying busy would be a better form of rest. Before Su Jin could speak, Fu Hu stood up, stammering, "Director, what can I do? Just wait a moment." After dropping that line, Su Jin ran up to the 4th floor. After several trips back and forth, the living room was filled with various items. Different sizes and types of stones, rolls of cloth, and a bag of pig feet. Catching his breath, Su Jin placed his hands on his hips and said, "Old Fu, the stones and the contents of that bag are all prepared for you and your daughter. Right now, you don't need to do anything else, just train indoors to improve your physical strength. Focus mainly on your arms and legs, as well as lung capacity. And the bows and arrows, we can open the doors between our two households, remove the entrance, and use the bedding as targets to practice, which will be useful in the future." Su Jin pointed at the bag of pig feed on the ground. "Eat a spoonful before and after training. It will help you gain muscle quickly and alleviate fatigue." Fu Hu scratched his head. "Director, isn't that pig feed?" "What pig feed?" "That is a special training drink I prepared for you, just packed in a pig feed bag for convenience." Su Jin said nonchalantly, "If you don't know how to train, I'll teach you." Although it was pig feed, it was genuinely good stuff. Pure whey protein. The current fitness market had not developed at all, and the value and understanding of whey protein were quite low. The protein powder that bodybuilders consumed was once the leftover slop from pig farms. He was ecstatic when he discovered whey protein at the slaughterhouse. Perfect protein. There might even be precious veterinary medicines in it. Additionally, this thing had alerted him while at the slaughterhouse. He wanted to buy some strong medicine at the pharmacy, but they were all regulated, while veterinary medicines had fewer restrictions. He soon obtained antibiotics easily. Though the standards and specifications certainly did not meet human use in this world, such minor impurities hardly mattered. It's just a pity he couldn't get testosterone. If he had testosterone to inject into Fu Qingdai, her muscles would surely grow exponentially. There was no need to worry about side effects. If any danger arose, he wouldn't have to worry about hormones. Sending Fu Qingdai to a steroid planet, zombies would have taken her away first. After hearing Su Jin, Fu, who looked confused and hesitantly, said, "Director, I'm fine with training. But my daughter, what can a girl achieve through training? What if she encounters something and becomes weak? Not training will only lead to weakness." Su Jin stated seriously, "Old Fu, at this time, I won't hold back. You are uneducated and your views are outdated. For the short term, we are safe. Although Qingdai is a girl, muscle growth is slower, but her ability to build muscle is still quick, as I just explained to you." After hearing this, Fu, who was still confused, but his expression had indeed turned serious. "Director, although I didn't understand much, I know what to do." "Very good, just like that." Su Jin turned to look at the somewhat awkward Zhang Wan, his voice softening. "Sister-in-law, I know you are scared, but since I am here as a national official, I have a responsibility to protect you regardless of Qingdai's special circumstances. I will protect you until the end, so don't worry." Zhang Wan's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded repeatedly. "Adjust your mood. Ooh, I have tasks for you as well." Su Jin pointed to the supplies on the floor. "You can sew. I need you to redesign these clothes and fabrics, sewing pockets onto them, and cutting the aluminum rolls into pieces to insert into the pockets. This ensures flexibility, and it must provide comprehensive protection without leaving any blind spots. I trust your professional skills will handle this." Zhang Wan nodded. "This isn't difficult. I should be able to manage." "Excellent. Sister-in-law, this is a crucial aspect of safety." Su Jin's expression was focused as he looked at Zhang Wan. "Our lives depend on you. Don't worry. I promise not to make mistakes." By afternoon, after having lunch, they regrouped and prepared for strict protection. Sujin rushed downstairs with a piece of thin iron sheet. Today he did not plan to search for new recruits inside the building. The two experts were studying the infectious material, and later, while it was still light, they would perform a zombie dissection. With limited physical strength and energy, he needed to remain in top form to recruit new members and prevent unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, delaying a bit longer would help. The longer people persist, the stronger their minds become. Rushing to form a team, it was better not to have mentally weak individuals. Despite this plan, upon reaching the first floor, Sujin still knocked on the doors of the two households. Hearing faint footsteps and the sound of a door being knocked, he sighed as he stepped outside. The two households on the first floor had been completely wiped out. Although the rainwater hadn't come in, he saw zombies knocking at the windows the next morning. Both households on the first floor had opened their windows, indicating they were utterly gone. Outside, Sujin had appeared, and someone immediately called for help from the building across. Sujin ignored them, quickly drew his gun, and shot the last two zombies from a distance. He then found the bodies of the zombies nearby and covered them with iron sheets to drag them back. He wondered if these things would come back to life. By covering them, he could respond quickly if they suddenly sprang up. Thankfully, the imagined catastrophic events did not occur, and he dragged two corpses, placing them in Wang Song's home. An hour later, Sonya halted the experiment and came downstairs. Sujin stood by the dining table, the corpse fully exposed with limbs spread wide, tied to the corners of the table and chairs. Several tools were placed beside the table. Another corpse was tightly bound and discarded to the side. Glancing over, Sonya nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Shaoli. You are quite cautious and have the makings of a researcher. If it weren't for this incident, I would be willing to take you as my student. Later, I'll instruct you on how to operate while I record. Forget it. I never want to experience this kind of thing again in my life. Sujin gasped for breath, constantly swallowing. By the way, old son, weren't you into machinery? Do you also deal with anatomy? Not entirely, but I've seen a few dissections. Let's begin. Sujin took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said, let's go. Be careful with the knife. There may be high-pressure gas inside the corpse, so watch out for splatter. The weak point is the heart. We'll only examine the internal organs. Cut 1 centimeter down from both sides of the collarbone, reaching the midline of the sternum. Then cut down to the pubic symphysis. Sujin held his breath, gritting his teeth as he began to cut. The sensation of flesh under the blade constantly stimulated his mind. Even with layers of protection, the visual stimuli, the pungent smell, and the fear of infection still made him want to vomit. As the skin broke, the knife struggled to slice from the collarbone to the sternum, Sujin's face gradually losing its color. This is harder to cut than I imagined. Is it that the zombie's skin has changed? No, it's that your knife is too dull, the corpse is too cold, and you're too nervous, Sonya replied calmly. Huff. Old son, tell me something else. Ugh. By the way, old son, weren't you involved in military industry? How did you end up making medical equipment? Haha, you can see my temperament. I don't get along with the people in the department. But I'm also skilled in other areas. Do you know who developed our country's first MRI machine? Newton. Who's Newton? Are you confused? It was me. As he cut more, the disgust grew. The skin and fat layers were continuously exposed before him. Sujin's voice trembled. I never thought I'd meet someone of your status. Why are you living in such a shabby place? Shabby. 20 years ago, only the talented could live in this community. Later it became unmanageable, but I've gotten used to it, and am too lazy to move. Sonya said, do you know what Old Wei does? Wei? You didn't say he was also involved in military industry. He's not just involved in military industry, he participated heavily in the development of the Hanxiong missile system back in the day. You could say he is a true weapons expert. To establish ourselves in the future, we will need heavy firepower, and mastering the use of weapons is a technical task that only he can comprehensively guide you on. Wow, this shabby place really is full of hidden talents. While speaking, the A-shaped incision on the corpse had already been made. Sonya waved his hand, covering his mouth and nose. Open it up. Sujin pursed his lips, lifting the corpse's sides, exposing the skeleton and internal organs before the two of them. Use an axe to chop open the sternum. We can see if there are any changes in the bones. Sujin held his breath, picked up the axe, and gestured for Sonya to step back. Damn. Sonya retreated further, and Sujin then forcefully struck down, bone fragments flying everywhere. Damn. Just chop. Why are you swearing at me? Sonya frowned at the comments. This isn't work a human should be doing. Ooh, I've never felt this nauseous, even when killing people. Damn. Damn. A string of curses followed as the ribs were split open, and Sujin under the helmet had reddened eyes and was drenched in sweat. Sonya approached, examining the broken bone, and then looking at the internal organs. The bones show no abnormalities. Cut open the internal organs, just cut them open. Oh, it's fine as long as you can see clearly. Which one should I cut? Cut them all. Just cut. Fine, fine. Sujin picked up the knife and began cutting. Halfway through, his expression froze. Hey. Sea urchin. That's shit. Don't stir it, get away. I really can't tell if you are scared or perverted. Is this how you chop? Even a murderer wouldn't chop like this. Sunya stepped forward to check, casually picking up a spare fruit knife. He began inspecting the internal organs. Liver and lungs are normal, intestines are normal, kidneys are normal. Is the heart normal? Sun Ya's expression revealed doubt as he continued to dig deeper with the knife. The heart, having suffered a gunshot wound, was already shattered and unclear. After a careful search, Sunya frowned. Come over and take a look. This black spot. Is it burnt or just grown there? I can't see clearly with my eyes. Sujin leaned over, squinting to look. A black, the size of a half fingernail, was embedded in the shattered heart. It's grown there like connective tissue. It's very hard and close to bone. Even a normal pathological heart wouldn't grow this kind of tissue. The gray substance you mentioned seems to primarily affect the heart. At this point, Sun Ya's expression changed. Open that one as well. Wait a minute. Sujin's expression instantly became serious. No longer fearing the cold and slimy internal organs, he reached in directly into the abdominal cavity. When he reached in and pulled out, he already had a crystal as clear as jade between his fingers. What is this? Sunya was greatly surprised. Sujin's breathing grew heavy, excitement bursting from his eyes. Zombie crystal? What do you mean by zombie crystal? Sunya hurriedly asked. It's produced by mutations within zombies. Eating it will grant you incredible powers. Where did you learn that? It's written in novels. Tisk, you've picked up some bad habits calling it zombie crystal. Sunya looked at him with disdain. This is obviously a stone, right? Impossible, can stones grow like this? Sujin wiped the jade stone in his hand, treating it like a treasure. Sunya stepped forward, slapped it away, and the stone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, Sujin's heart breaking along with it. The stones I dug up 2 years ago are far more beautiful than this. Look, there's a pile of stones inside too. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and dissect another one. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Sujin lifted another corpse and began to dissect again. With the experience from the last time, this dissection process was noticeably much faster. The two headed straight for the final target, looking towards the heart. After a few careful cuts, the same black connective tissue was exposed to their eyes. However, this time the size was noticeably different, about the size of a thumb. Sunya poked it with the knife and then changed positions. He prodded various areas a few times and finally sliced open the zombie's arm to check the deeper muscle. After working for a while, he squatted down to examine the previous corpse that had been discarded on the ground. By the time he stood up, his expression now held a hint of fear. What's wrong, old son? Sujin began to feel nervous as well. After a moment of silence, Sunya pointed to the second corpse and said, the owner of this corpse was a skinny person, obviously untrained. The corpse on the ground is much fatter than him, so logically speaking the muscle strength should be higher, but the results are just the opposite. Although the sample is very small, the only explanation is the size of the mutated area in the heart. This means, are zombies evolving? Sujin felt a chill all over his body. Sunya exhaled a breath of cold air. We should have anticipated this earlier. But the locations of the black spotted tissues on the two corpses varied. If the goal is to cover the entire heart, they may still be far from their limits. No. What is this again? Sunya extended the knife, gently pricking the heart. Just now, while focused on the front, a sharp point on the side of the heart had been completely overlooked. As the tip of the knife prodded the object behind the heart was suddenly exposed to their eyes. It was a bright red olive-shaped flesh ball. They leaned in to observe, and Sujin's heartbeat quickened while his pupils contracted. This is lymph. It's not lymph. Sunya looked up in shock at Sujin. There are indeed lymph capillaries in cardiac tissue. Even if there is a mutation, it shouldn't grow like this, nor in this position. This thing is not something that should exist in the human body. Are you feeling your heartbeat quickening and also feeling very hungry? Yes. Sujin nodded, trembling, looking back at Sunya. You feel it too. How could this be? The feeling is intensifying. Sujin's expression twisted. Appetite. The moment they clearly saw the flesh ball in its entirety, an unprecedented and intense appetite surged within them, as if the flesh ball had an overwhelming allure urging them to consume it. Even amidst a pile of disgusting entrails, it was difficult to resist this impulse. Fortunately, both of them had strong wills and managed to maintain their basic rationality. Sunya took a breath, staring intently at the flesh ball, murmuring to himself, in a state of extreme hunger, the brain's physiological mechanisms will redefine taste. Organs being high energy but foul-smelling food become the body's top priority. Foods that were originally hard to swallow will seem delicious. Nutrition is the core. Son, what are you talking about? Are you all right? Sujin hurriedly reached out to grab Sunya and shook him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sunya gently shook his head, deep in thought. I'm wondering, is this thing tempting us, or is our body craving it? That makes sense. I feel like eating it would grant me some magical power. Can you stop thinking about your lousy novel? You're already an adult. How can you still be so childish? With that, Sunya held the knife and cut off the flesh ball. He then placed it on the table, preparing to dissect it.蘇烬reached out to stop him. Wait a minute, let me do it. I'm wearing thicker clothes. What if there's a highly corrosive liquid inside? That would be troublesome. Sonya nodded and yielded the position to蘇烬. Go ahead, but be careful. The sharp blade cut into the flesh ball. Upon contact, it felt like cutting into a resilient rubber ball. It felt like if he pressed down too hard, whatever was inside would burst out uncontrollably.蘇烬adjusted the blade and stabbed down with the tip. With a slight downward pressure, it felt as if he had pierced through pigskin. Then he made a diagonal cut. The bottom of the flesh ball retained some sinew, not completely severed. The intense appetite surging from their bodies began to multiply like the torment of not having eaten for several days.蘇烬gritted his teeth and slowly opened the flesh ball with his hands. Sunya's pupils dilated as the contents within deeply captivated their gazes. Logically, when the flesh ball was cut in half, the contents inside should also be divided into two. But reality was not so. Peeling away the membranes on both sides was more like peeling a lychee. In the middle appeared a completely clear, transparent water sphere, showing no signs of having been cut by a knife. It was even hard to notice its existence without close inspection. Sunya examined it for a moment, suppressing his discomfort, and looked up at蘇烬, asking, "It looks like a water sphere. Your vision is different from ordinary people. Can you see something special?" "Water sphere. I see it as colorful, very beautiful, like a good thing."苏烬nerves were taut. Although he was unclear about the details of the water sphere that Sunya mentioned, the contents of the flesh ball truly appeared colorful in his eyes, with the halo swirling within the water sphere. It was entirely different from the gray mist form, full of beauty and completely devoid of that ominous feeling. "Pour it into this tray." Sunya flicked the prepared tray on the table.蘇烬nodded. Just as he tilted his hands, an unexpected change occurred. The elastic water sphere first landed on his index finger, then slid down to his thumb, with the halo within the water sphere disappearing as it passed through the glove. The water sphere spread out at his thumb, evaporating into nothing. What's happening? The sudden disappearance of the water sphere made Sunya's hair stand on end. Sujin's hair also stood up, staring blankly at Sunya. "It seems. I think I absorbed it." After saying this, a wave of heat surged within him, causing his mind to buzz, and darkness enveloped him, with faint sounds of Sunya's anxious shouts echoing in his ears. Little Lee, will the director wake up? It's already dawn. He has a high fever. Don't touch him. It would be troublesome if he turns into a corpse. From what I can observe, it doesn't seem like a corpse transformation. His eyes are moving quickly. Zombies shouldn't dream. He's waking up. Fuhu raised his gun. In the darkness,苏烬struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurred. He tried to move, but found his limbs restrained. After a couple of minutes,蘇烬gradually regained his senses, shook his head, and hoarsely asked, "What's going on?" "You can still speak. You're fine." Fuchingda's originally worried little face erupted with joy. Sunya squatted down in front of蘇烬, poking his face with a small stick. "Little Lee, are you all right? Water. Get me some water." Cough. Upon hearing this, Fuchingda hurried to the kitchen to fetch water, but as she was about to feed蘇烬, Sunya stopped her. "Don't be so hasty. Use a long spoon to feed him. Keep your distance." Hee. Hearing蘇烬let out a low laugh sent chills down everyone's spine. Sunya's face was serious. "What are you laughing at? Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. It's better to be cautious. You little rascal. You still have the leisure to joke at a time like this. You've scared us all to death." Sunya swore, taking the long spoon filled with water to feed蘇烬. "Do you remember what happened?" After a hearty drink,蘇烬recalled, "I remember. I absorbed that water sphere. I've been in a half-dream state, feeling a stream of energy swirling inside me." Sunya took notes consecutively, asking several questions, prying open his eyelids to observe, gradually relaxing his mind. "You're clear-headed. Seems there's no issue. Would you like me to untie you?"蘇烬shook his head. "Not yet. Let's observe a little longer. I feel something's off with my body. I feel light, as if I might float away. As long as you're clear-headed, the rest are minor issues. Untie him and observe," Sunya decisively commanded. Upon hearing this, Fuchingda, disregarding Fuhu's objections, hurriedly stepped forward to help蘇烬untie the ropes. "Bro, are you feeling okay?" Fuchingda asked with concern.蘇烬patted her hand and stood up in front of everyone. Just as he stood upright, the feeling of lightness surged even more.蘇烬looked at the wall to the side, an idea forming in his mind. "Don't be nervous. My body feels a bit abnormal. I want to try something." With that, he lifted his foot and ran towards the wall, taking just a few steps to ascend it. He twisted his body and walked sideways along the wall, his body almost parallel to the ground. Until he reached the corner of the room, he fell to the ground with a thud under everyone's astonished gaze. "Superman!" The room fell silent, eyes wide, as they watched蘇烬rise from the ground. Although he looked quite disheveled, his previous movements were astonishing, akin to a cinematic effect. A simple action, yet the lightness, weightlessness, speed, and fluidity were not characteristics of a human being. Jin stood up crouched and effortlessly reached the roof. He then stood still lost in thought. The miraculous changes in his body brought immense joy, yet there was also significant concern in his heart. After all, something from within a zombie's body had been absorbed into his own. While he felt no abnormalities, now it remained uncertain whether any issues would arise later. Given the current situation, it seemed unnecessary to voice his concerns. Sunya stepped forward excitedly, exploring Jin's body, its superpower. This is superpower. Have you evolved? Wada, who had always been silent, was also noticeably uplifted. After days of suppression, especially with Jin being unconscious, the tension had reached its peak. Now it seemed this was not a bad thing, but rather a good one. Jin clenched his fist and slightly moved his body. I am not quite sure what's happening, but I feel no discomfort. I feel enhanced. As the old saying goes, within 7 steps there must be an antidote. It appears that the zombie is both a crisis and an opportunity to solve the problem. That makes sense. Sunya nodded repeatedly, already too excited to remain calm. Although he had been able to maintain rational thought, reason kept reminding him that the collapse of the nation had already proven the existing system could not address such a sudden crisis. Surviving as a hastily organized ragtag team was extremely difficult. Now an opportunity had emerged. A special issue had revealed a unique solution. Perhaps nature was indeed balancing itself. This area is too small, so I'll go outside to experiment a bit. You wait here. After saying this, Jin directly turned and went downstairs. As he descended, he continuously experienced the new state of his body. He felt his speed and agility skyrocketing. With just a small push, he could cover a long distance. With that thought, he began to try. Standing at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, Jin pressed one foot down and sprang towards the lower platform. Before he even landed, he kicked off the wall and twisted midair, landing on the 2nd floor. The moment he touched the ground, there was no discomfort whatsoever. It felt similar to jumping down several flights of stairs. Looking back up at the stairs, Jin suppressed his joy and continued to descend. Indeed, there was treasure within the zombie's body. The crystal had transformed into flesh, a change in form, but not in substance. Until he reached the entrance on the 1st floor, Jin paused. After a simple stretch, he sensed something unusual. His body had suddenly become lighter and more flexible. When he had exited the room earlier, he had felt a bit heavier, though the sensation was not pronounced. However, upon reaching the 1st floor, his body began to exhibit significant changes. In these few minutes, the only variable had been the lighting. The indoor light was dimmer than in the corridor, with the 1st floor being the darkest. Could it be the light? Or was the transformation of his body not yet complete? Overthinking was futile. Jin pushed the door open and stepped outside. The sun was rising and sunlight flooded in. Outside the community, the morning light blanketed everything. Before he even stepped out of the unit door, Jin's expression changed dramatically. His once light body felt as if it had been filled with lead. The previous sensation had completely vanished. After taking a couple of steps, he realized he had merely returned to the state of an ordinary person without any deterioration. It was just that the contrast with the earlier lightness was too stark. Standing in the center of the open space, Jin looked up at the building. Several heads were gathered at the window observing him. "How is it, Director?" Fuhu shouted. Sunlight slanted across his face, and Jin squinted his eyes. His body was still becoming heavier, but it was within tolerable limits. Aside from that, nothing felt amiss. At that moment, a shout came from above, and Fu Qingdai pointed in a side direction. "Be careful. There's a cat." Jin quickly turned to look, and a wild cat had jumped out from the bushes, attacking fiercely. The distance between him and the cat was barely 2 meters. With no time to think, Jin lifted his foot and shot out. His calf struck the lower half of the zombie cat with precision. With a muffled thud, the cat's corpse exploded, spewing blood and internal organs like a large bamboo dragonfly, flying far away, splattering Jin with viscous fluids. "Damn! Quickly close the door." Sunya shouted back, then leaned out over the balcony and yelled, "Don't come back yet, wait in the corridor and observe." Jin felt a wave of nausea and began to spit uncontrollably. Power! Under the sunlight, his strength surged. But just as he had gained superpowers, he was doused in zombie blood. It's fine. Perhaps my situation is special, and I'm no longer afraid of infection." He ran back into the corridor, crouching in the corner on the 1st floor, pale-faced, as he observed the changes. An hour later, Fu Qingdai's voice came from above. "Brother, are you there?" "I'm here and I'm fine for now." During this waiting period, Jin had regained his composure. Aside from a strong stench, his body showed no abnormalities. "I see. Are you hungry? Are you cold? Don't worry about me. First report my condition to old Sun." Fu Qingdai didn't respond, and a minute later Sun Ya's voice rang out. "Shaoli, aren't you cold at all?" "Not at all." Jin looked down at his body. Having just gained his powers, he was a bit agitated and had only put on a long sleeve before stepping out. Neither he nor anyone else had noticed this detail. The temperature outside had gradually warmed up, but it was still in the negative 20 or 30 degrees. Surprisingly, he felt no coldness at all. His constitution had indeed changed significantly. It's been an hour, and you got quite a bit of blood on you earlier. We should observe the mice. Logically, there should be some anomalies. Your situation is unique. It seems you're likely not afraid of infection. Tonight, wait on the 4th floor for a day. I'll confirm there are no issues before returning tomorrow. No matter what, a day and a night will yield results. The water, food, and clothes have all been placed in your room. Thanks. You all be careful. After acknowledging,蘇烬stood up. He crouched, jumped, and directly leaped up a dozen steps. The next day the sun was shining brightly.蘇烬stood naked by the window, gazing up at the sun. He had only slept for 3 hours, yet he felt exceptionally energized. It was now confirmed that touching zombie bodily fluids would not lead to infection. Additionally, after a day of exploration, he had gained a preliminary grasp and understanding of his current abilities. Light was a crucial factor affecting his abilities. His speed and strength fluctuated with the intensity of light. During the day, he had power, while at night, he was swift. The brighter the light, the more all around his physical defense and recovery speed enhanced. In terms of speed, his explosive speed was also quite rapid, but it drained his stamina severely. The dimmer the light, the more his physical flexibility and speed would be enhanced all around, but his strength and recovery ability were average, allowing for longer endurance. This ability transformation was utterly surreal. After contemplating for several hours, he completely abandoned the exploration of its principles. Under the sun,蘇烬felt the powerful strength of his muscles until a knock echoed at the door. He's here.蘇烬straightened his clothes and pushed the door open. Standing there was Sun, his face a little puffy.蘇烬smiled. Old Sun, it seems I truly am immune to infection. Those fleshy spheres are absolutely crucial to us. I spent last night studying my ability. My strength and speed have both improved. Defending myself against zombie attacks will be far easier now. That is excellent. It looks as if the situation may change drastically. Surviving may not be as impossible as we feared, though we must remain cautious and meticulous. Sunya forced a smile. We should observe your condition more over time. Noting the other's unease,蘇烬frowned and asked Old Sun, did something happen yesterday? Sunya's expression grew awkward. After a pause, he admitted helplessly there was a problem. We made a basic mistake. 2 of the lab mice are missing. We haven't found them yet, but we've already moved everyone up to the 6th floor. Is the impact serious? Were the mice infected?苏烬face darkened. No. Sunya denied it at once, then went on. We tested and found organisms are not infected 100% of the time. It depends on the quality of the rainwater they absorbed. The greater the concentration, the higher the chance of infection. Mice become infected quickly. Some that passed our tests were placed in a separate cage. It was the mice in that particular cage that went missing, but how could that happen? There was no way for them to escape. We turned the room upside down and still couldn't find them. The strangest thing was this: after the first mouse disappeared, we increased protections and monitored in real time. The mouse showed no sign of wanting to flee, yet roughly an hour later, another one had vanished. Where are the mice now? They're still in that room on the 5th floor. Old Wei put on layers of clothing and sat inside watching. He didn't even dare to move his eyes. Take me there.苏烬pushed past and led them back to the 5th floor. Entering the side laboratory, they found Wei seated in a chair, arms folded, staring at the mice. The cage was woven from thick iron wire and encased in a glass jar. The top was reinforced with a heavy plank and stones. Though crude, the assembly made escape impossible from any conceivable angle. Old Wei, have you found anything?蘇烬came straight to the point. Wei shook his head and said helplessly, if someone is there, nothing happens. If no one is there, things vanish. I really don't understand. If only we had electricity and a camera. I have one. Where are my things?蘇烬asked. Sunya's face brightened. Your things haven't been touched. We moved them up to the 6th floor. All right, wait a moment. 10 minutes later,蘇烬returned. He deleted the porn from his phone, hooked it to a power bank, switched on the recorder, and mounted it before the cage, adjusting the angle with care. Wei and Sunya stood outside the door, eyes wide with astonishment as they whispered to one another. What kind of device is that? The footage is so clear. Is that a fingerprint unlock? What technology is this? It's truly extraordinary. Capacitive. Ultrasonic. That seems impossible. It is so small. The battery looks like lithium. It must consume a lot and needs an external power source. I saw the device interface and the casing design. It's definitely a civilian device. No nation we know could produce something like this. Could the boy be an alien? Or perhaps he's in possession of alien technology. Could the rain be connected to him? Now that you mention it, he sometimes slips into odd bookish turns of phrase and strange metaphors. It does feel a bit off. Don't say any more. He's looking this way. What are you two talking about?蘇烬called, stepping out after tidying his phone. Oh, nothing. Sunya sounded a little nervous. That fellow Shaoli, what model is your camera? foreign and new model. Let's step outside for a while and come back to watch. Sujin added we're short on hands and have been waiting long enough. They'll go downstairs to dissect the bodies and recruit a few helpers, then we'll return to observe together. You two should go upstairs and rest. Lock the door. Even if a mouse could squeeze through it won't get out of this room. All right, you go ahead. The two old men hastened to let Sujin pass. Sujin glanced between them and asked what's with you two. Sunya forced a wry expression. I owe you an apology, Shaoli. I messed things up. Sujin shook his head and smiled. Old Sun, you are both experts. At a time like this we share the hardship. Small mistakes are inevitable. As long as people are all right, nothing else matters. I'm off now. Sujin left. The two old men stared at the empty doorway and swallowed. Do you think he really might be an alien? Waito immediately asked. I can't think of any other explanation. The technologies we see are comprehensible, and yet it doesn't seem advanced enough for interstellar travel, does it? Why not ask him outright? Keeping it inside is maddening. No. Sunya pressed his hand to Waide's chest and said bitterly there's no need. We've been around Shaoli for days, you can tell what sort of man he is. Whatever he does is surely for our sake. The rain probably has nothing to do with him. He doesn't understand those things. He saved our lives, this whole room of people depends on him. To be honest, these past 2 days since he ran into trouble, I've been more distraught than when my wife died years ago. What if we pry and flip him inside out and find a monster beneath? Would you still let me live? I don't think that's likely way to analyze. His device operation habits and the device's dimensions seem human compatible, and the characters on it look pictographic, perhaps not so different from our species. Even a slight difference is unacceptable. As long as he looks like he does now, I can accept it. I won't accept him looking like anything else. Sunya drew a deep, weary breath. Old Wei, let's pretend we never saw anything. If we genuinely help him, that's enough. None of us can endure more turmoil. Yes. Shaoli is a decent person. I have nothing more to say. Wait aside, then abruptly shifted topic. Say. That Qingdai girl is unusual. Do you think Fu, who was actually cuckolded by an alien, and the child isn't his? Tiskomai. You're an old man and usually don't say a word. How can you be so lecherous? Sunya looked up, scolding him with narrowed eyes. Whether he's an alien is another matter. I'm only humorously speculating, Waita said. Don't study everything to death. You can't investigate every little thing. What if you stir up trouble? Let's go. From the 6th floor window, several heads peeked out, each displaying a look of terror. Sujin maneuvered among the zombie corpses, his knife dancing as he struck again and again. Some had their heads severed, others dismembered, and some cut into diamond-shaped pieces. Yet regardless of the corpse, each had its heart ripped out in the end. After watching for a while, Fu Qingdai, supported by Zhang Wan, covered her mouth and retreated. The two old men, and Fu, who also withdrew their heads, silently closing the window. With Sujin's appearance, even those who often cried for help in the community dared not make a sound as all the curtains were drawn. The neighborhood fell into silence save for the constant sound of bones being chopped. After extracting the last corpse's heart, Sujin wore a dejected expression. With his extraordinary abilities, he had no fear of infection. This time he intended to collect flesh balls from other zombies, simultaneously desensitizing himself to conquer his fear and ultimately study the weaknesses and combat strategies against zombies. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. During his brief practice, he discovered that almost all zombies had a fatal flaw which might save his life in the future. With new insights and his significantly enhanced strength, his courage grew immensely. Having already dissected 2 corpses along with current practice, he could ensure that he wouldn't exhibit any stress-related reactions when encountering living beings, thus fully unleashing his combat potential. Unfortunately, the drop rate for flesh balls was exceedingly low. All corpses were opened, yet none were found. What began with excitement ended in disappointment. After changing into a fresh outfit, Sujin hurriedly returned downstairs, heading straight for the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door a couple of times and heard someone respond. He directly shot the lock and entered the room. Inside, a person was still observing through the peephole. Before they could react, the gun was already pressed to their forehead. Upon seeing Sujin's face, the person fell to the ground, retreating in fear, their pupils trembling as they exclaimed, "Big brother, don't kill me. I'm Chengdu, we've even smoked together." Sujin glanced around the room, holstered his gun, and smiled, saying, "Captain Chung, I'm here to save you, no need to be afraid." He was the security team leader of the residential area, mainly responsible for patrolling. Previously, he had informed Chung in advance about transporting supplies at night, hence their acquaintance. In his 30s, despite a relaxed job, he had strong self-management skills and was physically fit. Although he sensed Sujin meant no harm, Chengdu clearly did not dare to relax brotherly. "You were just downstairs. Those zombies, I was using them for practice to build my courage. Sooner or later we'll encounter them again. Do I look like a pervert? Get up." Right. Chengdu realized something, tears streaming down his face, and he rushed towards Sujin. "Brother, I was so scared. I've called for you several times until my throat was hoarse. Oh, why did it take you so long to save me? Jin raised his gun, gesturing backward. Don't come closer. I need to confirm whether you've been in contact with rainwater. Of course not. Chengdu wiped his eyes. I don't know who sealed my door, and they even threw in a flyer. Later my phone received a message. The rainwater is dirty. I wouldn't dare touch it. Then what did you drink? I drank beverages for the first 2 days after the rain and later toilet water. I even drank lubricant. I ran out of water and today I drank urine. Boo-hoo-hoo. Chengdu cried. Why didn't you come a day earlier? Jin glanced sideways. Noticing a small half cup of iced tea on the dining table, he felt somewhat relieved. It should be fine if this guy has a strong sense of caution. After all, he drank urine. But how did you end up with lubricant? Why didn't you save some for later? It shouldn't have come to this. Who knew things would develop this way? I thought someone would rescue me soon. Jin nodded. All right, we'll gather on the upper floor for a while, and I'll take you there. Someone will help you. Do you know the situation across the door? I know Sister Lu is a widow. We were just talking while you were dismembering earlier. She lives alone, and her home has a water dispenser with 2 barrels of water, so she's not lacking in food or drink. After Chengdu finished speaking, he licked his dry lips. On the 3rd floor, something must have happened in 301 above me. Ooh, I heard sounds of fighting and screams. 302 is a new tenant, a female college student. Oh, I'm not sure about her situation. His description was comprehensive, providing timely and effective information. Chengdu seemed to be a reliable person for now. This was normal. Generally, foolish people struggled to last this long. Jin had made a simple judgment in his heart. All right, you gather all the useful supplies from your home. I'll rescue Sister Lu from across the door, and we'll go upstairs together. Inside 302, firewood burned, and the room felt warm. Even wearing thick clothing could make one sweat. Li Fong sat on the bed, her eyes vacant and hair disheveled, looking as if she were exhaling without inhaling. In the corners of the room sat 2 sickly boys. Li Fong, really? Do you have nothing to eat? One of the boys weakly spoke. Li Fong numbly turned her head, casting a resentful glance at the boy. Originally, she had invited Chao Qingping and Li Kai to do a group project together at home. They had a big drinking session together one night, and the next day, they couldn't go out. There was only a little snack at home. These 2 idiots had eaten half of it. Without them, she wouldn't have been reduced to this. Seeing Li Fong silent, Li Kai weakly pressed, Are you hiding food or something? You must have saved some. Otherwise, how come you look better than me? Shut up. Li Fong spat out a word and fell silent. Who are you telling to shut up? If it weren't for you doing some group project, would I be in this state? Li Kai shouted angrily. If you hadn't flushed the toilet, would we have ended up like this? Who told you to flush the damn toilet? How selfish can you be? Can't you think about others for once? Enough, don't say anymore. Chao Qingping wobbled to his feet, taking off his clothes, while staring at Li Fong. We won't die of thirst, but we will die of hunger. Even if we don't die of hunger, we don't know when we'll succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. Right now outside, besides monsters, a killer is guarding the door. Oh, we won't survive. We won't survive. As he spoke, Chao Qingping swallowed hard. Li Fong, you should go wash yourself. Are you crazy? Li Fang's eyes widened in terror as she shrank back toward the head of the bed. Wash yourself. You have water. Li Kai instantly perked up. Chao Qingping's expression gradually twisted into a snarl. Yes, I have water. I collected it on the day the rain stopped. I even drank some. Nothing wrong with it. At this point, I won't hide it any longer. There's only a little water left. Drinking it is useless. Li Fong, hurry up and wash. Where's the water? Where's the water? I want to drink. Li Kai crawled and grabbed Chao Qingping's pant leg, only to be lightly kicked away. Drink your mother. What use is a cup of water? Chao Qingping's eyes turned red as he glared at Li Fong. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to wash or not? I won't wash. Have you gone mad, Qingping? Li Fang's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head repeatedly in retreat. I'm not crazy. We're going to die anyway. Before I die, I want to be a man. Chao Qingping roared. You won't wash, right? If you won't wash, then don't wash. I can't taste anything in my mouth right now. Get your hands off me, let me have a look. With that, Chao Qingping, as if revived, lunged at the bed. Li Fong cried out as she struggled with Chao Qingping. Qingping, don't do this. Didn't you say you'd treat me like a sister? Oh, yeah, I've always treated you like a stepsister. Let go of my hand. Li Kai. Li Kai, save me. Didn't you say you like me? Save me. Li Kai, hearing her voice, propped himself up with difficulty against the wall. At that moment, he too seemed revived, letting out a loud shout. Chao Qingping, what are you doing? We're all going to die. You want to stop me? Chao Qingping pressed Li Fong down, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Kai. Li Kai's facial muscles twitched a few times before he finally spoke. Count me in. With a single shot, the lock of room 301 was broken. Jin's gaze was as sharp as an eagle, standing still with the gun in hand. Shortly after, the door was pushed open, revealing a face devoid of life, which instantly collapsed. With 2 consecutive shots, the hearts of 2 zombies inside the room were hit, and they fell to the ground. Though his experience with firearms was limited, he believed he could accurately shoot the heart within 5 meters. After waiting for a moment with no response,蘇烬crouched down ready to dissect the heart. But just as he crouched, a small child about 1 meter and 3 centimeters tall suddenly darted out from the side. In the dimly lit environment,蘇烬agility significantly increased. Sensing an attack coming, he directly leaned back and rolled towards the hallway. Still in a crouched position, he immediately kicked off with his legs, using his shoulder to brace against the door. With a muffled thud, the child's head was crushed by the door, and its eyes popped out. The gun's muzzle followed through the crack of the door and fired another shot into its back. The entire family of 3 was present.蘇烬opened the door, looking at the corpses on the floor with a bitter expression. No, he had overlooked an important issue. The flesh ball was located behind the heart. Every time he shot the heart, what if the flesh ball was destroyed? Wouldn't that be a pity? The fatal point of the zombie and the treasure were in the same place, making it too difficult to obtain the flesh ball. Using a knife would be more prudent. However, it was too late for that.蘇烬crouched down to dissect the heart, but unfortunately the 3 zombies still showed no signs of the flesh ball's existence. With a helpless shake of his head, he removed his gloves. He decided to save the person first. The supplies in this room could be collected later. Turning to face room 302,蘇烬knocked loudly on the door, shouting for half a minute, but there was no response. Again, he shot to break the lock. Standing in the corridor for 3 minutes without any movement from the door,蘇烬pushed it open and entered. There was no one in the hall until he entered the main bedroom, where he helplessly set his gun down. Inside the room were 3 young people, a woman on the bed with her top disheveled, as if she had been torn apart, with only one sock on one foot. In the corners of the room sat 2 men, wearing only their shorts, both sporting expressions that were half alive. Looking at their chests, it seemed they had just vomited. The 2 men glanced at him, one curling up in a ball, and the other remaining in a daze.蘇烬shifted his gaze back to the bed. The bed was covered in mud strips. Taking a deep breath,蘇烬wiped his face and blankly said, "Were the 3 of you bathing on the bed?" "Wah!" Li Fong cried loudly. "Just do it. Is talking so much nonsense useful?" Chao Qingping tightly shut his eyes, fear evident in his voice. The killer had entered the room. Unexpectedly, he had not managed to become a man before dying. But he didn't blame himself. Oh, after all, it was too smelly to react.蘇烬scratched his brow with his pinky, momentarily unsure of what to say. He didn't quite understand what was happening. The reactions of these 3 were abnormal. Even if they misunderstood him as a murderer, how could he explain this scene? Their reactions were too indifferent. Looking at the woman,蘇烬coldly said, "Hey, what's going on? Explain yourself, or I'll kill you." Li Fong remained silent, only wailing incessantly.蘇烬, displeased, spoke even more sternly, "Respond, or I'll assault you, and then kill you." "Tch." Chao Qingping disdainfully turned his head away.蘇烬turned to Chao Qingping, his brow furrowing. Things felt even more chaotic. It was time to sort this out. What the hell was going on? Just when蘇烬was frantically analyzing the situation, Li Fong finally stopped crying and turned to look at Chao Qingping and Li Kai with a face full of hatred. Pointing at the 2, she said hatefully, They want to assault me. Kill them. Kill them, and you can do whatever you want with me." "Did I do it? Did I do it?" Chao Qingping stretched his neck, cursing back, "Stinky bitch. Stinky woman whore. How dare you secretly drink urine behind our backs?" After a barrage of insults, Chao Qingping turned to蘇烬, sneering, "Go ahead, bitch, and dog, you 2 are a perfect match, one eating shit."蘇烬stood frozen in place, his expression constantly changing. He realized that such a simple matter could be so convoluted. He came to save people, but inexplicably ended up being insulted, losing all patience. With hands on his hips, he sighed and stepped towards the closest Li Kai. Just as he prepared to ask a question, his gaze caught 2 used wads of paper on the ground, plunging him back into confusion. Kicking Li Kai with his foot,蘇烬said, "You were involved too, right?" Li Kai didn't respond, merely sitting upright against the wall with a resigned expression, as if awaiting execution. "I ask you, what's the deal with the paper on the ground?" "Heh, he captured it himself, but it's useless stuff," Chao Qingping mocked. "I can't understand it. Since you've already made a move, why not just hold your breath? Why are you so pathetic? Do you have some special hobby?"蘇烬asked, leaning forward. Though it was very uncivilized, boring, and immoral, and the victim was right there with them. But he really couldn't help but ask. There was a certain allure to exploring UFOs. Li Kai's gaze trembled as he looked at Li Fong, listening to Chao Qingping's mocking laughter, his heart feeling like it was being cut by a knife. In such a situation, holding his breath was impossible. But at that time, he was truly caught up in the moment, not wanting to have regrets after death. Now reflecting on it, he felt nothing but remorse. He couldn't hurt Li Fong anymore. After all, she was a woman he once loved. But before dying, he couldn't lose face as a man. Li Kai glanced away expressionless and said, "I get dizzy in 3D. I can't play first person." "Hi, you're quite humorous,"蘇烬chuckled, angrily kicking Li Kai over. He then turned to shout at Chao Qingping, "You two punks, with such behavior, you still have the leisure to talk about other things. You clearly have no brains. Now I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. Perhaps you have some misunderstandings about me, but I can make it clear that I am here to rescue you, not harm you. Originally, I should have helped you relocate to a safe place, but given your previous performance, I think it's better to postpone that for now. I will bring you food and water shortly. You just stay obediently in this room and wait for further instructions." These three people were indeed in a terrible state. Uncivilized, immoral, unhygienic, and not mentally stable. Rushing to take them back might negatively impact the existing team. How to handle it still needs to be discussed with Old Sun and Old Way Out. Anyway, the core team certainly does not need these three. Turning to walk out the door, Suijin said, "I warn you, if anyone dares to step outside, I'll chop them up." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Qingping suddenly knelt before Suijin, pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry for insulting you just now. If you follow my instructions, you won't suffer. Now go back." Kicking Chao Qingping aside, Suijin walked out directly. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he glanced back at the unlocked door and changed direction, heading straight to the opposite door. He dragged a sofa to block the three's door securely before feeling at ease to go upstairs. It seemed he hadn't asked the three if they had come into contact with rainwater. Better to be cautious. The main gate was sealed again, and inside room 302, Li Fong had also stopped crying, slumped on the bed to rest. Chao Qingping felt an uneasy anxiety in his heart, his eyes darting around restlessly. Unexpectedly, the killer who had just come was not a madman. He was there to save people. Now he could live. However, he had also offended the leader. What to do? He had no bargaining chips in his hands, and if the leader sought revenge, in this world, even if he were to be killed, no one would care. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Chao Qingping's face gradually turned pale, and his eyes began to glaze over. Beside him, Li Kai had already put on his pants and walked towards Li Fong with a heavy heart. Seeing this, Li Fong quickly recoiled, saying, "What do you want? I tell you, the leader said you can't act rashly. If you dare to touch me, I will tell him." Li Kai swallowed hard, hesitating as he reached into his pocket. He pulled out a damp, yellowish hardshell sock and handed it to Li Fong. "Li Fong, I was impulsive just now. Quickly put on the sock, don't freeze." Li Fong instantly put on a mask of pain. "Get lost." Li Kai stood rooted to the spot, his hand holding the sock frozen in midair, unsure whether to extend it or withdraw it. In the end, he put it back in his pocket and silently sat back down. Turning his head, he saw Chao Qingping curled up in a corner, trembling incessantly. Li Kai weakly raised his hand towards him. "Hey, what's wrong?" Li Fong glanced over and spat with hatred. "Now you know fear. It would be better if you were dead." On the 6th floor at Sun Ya's home, Zhang Wan stopped her work of sewing simple armor and was cooking in the kitchen. Fu Hu was moving stones with both hands, constantly doing squats. Fu Qingdai was carrying 2 bricks, and after just a few squats, her slender legs began to tremble uncontrollably. After continuing for several cycles, the workout ended. Walking up to the pig feed bag, she picked up the spoon attached to the bag and reached in to scoop a spoonful of protein powder. But when the spoon reached her mouth, she paused. Turning to Suijin, she said with a grimace, "Brother, can I not eat this? It smells like pig dung. Eat quickly." Fu Qingdai, with tears in her eyes, took a big bite of the feed powder, spraying from her mouth. Suijin was reviewing notes on the mouse experiments at the tea table, while the 2 elders were sipping hot tea. After taking a sip of tea, "Son, you said you've also seen the content. The infection has a latent and delayed nature, but the sample size is too small, and it could also be a phenomenon caused by individual differences. Some individuals absorb less of the gray matter, which won't cause infection. Considering this, I arranged for Chung due to stay next to Lu Min. The door isn't locked, just sealed with tape. Although there seems to be no risk for now, these 2 are different from us, and their vigilance towards rainwater is low. You can trust Fu Hu's family, and my situation with Old Wei is also stable. For others, for safety, Sake, it's best to isolate and observe for a while. As for the 3 people you just mentioned, their willpower is too weak. Plus, lacking supplies in their room, I suggest careful observation and let them air out their room for a while. In another 2 or 3 days, the gray matter from the outside may completely dissipate on its own, and at that time the source of pollution will shift entirely to biological. We need to prepare in advance. I want to find some vehicles to surround the neighborhood, and then gradually arrange manpower within the neighborhood. Is that useful? We have to consider that as the temperature rises, zombies become more active. Just relying on vehicles will be hard to stop them, and too much noise will attract more zombies. We can't just stay holed up in the neighborhood. That would mean waiting to die. I've thought about this, and most people are sealed indoors, and there shouldn't be many zombies on the streets. Even if we can't stop them, cars can provide some buffer. Right now, we need to buy time and space. That meatball has the ability to grant people special powers. I plan to divide into groups and allocate supplies to the living people in the neighborhood, letting them remain indoors and wait. I will hunt the zombies trapped indoors, looking for the meatball and collecting supplies. I believe we should be able to find some, and then we can release the normal people indoors and train and organize them. With an organized and structured team and some individuals possessing special abilities, our safety will greatly increase. Then we can gather firepower and find defensible positions to establish a stronghold and conduct citywide rescues. What do you two think? Wade nodded in agreement. Sunya waved his hand, saying, I agree with this step of organization, but I do not support your idea of establishing a stronghold in the city. The number of zombies is huge and firepower will be severely insufficient. Su'Jin listened closely. I suggest that once the people in the neighborhood are organized, we directly leave the city for the military district. There is no shortage of food, medicine, or fuel. With Old Way and my guidance, we can rapidly expand our position with heavy firepower. Your plan is too slow. The living people in the city can't wait that long, and the long-term risks are even greater. The military district is very dangerous. You also guessed it, the army may have suffered the first wave of impact, and there should be a high density of zombies there. Besides going to the outskirts, the number of wild animals will surge, and those are almost all infected creatures. What about insects? We are still unclear if insects are infected. Infected creatures are not afraid of the cold, and we have not yet found traces of insects. The chance of insect infection is very small. Additionally, based on observations of infected samples, infected creatures do not have a tendency to gather. They have been wandering aimlessly before encountering a target. This means that the army infected into zombies has likely scattered after all this time. The original animal nature of wild infected animals has been distorted, and they will not stay in populated areas. The area zombies roam is large, making them sparse overall, and sound transmission is difficult. But what about in the city? Once we make a big move, the noise will attract zombies, and the sound of zombies will provoke more zombies. There is a high probability of forming a zombie tide. Without heavy firepower support, all operations could be collapsed in one go. It seems too radical. In such extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary methods. Sun Ya's gaze was mixed with concern. Both Old Way and I are of this age. We could fall and die going down the stairs. If we die, what will you do? Can you find another weapons expert? Those heavy weapons are not the same as guns. They are not something you can just pick up and use. Su'Jin lowered his head and smiled. Don't think too much. I will protect both of you. Sunya shook his head seriously, saying, Shaoli, we admire your character, and I am very touched. But you cannot always protect us, and it may not be possible to keep us safe. Not to mention Old Way has heart disease. The medicine in his hand is only enough for less than a month. It's all imported medicine bought from the pharmacy, and now it's hard to get medicine for him. Weilao. Su'Jin hurriedly turned away. To what medicine do you need? Why didn't you say so? We need to think ahead to solve this for you. Wada waved his hand, smiling. Taking the medicine makes me feel better, but not eating doesn't necessarily mean death. There's no need to take risks with me. After saying that, he slapped his knee and stood up. All right, it's about time. Let's go see how those mice are doing. The three of them descended the stairs in succession, heading straight for the laboratory on the 5th floor. Pushing open the second bedroom, Sunya and Wada rushed inside, inspecting the mouse cage. Su'Jin pulled the slightly warm phone from the power bank. While still tapping on the screen, Sun Ya's voice, laced with apprehension, rang out. Another one is missing. Number 6 has disappeared. The cage is intact, no breaches. Su'Jin furrowed his brows and opened the video to check. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's review the footage first. Both old men turned their gaze to the phone, exchanging a glance before refocusing on the screen. They activated the playback at double speed. In the video, everything seemed normal with the mice in the cage until the time marker hit 35 minutes. The mouse marked with the number 3 began to behave strangely, closely following another mouse. After waiting for 2 minutes, the mouse's mouth opened. Su'Jin and the others felt their hair stand on end. In the video, the mouth of mouse number 3 initially opened normally, but the corners of its mouth stretched unnaturally towards its midsection. Its gaping maw opened wide, swallowing its own kind in one bite. After consuming a prey of the same size, mouse number 3's body swelled to twice its original size. Only after several minutes did its size return to normal. Su'Jin set down his phone, his body rigid. Sunya and Wada simultaneously glanced at the seemingly normal mouse number 3 in the cage, a chill running down their spines. Just as Su'Jin was about to speak, a loud banging sound echoed from downstairs. Distinct curses could be heard faintly. The three were startled, looking towards the door. You two stay here, I'll go check it out. Su'Jin decisively grabbed a nearby handbag and stuffed his phone inside. He then rushed downstairs, leaping directly from the 5th floor to the 3rd. The noise seemed to be coming from room 302. Su'Jin kicked the sofa aside and forced open the door with his gun. Upon opening the door, the first sight was Li Kai grappling with Chao Qingping. The two halted their actions upon seeing Su'Jin. Before Su'Jin could speak, Chao Qingping slid to his knees in front of Su'Jin, pointing at Li Kai and crying out, "Big brother. He has gone mad. He has turned into a monster. You're full of shit." Li Kai's eyes widened with rage. It was clearly you who killed her. You strangled her while I wasn't paying attention. You've lost your mind. I know you. Before he could finish, Chao Chengping interrupted. He drank rainwater. He must have gone mad after drinking rainwater, big brother. He's pretending you must kill him now. Jin lifted his foot and kicked Chao Chengping to the ground, retreating to the doorway with cold eyes. You two don't move, stand still. The two fell silent, not daring to move an inch. Step back. They cautiously retreated as Jin stepped into the room and glanced at the bedroom door. Li Fong lay sprawled across the bed, completely unresponsive. A pillow lay beside her, which at a glance seemed like it suffocated her. After a quick look, Jin retreated back outside. At the corner from the 3rd to the 4th floor, Weida and Sunya crouched over the railing, peering down towards Jin. Sunya whispered, "Little wasn't this unit cleared out? Did a zombie get in?" Jin coldly replied, "You two can watch from there, but stay behind me and don't cross the line. One of the 3 dead is definitely like that mouse. Looks like we've stumbled upon something." Weida and Sunya exchanged glances and quickly stepped down a few stairs, eager to see more clearly. They had just discovered a brand new type of infection. The infected show certain internal and mental mutations, displaying a natural aggression towards living beings, yet can perfectly conceal themselves among their kin. To think a human sample would appear so quickly. Now is the perfect time for observation. Things must be clarified. Jin clenched his teeth. He aimed his gun at Chao Chengping. "Start from the beginning and tell me what happened." Chao Chengping shrank back hurriedly, saying, "Just now." Just now, Li Kai suddenly collapsed to the ground. Jin and the others listened carefully to the recounting, observing the expressions of both men. After hearing the gun, turned towards Li Kai. "Now it's your turn. Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. That was all his doing. He was the one who suffocated Li Fong." Li Kai frantically gestured as he explained. He suddenly went mad the moment he woke up from unconsciousness. "I didn't notice when he rushed in." The accounts from both men were similar, and their expressions showed no flaws. Jin glanced back at Sunya and Weida. Both shook their heads simultaneously, their expressions grave. It was hard to tell. The imposter was quite skilled. Given such disguise and intelligence, there was no reason for him to kill in an environment where he had already seen Jin. The only feasible explanation is that the culprit had just been infected and mutated. Their true nature had changed, and they couldn't control their actions at the moment of awakening from the infection. Jin squinted, his sharp gaze constantly scanning between the two men. Finally, he shook his gun at them. "You two take off all your clothes. All of it. Big brother." Chao Chengping lamented, "It's really not me. This is unnecessary, right?" Li Kai silently began to undress. The 2 old men quickly focused on Li Kai. Soon both were completely naked, allowing Jin's gaze to scan them thoroughly. Everything seemed normal, with no difference from an ordinary person. "Turn to the side." Jin directed, aiming his gun. "Big brother, is that enough?" Chao Chengping asked, tremulously glancing sideways to see that Li Kai was cooperating obediently. "Big brother, is it okay?" "Turn around." Jin continued to bark. After inspecting their backs, there were still no issues. A bead of sweat appeared on Jin's forehead. "Kneel down. Put your hands behind your back." The two no longer protested and complied, kneeling with their backs to Jin, placing their hands behind them, while Chao Chengping occasionally turned his head to look at Jin. "Don't move. Big brother. Please spare me, don't torment me." Chao Chengping still cried out, "I shouldn't have cursed you before, I was wrong." Li Kai clenched his teeth, turning his head with tears in his eyes filled with murderous intent towards Chao Chengping. Jin and the 2 old men were closely observing both of them. A sharp scream echoed from the stairwell. Jin tensed and turned only to see Fu Qingdai standing behind her, hands tightly covering her small face. "Qingdai, who told you to come here?" Jin shouted angrily. "I saw nothing." Fu Qingdai replied in a muffled voice. "Who asked you? What are you doing here?" Jin fumed. "Go back. Dinner is ready. My mom asked you all to eat. I saw no one downstairs." While Fu Qingdai was still explaining, a chaotic rush of footsteps came from upstairs. Fu, who appeared, his face anxious, holding a bow and arrow, followed closely by Zhang Wan. To everyone's surprise, Chengdu and the flustered sister Lu emerged behind Zhang Wan, carrying a bottle of wine. The narrow staircase was suddenly blocked completely. But when everyone looked downstairs, they instantly froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. "Who told you to come down? And you, Chengdu, weren't you told to stay inside in isolation? Do you not want to stay here anymore?" Jin remained silent, but Sunya had already angrily spoken up, looking at Fu Hu. Fu Hu gulped nervously. "I heard my daughter call out while I was anxious." Chengdu kept glancing down the stairs, licking his lips. "I also heard the sounds and felt something was off, so I ran out. Who would have known?" Cough. "This is not the time for jokes. One of these two has been infected, and all of you need to go back immediately." Jin raised his hand and shouted. "Who got infected?" Chengdu asked with wide eyes. They looked perfectly normal. Jin's gaze fixed on Chao Chengping as he raised his gun. "I already know who it is. We'll discuss it later. You all need to go back to your rooms immediately." After eliminating 2 criminal suspects, Soo-jin hurriedly returned to the 6th floor. He glanced at the isolation room where Chung-do and Lu Dejie were, and upon seeing that they were already inside, he returned to the opposite door. With matters reaching this point, there was no time to think about food. Several people had already taken their seats, sitting in a circle waiting for Soo-jin to return. Upon his appearance, Sunya immediately leaned forward and asked, "How is it? Who exactly is the murderer?" "They are all murderers, they all killed," Soo-jin said coldly, taking out his phone to show the others. On the screen, Xiao Qingping and Li Kai writhed on the ground like corpses clutching their necks. After a few convulsions, they were shot dead. Zhang Wan patted her chest, seemingly still recovering from the shock. Fu Qingdai, however, pursed her lips and cast a strange glance at Soo-jin. Putting away his phone, Soo-jin said, "I need to talk privately with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. You all go ahead and keep busy, or we'll need you later." Fu, who along with his wife and daughter discreetly stepped back. Only 3 people remained in the hall. Sunya opened his mouth to ask, but Soo-jin spoke first. "The person on the left just now is the real murderer, the other is not. Moreover, the murderer is infected and mutated. The problem does not lie in the heart, but in the brain. This type of infection, based on observations from mice, should cause some changes in the body alongside their original temperament, even endowing them with some special abilities. However, in terms of withstanding damage, they are entirely different from zombies. They are closer to ordinary organisms. Decapitation, blood loss, poison. All can lead to death." The faces of the 2 elderly men immediately turned pale. Sunya despondently said, "So what you're saying is, you poison them, and you have no way of distinguishing who the infected are. But how do you know the infection is in the head?" Soo-jin lowered his head, and then raised it again. "Autopsy, I dissected them from head to toe." He lit a cigarette, and pulled out a bottle of white liquor from his bag. Soo-jin poured out the tea in his cup, and filled it with white liquor, drinking it in one go. He then filled another cup. In this unfamiliar world, he had to ensure he remained alert at all times. For the first time, he chose to drink. Sunya and Weida remained silent, their eyes filled with pain, as they silently watched Soo-jin drink alone and smoke. They were all intelligent individuals. Upon witnessing the special mutations of the mice perfectly disguised among their kind, there was no need for further words. This represented a nearly insurmountable power. It did not depend on the infectivity of the opponents or the strength of the mutations. Rather, this existence directly disrupted the very foundation upon which humanity's survival and development relied. Trust. Sunya's eyelids drooped, his face filled with bitterness. Now everything was clear. Aside from the potential destruction of the military, the country had long discovered this type of special mutation, which had even spread to the decision-makers. The impact of the torrential rain was too vast, coupled with human treachery and layers of protection. There was almost no time, cost, or capability to discern. The organization collapsed from top to bottom, severing the chain of trust in an instant. Perhaps some were still making desperate efforts in their final moments, firing the cold dome towards the city. But in such a trend, all weapons became useless. The broadcast said not to trust. It turned out it meant not to trust anyone. Amidst the swirling smoke and under the influence of alcohol, water glistened in Soo-jin's eyes. A heavy rain had turned the entire world into an atomized society, severing all paths for organizations to rise and for civilization to be rebuilt. The strategy formulated in one moment was obliterated in the next, turning into empty talk. This despair was reminiscent of the shock he felt when he first witnessed the outbreak of the Cold Dome and the country's failure. It turned out that what truly placed humanity in an apocalyptic state was not the loss of weapons and survival resources, but each other. Yet he had just glimpsed hope. Every time he found hope, it was immediately shattered, like a dull knife cutting flesh, suffering while waiting for death. The most absurd part was, he was working for a company that was almost omniscient and beyond common sense. Yet after providing him with a little assistance, the company vanished, leaving him feeling like a discarded pawn. Time ticked away, and in the living room, only Soo-jin remained, surrounded by piles of empty liquor bottles and cigarette butts. Outside, the sky had turned dark. Sunya held a candle and sat back down opposite Soo-jin. Seeing him reclining, he quietly asked, "Are you going to give up?" "Give up?" Soo-jin straightened up, a drunken smile on his face, but his heart was still burning with anger and frustration. A decaying and stinking world. A company that toys with him at will. The hardest part had already been crossed. How could he possibly choose to give up? He should take revenge. Live on in this world, take Fu Qingdai along, and then kill that scoundrel who sent him here. I will never give up. No matter how difficult it is. The candlelight flickered in Soo-jin's eyes. This time it's a fight against both man and heaven. I hope you aren't just spouting drunken nonsense. Sunya looked at Soo-jin with admiration in his eyes. Of course it's not nonsense. But what about you all? Soo-jin countered, "Can you still hold on?" Sunya smiled slightly. "You are the leader, you are the core. If you don't want to give up, we have no right to give up. Given the current situation, the difficulty and risk of forming and expanding the team have risen to an extremely high level. Even if we acquire heavy firepower, we cannot trust it to others. But there may still be a solution. Today we encountered infected humans, and the sample from Mouse No. 3 is still with us. Old way, and I will study it again tomorrow. Let's research it. Whether it is the characteristics or the mechanism, we must design a solution. Regardless, we cannot go it alone, we need to rely on the majority. Sujean sighed with melancholy. One possible solution may lie within those flesh spheres. You saw the mice, their mutation capabilities may be vast. Perhaps heaven will lend us eyes to see the traitors. Exactly, we should still believe in nature. Sunya smiled, pouring himself a bowl from the half-empty bottle on the table. Actually, I admire one thing about you. Oh, your adaptability is simply unparalleled. From the very beginning, your dissection of corpses to actively engaging in extensive dissections reveals a clue. Today, when you weren't certain who the murderer was, you directly killed 2 living people and even skinned them alive. TSK. Sunya took a sip of the fiery liquor and winced. Ordinary people certainly cannot reach such a level. If it weren't for knowing you were doing it for the greater good to help others survive, I would definitely keep my distance from someone like you. Are you praising me or criticizing me? Sujean tilted his head, squinting and smiling. I consider it a praise. In troubled times, heroes emerge, and you are a true hero. I am very confident you will achieve great things. Sunya nodded affirmatively, then shifted the subject. However, someone like you might just become a tyrant. A tyrant? Sujean scoffed, clinking his bowl with Sunyas. He drank the strong liquor, his gaze as calm as water. Indeed, this world needs a tyrant. But it won't be me. Suffering from a hangover, Sujean slowly awoke with a headache. Looking outside, he noticed it was already noon. He glanced around, realizing he had been moved to a sidling position while he slept. Fu Qingdai sat on a small stool by the bedside, propping her face up as she scrutinized him. Seeing him awake, she hurriedly straightened up. Sujean propped himself up halfway, turning to Fu Qingdai, and asked, "What are you doing here instead of training?" Fu Qingdai was about to speak when her little face scrunched up in displeasure. "I just finished training. I wanted to see how you were. Brother, did something big happen? Did you poison those 2 people with chocolate yesterday?" Sujean took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, there was indeed a problem. But I can handle it. Just don't tell your parents about this." "I haven't said anything, and if you tell me not to, I definitely won't dare to say it." Fu Qingdai hesitated. "So what exactly happened? Can you tell me? You are still young. I worry you might let something slip, so it's best not to ask. But remember, we won't stay holed up in this building waiting to die. Sooner or later we will go out. You must never trust any strangers you encounter outside, and stay alert if anyone around you is injured. If someone makes you feel uncomfortable or strange, just kill them." After saying this, Sujean reached for the bedside and handed her the silver gun. "This gun is a gift for your self-defense. Make sure to handle it well. Then what will you use?" Fu Qingdai did not reach for it, but instead looked at Sujean. "I now possess superpowers, so I'm not afraid of infections. The gun's role isn't that significant anymore," Sujean said earnestly. "Besides, I have another one, and we'll find more guns later." Sujean threw the silver gun to Fu Qingdai, opened the window, and pointed outside. "Shoot a round into the sky and see how it feels." Fu Qingdai picked up the handgun, aimed it outside, and pulled the trigger. Shoot. Why are you hesitating?" "I did, but I can't pull it down." "Put some strength into it." "I'm trying." "Is it stuck?" Fu Qingdai's charming face turned bright red, her finger on the trigger, showing no hint of blood. Sujean frowned and took the gun, aiming it outside to fire. Bang! The gun fired normally. After contemplating the handgun for a moment, Sujean focused and searched for something. He retrieved a handbag from beside the bed. This bag was one he often carried, and everyone knew not to touch it. It seemed that Sunya left it here after he drank too much yesterday. Opening the handbag and pointing it at Fu Qingdai, Sujean said, "Put your hand inside and see what's in there." "What do you mean, brother?" Fu Qingdai asked as she moved her hands. She reached inside, fumbled around, and pulled out something, looking at Sujean in confusion. "There's nothing here." Sujean sighed, realizing that the office equipment provided by the company was indeed bound to him, rendering it unusable by others. The spatial briefcase was unusable by others, which he could accept, but the handgun could not be lent out either, making things rather troublesome. Although it could be reloaded infinitely, it still had time limitations. If the ammunition was sufficient, it was actually less effective than ordinary firearms. This situation was just limiting his already scarce firepower. That stupid company. Taking out a bag of chocolate from the bag, Sujean said solemnly, "You can't use the equipment from our mother planet. I will get you some weapons later, but for now just practice archery well. This chocolate bar is for you. If you feel that someone is a threat, find an opportunity to make them eat this. But don't be tempted yourself, and keep an eye on your parents." Fu Qingdai took the chocolate and looked through it, nodding as she tucked it into her pocket. "Got it, brother. All right, you can go now. I'll pour me a glass of water." Fu Qingdai responded with an and stood up from the small stool. Just as she turned her back, she suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. She tried to get up, but then knelt down again. Slowly turning her head back, she shot Su Jin an awkward glance before finally blushing using the wardrobe to help herself up shakily. All right, you can rest now. Oh, I don't need the water anymore. Su Jin chuckled. I will get it. Fu Qingdai stubbornly replied, her long legs shaking as she supported herself against the wall and walked out of the bedroom. Before long, Su Jin got out of bed and stood in front of the living room window. The window was wide open and sunlight poured over his robust muscles. Under the influence of the light power, the fatigue from the night and the headache from the hangover quickly faded. Su Jin unconsciously clenched his fists. His mood improved as well. Just then, he heard Sun Ya's voice behind him. Shaoli. Su Jin turned around. Sun Ya smiled. You haven't forgotten what we talked about yesterday, have you? Of course not. Good, then come downstairs with me. I have some new discoveries to discuss with Lao Wei. In the simple laboratory on the 5th floor, the three of them took their seats. Looking at the mutated rat in the cage that had been bitten in half, Su Jin exclaimed, What happened? We poked it a few times with sticks. It probably realized it was discovered and stopped pretending, thinking of attacking us instead, Wei said with a wry smile. All right, let's talk about our findings first. Sun Ya clapped his hands. Lao Wei and I didn't sleep much last night and have been busy until now, and we've made some new discoveries. Combined with your discovery yesterday, these lurking mutated creatures are very different from what we imagined. Su Jin listened quietly. Sun Ya continued, Overall, the infected creatures caused by the rain can be divided into two categories. One is zombies, and the other is disguised mutated creatures. However, they are not on the same side. These disguised mutated creatures are not infectious, and other zombies will attack them. Moi. Su Jin's eyes brightened. Don't get too excited too soon. Sun Ya pressed his right hand down. The zombies attack them because they have the instinct to attack living beings, but the disguised infected creatures have no interest in zombies. They only retaliate when attacked. Conversely, they retain their normal biological habits and have a strong desire to kill and attack uninfected beings. Su Jin sighed in disappointment. Will this infection enhance the intelligence of the creatures? The camouflage level of Rat No. 3 is very high. I believe it's possible. I don't see it that way. Wei interjected. Rats are inherently intelligent animals. After infection, they can clearly perceive our threats and camouflage themselves, which is a normal reaction. However, they still cannot control their desire to kill, taking advantage of others' negligence to devour other rats, indicating that their intelligence level likely hasn't changed. The intelligence of disguised mutated creatures likely depends on the intelligence level of the original host. Additionally, based on 2 observations of this infection, I believe there are 3 possibilities for the mutation of creatures. The first possibility is a twisted mind with a desire to kill, yet still remains an ordinary person. The second possibility is that they have acquired extraordinary abilities like you, but appear unchanged on the outside. As for the third possibility, it involves physical changes like Rat No. 3A, which has already shown significant observable mutations in its physical form without the concealment of fur. As he spoke, Rat No. 3 opened its massive mouth, continuously gnawing and banging against the rat cage, making faint thumping sounds. Sun Ya glanced at it and said, I discussed this with Lao Wei last night, and can basically confirm one thing: these lurking and disguised mutated creatures, no matter how intelligent they are, have significantly regressed in their abilities compared to normal humans. What are their weaknesses? Su Jin asked. Both elders looked up simultaneously. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. Su Jin's eyes showed confusion. Yes, their desire for slaughter is intense. They will strike as soon as they find an opportunity. The moment that person who died yesterday revealed their characteristics, they instinctively began to choose to kill. Sun Ya smiled, pointing at Mouse No. 3, and this one, after realizing it couldn't hide, has not stopped attacking since then. It will also get tired and needs to eat, but after resting it will continue its relentless attacks. Su Jin turned to Shaoli. Do you understand now? Su Jin furrowed his brows, then quickly relaxed. So what you both mean is, we can design a plan to lure them into revealing their bloodthirsty nature, thereby identifying their identities. Exactly. That's the idea. Sun Ya clapped his thigh and leaned forward. We have already devised a complete plan last night that should work. There are still many survivors in the community. After the rain started, they were notified via broadcast messages not to come into contact with rainwater or tap water. Normal people generally wouldn't come into contact with it. The concentration of gray matter in tap water won't be too high, and the notification came early, so only a few people got infected. The chance of turning into a corpse is much higher than that of becoming a disguised infected person. By assessing the situation in the building, we can also strengthen this conclusion. This is the first layer of the filter. As for the disguised infected who remain indoors, they will not stay put without action upon discovering living people. Instead, they will either leave the indoor space or go hunt others. If they are not infected, then the living people are likely healthy, and a bare body inspection can further identify risks, which forms the second layer of the filter. They will also fear being attacked by zombies and need supplies to survive, so there is a possibility of remaining indoors, as well. Way to add it. Indeed, that cannot be denied. Sonia continued, but just looking at the first two defensive lines, the risk of recruiting team members has already been greatly reduced. As long as we can establish a third defensive line, we should be able to minimize risk and boldly form a team. After that, we can ensure safety through team division of labor. Keeping people closely knit will prevent anyone from going solo, which can suppress the urge of disguised infected to create inner turmoil. Even if things go wrong, as long as we can control it, it can still be useful for us. Sujin pondered, so the third defensive line you mentioned is to identify them by luring out their killing instincts, right? But how do we accomplish this? We can't possibly experiment with living people, can we? Disguised infected are humans, not rats. They're not that foolish, are they? You're right. We can't afford the time and risk of testing with humans, and the tests must not reveal any intent. Then there's only one way: testing with small creatures. Sonia pointed at the rats. They also have a killing instinct towards other species, and using rats for testing can best meet our requirements. In the name of the state, we can use the excuse of delivering food to release the rats. Ideally, we can order them to stay in their bedrooms with seals on the doors, making it easier for us to detect and prevent escape. Afterwards, we can track them, and that will complete the third defensive line. We only have 2 or 3 normal rats left. Sujin frowned. And how do we track them? If the rats get eaten, how will I know? That's right. Sonia raised an eyebrow, his mood suddenly dropping. So, we still need to obtain a large number of rats, and besides rats, we also need to get sodium fluorescent to track those who have killed the rats. With this sudden outbreak in the cold, where are we supposed to find rats? Sujin asked with a grimace. And where are we going to get the reagents you mentioned? Actually, we've already thought it through for you. There's a laboratory underground at Longshan Medical University. It's one of the top laboratories in the country with an independent emergency power supply system, constant temperature and humidity. The experimental rats in there must be alive. Even if there's not enough food, they can survive by eating each other. The laboratory also has sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet lights. Once we find these, our tools will be complete. A university has such an impressive laboratory. Universities are research institutions. Laboratories are usually better than hospitals, and you must have heard of Longshan Medical University, right? Of course I know. Sonia and Wada exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes. Wada took off his glasses and wiped them with his clothes, lowering his head as he said casually, yes. Shaoli must know. Why are you two suddenly acting so strange? Sujin's gaze bounced back and forth between the two. Ahem, it's nothing. Sonia quickly changed the subject. I remembered something. Shaoli, can you use that meatball? Can others use it too? What kind of question is that? We talked about it last night. The substance inside the meatball is not the same as the gray mist. I can use it without changing and won't get infected, and you guys will likely be the same. What's wrong? Is my organ different from yours? No. Sonia hurriedly waved his hands and immediately took out a notebook from his pocket and handed it over. This is the detailed plan we wrote this morning. Take a look. Sujin hurriedly accepted the notebook, and after looking it over, still frowned in concern. He raised his head and said, I have no objections to this plan, or in fact it might be the best solution at the moment. However, adopting this plan means we have to give up the path of urban development and choose only the military district. That's right, we can only limit the scope of safe recruitment to the community area. The personnel we find should be enough to form an augmented company, and expanding further would jeopardize everything. Sonia said, actually you're worried that the disguised infected might have their sights on the military district, aren't you? Yes, after all, there have been signs of infiltration at higher levels. They are smart and might not overlook this area. You shouldn't measure mutated creatures with normal human thinking. I believe they will kill nearby targets. A long-term development doesn't align with their nature. Moreover, the upper echelons may not be as clever as you think. There are many fools among them. It's just that they have access to more information than ordinary people. Sujin pondered, closing the notebook. But everything is still speculation, and every link cannot be guaranteed to have zero risk. This is a gamble. Indeed. Wait aside, but what we're most worried about is you. It's a 6-kilometer distance from here to Longshan Medical University. A round trip of 12 kilometers, and only Chengdu and Fu who can accompany you on this risky journey. This is a matter of life and death. Shaoli, whether to do it or not is entirely up to your word. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Sujin's gaze shifted to the mutated rat gnawing on the iron wire in the cage, revealing unhidden malice as he murmured, I think you should have considered this too, but are unwilling to tell me. The new mutated creatures possess intelligence, which likely means that the continuously evolving zombies may also develop intelligence. Perhaps one day the two may merge, and even a mutated being capable of controlling a horde of zombies could emerge. The two elderly men simultaneously lowered their heads, sinking into silence. So what is there to hesitate about? If you fear risk and lay all the problems out beforehand, then there's nothing to do in this world.蘇烬retracted his gaze and smiled. We must seize this slender chance. The map of Longshan City was spread out on the table. 3 people gathered around the table discussing.蘇烬placed his hands on the table, glancing left and right, and said, "The matter of disguising the infected creatures is known only to the 3 of us. It's not convenient to disclose to others for now. Then let's keep it simple. The 2 of you can elaborate on the details later, while I will handle the work with Fu, Hu, and Chengdu." The 2 nodded.蘇烬said, "Before we start, there is a crucial question. If we have to travel such a long distance, we must rely on a car. What if there is a car, but no key? What kind of question is that? Do you think I rely solely on old way? Do we really need a key to start? All right then."蘇烬chuckled. "I have another question. I can't drive, so I need you to teach me a bit, but I should be able to pick it up quickly." Saying he couldn't drive meant he couldn't drive the cars of this world. Although the structures might be similar, any reckless act could lead to disaster. This is a minor issue, so let's get straight to the point. Wada picked up a pen and said, "Longshan Medical University was established quite early and is closer to the city center. When the cold wave erupted in the city center, the low temperature there was even more severe, and the ice had not melted at all. The biggest obstacle is the downburst caused by the cold wave must have destroyed a large number of fragile buildings, and many tiles might have been blown away. Therefore, what I just said is not entirely accurate. The closest distance from here is 6 kilometers, but the small paths are likely still blocked by debris and ice. So you can't take that route. You'll have to detour via Zhongshan Avenue. The obstacles will be much smaller, but the one-way distance will increase by 2 kilometers." After speaking, Wada searched the map for a while and marked a route. Then he circled a point in the middle. "This is Longshan No. 3 Middle School. You must be quick when passing through here. The heavy rain has trapped most people at home, but there might be a large number of zombies appearing outdoors here." "Why?"蘇烬asked in confusion. Wada paused for a moment and said, "That day, a colleague of mine called me saying his grandson was participating in the school anniversary at the school and the students should all be on the playground. A heavy rain, and there's a school anniversary."蘇烬exclaimed in shock. "There are leaders officiating the opening, but it's pouring rain. Can they even hold an opening ceremony like this? Is the school really that inhumane now?"蘇烬clapped his palm against the back of his hand. "Isn't the podium sheltered from the rain?" "It's not that it's sheltered. The leaders came in the rain. Isn't it normal for the students to get a little wet?" Sonya said impatiently, "Does this matter? Just listen to me. Remember that there might be a large number of zombies here." "Okay." Wada continued drawing. "About a kilometer ahead, I remember the greenery on both sides is quite dense, which could easily be uprooted by the downburst and thrown into the street. If the road is severely obstructed, you'll need to replan the route starting from here." Midway through, Sonya pointed at the map. Turning to look at Wada, he asked, "Old Wei, do you usually buy your heart medication here? Did you pick up the medicine you ordered last time?" "Don't worry about that. There's no need to waste time increasing risks midway. No, it is necessary, but something we can handle easily."蘇烬interjected, "What's the name of the pharmacy, Wei? What medication?" Seeing苏烬resolute gaze, Wada reluctantly forced a smile. "Longxing Pharmacy. It's a large pharmacy easily visible from the street. I always order my medication from them separately, and I pick it up from the second-floor entrance at the bottom shelf of the first row of cabinets. I'll show you the medicine box later. You don't have to force it. If you can't find it, just move on."蘇烬nodded. "Then let's continue moving forward from here. Leads to Longshan Medical University. You need to enter the building. There are many students in the school. If anyone gets infected, there will be no way to escape, so you must be extremely cautious. As for this part of the map, old Sun will be the best to teach you." Sonya picked up the conversation, saying, "I helped introduce 2 devices to the laboratory at Longshan Medical University. I've been there for a few lectures, so I know it reasonably well. I will draw a map for you later regarding the situation inside, along with sodium fluorescent and portable UV light. I will write it out clearly for you later. Besides that, is there anything you need us to prepare?" Looking at the Longshan map,蘇烬fell into deep thought. The noise from the car is already significant. If there are a lot of debris on the street, encountering something midway is almost inevitable. I'm afraid it will trigger a chain reaction among the zombies. But after all, driving can evade most obstacles. I worry that if such an incident does occur, it will draw a large number of zombies back. So I need a device that can emit a loud noise like a bomb. Can you 2 make a bomb?" "A bomb, huh?" Wada showed a pensive expression. Sonya asked, "Do you still have the shotgun shells I gave you?" "Yes." "Then it's simple." Wada said straightforwardly. "You can disassemble parts from the microwave and washing machine to make a timed circuit. The resistance heating wire is also simple, and with gunpowder you can create a basic detonation device, which is roughly equivalent to a timed bomb. However, the stability of the device won't be very high. You'll need to add more time detonation devices to increase stability, which will complicate things for you. Such a crude bomb would have negligible lethality in open areas. Given the nature of zombies, it is unlikely to cause effective damage, but it can certainly serve to obstruct and attract their attention. So simple, eh? Su Jin's eyes lit up. Could we make a gun? Even a rough one would do. Are you making a wish here? Sunya rolled his eyes. Is there anything else to add? Not for now. Oh, I'll mentally rehearse this for a bit, and the remaining details I'll leave to you too. I don't often go to that place, you know it better than I do. What are you pretending to be familiar with? You probably haven't been there at all. The two old men mentally complained. When do you plan to set off? Wada asked. After thinking for a moment, Su Jin replied, I plan to leave in 5 days. 5 days is enough time to prepare. Starting today, I will lead the team to hunt zombies throughout the community, tally the number of survivors, and distribute supplies simply. There are quite a few zombies in the building, and I think it's possible to find more meatballs. If Fu Hu and Chengdu also use them and gain special abilities like I did, safety will be greatly enhanced. Additionally, the other people in the building can't wait too long. Even if food is sufficient, they won't be able to withstand without water. No, the delay is too long. Sunya retorted, the temperature is rising rapidly. Once the ice layer and the ice shell on the zombies completely melt, their mobility will increase significantly. The danger level of your actions will increase sharply. You could complete the task in just half a day. A quick round trip is the best choice. No, we need to hunt the zombies indoors to obtain meatballs first. Developing new abilities and immunity is crucial. Su Jin analyzed. In fact, when driving, the recovery of zombie mobility does not affect us. The ice hasn't melted and the vehicles will slide severely, but the main risk lies in indoor combat, which is the most dangerous place. What if at Longshan Medical University Chengdu and Fu Hu encounter each other and suffer casualties? I can't afford such losses. There are very few core members I can fully trust. There's no need to argue about this. Low temperatures have their own strategies, and warming weather has its own advantages. 2 days later, the temperature has warmed up to 10 degrees above zero, and the gray mist hidden in the water has vanished without a trace. In its place is a faint foul odor. Struggling without water to flush the toilets, the sewers remain largely unused. The surviving residents can only throw their waste from high above. However, this is not the only situation. A few gentlemen choose to reduce plastic pollution by simply defecating directly. If there are still neighbors downstairs, they tacitly choose to throw their waste upwards. Moreover, there are also dismembered zombies and the bodies of residents who committed suicide. The world has transformed into a vast toilet and morgue. From a narrow perspective, one can see the peril of the apocalypse. Over the past 2 days, Su Jin has been constantly moving between buildings, dodging strawberry towers and hunting zombies. The 3 members of the Fu family, along with Chengdu and Sister Lu, are following closely behind, watching Su Jin in action. The first reason is to prepare early, allowing these ordinary people who have never experienced combat to adapt quickly. The second reason is to help these people carry more supplies. After all, many homeowners are no longer present and resources need to be redistributed. Thirdly, it is to number and register the surviving residents who currently seem to be okay. Originally, Chengdu and Sister Lu were still in the observation phase, but upon closer inspection, there was really nothing left to observe. One family has abundant resources while the other is so cautious that they would rather drink lubricant or urine, and there's still half a cup left, which is quite telling. Moreover, it is a critical time for manpower, so they can only be released early. On the morning of the 3rd day, a gunshot shattered the silence of the neighborhood. Su Jin broke through the door only to be met by an old zombie with another tall figure behind it. Fu Qingdai and the others watched from the doorway. They saw Su Jin pull out the long screwdriver at his waist and stab it directly into the zombie's heart, then kick the old man away. Immediately after, a hawk flipped over and perched on the tall zombie's shoulder. Before landing, Fu Qingdai tossed over a fish tank, which he deftly caught and placed on the zombie's head. With a swift motion, he separated the zombie's legs, binding its arms. Su Jin reached behind him, pulled out a long cloth, and tossed it towards one of the zombie's arms. He threw several loops in quick succession, cleanly wrapping the zombie's right fist, and did the same with the other hand. Jumping down from the zombie's shoulder, he spun gracefully, securing the bundles around both fists tightly. Finally, he took out a thick dog leash and secured it around the zombie's neck, then waved his hand towards the door. Seeing this, Fu Qingdai and the others hurried downstairs with the zombie in pursuit, and Su Jin leading the way. Arriving downstairs, the zombie was tied to the security window. Taking a couple of steps forward, Su Jin placed his hands on his hips and said, Qingdai, today you and your father don't need to do anything else, just practice archery here. We used quilts before, but today we are officially in combat, so we must not be careless. Fu Qingdai licked her lips, feeling a wave of nerves. Having seen the killing of zombies a couple of days ago, she could barely accept the bloody scene, but now that she was personally involved, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Brother, what if the security window falls? What if that fish tank shatters? Don't worry, I've thought it all through. Just hand me the bag. Su'Jin waved at Fu Qingdai. Hearing this, she hurriedly took off her backpack and tossed it to Su'Jin. After receiving the bag, he pulled out a canister of foam, which was found in what seemed to be a hardware store owned by a zombie. Su'Jin pressed down on the zombie's head, allowing it to pummel him with its fists while injecting the foam into the fish tank through the gaps. He then pulled out a large bottle of glue and poured it over the fish tank on the zombie's head. Lastly, he took a crude chest plate and placed it on the zombie. Su'Jin turned and pointed behind him, saying, "Go forward and observe closely for a bit. Once the glue dries, we'll practice archery. If the security window falls, you won't outrun it dragging along, and I can't save you either. Old Fu, you keep holding onto that shotgun and watch over your daughter." "Understood, Director." Receiving the affirmative response, Su'Jin waved his hand and led the others back into the building. They continued to knock on doors and search, reaching a room that responded where Zhang Wan and Sister Lu were asking for registration behind the door. After a brief inquiry and reassurance, they placed down the supplies at the door, while Su'Jin stood aside with his gun drawn on alert for any unexpected events. The resident inside, like others, cried as they opened the door wanting to talk, but upon seeing the gun pointed at them, they could only retreat back indoors with the supplies through the crack of the door. At the door, Zhang Wan called out, "As before, save the water bottles, don't throw them away. We'll collect them for reuse next time." The containers for holding water are plastic bottles picked from the neighborhood trash bins. "We must use sealed containers to distribute resources for water. These are currently quite scarce." Having dealt with one household, they continued to the next. This time there was no response from behind the door, only the sound of zombies banging against it. Su'Jin directly broke the lock and eliminated the target. Inside, 2 zombies were taken down. Su'Jin expressionlessly picked up a knife and cut into their hearts. This process had been repeated too many times, and he had grown somewhat numb to it. He was now completely desensitized to such bloody events. Skillfully, he sliced open the zombie's chest to search for its heart. Suddenly, Su'Jin paused, a myriad of expressions flashing across his previously numb face. Seeing the heart being pulled out from behind it, a surge of joy welled up within him. Chengdu, who was behind him and noticed he had stopped, hurriedly moved forward to check. Seeing him holding a round, plump meatball, he immediately widened his eyes in excitement and exclaimed, "Director, this is the meatball you mentioned, right? To be honest, I've been envious of Su'Jin's powerful abilities against zombies for the past couple of days. I was told it was because of the meatball that he became so exceptional, and Su'Jin even promised to let me use it. He had long been salivating over it. Now seeing it in person only intensified his strong desire to eat it." "Exactly, that's it." Su'Jin took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. After a long search, without finding this thing he truly feared, he was just lucky to stumble upon one. Now his heart felt like a heavy stone had been lifted. There were still many residents left to check, and judging by this drop rate, there was definitely a chance to find another one within 3 days. With Fu Hu and Chengdu's abilities, their chances of successfully obtaining supplies from Longshan Medical University would greatly increase. "All right, stop staring and keep working." Cutting off the meatball, Su'Jin stood up and continued his work. As night fell, the city was plunged into complete darkness without a glimmer of light. A zombie with its features obscured and fists bunched up like a humanoid Doryman was tied up alone downstairs. Meanwhile, the living room on the 6th floor was bustling. A large table was surrounded by 8 people. Although there were chairs, no one was seated. They all leaned forward, their gazes glued to the bloody meat lump resting on a paper napkin at the center of the table. 5 candles flickered on the table, their red glow casting an eerie light on the faces of the onlookers. Each person's eyes were wide open, their mouths slightly ajar, with drool visibly pooling. It was as if a sinister cult ritual was taking place. "Oh." Director Chengdu gasped heavily. "This thing looks like an olive. Does it really have the effects you mentioned? This is not an ordinary olive. Have you ever seen an olive on a heart? Eating it will grant you magical powers. Have some decency, and my daughter is right here." Zhang Wan scolded angrily, covering Fu Qingdai's ears. Fu Qingdai, on the other hand, bit her lip tightly, her cheeks puffed up like a ball. The 2 old men looked at Su'Jin and Chengdu with disdain. "Let's get started. Chengdu, you go first and hold it with the paper." Su'Jin signaled Chengdu with his eyes. Only he had ever used the meatball, and its safety could not be guaranteed 100%. Based on trust levels, Fu, who was rated higher than Chengdu, he dared not let Fu, who try it first. Chengdu hesitated, but eventually reached out to hold the paper towel and the meatball. After struggling internally for a moment, he brought it to his mouth. The 2 old men looked on with their faces wrinkled like 2 chrysanthemums, revealing expressions of nausea. "Ugh. Director, it smells awful." "Tui. This is worse than olives that haven't been washed for 10 days, so foul, yet enticing. Can this really be eaten? Did you really eat it like this back then?" Chengdu's face twisted in disgust mixed with anticipation. You're really eager. Who told you to eat it? Just hold it. Jin exclaimed angrily, put it down, as if you've ever eaten an olive. With a loud thud, Fu Qingdai was forcibly pulled back into the room by Zhang Wan. Jin took a deep breath and thrust the tip of his knife into the meatball. As the knife tip pierced through Jin's pupils dilated. Once again he saw that enchanting rainbow halo and felt his appetite surge. The meatball was completely sliced open, and with the tip of his knife Jin flicked it, causing a glowing water sphere containing a rainbow halo to drop onto Chengdu's wrist. The water sphere dissipated and the light entered his body. The gazes of the others quickly shifted to Chengdu's face. How do you feel? Jin hurriedly asked. I feel a bit hot. Before he could finish, Chengdu's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the table. A bit hot? Sunya asked Jin anxiously. Shaoli, was it like this for you back then? Jin shrugged. I didn't feel hot at all. Well, let's observe first. A night passed and the sun rose. In the darkness, Chengdu slowly opened his eyes, startled at the sight before him. 7 faces were staring right at him. Oh, what are you all doing? How do you feel? Do you notice any special changes? Jin asked seriously. Chengdu straightened up and touched his face. Last night, I felt like I was burning up. Now there seems to be a hot flow surging inside me. Can you control it? Let me try you. Could you all step back a bit? Chengdu nervously stood up, trembling with excitement. He was truly experiencing changes. He might have superpowers. This sensation of power felt very apparent within him, almost instinctive. The crowd stepped back as Chengdu raised his hand, looking as if he was holding his breath. With a loud bang, flames wrapped around his arms. Whoa! Chengdu shouted in shock. At the same moment, everyone else was struck with astonishment. My God! This is magic. Sunya clutched his chest, feeling a mix of emotions. Weida beside him bore a similar expression. Shaoli could barely accept the changes in strength and speed. Now a human was literally bursting into flames. Oh, what had he been learning all his life, and would it still be useful in the future? Chengdu continued to experiment with his abilities, the flames around his arms dissipating. He then opened his mouth and a large fireball erupted from it. However, this move seemed to have a massive recoil, and as he spat out the fire, Chengdu suddenly fell backward. The great fireball technique. Jin's eyelids twitched as he hurried to support Chengdu. That was amazing, Chengdu. Can you spit it out from anywhere else besides your mouth? Can you do it from your backside? Can you fly? Show me more. Chengdu appeared dejected, glancing around before whispering to Jin, I think I can. Director, I'll show you privately. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The tasks remain the same as the previous days, clearing zombies, counting residents, and distributing supplies. In between, Sun Wei and a few others took some time to learn car theft techniques and driving skills. The task of hunting zombies has been handed over from Jin to Chengdu. Given the short time left, immersing Chengdu in practical combat against zombies is the best choice. His fire control ability is indeed exceptionally powerful. Zombies can only be killed by piercing damage to the heart. While Chengdu's fire attacks may not kill instantly, they seem to significantly impair the zombies' mobility. Ordinary flames burn zombies, but do not greatly affect their mobility in the short term. However, flames activated by supernatural powers seem to have enhanced attack capabilities, provoking significant pain responses from the zombies. At that moment, a finishing blow could ensure a kill. Currently, 2 methods have been explored. The first involves flames wrapping around the body, which can even extend to weapons for close combat against opponents. The other method involves spewing flames, enabling direct long-range attacks. Both methods are quite powerful, but Chengdu's combat endurance compared to Jin leaves much to be desired. It seems that the ability to spew fire is not limited to just the mouth. It appears that any part of his body with vent holes can do the same. Chengdu eagerly invited Jin to observe and demonstrate the practice. However, Jin politely declined. He feared that Chengdu might inadvertently spray himself with feces. Another zombie collapsed. Chengdu stepped aside to make room for the others. Jin quickly dealt with the zombie. He is the most efficient at this task, and although it is disgusting, he has to take responsibility for it to save time. With the zombie's chest open, Jin, feeling nervous, reached for the heart. Upon seeing a half-ball-like object beneath the heart, his pupils contracted, and he clenched his fist tightly. Good. Finally found it. Before taking action, all 3 of them were fully armed, ready to set off the day after tomorrow, giving Fu Hu 1 day to awaken and adapt his abilities. After securing the meatball, Jin stood up and looked at the others. All right, let's keep working. There are only a few households left. We need to finish processing them all today. As night fell, the 8 of them gathered for the cult ritual again. This time, there were no extra words. A Fu Hu swallowed hard and directly extended his hand to hold the meatball. Jin plunged the knife in and the meatball ruptured. Fu Hu immediately fell into a coma, but thankfully Chengdu was there to drag him to the sofa for a peaceful sleep. Jin waved off the others, leaving only Sunya and Weida. After pondering for a moment, Su'Jin said, "We will set off the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else we need to add?" Sunya handed over a folded piece of paper and a medicine box. "Here are the operational details, an Old Weiss medicine box. Just take a look at it. Today while you were out, I checked the car with Old Wei and filled the gas tank for you." He said, "I made 2 simple time bombs both on the 4th floor. You can carry them yourself since we old folks can't manage it. By the way, just tie the gas tank in the trunk. I helped smash the rear window for you. When needed, just have someone in the back seat throw the bomb." Sunya paused for a moment. "By the way, Xiao Li, I always wanted to ask, how did you explain this to them? They don't seem to have any sense of crisis." Su'Jin chuckled. "For the women, I said we were just looking for some supplies and stockpiling medicine nearby, not going far. As for old Fu and Chengdu, I told them we were going to the medical university to fetch something, or it might be risky, but it will be of great use in the future." Old Fu didn't say much since his wife and child were depending on him. Chengdu, having gained new abilities, was eager to try them out. Chengdu seems a bit restless. You need to keep him in check to avoid any mishaps. Sunya sighed. "I've been thinking these past few days that keeping this from them isn't good. None of us here are unaware of the situation. They need to be alerted. Once you successfully bring back the items tomorrow, let's find an opportunity to tell them. After all, we need to conduct experiments on many households, and they should be informed and prepared. Even if we take 1,000 steps back, once we form a large organization and news leaks out, with 3 powerful supernatural beings, we should be able to maintain control." Su'Jin nodded. "I think the same. The more people develop supernatural abilities, the more stable our foundation will be. No matter what, let's talk again after I return from the mission the day after tomorrow. Remember the items we gave you. Be extremely careful and cautious. Everyone is counting on you. Don't worry, you all should get some rest early." As dawn broke, Fu Hu rose from the sofa in a daze. Seeing 7 people staring at him, he was not startled, having already experienced this twice. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "How long have I been asleep? What time is it?" "Don't worry about the time. Hurry up and see what abilities you have." Upon hearing this, Fu Hu immediately perked up and sat up straight. He blinked constantly, sensing the unusual situation. After a few seconds, Fu Hu suddenly exclaimed in delight, I can definitely feel something. It feels like a force and I can control it. Try guiding that force to different parts of your body." Chengdu instructed from the side. Su'Jin remained silent. Unlike these two, he was in a purely passive state, with changes only affecting the base values. Fu Hu extended his arms to inspect them. The others gathered around to observe. "There doesn't seem to be any change," Chengdu remarked, puzzled. "No, there is a change. Oh, just touch it and see." Chengdu pressed his hand against Fu Hu's arm, instantly exclaiming, "Wow, that's an iron arm." Su'Jin, seeing this, picked up a cup from the table and tapped it against Fu Hu's arm, producing a crisp sound. Hardened. Fu Hu pondered his physical state and reached for Su'Jin's cup. With a gentle squeeze, the cup shattered into pieces. Feeling that breaking the cup wasn't enough, he got up and went to the corner of the room, picking up an unused 90-pound compound bow. Like drawing a slingshot, he repeatedly pulled back the compound bow a dozen times before putting it down and returning to the sofa. Su'Jin's eyes lit up with joy. The bow didn't reveal his limits, and pulling it back so easily indicated a significant increase in strength. "Not only has it hardened, but my strength has also greatly increased," Fu Hu said, rising to stretch his body. "But besides that, I feel like there's nothing else." "Can you only use this hardening ability on your arms?" Su'Jin asked. Fu Hu shook his head. "I can use it on my whole body, but it's hard to cover my entire body. The area I can cover each time is limited, about the size of both my arms." "Oh wow, that's more than enough," Chengdu said, biting his lip. As soon as he said this, Su'Jin and the other men's gazes instantly shifted to a certain part of Fu Hu's body. "So lucky." Wan's sister Lu whispered in Zhang Wan's ear. "Get away," Zhang Wan said, pushing her daughter aside, her mouth curving up in a wild grin. "Ha ha ha ha. Not bad at all." Fu Hu stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. "How's this ability of mine? Well, we're certainly no ordinary folks anymore." Right. Truly impressive." Su'Jin cleared his throat lightly, inwardly elated. "With this ability, our safety margin just soared. You've got 1 day to practice and test it. We depart for the mission tomorrow." At dawn the next day, outside the residential complex, Su'Jin and his 2 companions inspected their gear together. Rudimentary armor, helmets, firearms, arrows. Everything was fully equipped. 20-odd bola ropes were piled onto the rear seat. Now, bola, in simple terms, is a length of cord with stones tied to both ends, a crude but effective like snare. When thrown, it entangles an enemy's feet. Its materials are easily sourced and assembled, yet its efficacy is undeniable. In zombies, mindless creatures devoid of intelligence, pose drastically diminished threat once tripped and immobilized. Of course, it works only against single targets. Against swarms, it proves largely ineffective. In midway through inspection, Su'Jin looked up, and several women leaned out of a window above, gazing down. Su'Jin waved and called out, Go back inside. Don't interfere. We'll be back in an hour or two. Focus on your tasks until then. Stay safe. Fu Qingdai cupped her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice, then closed the window. Nods assured no one else watched Su Jin walk to the building's edge and began loading propane bomb canisters into the car's trunk. All preparations complete, Su Jin turned to Sunya and Weida, who had been assisting with equipment checks, and said, "Gentlemen, please return upstairs. No one is to leave the building until we return. Don't worry, we'll guard this home well, and do hurry back. Don't delay. By the way," Sunya pointed at Su Jin's chest, "you carry that satchel everywhere, now even sewn into your coat. It looks cumbersome. What precious thing lies within? A family heirloom, the last tangible memory I have. All right then." And the two elders patted Su Jin's shoulders, one before the other, then turned and ascended the stairs. Only the three men remained exchanging glances. And after a pause, Fu Hu asked, "Who's driving? And since you asked, obviously you are, and humph. Fine." They climbed into the vehicle, Fu Hu at the wheel, Su Jin in the front passenger seat, and Chengdu alone in the rear. Nas Fu Hu turned the ignition. Chengdu's gaze drifted towards Su Jin. After hesitating a moment, he withdrew something from his chest pocket and slowly extended it towards Su Jin. In feeling an object brush past his ear, Su Jin flinched sharply and whirled around. "What are you doing in, Director?" Chengdu offered an awkward smile, eyes darting nervously. "Well, the Hanxiong missile detonated over there. The ice hasn't fully melted yet, has it? I figured it'd be cold there, so I brought you 2 pairs of socks. Why don't you change into them now?" Su Jin accepted the socks and unfolded them, a pair of white high-cuff socks. He glanced back skeptically and snorted, "Chengdu, you truly are something else. Worried I'll freeze, yet you bring socks instead of clothes or trousers. Really, you already have enough clothing. I chose these for warmth and ankle support." Chengdu raised his brows, emphatically brimming with self-satisfaction. "Director, try them on." "Nonsense." Su Jin tossed the socks onto the rear seat and gave Fu Hu's shoulder a playful slap, chuckling. "Hey Lao Fu, don't you think he's lost his mind?" "Haha, socks, for me." And the engine roared to life. Fu Hu gripped the steering wheel, his expression grave. And after a thoughtful silence, he murmured, "Director, is this mission truly as straightforward as it seems? I know danger is inevitable, but lately Elder Sun and Elder Wei have behaved strangely, as if concealing something momentous. Since we're risking our lives together, shouldn't everything be laid bare?" "Huh, I didn't notice anything unusual," Chengdu replied, bewildered. Su Jin stared ahead, deep in thought, then sighed faintly, a wry, resigned smile tugging at his lips. "And very well. Since you've asked, I'll speak plainly. The infected aren't limited to zombies alone. Another kind walks among us, indistinguishable from ordinary people lying dormant within crowds. To survive and expand our ranks, this hidden threat is our greatest obstacle. NWE withheld this truth earlier, fearing mutual suspicion would fracture our fledgling group before we could even begin recruiting. But rest assured, Elder Sun and Elder Wei have devised an experimental method to detect such concealed carriers. That's precisely why we're heading out, to retrieve materials for their tests. We go together into peril. Inside the medical university building, hordes of zombies await, and combat is unavoidable. I won't have doubt fester among you. Don't mention any of this to the women back home. Not yet. Wait until we've solidified our team first. And if a solution exists, then all is well." "I understand now," Fu Hu said, visibly relieved. "I don't understand." Chengdu suddenly reached out and clapped a hand onto Su Jin's shoulder, voice trembling with urgency. "Why build a team at all? Are we trying to save the world? We already possess self-defense capability. Why not simply seek an uninhabited place and live safely? The gray rain's effects have faded. We could even cultivate crops. Why court such danger? And hiding away offers only the difference between dying sooner or later." Su Jin seized Chengdu's wrist, his gaze piercing and unyielding. "There is no safe place left on this earth. Haven't you grasped that yet? Even if you found some remote haven to hide in forever, would you choose to live your life cowering like a pig, like a dog? And we have no choice but to strike back. Must strike back. The greater the responsibility, the more hands required to bear it. We must rely on the many, even at the risk of betrayal. Mean times like these, aiding others is aiding oneself. No one is foolish enough to believe pure self-interest leads anywhere but death or being sacrificed by others." Elder Sun and Elder Wei, 2 men who've lost every family member, prepared to end their own lives. What drives them to work tirelessly day after day? It's us. Do you truly believe we can retreat? Chengdu swallowed hard, withdrew his hand, and nodded silently. Fu Hu spoke bitterly. "Indeed, Director, you're right. I still have my wife and child. Qingdai is still so young. I refuse to let her grow up in this world without hope for a future." So saying, he removed his helmet and withdrew a photograph from within, his right hand gently tracing the surface a portrait of his family of 3. Sujin's face darkened instantly. After studying the photo, Fu, who turned to Sujin. Director, if anything happens to me on this outing, I entrust Zhang Wan and Qingdai to your care. Qingdai depends on you. I see it clearly. Frankly, I fully support you. At her age, it's time. And hey. Boom. Chengdu reached forward from the back seat, repeatedly slapping Fu Hu. Lao Fu, forcing matches like this. You're morally blackmailing the director. I can't stand people like you. And are you insane? What's it got to do with you? Fu Hu snapped, turning to shout. And what's it got to do with me? You're sabotaging team cohesion, forcing your daughter onto him. That puts the director in an impossible position. It's despicable. Chengdu sneered, theatrically removing his own helmet and pulling out a photograph. How amusing. You're the only one allowed to flaunt a picture. Think you're special. I've got one too, and I brought it along. And Su Jin's face went utterly black. Director, this is my younger brother. What the hell are you two doing? Do you both want to kill me, eh? Su Jin roared and delivered 2 sharp punches, one to each man. Drive, and the engine revved, and the vehicle rolled steadily out of the residential complex. Central Avenue Welcome Restaurant. The roll-up door of the restaurant is tightly closed with the only light coming from the gaps in the blinds. Inside the restaurant hall, 23 people are seated on chairs wrapped in heavy clothing and blankets. Each of them wears a gloomy expression. They are all local residents out in search of food and drink, unable to bear the confinement any longer. However, they did not expect the zombies outside to be so sharp, chasing them the moment they showed themselves. Fortunately, the zombies do not run too fast, and with the restaurant supervisor holding the door to save people, otherwise none of the 23 would have survived. The hot water is here, everyone have some hot tea. The restaurant supervisor Tan Hui pours hot water into the cups of the crowd. After a few low murmurs of thanks, the lobby returns to silence. Life feels hopeless with days passing without sunlight. Although there is plenty to eat and drink in the hotel, the vitality of the people has nearly been drained away. In the midst of the silence, a thin man quietly leans closer to the person next to him, who is tall and muscular, his wrists covered in tattoos resembling a floral sleeve. The thin man, weak and dispirited, speaks in a mournful tone. Big brother, I really can't go on like this. I would rather die. Can you just give me your gun? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I have any bullets left? Just drink the rat poison and die. There's plenty of rat poison here. The tattooed man irritably retorted, adding, you really have no ambition. When the weather gets hotter, come with me to kill those rotten corpses. We'll find some guns and break out of the city. Can living people really die from holding in their pee? What brothers can I count on? It's just the 2 of us, big brother. The thin man wipes his tears. Big brother, I really can't take it anymore. Drinking rat poison is fine, but I feel it's such a loss. Before I die, I want to do something. Do something. The tattooed man shrank his neck, frowning. Who do you want to do something with? You want to do something with me? No, that crazy girl. The thin man turns his gaze to another table, pointing at a woman taking care of her mother. I've been watching her for 2 days. She's the only one who looks decent. Big brother, there are so many people. I want to take her to the kitchen. Can you help me hold her? I feel I can't handle her myself. What the hell? The tattooed man looked bewildered. Knowing his little brother was a lazy waste, he didn't expect him to be this crazy. He actually thinks like this and dares to command me to help him hold her. Hiss. Are you an idiot or what? Haven't you seen women? Can you not live without a woman? The tattooed man grabbed the thin man by the neck, tilting his head in anger. Do you know what's going on outside? Your relatives and brothers are dead, and you're still thinking about that little thing in your pants. Are you filled with tadpoles in your head? Did a donkey eat your brain in your last life? After cursing, the tattooed man stood up and swung a fist, knocking the thin man to the ground. When he looked up, everyone in the hall was staring at him. The tattooed man didn't care and sat back down to drink tea. Useless. Suddenly, the tattooed man's hand holding the teacup froze, his gaze shooting towards a bespectacled man who had just spoken at the opposite table. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered. Kid, I remember your name. Is Yu Hao right? I say. Who were you talking big to just now? Yu Hao shot him a sidelong glance and replied. We're all here seeking refuge. Do I need your permission? You came in from outside with a gun. You should have been a soldier before, right? The tattooed man stood up with an unfriendly expression, cracking his knuckles. What does it matter to you whether I was a soldier or not? If you want to show off, go fight the zombies instead. The zombies have turned the city into this, and you've eaten the country's food, yet I haven't seen you charge into battle. What's the matter? The tattooed man laughed in anger, rolling up his sleeves as he walked around the table towards the bespectacled man. You don't need to worry about whether I dare to fight zombies. I'll first teach you a lesson. I can't fight zombies, but can I fight you? Yu Hao stood up to confront him, showing no fear. Stop fighting. The restaurant supervisor Tan Hui decisively stepped forward, his face filled with anger. Making such a commotion, just look at how scared that mother and daughter are. There are zombies outside. Everyone followed the direction of Tan Hu's finger. A young woman was holding her trembling elderly mother, mixing her soothing words with a slight cry. It's okay. Mom, it's okay. Once we get through this, I'll take you to find the aliens, and we'll be saved. She's already gone crazy. Am I scaring her? You're being played, big brother. The thin man who had been knocked down crawled over from the ground. Aliens. You're just making things up. You're really fast at fabricating stories. The tattooed man threw Ding Jia back into her seat. Then he kicked the thin man over. Even a crazy person is trying to survive. You're really a waste. Just find a place where no one is and die. You're just an eyesore to me right now. With that throw, Ding Jia's thick coat was torn open, revealing the clothes underneath. The tattooed man's eyes changed at the glimpse. A city mental hospital. Good grief, I thought you were just crazy, but it turns out something happened at the mental hospital that made you run out. Ding Jia's wrong tears finally couldn't be held back any longer. She fled to seek help from the aliens, and since the other party didn't call her, she wore this outfit for fear of not being recognized when they met. Seeing the tattooed man misunderstand, Ding Jia hurriedly opened her coat, revealing all the text on her uniform. No, I'm not. This is my work uniform. You're still stealing someone's clothes. Well, Ding Jia covered her face and cried loudly. At that moment, she deeply felt the same grievance she had when she was with Fu Qingdai. At this moment, Tan Hui walked over again, blocking the tattooed man angrily. Enough already. I brought everyone in at this critical time, just so we could unite to survive. You bully even a mental patient with her old mother. Are you even human? I'm not a mental patient. Fine, the tattooed man angrily replied. Tan Hui, you're a good person. I won't argue with you. I know you look down on me, but I also have a code of honor in this world. I'm giving you face. However, if there's another time if someone provokes me, don't blame me for being rude. The tattooed man turned his gaze to Yu Hao. Yu Hao stared directly at the tattooed man, and the next second his gaze shifted to the side as he spoke. That old lady fainted. Is she okay? Yes, she's fine. The atmosphere in the restaurant was tense, and all eyes were on the old lady, hoping she would regain consciousness soon. Tan Hui sighed, hoping to defuse the situation. Let's focus on how to survive together first. Mom. Ding Jia rushed to her mother's side, quickly helping her up, then looked up anxiously and said, My mother is in poor health and needs antihypertensive medication. Supervisor Tan, do we have any medicine here? Tan Hui sighed helplessly. We're in a restaurant. We don't have that kind of medicine. What else do you need? I'll do my best to provide it for you. Ding Jia checked her mother repeatedly, feeling cold all over. Medicine? I must have medicine. Murmuring to herself, Ding Jia looked at the tattooed man and pleaded, Brother, can I ask you for a favor? Right across is Longxing Pharmacy. They must have the medicine. If you can help me get the medicine, I will do anything. The tattooed man turned his head away, waved Ding Jia off, and silently sat down at a distant table. Who can help me? I'm begging you. Ding Jia knelt down in desperation, and everyone in the hall lowered their heads, too afraid to respond. A few minutes later, Ding Jia stood up, sobbing, wiping her tears as she stiffly walked toward the roll-up door. Everyone raised their heads, their gazes following her. As she approached the door, Ding Jia bent down, trembling, but her arm was grabbed and pulled back. Turning around, she saw Yu Hao's face. Ilgo, your movements are too slow. Thank you. Ding Jia cried, tears of joy, bending her knees to express her gratitude. But she was lifted back up. Yu Hao looked around, saying, I don't know how many days we need to stay here, but the country has already given up. We must save ourselves. One day we will leave here, and we will definitely need various medicines in the future. This time I plan to take enough medicine at once. The more people, the better the chance. Who is willing to go with me? A group of people lowered their heads one after another. Only Tan Hui approached. He'll go with you. Good. Yu Hao responded crisply, then walked to the window, pulling aside the curtain to observe the street scene. The situation isn't that dangerous. There's just one street separating us. Let's grab some knives and 2 long weapons for self-defense, and we'll go and return quickly. Wait a moment for me. Thank you, thank you. Ding Jia continuously expressed her gratitude between the two, fearing she might delay them. Go back and take care of your mom first. Write down what medicine she needs, include everything that might be necessary. Tan Hui patted his shoulder and walked toward the back kitchen. Just as he reached the corner of the hallway and had not yet entered, the tattooed man spoke up, Tan Hui. Tan Hui stopped and turned back. There are some things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life. I advise you not to wade into this murky water. That old woman would be a burden sooner or later. If she leaves now, it might be a good thing for her. And that woman is a madman. Can you trust what a madman says? The tattooed man raised his gaze, looking directly at Tan Hui. Don't be a fool. In this world, people like you die the fastest. Tan Hui pondered for a moment, then smiled enigmatically. The world will continue to rot. If I happen to die, it would be a relief. At least I could still be a person before I die. Thank you. I've warned you, you are seeking death yourself. After saying this, the tattooed man fell silent. A few minutes later, the two of them finished preparing. Tan Hui unlocked the ground lock of the roll-up door and threw the key behind him. Yu Hao wanted to stop him, but he was a beat too slow. The key was already picked up by someone. Clenching his fist, Yu Hao shouted, "Listen up. If the two of us go out and can't get back through this door, I will lure all the zombies outside here. You all can decide how to deal with it." After saying this, Yu Hao walked over to Ding Jia, whispering, "The roll-up door can make noise. You go to the kitchen and take 5 iron basins to the 3rd floor. Throw them toward the back alley of the restaurant, 1 every second. As soon as we hear the sound, we act immediately. When we come back, use the same method to assist us. Do you understand?" "Understood." Ding Jia nodded nervously. Yu Hao forced a bitter smile. At this moment, he could only choose to trust a madman. Others were truly unreliable. Returning to Tan Hu's side, Yu Hao said solemnly, "I have a rough idea of the situation outside. It's not particularly dangerous. Stay close behind me, and we will get through in one breath." "Understood." 3 minutes later, the dull thud of the iron basins hitting the ground sounded from behind the restaurant. A few wandering zombies on the street moved towards the sound, all heading in one direction. Hiding behind the curtain to observe, Yu Hao felt the timing was right. He crouched down, and along with Tan Hui opened a gap in the roll-up door. Rolling outside, the street lay before them. At the same moment, urgent shouts came from behind the two. "Close the door quickly." "Director, you mentioned that disguised infected individuals might be hidden among the crowd, and as we plan to camp at the military base, we will definitely need to fire guns later. What if? I mean, if Sun Lao and Wei Lao's methods can't be verified 100%, what if a disguised infected person gets a gun and shoots us from behind?" In the car, Fu Hu stared at the road ahead with a furrowed brow. Su Jin looked at the wreckage outside and said, "It's not a big problem. You should trust the two elders' experiments. Being overly suspicious is the biggest threat to the team right now. Moreover, each of us has gained different abilities. There might be an ability that can detect the abnormalities of disguised infected individuals without needing experiments. Old Fu, you also know that Qingxi is very special. I suspect she might possess this ability." Fu Hu fell silent. He didn't want his daughter to get too involved in such matters. Su Jin noticed the signs and was about to offer some comforting words when Chengdu spoke up from the back. "Actually, I think if there is indeed an internal traitor lurking, firing guns wouldn't be a problem. I have a plan to reduce this risk." "Oh." Su Jin's eyes lit up. "Tell me about it." "Set all the guns to have bullets veer to the left. If someone tries to cause trouble, they won't hit accurately right away, giving others time to react." "Genius." X2-inch. The vehicle continued to speed along. There weren't many zombies on the street, and with the speed of the car, it basically didn't pose an impact. However, as the distance closed in, the previously relaxed atmosphere inside the car completely vanished. The street was filled with fallen trees and flying bricks. The buildings were dilapidated, and zombies roamed freely among the litter. It was a far cry from the orderly society of before. Now it was like a completely different world. Fu Hu and Cheng Du's jaws were taut like stone, tears of sorrow streaming from their eyes. Once again, their hearts were ripped open, bleeding. The city where they had lived for half their lives had suddenly transformed in such a short time. The country is gone, the family is gone, and people are gone. Su Jin rested his chin on his fist, staring blankly out the window. He had discussed the attack of the Cold Sky missile with Sunya and Weida. The attack within the city had only released a small portion of the missiles. Yet even so, it still caused such devastating consequences, and they were not even in the most critical area targeted by the Cold Sky. That night truly felt like the end of the world, both in reality and visually. A little further on, a dazzling, towering skyscraper appeared before them. Su Jin's blank expression finally changed. Longlin Building, the landmark skyscraper of Longshan City. Even if brought to Earth, it would still be quite impressive. This Longlin Building is quite sturdy. At such a height, not a single piece of glass on the top 3 floors is broken. Chengdu exclaimed. Fu Hu continued, "Originally, Longlin Building was a commercial building, but the top 3 floors were never rented or sold, supposedly reserved for some prominent individuals. Even with money, one cannot move in. Director, did you know that? Of course, the glass specifications are clearly different from the others." Su Jin smiled. "Be careful ahead. We will be at Longxing Pharmacy in about a kilometer. Let's go get the medicine first." In Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hu's chest rose and fell in ragged breaths. He drew 2 more gasps, glanced at Yu Hao at his side, and murmured that it had been simpler than he had imagined. They had burst out of the Yingbin Hotel and, aside from a brief pause behind 2 barricades, had almost run straight to Longxing Pharmacy without stopping. Apart from 2 zombies that chased them as they neared the pharmacy door, everything had gone smoothly. Yu Hao's movements had been strikingly deft, almost professional. Yu Hao took several deep breaths and gave a wry smile. He warned Tan Hui not to be overly optimistic, though the undead lacked minds. Their sight and hearing were keen, and overwhelming numbers would complicate matters. Tan Hui asked how Yu Hao had become so agile. Yu Hao replied that he had trained in the military and instructed Tan Hui to watch his back with the flashlight for the room might not be safe. With a curt word, Yu Hao led Tan Hui into the pharmacy. Longxing Pharmacy occupied a large space, its shelves crowded with medicines and health supplements, and there was even a sizable section for equipment sales. They moved forward in single file alert. After circling the entire first floor and finding no sign of other people, they finally relaxed a little. Tan Hui pulled several plastic bags from his pocket and began gathering medicine from the shelves. Yu Hao remained watchful, but asked in passing Tan Hui. He finished the question with blunt concern. "Are you trying to die?" Tan Hui paused for a moment, then continued working, and asked why he would say that. Yu Hao observed that among them Tan Hui seemed the most outwardly healthy, always helping others, but perhaps it was an excessive compensatory stress response. Tan Hui began to answer, voice trembling, as he tried to explain himself. He did not say that he wanted to die, but that he no longer knew how to live. Tears welled at the corner of his eyes, even as his hands kept gathering supplies. He confessed that everyone he knew was dead or cut off, that the country itself seemed gone, and he did not know what they would do. He could not bear to see the dead any longer. Alone, he felt he could not go on. Tears finally fell. Yu Hao rubbed his brow and spoke with a melancholy reassurance. It would be all right, the nation would come to rescue them. He reasoned that the disaster had arrived suddenly and on a large scale, but the undead posed little challenge to a modern army. Many units operated in sealed formations and would not be swamped. He added that once forces outside received word, they would reclaim the city, and Longshan would be a prime objective. If they could hold on, there was hope. Tan Hui choked out a sob and nodded. They swiftly collected what medicines they needed on the first floor and headed for the second. Yu Hao again taking point with a knife. Just as they stepped onto the final stair to the second floor, Yu Hao's expression changed. He reached back and grabbed Tan Hui's arm. "Don't move." When Tan Hui asked what was wrong, Yu Hao said he had glimpsed a dark shadow flash by. Tan Hui, suddenly alarmed, swept his flashlight about, but saw nothing. Yu Hao barked in order to retreat. "Drop it, go back now." He immediately spun and pulled Tan Hui down the stairs. As they stepped down 2 treads, both men froze. A faint sobbing rose from above. "It's a child," Tan Hui said, looking to Yu Hao. After a moment's thought, Yu Hao nodded and went back up. They pressed along the side of the room, sweeping light across row after row of shelves. Midway through, they spotted a small figure curled atop a corpse. Yu Hao at first hurried past to check other aisles. Only after they had searched every corner and confirmed no other living being remained did they relax. It seemed the crying had come from that child alone. They moved closer and could finally see clearly. Indeed, it was a child clad in children's clothing and lying atop what appeared to be a pharmacy employee's corpse, weeping. It seemed harmless at a glance. Zombies did not cry after all. Both crouched. Tan Hui reached out to touch the child and had barely spoken the word child when everything changed in an instant. A thin, small arm thrust straight into Tan Hui's chest toward his heart. Before Yu Hao could react, the tiny figure had latched onto his neck with a ferocious bite. Though the mouth was small, its teeth were razor sharp. Yu Hao's eyes bulged, blood gushed from his throat. The sounds of flesh tearing and bone splintering were swift and horrible. The child's face was buried in Yu Hao's neck, tearing through flesh until the cervical bone gave way. Tan Hui, not yet dead, watched in frozen horror as Yu Hao's neck was devoured, the head barely held by skin at the nape. When Yu Hao's head slumped backward, the last light in Tan Hui's eyes extinguished, and the pharmacy fell once more into a deathly stillness. In the Yingbin Hotel, Ding Jia paced at the slit of the window, anxiously waiting. 10 minutes had passed. By rights, they should have returned with the medicine. There was no sign of them, and his worry for an accident grew. He looked out, then back at his still unconscious mother. Every second stretched like torture. As he watched, Ding Jia's pupils dilated. A car rolled into view and stopped outside the pharmacy. 3 fully armed figures climbed out, bows, rifles, each prepared. The leader turned, and Ding Jia glimpsed the man's face, his heart hammering wildly. He nearly lost control and shouted that aliens had come to save them. Someone snapped at him to shut up, accusing him of making noise and drawing the undead. Huabai sprang up and clamped a hand over Ding Jia's mouth, calling him a crazy woman. Ding Jia wrenched the hand away and cried out that there were people right outside, urging them to look. Huabai peered through the window and then glared at Ding Jia with disgust, saying there was no one, and warning her not to behave as if madness gave her license to act recklessly. He threatened to strike her if she acted up again. Inside the pharmacy,蘇烬scolded them for not wearing helmets they had been told to don. Chengdu retorted that the helmets were stifling and impaired vision. Chengdu complained that the gear made it hard to aim and spray his weapon. With the risk low for now, he argued they could wait until the hospital to put helmets on. Another voice chimed in to urge the leader not to dwell on it. They were different, only he needed a helmet.蘇烬scoffed and told them to stop hassling him. He snapped orders to switch on their flashlights and go straight to the second floor to grab the medicine and leave. Someone asked about taking regular supplies. They decided the neighborhood had already produced more than enough for them, and there was no need to waste time. two would go ahead, while蘇烬covered from the rear. The two took point.蘇烬hung back, opened the satchel at his chest with his left hand, and swept a large row of unidentified medicines into the bag with his right. Before leaving, he had deliberately cleared space in the bag. Hearing a stir behind them, Chengdu and Fu both turned to look at蘇烬in puzzlement.蘇烬shrugged and said he was fine. They hurried on. At the midpoint of the stairs, the three stopped in tacit agreement and looked upward. Fu shouted that he heard a child crying and dashed up the stairs.蘇烬frowned, vaulted, and used the wall to spring onto the second floor, placing himself between Fu and the doorway. Fu protested that he was anxious and wanted to see. Chengdu pointed out it might be a child and argued it should be fine.蘇烬hushed them and insisted they first assess the risks. The three pressed along the side of the room and swept their flashlights across the shelves. At last they paused in the center, their beams falling on a child curled on the floor and sobbing. The room contained only 3 corpses, blood pooled around them, and the bodies seemed to have died only recently. Fu marveled that the child had been lucky to encounter them. Fu suggested putting the child in their trunk.蘇烬stepped forward, eyes fixed on the child, his hand resting on his weapon's grip. After shooting the suspicious child,蘇烬turned to look at Fu and Chengdu. The two of them stood frozen and placed speechless. After a brief pause, they both stiffly turned their necks to look at蘇烬. The child was still crying and was shot dead in an instant. "Director, that was a child. Why did you kill him?" Fu finally exclaimed in shock. "Yes. Why?" Chengdu's face turned pale.蘇烬frowned, narrowing his eyes as he leaned closer to the two. "Let me tell you." "What's wrong with you two? Can't you see such an obvious problem?" He continued. "I won't even mention whether that child was a potential infected, but with 3 corpses, where's the zombie? Zombies lose their targets and won't move in large numbers unless there are special circumstances." He added, "We've checked upstairs and downstairs. Is there a shadow of a zombie? Have you two stuffed your brains with candles? Just because it's a child you want to save him?" The two blinked, exchanging glances. Chengdu hesitantly raised his hand, pointing at the pile of corpses. "But that zombie is right there. One of them has a heart pierced, and the other two, a man and a woman, were fighting desperately against the zombie, while the child hid away with his parents, perishing with the zombie as he emerged." "Yes, that's what I thought too. Even if the child could be infected, he's fine for now. There's no need to kill him outright." "Off."蘇烬turned back in confusion. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. One corpse had a wound on its heart, laying on the ground with blood on its mouth. The other had its neck bitten off, evidently gnawed by a previous corpse. As for the third one lying on the ground with long hair, it was clear that it was a woman.蘇烬scratched his face, falling into bewilderment. "Was it that I didn't look closely? Director, you must have committed a mistake." "Mistake? What mistake?" "There was no mistake."苏烬gaze shifted to the two. "I don't care if that child is a zombie, he must die. We have no means to identify who is a disguised infected. Remember, no matter what the situation, once we find someone alone, all living beings must be killed without exception." After saying this,蘇烬disregarded the reactions of the two and stepped forward to examine. He lifted the child's corpse and immediately gasped in shock. "You two come here." Upon hearing this, Fu and Chengdu hurried over. "You two tell me, what the hell is this?" The two focused their gaze, and their expressions changed instantly, a wave of fear washing over them. The child had a mouth full of sharp teeth with bits of flesh and blood stuck between them. Clearly, he was the true culprit behind the cannibalism. "Is this a disguised infected?" "The body temperature is wrong. This is a zombie."蘇烬pressed his fingers against the zombie's neck, his face turning pale. "The zombies are evolving. They've already started to develop brains. From the outbreak of the apocalypse until now, it has only been a few days. At this rate of development, it is almost a certainty that disguised infected will merge with zombies in the near future. This news must be brought back. We need to speed up and establish a solid foundation." He lowered his head to continue observing, separating the 3 corpses. "The woman has been dead for a longer time. These 2 men should have just died not long ago. They must have come out to collect medicine. They were likely part of a group, including the elderly." Staring at the 2 male corpses,蘇烬helplessly stroked the open eyes of the dead. They fell victim to the zombies. These 2 may have good character for risking themselves for their team, but such people will become increasingly rare. Be careful, you two. I reiterate, once we exit the compound, don't approach any living person or shoot them on sight. After scolding them a few times,蘇烬still felt it was insufficient, raising his head to look at the 2 TSK. "How can you two be soldiers? Your risk awareness is worse than mine." "That's true." Fu muttered. "How can I compare with you, Director? After all, I've done missions abroad. I was a soldier for 2 years, but I retired after injuring my back during training. You know about that, right? And you should be fine."蘇烬looked at Chengdu. Chengdu's expression stiffened. I haven't fought in battle either. I actually only served half of my military time before dropping out. Why, oi? It's nothing. I was sleeping one night when someone dragged me up, and the next day I was kicked out. Fuhu curiously leaned forward. Are you kidding me? You get kicked out just for sleeping? Exactly. My comrade was also kicked out. Maybe we just offended someone due to our low emotional intelligence. Chengdu stammered. Enough. No more nonsense. Hurry up and find the medicine. We need to set off immediately. After obtaining the medicine, the three of them got into the vehicle and continued their journey. Sujin pointed ahead. Just a bit further is Longshan Middle School. There might be a horde of zombies, so be careful to avoid obstacles and speed through. All right. Fuhu tightened his grip on the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, charging forward. In less than a kilometer, they had reached the vicinity of Longshan Middle School. As the scene before their eyes came into view, all three felt their scalps tingle. Zombies. An overwhelming number of zombies beyond expectations. There were about 100 of them, zombies lingering on the streets due to the heavy rain. The ground was littered with fallen umbrellas. The attire of the zombies did not resemble that of students at all. As the car appeared, the zombies collectively turned around, rushing towards the vehicle along the road. Fuhu quickly turned the steering wheel, charging towards the weaker part of the zombie horde. In such heavy rain, how can there be so many people on the street? Are these parents here to pick up their children? Chengdu gripped the side handle of the car, his expression filled with shock and anger. Damn it, there's more to this. Sujin's face darkened. Steady, we can get through directly. Isn't the sidewalk wide enough? Just drive over it. All right. Fuhu gritted his teeth and swerved the wheel to avoid the zombie horde steering onto the sidewalk. In no time, they had distanced themselves from the zombie horde by several dozen meters. Sujin turned back, carefully observing the distribution of the zombies. The zombie horde moved quickly, running at nearly 20 kilometers per hour, but without external stimuli, their movements would not vary much. They would have to return along the same route, so remembering the zombies' locations in advance would help plan their path. In the side view of the school through the iron railing, they could see numerous zombies stirring restlessly inside. Watch out! Chengdu suddenly shouted. The front of the car made a loud bang. A zombie wearing a school uniform and holding a fake flower had already landed on the hood. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a student responsible for welcoming leaders at the school who had turned into a zombie and wandered out. Damn, a welcoming zombie. Hit the brakes. Sujin yelled. Fuhu slammed on the brakes, and the student zombie was flung several meters away. Quick! Start again. The vehicle resumed speed, leaving the horde far behind. Sujin, still shaken, turned to look at the pale-faced Fuhu. Old Fu, how good is your driving? Just now there weren't that many zombies. How did you manage to hit one? The zombie was still some distance away from me. This is an old fuss fault. That zombie was too fast, much quicker than normal zombies. It must have been an athlete in life, Chengdu interjected. How do you know it was an athlete? Sujin asked, turning back. I can tell at a glance, just don't distract old Fu. The journey ahead proceeded smoothly, and the vehicle gradually came to a halt at the main gate of Longshan Medical University. The gate stood tightly shut. Sujin observed the surroundings from inside the car and confirmed the absence of zombies nearby. Sujin stepped out and hurried toward the gate. With a single shot, he shattered the lock and pulled open both iron gates. The vehicle then entered the campus and stopped on the sports field, where all three disembarked. Glancing around, Sujin retrieved a map given by Sunya from his chest pocket and said, "The situation is relatively favorable, better than anticipated. However, according to Elder Sun's intelligence, student activity within remains remarkably frequent. It's quite dark indoors. Old Fu, you'll lead the way, maintain strict vigilance and protection. Chengdu and I will cover you from behind. We'll enter through the teaching building. From there it's less than 200 meters to the staircase descending underground. Though we're armed, firearms should be used sparingly. The noise draws attention. I fear it might lure zombies from other floors. Use bows whenever possible." That concludes all essential instructions. Do either of you have questions or concerns to raise now? None, they replied in unison. Good. We'll depart shortly. Just a moment longer. Sujin tilted his head skyward. Wait for what, director? For the clouds to gather. The three formed a single file line, advancing toward the teaching building with deliberate step-by-step observation. Upon reaching the entrance, Sujin took a deep breath and swiftly slipped inside. Directly opposite the entrance stretched a broad staircase. They took cover beneath its landing and cautiously peered into the corridor to the right, where a dozen shambling zombies stood crookedly aligned. This corridor was the sole passage to the underground laboratory. Director, how do we get past? There's no avoiding direct confrontation, and any attempt will inevitably make noise. Let's first scout the upper floors. Shoo. The more movement, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Sujin raised a finger to his lips and turned his head, scanning the corridor intently. I'll strike first this time. You two provide archery support. If necessary, use your flashlights to draw the zombies' attention. As he spoke, Sujin removed his shoes. Chengdu glanced downward, and his eyes flickered with bewilderment. 3 layers of socks. The director was wearing 3 layers. Moreover, the soles of his feet were fitted with rubber-like anti-slip pads. Sujin suppressed his breathing and gently placed his shoes on the floor. Then, with meticulous slowness, he detached every small item on his person liable to clink or rattle, handing each to Fu Hu. Director, what exactly are you planning? Fu Hu whispered hoarsely. I'll circle behind them. We'll launch a pincer assault, but ideally I'll eliminate them all alone. No sooner had Sujin finished speaking than he sprang upward with his right foot. He planted it against the wall and vaulted straight to the ceiling. Then, like a gecko, he traversed the corner, propelling himself forward with rapid alternating kicks against both corridor walls. 2 zombies appeared directly beneath him. Sujin dropped silently, drew 2 meticulously honed screwdrivers from his waistband, and drove them with lethal precision into their hearts. Years of anatomical practice and zombie hunting, combined with the dim ambient light's enhancement of his speed, made this strike virtually infallible. The 2 corpses crumpled instantly, and Sujin rebounded off the wall, returning to the ceiling in one fluid motion. The thud of those first 2 bodies hitting the floor had already drawn the attention of the others. Sujin glided across the ceiling and landed at the far end of the compact zombie cluster. He descended once more, and again struck with blinding swiftness, dispatching 2 more zombies. Meanwhile, Chengdu crouched in the shadows, watching that black silhouette move with 3-dimensional grace as it reaped life after life. His face stiffened. My heavens! So the director is truly this formidable. Don't doubt it. His strength surpasses ours combined. And this isn't even his peak state, not while daylight still lingers. Fu Hu murmured quietly, his gaze never leaving Sujin's form, his bow already drawn taut, arrow poised. You didn't know? The director sleeps only 3 or 4 hours each day. The rest he spends either hunting zombies or refining his techniques. Yet he seems remarkably energetic. He appears to restore vitality rapidly under sunlight. I suspect his peak physical power may even exceed mine, though he likely lacks my durability. As the 2 spoke, the dozen zombies lay motionless upon the floor. Chengdu and Fu Hu exchanged a glance and emerged from their cover. Sujin paused, a faint sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. This corridor faced north and cloud cover dimmed the sky, but the ambient light remained sufficient. This maneuver had pushed him to his limits. In pitch darkness, he wouldn't have tired so readily. Director, absolutely incredible. Chengdu kept his voice low, raising a thumb in silent admiration. Sujin nodded gravely. Ordinary zombies no longer pose a true threat. Only their numbers do. 1 pair of fists cannot overcome 4 hands. Remain vigilant. Our abilities originated from the zombies themselves. None of us can predict whether some may develop comparable powers. I've scouted ahead. Only 2 or 3 remain inside. I'll handle them. But conditions within are precarious. Keep low when passing windows. Avoid detection. Once we reach the far end, we'll be clear. All went smoothly. They arrived directly at the laboratory door. Sujin reached out and tried the handle. When it refused to budge, alarm surged through him. The steel door was high specification, reinforced with a blast-resistant viewport. Per elder son's guidance, the lab retained backup power, but at this hour it should long since have failed. The outer door was designed to unlock automatically upon power loss. If it wouldn't open now, breaching it would be nearly impossible. What's wrong, Director? I don't know. The door won't open. It shouldn't be like this. Anxiety tightened Sujin's features as he lifted his gaze toward the blast-resistant window. Inside lay utter chaos. After brief reflection, Sujin tapped sharply on the viewport. Seconds later, a face appeared, radiant with unexpected joy. Sujin froze, then turned sharply to Fu Hu and Chengdu. Hold the stairwell. Let no zombie enter. Turning back, he silently mouthed his message to the figure beyond the window. I'm here to rescue you. Almost immediately, 2 more faces joined the first, a trio, an elderly man and 2 students. They rushed to disengage the internal locks. Moments later, the door swung open, and Sujin darted inside, swiftly pulling it shut behind him. The 3 inside crowded close, tears shimmering in their eyes. Are you military personnel? Have you come specifically to save us? What's happening outside? The elder fired questions without pause. Sujin nodded. One thing at a time. How many of you are here? Just the 3 of us. Fortunately, food and water remained stocked. We barely held on. Another 2 days, and we'd likely have perished. A student choked back a sob. Are the lab mice still alive? Are sodium fluorescent and portable UV lamps intact? Our experimental mice suffered losses, but 80 remain alive. Everything else is accounted for. Gather them all immediately. We leave at once. Without hesitation, the 3 set to work with elation. Within minutes, they stood before Sujin holding the assembled supplies. Hand them over. I'll take them outside. My teammates await you. Go now. After verifying the supplies,蘇烬gestured firmly toward the exit. They hurriedly thanked him and rushed out the door. In the next instant, 3 gunshots rang out. 3 bodies collapsed. Blood spread across the floor.蘇烬staggered slightly, closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and vanished through the doorway clutching the supplies. Holding the sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet light in his briefcase,蘇烬walked out of the laboratory with the cage. Chengdu spoke first. Director, are there survivors inside? Did you kill someone? Although the laboratory door was thick, the 3 gunshots were hard to cover up.蘇烬remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. At first glance, the 3 individuals seemed to pose no threat, and he had deemed them essentially safe. However, the presence of a large amount of food in the laboratory indicated that these 3 must have taken refuge there after the disaster occurred. What transpired in between was impossible to verify. Being medical students, even if someone had been exposed to rain and received minor injuries, they would definitely not choose to admit it for the sake of survival. Moreover, infection and mutation have a latency period. Even if they were truly harmless, he had no means to provide rescue. Because there was still a major problem. No seats. The car only had room for 3 passengers while the rest of the space was cluttered with debris, leaving no extra room for 3 people. It was certainly possible to force everyone in, but that would inevitably hinder Chengdu's movements in the back seat. Increasing the number of vehicles would raise the risks. Putting people on the roof could lead to panic and screams. With himself, Fu Hu, and Chengdu, he absolutely could not afford to increase any risks during the return journey. The instinct for survival can drive the living to do anything. Significant uncontrollable factors must be eliminated in advance. This was the best help he could offer them, at least ensuring they died with hope and without pain. If anyone among those 3 is injured, I have no choice but to take action. I've already told you, kill any living creature we encounter before we get home. If you find it hard to act, be a little softer and kill them discreetly from behind. The earlier incident was a case in point. I act as I do, and you should do the same. No mercy. We are carrying the lives of over 100 people from the community on our backs. Oh, let's go. After finishing,蘇烬glanced down at the mice in the cage. The cage held over 80 mice. It was not small. If they moved too much, the mice would make noise, potentially attracting the zombies. But there was no choice but to brace themselves and move on. Completing the task outside the teaching building would mean a 90% success rate. They returned to the first floor via the stairs, retracing their steps.蘇烬gaze frequently flicked toward the mice in the cage. Thankfully, these mice were malnourished, curled up obediently, and remained quiet. Just as they were halfway through the journey, a dull thud accompanied by clattering sounds echoed down from the central staircase opposite the main entrance. The 3 of them stiffened, halting their steps and turning their gazes forward, watching a guitar zombie tumble down the stairs after slipping. The last thud crushed the guitar, its volume clearly triggering a response from the surrounding zombies.蘇烬quickly turned his head to the window. The zombies in the nearby classroom had already started moving toward the door, attempting to break in. The chain reaction from the door crashing triggered other zombies into action. Suddenly, the entire corridor was filled with noise. Out the window.蘇烬gritted his teeth, shattered the window beside him with his elbow, and jumped out. Fu Hu and Chengdu immediately followed suit, escaping through the window. The sound of shattering glass echoed continuously.蘇烬was in the lead and glanced back, startled. Dozens of zombies upstairs had actually broken through the window and jumped down. Some were dressed in uniforms, moving extremely quickly, exhibiting agility that was clearly abnormal. It was evident they were evolved special zombies. From a rough observation, it was uncertain whether the 3 of them could outrun these mutated zombies. Damn, they are student council zombies. They are way too fast. While running, Chengdu shouted angrily, pulling out a tripwire from his waist and throwing it behind him. However, in the urgency of the moment, he was unable to throw it properly, and the 3 tripwires he tossed had no effect. Damn, even in death, they are disgusting.蘇烬felt a fire burning in his chest. There was still a distance of several dozen meters, which could be considered safe, but being caught up was very likely. The car they were driving still needed time to accelerate, and getting entangled with zombies during this interval would create trouble. They needed to leave enough margin for the car to speed up. Thinking of this,蘇烬decisively threw the mouse cage to Chengdu. He shouted to Fu Hu, "Old Fu, you go ahead of me or I'll kick you out." What a... Fu Hu didn't have time to react, and蘇烬had already lunged forward with all his strength, rolling down and supporting himself with his hands. With core strength, he launched his back into the air, legs bent and ready to spring. Fu Hu suddenly understood, leaping up and landing on蘇烬feet. The 2 who excelled in strength pushed off simultaneously. Fu Hu was launched, forcefully crashing to the ground and surprisingly sliding straight to the front of the car. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew out his bow and shot at the zombies. When蘇烬initially bought the bow, he had advised him to purchase some small accessories as well. This compound bow also featured a rapid-fire mechanism capable of loading 7 arrows at once. After firing 7 arrows, none of the zombies were killed, but the 2 leading ones were knocked to the ground. At this moment, Sujin had quickly gotten up and was running parallel to Chengdu. Chengdu turned around. Chengdu understood immediately and turned. Sujin grabbed his collar and threw him toward the car. At the same time, Chengdu activated his ability. The scene before Sujin instantly left him in shock. Although Chengdu was indeed gliding low, the expected fiery propulsion did not occur. Instead, he moved with a graceful and captivating style, one leg extended backward while the other leg was poised elegantly. He resembled a Lightfoot master from a martial arts drama. Director, I'll hold them off for you, but won't be a problem. Chengdu, while gliding, held tightly onto the mouse cage, and with his other hand he threw the tripwire at the zombies. This time facing the zombies directly, his accuracy greatly improved. 2 tripwires directly knocked down 2 zombies. Seeing the 2 approaching, Fu Hu quickly put away his bow and entered the driver's seat. In the next moment, Sujin and Fu Hu both jumped into the car, starting the engine and leaving the zombies far behind. Inside the car, all 3 of them were panting heavily, their eyes vacant. After a moment of recovery, Chengdu turned to Sujin saying, "Director, was that cool? Was my move just now cool? I didn't even tell you that I practiced it privately. Cool. It would have been even cooler if you hadn't had flames shooting out of your nostrils. You sprayed stuff everywhere. No way I cleaned up before I came out. Why don't you wipe your chin? Damn, why is it half dry and half wet? It should have been roasted dry by now. Stop talking nonsense. Oh, let's see how the mice are doing." Sujin snatched the cage to check. Seeing that the mice were still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. This outing was a huge success. The situation in the city is far worse than we anticipated. Sujin took a sip of water and said solemnly, "The speed of zombie evolution is beyond imagination. Oh, our chances of encountering them are too high. We can't stay in the city for long. After we return, we'll speed up and aim to form a convoy to the military district within a week. Old Fu, be careful when we pass the campus on the way back. Oh, I think that might be the last hurdle." "What do you say, Director?" Fu Hu focused on driving. Sujin said, "When we arrived, the horde of zombies inside the school had already started to move. I'm worried that encountering cars outside the school gate could lead to complications. There were many parents picking up their children and quite a few cars on the roadside. The open area was swarming with zombies, and if any noise were to be made, the zombies within the school would surely swarm out. If it were just a regular zombie chase, that would be one thing. However, considering the evolved zombies we've discovered so far, the number of zombies in the school playground must surely hide a few special breeds which pose the greatest potential threat to us. Don't we have an alternative route? Yes, we'll decide based on the situation then, but the risks are hard to assess. From our experience on Central Avenue, the debris on the small road is definitely severe and the noise of driving will be significant." After finishing, Sujin sighed. "Initially, I discussed with Old Sun whether we should establish a base in the city or venture to the military district to set up a stronghold. It was only because I later discovered potential infected individuals that I agreed to Old Sun's plan. But looking at it now, I was wrong from the start. The unknown risks in the city are too numerous for us to predict. It's truly a difficult situation." Fu Hu sighed. The vehicle returned along the original route, approaching Longshan Middle School. The 3 inside the car were all tense, their gazes fixed ahead. Fu Hu subconsciously pursed his lips, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The situation ahead was not too good indeed. As Sujin had predicted, some of the school's zombies had been drawn out. A number of welcoming zombies with flowers in their hands and little hats on their heads spilled out from the school gate, swaying as they searched for targets. However, there was still a side road available for a quick passage. Using the vehicle's high speed, they successfully passed through, and shaking off the horde was not difficult. "The situation is manageable. It seems we don't need to choose the small road after all. Old Fu, be careful of the athletic zombies. Don't fall into their trap again." "I know," Fu Hu replied, slamming the accelerator. The vehicle accelerated towards the horde. Seeing the vehicle approaching from a distance, the welcoming zombie horde, densely packed, waved their fake flowers and rushed forward. The zombies collided, and the overall disturbance suddenly escalated. The zombies within the school suddenly went berserk, collectively rushing towards the outside, many even vaulting over the iron railings. "What's going on?" Sujin's expression changed dramatically. Something was amiss. The sound of the vehicle alone couldn't incite such a frenzy among the zombies. Moreover, this had been verified during their previous visit. Even if the sound of the vehicle increased, the zombies inside the school shouldn't react this violently. They had already missed the small road for quite some time, and ahead lay the horde. It was too late to break and change paths. In a state of anxiety, Sujin was still contemplating countermeasures when Cheng had already opened the car window and shouted angrily, Damn it! These zombies were all summoned by those welcoming zombies." Sujin's expression changed instantly as he realized the root of the problem. "Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome, welcome." A warm welcome. A local tune accompanied by cheerful shouts pierced the air. It was extremely jarring and clear on the silent street. Soo-jin caught a glimpse of several welcoming zombies with speakers hanging from their waists. It seemed that the collision among the zombies had accidentally activated the speakers, and they were thoughtfully covered with plastic bags. Otherwise, they couldn't have remained functional until now. Soo-jin gripped his gun, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, seething with rage. How could such a thing happen? This is utterly insane. That bastard who made the students attend the meeting in the rain. He better not be in trouble. Crash through them, Soo-jin commanded, and Fu-hoo slammed the accelerator to the floor. Many zombies had already run onto the sidewalk due to their premature and abnormal actions. Although this would affect the vehicle's movement, fortunately, there weren't too many, only a few. As the car sped through, it took out 2 zombies on the spot. The remaining debris on the ground didn't even have time to avoid it. The 3 inside the vehicle were jolted around, their heads banging painfully. Soo-jin tightly held onto the cage, desperately protecting the little mouse. Fu-hoo's hands on the steering wheel had turned pale. After a few breaths, he yelled, "We did it!" Up ahead. Before he could finish, a sharp noise erupted. The entire vehicle began to skid uncontrollably, its path twisting unpredictably. Fortunately, Fu-hoo still held onto the steering wheel tightly, and the vehicle gradually stabilized. A large number of zombies continued to pursue them from behind. Chung, with a pale face, asked, "What's wrong, old Fu? Is there a problem with the car? It seems something is jammed in the wheel. If we keep going, the car might get stuck." "Slow down." Soo-jin turned to observe and ordered in a low voice. "We can't slow down. Reducing speed now is too dangerous. There are fast zombies in that group, and if they catch up and try to climb the car." "If I tell you to slow down, then slow down," Soo-jin shouted. Fu-hoo, feeling helpless, calmed down and gradually eased off the accelerator. The vehicle's speed decreased, and the zombies behind continued to chase them. Although the current situation indicated that it was entirely unrealistic for them to catch up to the car considering the vehicle's condition. The situation behind was uncertain. Fu-hoo and Chung felt anxious, but they didn't dare to contradict Soo-jin's decision. Moments later, Soo-jin issued another command. "Chung, go to the back and activate the bomb. To drop it, set a 1-minute timer. You remember how to operate it, right?" "I remember," Chung responded and leaned out of the back window, starting to operate the timer on the gas canister. After a simple setup, Chung pulled out a small knife from his waist and cut the rope binding the gas canister bomb. Bang, bang, bang. The gas canister rolled towards the zombie horde and was soon engulfed by them, disappearing from sight. Seeing that the bomb was placed, Soo-jin turned his head, squinting his eyes to watch the rearview mirror. Originally, there should have been a horde of parent zombies in the front row, but under the call of the welcoming zombies, the student zombies that vaulted over the wall had already taken the lead. Although they were all sprinting at breakneck speed, the student zombies were clearly faster than the parent zombies. Fu-hoo and Chung were already sweating nervously. At that moment, Soo-jin's pupils sparkled with a glimmer, and he clenched his fist tightly. "Fall." With that single command, the horde hesitated. The zombies tumbled forward and fell in droves. The previously rapidly advancing horde suddenly slowed down. In an instant, the crisis was greatly diminished. "Damn." Fu-hoo and Chung were both left in shock. "Director, how did you do that? Do you have other abilities? Is this telekinesis?" Chung asked eagerly. Fu-hoo's stiff face regained a smile. "What a powerful ability, as expected of the director. With such a trump card, why have you kept it hidden until now?" "It's not an ability." The zombies' pants fell off. The greatest weakness of zombies is their trousers. After all, as their pants slip down, their mobility decreases correspondingly. This phenomenon was observed by Soo-jin while hunting numerous zombies, and it is an obvious problem. In light of this characteristic, it is very advantageous for him, possessing a power that enhances agility and speed during nighttime missions. Initially, Sunya suggested that he act quickly while the weather was still cold. He outright rejected the idea, as he needed to ensure the safety of Fu-hoo and Chung-do while also considering this aspect. The ice on the zombies had not melted, making it difficult for their trousers to fall. Now the group of zombies behind consisted of students, and this weakness was greatly amplified. Student uniforms were already baggy. Just running a little would lead to them falling down to their crotch. With the extreme running speed of zombies, if they ran longer, they might even lose their shoes. His earlier discovery has now been perfectly validated. The vehicle was still moving, but the body felt unstable, and the speed could not be increased too much. The specific situation could not be checked without getting out. It could be that a zombie's severed limb or clothing got stuck in the wheel hub, or it could be other damage caused by debris on the sidewalk. From any angle, the current situation was not good. The vehicle was at risk of breaking down at any moment. Fu-hoo drove nervously and asked director, "What should we do if the car breaks down?" "Abandon the vehicle and walk. We will hide inside buildings to traverse. For now, let's run as much as we can and shorten the distance to home." If a zombie's severed limb affects the car, continuing to drive might grind off the muscles. As soon as蘇烬finished speaking, a loud explosion was heard behind them.蘇烬and Chengdu turned their heads simultaneously to see that the previously set-timed bomb had exploded. The horde of corpses was overturned, and the zombies that had been pursuing the vehicle were immediately attracted by the massive sound. "Nice," Chengdu exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand.蘇烬also revealed a smile. It seemed that bringing a sound source to attract the zombies' attention was indeed a correct choice. "Director, there's a problem," Fu shouted in panic, immediately flooring the gas pedal. "What are you doing?"蘇烬and Chengdu turned back at the same time, and the scene before them was like falling into hell. Perhaps it was due to the loud explosion from the gas canister. Zombies from the windows of the residential and commercial buildings on both sides broke through and began jumping down from the floors with a crash. This quickly triggered a chain reaction, with glass shattering from all directions and zombies falling like rain. The zombies jumping down from above without any sound source to attract them immediately targeted the speeding car. It was a miscalculation.苏烬mind buzzed as these 3 words flashed through. "Chengdu, hurry and set the second bomb's timer. Set it for 10 minutes. Chengdu trembled as he reached out to set the bomb, his face pale. Zombies continued to jump out from both sides of the building, the noise dense, like an explosion in a glass factory. The situation was spreading and zombies began jumping down from the building ahead. Most of the zombies fell breaking bones, yet they still crawled and chased after the car. Some seemingly special jumped directly from the building to the middle of the street. A massive wave of corpses was beginning to brew. From above, zombies began appearing continuously on the winding little roads. The lonely car seemed to be fleeing from a dark cloud chasing after it. Behind the vehicle, there were still a handful of unusually fast zombies.蘇烬held onto the handrail tightly as the vehicle, due to excessive acceleration, began to shake violently and slow down. If this continued, along with the accumulated debris on the road, a breakdown was inevitable. Even if it didn't break down, it would be difficult to outrun some of the unusually fast zombies, which was the greatest threat. At that time, if they were held up by special zombies and the wave of corpses came, all 3 of them would undoubtedly perish. Fuhu.蘇烬scanned for a location until he locked onto a shopping mall and decisively shouted, "Full speed ahead, park at the mall, you 2 take the supplies and walk back to the community. If there's no chance to return, then we'll act accordingly." After saying this, he took out fluorescent sodium and a portable ultraviolet light from his chest and handed them to Chengdu in the back seat. "What about you, Director?" Chengdu asked anxiously. "While the car is still operational, I'll drive to lure the zombies away, or as long as I get indoors, I'll be safe."蘇烬spoke urgently. "Don't worry, these zombies are not agile enough to hurt me in a dark environment. As long as I hide until dark, I can get home safely. Don't ask anymore, just follow my plan." Fu stopped speaking and drove straight towards the mall. In half a minute, the vehicle had reached the mall entrance. The 3 of them didn't exchange a word. Chengdu and Fu rushed into the mall, while蘇烬took the driver's seat. Looking back at the horde of corpses behind,蘇烬turned the steering wheel and re-entered the main road. The sound of the car horn echoed endlessly down the street.苏烬mind was divided. He drove while observing the rearview mirror. The horde of corpses had followed closely behind, with the special mutated zombies jumping and chasing. Finding a suitable side road, he turned in, planning to hide inside a building.蘇烬raised his gaze and scanned both sides of the street. Suddenly, he was startled and blinked rapidly. On the roof of a commercial building ahead, 4 figures seemed to appear, 3 large and 1 small, but they vanished in the blink of an eye. He couldn't tell if he had seen it wrong, but now was clearly not the time for excessive thought. Spotting a side road that looked decent,蘇烬sharply turned the steering wheel and darted in. Both sides were lined with residential buildings, and after proceeding along the side road for less than 100 meters, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Squinting at the rearview mirror, 3 zombies leaped in pursuit only 100 meters away. Barely glancing back,蘇烬quickly pulled out a steel pipe and pressed it against the car horn. He opened the doors, swiftly exited the vehicle, and dashed towards the left residential building. Inside the Welcome Hotel, there was a deathly silence. The horde of corpses passed by the hotel entrance, leaving the people inside stunned. Everyone covered their mouths tightly, fearing even the slightest sound. At a dining table, Ding Jia was already gagged and bound to a chair, struggling incessantly. After a long time, the tattooed man cautiously approached the window, peering out. Upon seeing the street scene, he closed his eyes in despair. Everywhere were the shadows of wandering zombies. Previously, 3 or 5 zombies on the street had already scared people from venturing outside. Now the entire street was like hell. From any angle, there was no chance of escape. How could this be happening? Who the hell was racing on the street, honking the horn? That bastard. With a loud thud, everyone in the room jumped in fright, turning to look at the source of the sound. It was Ding Jia, who had fallen to the ground, inching closer to his mother. He struggled a few times and finally reached his mother, pressing his face against hers. A cold sensation touched Ding Jia's face. Tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. The tattooed man was furious, stepping forward to grab Ding Jia's neck, growling, "If you make any noise, I'll kill you first. Do you understand?" Woo. Ding Jia shook her head, while crying, her eyes glancing towards her mother. The tattooed man followed her gaze, his eyes twitching and his heart ached. "Okay, I'll untie you, oh, just don't make any noise, okay?" Ding Jia nodded, and Hua Bai stepped forward to untie the bindings. As soon as the ropes were free, Ding Jia slapped Hua Bai's face with a loud crack. Hua Bai was stunned, and everyone else in the room was equally dumbfounded. "Bastard. I saw aliens. If it weren't for you, my mom wouldn't have died. He'll kill you." Ding Jia frantically lunged at Hua Bai, biting at him furiously. "Someone shut her up." Someone in the room shouted quietly. "You've already killed 2 people, and I let you go, so you want more, huh?" Hua Bai yelled angrily, flipping Ding Jia over and raising his foot to kick her in the face. His foot hadn't landed yet when it froze in midair. Everyone in the room turned to look towards the back of the house as a sudden crash of breaking glass sounded. The glass upstairs had inexplicably shattered. Hua Bai swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the stairs. Soon the sound of footsteps gradually became clearer in everyone's ears. At the staircase, 4 figures appeared from below, 3 women and 1 man. One of the women was extraordinarily beautiful and dressed neatly. The other had an ordinary appearance, but possessed an unusually alluring charm. The man was tall and rugged with broad shoulders. As for the little girl, she looked like an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child, but was constantly playing with a palm-sized strange insect. Upon seeing they were not zombies, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Yet an involuntary feeling of strangeness arose. The 4 of them seemed untouched by disaster, dressed well and looking healthy. The thin man crawled on the ground, approaching Hua Bai's feet, gritting his teeth, his eyes welling up with tears. "Big brother, this time we really won't survive. These 2 women are top-notch. 1 for each of us. I can't take it anymore. I really want to have a go." I'm reacting, and once it's done I can die quickly. Hua Bai's face twisted. Fear surfaced. In this environment he felt as if his body suddenly went awry and was out of control. And it was not the most beautiful woman, but the plain-looking one beside her. This woman seemed to possess some kind of magic. "Aliens. Where are the aliens?" The tall man turned to Ding Jia, speaking first. "Speak quieter. What you're asking is nonsense. Where did you guys come from?" Hua Bai asked angrily in a low voice. Seeing the man still moving forward, Ding Jia hurriedly said, "What I'm saying is true. There really are aliens. I saw them before, and the little girl knew there would be an apocalypse. They are here to save us. They just drove past here." The man halted, glancing back at the 3 women. The beautiful woman walked down the stairs, smiling as she asked, "Oh, do you know where he is?" He should be living in the talent community, but I'm not sure if he's still there." "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear?" Hua Bai's words were cut short as his head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. The man retracted his fist, shaking off the sticky blood on his hand. The sudden scene left everyone breathless. In the next second, someone began to scream. The beautiful woman casually pointed, piercing the throat of the screaming person. "Whoever speaks, I will kill them first." The room fell silent, and people collapsed to the ground, powerless and weeping in despair. The newcomers were clearly not kind. They were far more terrifying than zombies. What was going on? Why were they turning on their own kind? The room returned to calm, the 3 women and 1 man closing in on Ding Jia. "What about that little girl and the aliens? Explain it all clearly." Ding Jia's eyes widened, trembling like a leaf, gazing helplessly at the 4. Why? If you want to survive, speak quickly." The man leaned down, slightly smiling as he wiped away Ding Jia's tears. "I said." Ding Jia stuttered, recounting everything that had happened. The 4 listened, exchanging glances. This sounds quite interesting. Those 2 might be very nutritious." The little girl said playfully. "The one who drove earlier, I could sense it. His aura is very strong and sweet. No ordinary person could compare to him. How about we go to the talent community now? I know where it is, about 3 or 4 kilometers away." That's too far. I want to clean up this area first before going." The man pondered. "That's fine, but if I want to go first, I won't wait for you. I want to go too." The 4 completely ignored the others present and began discussing. A few minutes later, the little girl pointed at Ding Jia. "Are you done? You don't need him anymore, right?" No one spoke. The little girl smiled and hugged Ding Jia's head. In the next moment, she bit down. Ding Jia's eyes bulged, his skull shattered. Ultimately, he died from lack of breath. At the same time, the ordinary-looking woman moved, rushing into the crowd and starting a massacre. As she passed, blood splattered and life was extinguished. The beautiful woman bent down to pick up the rigid body of the thin man, her full, moist red lips gradually approaching. The thin man wet himself from fear, and before he could make a sound, his heart was pierced by a single palm, and she bit down on his throat. The thin man's body fell to the ground. The woman opened her mouth, blood gushing forth. The man grinned, eyes filled with admiration, wrapping his arm around the woman's waist. Soon the hotel lobby was littered with corpses, blood soaking the floor. In the dark corridor, Soo-jin gasped as he ran upstairs. He was being chased by 2 mutated zombies. Fortunately, the corridor was dark enough. The other party couldn't match his speed. Moreover, he had a clear advantage in agility and managed to turn the tables on the 2 mutated zombies. Now the car horn downstairs was still blaring, which had attracted quite a few zombies. After a while, the car would likely be dismantled. First, he needed to get to the rooftop to bask in the sun and recover, and by midnight, he should be able to run back to the talent community. A smile returned to Soo-jin's face. This outing had indeed been full of twists and turns, but overall the outcome seemed acceptable. As long as Chung-do and Fu-hu's side didn't have any issues, everything would be fine. There shouldn't be anything to worry about with Fu-hu and Chung-do. Both of them were strong enough, and the remaining route had sparse zombies. As he reached the 5th floor and was about to head to the 6th, a sudden change occurred. Just as Soo-jin's hand touched the security door on one side, a loud bang resonated as the entire security door seemed to be violently smashed open. The security door, along with the frame, came crashing down towards Soo-jin, slamming him against the opposite security door. Soo-jin felt excruciating pain all over, his eyes blurred, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Instinctively, he pushed the security door off himself, withdrew his gun, and raised it to shoot. In the moment of shooting, he suddenly noticed the creature attacking him. It was a large, muscular zombie dressed in a tank top and sweatpants, and it was charging at him with force. 2 bursts of black blood exploded on the zombie, but it had no effect on its movement. The zombie charged at him. Soo-jin crouched down, ducking under the security door behind him and dashing into the room on the opposite side. Infiltrating the room, Soo-jin rushed to the window and quickly pulled the curtains shut. Fortunately, it seemed the curtains in the other rooms were drawn as well. As the living room curtains closed, the interior was plunged into near darkness. In this absolute blackness, his speed and agility would reach their peak. Logically, to deal with such zombies, one should rely on illumination to enhance their power for effective damage. However, given this environment, the brightness of the light couldn't be significantly increased. It would be better to completely switch to night mode, maximizing speed and agility. Leaping onto the roof, Soo-jin grasped the chandelier's pole, holding his breath as he observed below. The living room had a high ceiling, and the muscular zombie had turned back from the entrance, constantly rotating in search of a target. Soo-jin's heart tightened. This behavior was extremely abnormal. Ordinary zombies would sway slightly and wander when there was no external stimulus or target. They would never exhibit such agile movements. This zombie possessed a strong awareness of seeking out prey. With his lungs emptied of air, Soo-jin flicked his right hand, throwing a small object he had grabbed from the table toward the distance. The muscular zombie reacted to the sound, running towards the bedroom. Just as it turned its back to Soo-jin, he raised his gun and fired. The shot hit the back, aiming for the heart, but it sounded like it struck bone. The zombie suddenly turned around and violently smashed the bedroom door, hurling the doorknob towards the chandelier. The chandelier crashed to the ground. The moment the zombie grasped the door, Soo-jin had already let go and dropped down. Using the sound of the chandelier hitting the ground as cover, he rolled sideways and hid behind the sofa. When he finally landed steadily, the scene before him was shocking enough to make his soul flee. The zombie was still searching for a target in the darkness, but one of its hands was already clutching its heart. This zombie actively sought out prey, used tools, and even understood the concept of protecting its weak points. This was the most evolved zombie he had ever encountered. The muscular zombie continued to search around, and Soo-jin gritted his teeth, raising his gun to aim at its waist. He shot and severed the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants. Withdrawing his gun, he stepped against the wall and dashed toward the diagonal position. Positioned at the wall's corner, Soo-jin spread his legs and braced himself against the corner of the room. The zombie lunged at the sofa, but missed, losing its target once again. Soo-jin slowly reached for his briefcase, retrieving a box of medicine and tossing it to the ground. The zombie rushed towards the source of the sound, raising its fist to attack the medicine box. Following that, box after box began to fall. The zombie darted left and right, pounding so hard that the entire room shook. When the 15th medicine box was discarded, the zombie's massive but crack was now exposed to Soo-jin. After 3 more boxes fell, the sweatpants on the zombie's legs finally started to slide down rapidly. During the attack on the 3rd medicine box, the muscular zombie tripped and fell to the ground, crushing one of its arms. An opportunity had arisen, and Soo-jin wasted no time. Holding his breath, he kicked off the wall and shot toward the zombie. At the same time, he drew a screwdriver from his waist and, utilizing the gravity of his descent, fiercely stabbed the screwdriver into the zombie's back. One strike succeeded. The muscular zombie collapsed to the ground, motionless. Soo-jin's expression showed no joy as he knelt on the zombie's back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body tilted, sliding to the side as he began to cough incessantly. Blood splattered on his face, and Sujin raised his hand to cover his face, feeling a deeper bitterness in his heart than physical pain. It's so difficult, truly too difficult. I thought I could manage my abilities. But that last zombie injured me severely with just one strike. I didn't even have the strength to withstand a second hit. Infected individuals that are indistinguishable from normal rapidly evolving zombies, and a horde of corpses that nearly occupy the entire world. How can we possibly win such a war? Firearms are still effective and very effective at that, but can humanity rebuild industry in the future? Any modern product relies on global collaboration for production. The endless zombies have disrupted all production chains. Even if there are existing arms factories to reclaim, what about the raw materials? With industry difficult to restore, humanity's evolution requires hunting down creatures that are stronger than themselves. In the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Sujin picked up the silver gun and examined it closely, murmuring to himself, "Company, at least in working for you, give me a little help. How can an internship be this hard?" Suddenly, a line of large characters flashed before his eyes, and Sujin, disregarding his pain, stood up straight. In that moment, all chaotic thoughts vanished from his mind, leaving only a surge of fiery determination rushing to his heart. Searching around, Sujin shouted angrily, "Have you been watching all along, you bastards? Do you even watch me take a shit? Speak up." The scene before him was empty, and Sujin blinked, falling into a daze. Something was off. The notifications from the company would disappear, but they never vanished with a flash. Moreover, the kind of questioning he had just experienced, the company would never respond to that. He often muttered about the company when he had nothing else to do. In his most desperate moments, the company had never shown any sign of life. The most crucial point was the tone of the speech. The company had always been cold and indifferent, never this style. Could it be that I lost too much blood and was too eager for the company's help and hallucinated? Am I experiencing a hallucination? If this content is popping up in a hallucination, that's just too absurd. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Sujin covered his head and shook it, then began to take deep breaths. Hallucination? It might really be a hallucination, of my physical condition is too poor right now. After such a diversion, Sujin completely cleared his mind and looked down at the corpse on the ground. He took out a sharp knife from his briefcase and crouched down, starting to slice into the back of the muscular zombie, skillfully cutting through tendons and prying open bones. The heart was exposed, and Sujin reached in and dug out 2 flesh balls. Gazing at the 2 flesh balls he held between his fingers, Sujin couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. No wonder this muscular zombie was so strong, it could grow 2 flesh balls from one corpse. However, these 2 flesh balls truly resemble. He sliced through the connective tissue between the 2 flesh balls, lifting one of them while caught in a battle of conscience. Given his current state, using 1 flesh ball would likely produce some miraculous changes. Most likely a positive transformation that would enhance his strength. But if there were any strange mutations physically, then he might not even be human anymore. Moreover, there was a possibility he could fall into a coma for a night. But it was impossible. Given his current state, it would be difficult to return to the community. Soon the decision was made. Sujin put away 1 flesh ball, holding the other as he approached the window. He yanked open the window, and the dying sun outside was like fire. Has so much time passed? Sujin looked down at the flesh ball in his palm, and then gripped it tightly. The flesh ball exploded, and scorching energy instantly surged into his body. Sujin's eyes widened as he knelt on the ground, blood vessels rapidly crawling with red lines. Every bit of flesh and blood felt as if it were ignited by flames. As Sujin tore at his clothes, they shredded, revealing his powerful upper body. The second transformation was completely different from the first, clear and intense, and his mind was entirely focused without a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, a sudden bulge appeared along Sujin's spine. The blazing sun slanted across his knotted back muscles, casting a sinister shadow, as if some fierce beast's face was roaring between the muscles. Ugh! Sujin let out a low growl and threw a punch, striking the wall. The tiles shattered and slowly peeled away, leaving a deep fist imprint on the wall. On the 6th floor of the Talent residential area, the atmosphere inside was heavy. Fu had already returned, and he successfully brought back the necessary supplies. However, the main backbone had not come back. Fu Qingdai anxiously kept glancing at the door. It was already late at night, yet Sujin had not appeared. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Fu glanced at his daughter, slapped his thigh, and stood up, saying, "Shall I go out to look for the director?" "You've gone mad," Sonia coldly reprimanded. "You have no brain at all. Just because Shaoli is gone, you think you can't live? Going out now? It's pitch black outside. Oh, what can you do other than serve as a meal for zombies? Sit down. Do you think the director might be dead?" Chengdu said with his face covered. No one in the room dared to respond. At this time, if he still hadn't appeared, it felt like death wasn't far away. But no one wanted to admit such a reality. In the end, it was Sunya who spoke. If he is dead, we must continue on the remaining path. Since the supplies have been retrieved, we shouldn't waste his hard work. You all should rest early. Gathering strength is more important than anything right now. What Old Sun said is right. Old Sun, and I still have some experimental arrangements to make. If you have nothing else, then rest early. Way to said. Shally, you don't need to worry too much. He is not an ordinary person, unlike us. He must have some special means. He definitely won't die easily outside. Who knows, maybe when you wake up you'll see him the next day. Just as those words fell, there was a knock at the door. Everyone inside instantly brightened their eyes, and Fu Qingdai even jumped up and ran to the door. Opening the door upon seeing the person in front of her, her eyes immediately became moist as she leaped forward. Brother. Su Jin smiled slightly, gently stroking Fu Qingdai's hair, then looked at everyone. You're still awake, sorry to worry you. There were some twists in the middle, but everything is fine. Saying this, Su Jin raised his hand holding a plastic bag. On the way back I saw a cake shop, quite high-end. They even had vacuum-packed cakes inside, so I brought some for you. Everyone's gaze collectively shifted to the plastic bag, and Sunya smirked. You little rascal. Even have the mood to get a cake. Hurry up and come in. Director, you even took the time to change your clothes. Chengdu looked at Su Jin with disbelief, scanning him up and down. He had changed into a complete set of pure white sportswear along with white socks. Definitely just grabbed it from some clothing store. You look quite spirited. Alright, let's eat something first and relax. On the 6th floor, the candlelight was bright with 8 people seated around the table. In front of one person was a plate of cake, each person eating with cream on their mouth, sweetness filling their hearts. No one spoke, only occasionally making eye contact with one another. Eating cake under the candlelight, a fleeting and rare sense of happiness rippled through this small space. Sunya was also happily eating, turning to look at Su Jin, who was smiling and observing everyone. Fu Qingdai had nearly finished the cake on her plate, and Su Jin casually pushed the untouched cake towards her. Brother, why aren't you eating? Fu Qingdai asked with cream on her mouth, looking up. Brother doesn't like eating hydrogenated vegetable oil. Cough, cough. I'm still not full, Chengdu said, lowering his head and pinching his nose. Sunya shot Chengdu a sideways glance. You still think you can get full from this? There are noodles in the kitchen. Go down and cook for yourself. Chengdu pouted and fell silent. Su Jin said, once everyone finishes eating, please help clean up. I found another meatball. This time I'm preparing it for Qingdai first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to tidy the dishes. Soon a round meatball was placed in the center of the table. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai, feeling a tightening in his heart. The client appointed by the company, or rather she could very well be the savior. Although at present it was hard to see what was special about Fu Qingdai. But he believed that as long as she absorbed this meatball, something extraordinary would definitely be discovered. Fu Qingdai tightly pressed her lips together, but her breathing had already quickened. She reached out to hold the meatball, and Su Jin directly pierced it. Fu, who had already prepared behind her, catching his daughter, who fainted as expected, and carried her to the bedroom. The rest collectively let out a sigh of relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone should go rest now. I still have some matters to discuss with Old Sun and Old Wei. Su Jin waved to send them off. Not long after, the living room was tidied up, leaving only 3 people behind. Shally, you should have some important discoveries, right? Sunya inquired. Is the experimental equipment all right? Do you all know what happened before I got separated from Fu Hu and the others? Su Jin retorted, the experiment has no issues. It can be initiated tomorrow. Just tell me your matters. All right. Su Jin nodded. After I separated from Fu Hu and the others, I made 2 strange discoveries. While on the road, I saw 4 dark shadows on the rooftop. At that moment, it was an emergency, and I thought it was an illusion. But upon reflection, given my state at the time, I shouldn't have experienced such an illusion. Were they survivors, eh? Wei asked. If they were survivors, then there's nothing to discuss. Su Jin said. Those 4 were clearly standing at the edge of the rooftop right above a tidal wave of corpses, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's impossible they jumped off. This definitely isn't behavior that survivors could exhibit, so I believe they are likely disguised infected. Those 4 might even possess abilities. Zombies also attack disguised infected individuals. If they lacked a bit of courage and backing, they wouldn't so brazenly stand there. I think it's possible that the disguised infected have formed a team, which indicates they have a certain level of teamwork. But how high is their collaboration? Currently, it remains a question. Sunya frowned. Is there anything else? I also encountered a zombie that was consciously protecting its heart. The level of intelligence was beyond my imagination, and it evolved too quickly. We must accelerate our actions and immediately organize personnel into teams, then establish a convoy to gain a solid foothold in the military district. Once we successfully establish ourselves in the military district, I believe we should immediately organize a heavy firepower army. Then use sound to create a tidal wave of corpses, annihilating a group of zombies. At that time we might be able to form a superpowered army, and we can consider further actions gradually afterward. If either of you has any plans, you can share them. This time the bad news has been coming one after another. It's too difficult. Sunya sighed, but quickly adjusted his emotions and said, I'm not thinking that way. I plan to rest in the military district first, and then try to modify the radio to broadcast. The electromagnetic environment is very clean right now as signals are easy to receive. The underwater units and the internal units should still be safe, or we can act after communicating with the professional troops. That won't work. Wada shook his head. Old Sun, your idea is completely unfeasible. The military district in the suburbs doesn't have those conditions to reach the desired broadcast range. We'd need to set up a new tower, and we don't have the relevant experts on hand. If marine life can be infected, then the mutations are the fastest. The underwater units must have already been annihilated. Staying underwater, the immense kinetic energy of the propeller would definitely attract countless zombies, and the pump jet would also get clogged with corpses. As for small ground forces, there's no need to mention. They lack supplies and wouldn't dare touch the meatball without experiments. There's also a high probability of encountering animal zombies. I don't think there's much hope left. Instead, the city is the safest. Right now, I fully support Xiaoli's plan. This is the only path we can take. Advanced evolution drives backward evolution, achieving collective evolution, and then restarting industry. Sigh. Sunya sighed deeply. Actually, now that we're at this point, I have nothing more to say. Just thinking about our group of scattered soldiers being used as special forces. I truly have no confidence in my heart. There's no way. We must push through with determination. Su'Jin slammed the table and said, you two should rest early. Tomorrow, as soon as you wake up, we will start heading to the various buildings for experiments. We should be able to sort everything out within 3 days at the latest, and then we'll have a team to rely on. After that, the team will be entrusted to you. I will go out and hunt zombies. If possible, it would be best to capture a disguised infected, as we still need to deeply understand its motives and behavioral patterns for killing. Sunya and Wada both nodded. Then Sunya said, Xiaoli, all the equipment is ready. Our experiments will begin tomorrow. After all, considering that several women need to act together, everyone knows what mindset they have and how they feel about you and the team. I think it's time to tell them everything that has happened. Sure, I will announce it to everyone tomorrow. Su'Jin nodded. The two elders nodded as well, standing up and walking towards the sofa to look at the sleeping Fu Qingdai, their eyes filled with anticipation. A prophet in the apocalypse. I hope she can create another miracle. The next day, the sky brightened. Su'Jin stood on the balcony, eyes closed, stretching his arms to bask in the sunlight. A strong pumping sensation coursed through his muscles, and he felt a slight movement in his clothes behind him. Just as he was savoring the pleasure of enhanced power, a startled shout from Fu, who came from behind. She's awake. Su'Jin quickly turned around and squatted next to the sofa. Fu Qingdai slowly woke up and was startled to see a group of people staring at her. Daughter, how do you feel? Do you have any special abilities? Fu Hu hurriedly asked. Fu Qingdai rubbed her somewhat disheveled hair, blinking her eyes repeatedly. I feel. It's hard to describe, but I don't seem to have that kind of feeling you talked about. Dad, can you bring me the bow to try? Fu Hu quickly fetched 3 bows. Fu Qingdai picked up the 50-pound bow and pulled it back with ease. The crowd began to smile. The 70-pound bow was still effortless. The smiles grew even wider, until she easily pulled back the 90-pound bow. Fu Hu finally couldn't help but exclaim, great. This strength has indeed increased significantly, and it's not even the limit. Fu Qingdai's mouth also trembled with excitement. She was finally not useless. But upon reflection, her smile faded. What did all the pig feed I had before count as? Su'Jin's face stiffened slightly, stepping forward nervously. Qingdai, do you really have nothing else aside from strength? The increase in strength is a standard effect after consuming the meatball. It's just a matter of degree. Strength isn't very useful. Special abilities are the key. I don't have any other feelings. Fu Qingdai weakly responded. Seeing a circle of disappointed gazes, she suddenly began to understand. Others, even her parents, placed their hopes on her, waiting for her to display special abilities. But now, it seemed she had no abilities at all, and was perhaps the least capable among those who had used the meatball. The joyous feeling of just gaining power completely dissipated. Fu Qingdai's complexion turned pale as she slowly looked at Su'Jin and said, Brother, am I useless? No, that's not true, Su'Jin said, wrapping an arm around Fu Qingdai to comfort her softly, though the bitterness at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. Perhaps your abilities still need to be explored. Right now, your strength has already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Remember, what you can do is not important. Your presence here is what matters most. Fu Qingdai, feeling utterly dejected, was about to nod when her gaze suddenly shot towards Chengdu. Her gaze was fierce. Chengdu shivered all over, hugging his arms across his chest, exclaiming, Qingdai, are you all right? Fu Qingdai's expression gradually softened, revealing a hint of confusion. Just now, she felt an icy sensation emanating from Chengdu, but when she looked at him, it disappeared in an instant. What happened? Jin let go of Fu Qingdai and asked. It's nothing. I just want to be alone for a while. The few people in the room dispersed with a sense of disappointment. An hour later, everyone had finished breakfast. Jin scanned the crowd before finally standing up and saying, now that everyone has eaten, there is something important I need to officially tell you all. This is mainly for our female comrades. The others already know. I know you must be curious as to why I went to great lengths with old Fu and the others for a day only to bring back a cage of rats. In reality, this matter is of great importance. Jin explained everything regarding the disguised infected. The expressions of the several women in the room changed repeatedly before finally stabilizing. This is how it is. Old son, old way, and I have already thought of a solution. As long as we can endure this final hurdle, we will be able to form a team and establish a new home. I tell you this because I trust you and care for your safety. I require you to strictly maintain confidentiality. If this information leaks, it will pose significant obstacles to our future team organization. Jin struck the table with his fist, looking at the three women. Did you all understand? Zhang Wan nodded seriously. Director, don't worry, I won't let them speak out of turn. If there's a problem, you can come to me. Jin nodded in satisfaction. Ever since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhang Wan had become increasingly quiet, but she was still responsible for all the household items and resources in the home. There was no need to mention that Fu Qingdai was her daughter. Even the usually unremarkable Lu De Jie listened to her unquestioningly. Very good. Take a break, we will act immediately. Starting from building No. 1 as Jin led a few people to room 201. According to Zhang Wan's notebook, 201 was a single man. When the door was knocked open, a man in a tank top peeked out excitedly. Seeing Jin and the others, he immediately exclaimed, Can we go out now? Is the government here? Jin raised his hand to push him back inside. Step back to the bathroom. The man was anxiously shoved back into the bathroom, sitting down against the sink. Zhang Wan and the others quickly began to check the surrounding environment, reducing places where rats could easily hide and be hard to spot, and they also blocked the toilet hole. What are you all doing? The man stammered. Jin smiled and said, You were right earlier, the government is here to rescue you. However, as per the requirements from above, you need to stay in a confined space for a day to observe the situation. Firstly, it is to maintain stability and order within the team and test your obedience and psychological endurance. Secondly, we want to observe for one more day as infections have an incubation period. Before we arrive tomorrow, you can only stay in this bathroom and are not allowed to go anywhere else. If you need to relieve yourself, you can use a plastic bag. The drain is blocked to prevent any small animals or harmful gases from the infection from appearing, as there have been precedents in the community. Therefore, you absolutely cannot open it. During the confinement period, remember not to touch any snakes, insects, rats, or ants. Hitting them is also not allowed to avoid the risk of infection and other diseases. We will seal the door, but we will leave you with a day's worth of water and food. Remember, if the seal is broken, the organization will assume you have voluntarily given up your chance of rescue. Thank you so much. Thank you, our nation. I'll obey orders without question. The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he accepted water and food from Jin. While the man was distracted, Zhang Wan discreetly released a small mouse she had concealed in her sleeve into the corner of the restroom. After retrieving the key to room 201A, the group left the room and securely locked the outer door. Jin handed the key to Zhang Wan with a smile. See, this wasn't so difficult, was it? From now on, we'll handle every room this way. Never mix up the keys. Chengdu and Fu, who will accompany you to complete the rest. I'll head outside to hunt zombies, aiming to locate those fleshy orbs that can dramatically enhance your abilities. Do you have confidence, sister-in-law? Zhang Wan lowered her head and smiled faintly. Rest assured, director, I won't make a mistake. As dusk fell, Zhang Wan and the others emerged from the building utterly exhausted. Shuttling back and forth to collect supplies was proving too time-consuming. 2 more buildings remained unsecured. Still, after a brief rest, they planned to resume work at night and would likely finish by then. Just as the group headed home, Jin appeared, shouldering an enormous backpack. His face was etched with exhaustion. His once pristine white clothes were now splattered with blood and caked with grime. By chance, they crossed paths. Jin shrugged off his coat and peeled off his plastic gloves, tossing both carelessly into the distance. Perfect timing. I brought back something valuable today. He unzipped the briefcase slung across his chest and withdrew several handguns, one for each person. Chengdu stared blankly at his weapon. Director, where did you get these guns? Jin flashed a sly, confident grin and jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Raided a police station. Here's one for everyone's self-defense. My backpack holds plenty more gear. Firepower won't be scarce for now. We'll discuss the rest upstairs. Back on the 6th floor, Su-Jin changed into fresh clothes and took a seat at the dining table. Zhang Wan delivered a detailed report, while Elder Lu occasionally interjected. The two elders listened in quiet attentiveness. Fu Hu and Cheng Du, however, sat distracted, repeatedly attempting to circulate energy within their bodies. Both had tacitly resigned themselves to the role of enforcers, opting out of intellectual tasks entirely. The only person visibly drained and dispirited was Fu Qingdai. At today's pace, we'll have all residents accommodated by tomorrow morning. However, given the limited number of mice, we must retrieve those confirmed non-infected and redistribute them for subsequent trials. Once Zhang Wan finished speaking, Sunya picked up the thread. The restroom is a confined, enclosed space. Mice have virtually nowhere to hide. Based on our earlier hypothesis, the disguised infected possess an intense bloodlust. In such intimate sealed quarters, they'd be unable to resist acting overnight, which means we'll be able to identify a portion of them as early as tomorrow. In total, we're testing 238 residents. Those who pass screening will be relocated to the Community Activity Center. It's spacious enough for all. We'll centrally allocate resources and coordinate collectively, eating and sleeping together. After basic reassurance and training, we'll dispatch a team onto the streets to secure vehicles. Our goal is to assemble a full fleet and stockpile fuel as swiftly as possible. Su-Jin clapped his hands appreciatively. Elder Sun, your diligence is deeply appreciated. Tomorrow I'll join you in the screening process. Once this is settled, I'll raid a few more stations for military-grade arms. We'll issue firearms only to those proven trustworthy. That covers everything, for now. If no one has further input, let's all retire for rest. No objections followed. Everyone dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated, remaining seated, head bowed, silent. Su-Jin asked gently, what is it, Qingdai? Brother, what exactly am I supposed to do? Just watch. Tag along wherever you go. She lifted her gaze, pleading, brother, give me something meaningful to do. Su-Jin sighed softly, rose, and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Qingdai, lacking extraordinary abilities doesn't diminish your worth. Don't burden yourself so heavily. Integrity and intellect matter more than anything. There's a vital mission ahead, one only you can fulfill. What mission? Qingdai's eyes sparkled with sudden light. Su-Jin spoke gravely. You foresaw the future, and in this neighborhood nearly everyone knows it. Once the team forms, you'll bathe on your finest attire and become the saintess of salvation, the living embodiment of hope for all. But that's just being a puppet. I'd accomplish nothing real. Qingdai protested, voice trembling. Wrong. Every cause needs a symbol. Nations fly flags, corporations brand logos. You are that symbol, the people's faith. How could that ever be mere puppetry? Without you, this struggle loses its purpose. Life itself loses its direction. Nothing could be more essential. I still feel like little more than a decorative vase. Qingdai mumbled sullenly. Mid-sentence, she whirled around, her gaze locking sharply onto the corner. A half-hidden head instantly retracted into the shadows. Isn't that Cheng Du? Su-Jin glanced curiously, then turned back. What's wrong? Qingdai frowned, puzzled. Brother, I'm sensing something strange. Could I have latent abilities, different from yours? A sensation. What kind of ability? Su-Jin tensed instantly. Whenever Brother Cheng looks at me, I feel an icy chill, as if something's deeply off, yet I can't pinpoint it. Su-Jin leaned in, whispering, truthfully, I sometimes feel that same chill under his gaze. Something's definitely amiss with him. It's been going on for days, maybe longer. This morning he placed a pair of socks beside my pillow, utterly bizarre. Even Father thinks he's unhinged. Yet he poses no real threat, or I'd be dead already. Oh, Qingdai pouted, counting on her fingers. She'd briefly believed she possessed a unique power, only to realize Cheng Du was the anomaly, and everyone else had noticed it too. The next day the group assembled again for another round of inspections, beginning with room 201 of Building 1. Upon entering, they found the seal on the restroom door intact. The moment the door opened, the man sat obediently in the corner. At the sight of visitors, he leapt up and cried out, elated, You're finally here. There are mice in here, right in that corner. I haven't slept a wink, terrified they'd cross my path. Is something wrong? We'll know only after inspection. Extend your hands. Su-Jin scanned the man's hands, feet, and mouth with a portable UV lamp. No luminescence appeared anywhere. With a curt wave, he declared, You've passed. Gather your bedding and proceed to the Community Activity Center for assignment. This is your identification token. He handed the man a badge marked 001. Beaming with joy, the man cradled his personal belongings and exited, glancing back 3 times before vanishing down the corridor. They retrieved the mouse from room 201, then repeated the procedure identically for the next units. Room 234, all proceeded smoothly, until room 25. Thank you. You've come to save me at last. A man, face alight with relief, profusely thanked Su-Jin and the others. Jin raised the UV lamp, then paused stunned as its beam struck the man's mouth. A hazy smeared glow clung to the man's lips, evidence he'd devoured the mouse. Jin's lips tightened. His gaze swept slowly, deliberately up and down the man's frame. In a flash, Jin struck, breaking the man's limbs and stuffing his mouth with a light bulb. He brought ropes and tightly bound him, finally tossing him in the center of the living room. Observing alongside Elder Sun exchanged a glance with Elder Wei, their expressions complex and difficult to articulate, filled with both joy and sorrow. The good news was that the previously devised plan had proven effective, and they had captured a live, disguised infected person for further advanced understanding. The worry was that this thing showed no signs of abnormality at all. If there was a lapse during a collective inspection, it would be very troublesome. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Jin said, "Old Fu, take the others and continue the screening. If you find any disguised infected individuals, kill them on the spot. If there are others in the house, execute them all. Anyone sharing a room with a disguised infected person will be treated as an infected individual. Chengdu stays behind. You help me protect Elder Sun and Elder Wei. We will personally interrogate this infected person." All right. After a brief handover of tasks, Jin arranged 4 chairs in a semicircle in front of the man. Tears shimmered in the man's eyes as he repeatedly begged for mercy. A muffled crack echoed. Jin lifted his foot and stomped down, shattering the light bulb in the man's mouth through the skin. Cough. Ow. Tiny shards of glass filled his mouth, causing him to roll on the ground in pain, spewing blood. "I ask you, answer. Say one wrong word and he'll kill you." Jin said expressionlessly, his words concise. The 2 old men and Chengdu trembled in fear. "What? Oh, what have I done wrong?" The man wailed continuously, spitting out glass shards. Bang! A gunshot rang out as the man's ankle was shattered by a bullet, his right foot flying away with bone fragments, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Fortunately, the severed end was just below the knot of the rope binding his ankle, and the rope was tied very tightly, so the subsequent bleeding from the wound was not too severe. "I haven't started asking yet." "No interruptions," Jin said coldly, lowering his gaze. Chengdu and the 2 old men swallowed hard. Jin raised a finger. "First question, why eat humans?" "Oh, perhaps you haven't eaten anyone yet." "Let me rephrase, why do you want to kill?" "I haven't eaten anyone. I never thought about killing." The man cried bitterly. "How stubborn are we?" Jin turned to Chengdu, pointing at the man. "Go and strip him of his pants, castrate him." Chengdu was momentarily startled. Seeing Jin's grim expression did not seem like a joke, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward to remove the man's pants. At the same moment, a short knife was thrown to the ground by Jin. "Cut!" Chengdu, trembling, picked up the knife and poked at the small piece of flesh in front of him. Turning back to Jin with a forced smile, he stammered, "Director, cutting it into 8 pieces seems a bit difficult. 2 cuts for 3 pieces at most. How about we skip it? Then cut it vertically first, then horizontally. If you can't figure it out, turn it into minced meat for me. What are you guys planning to do?" The man struggled violently, shouting curses. Sunya fixed his gaze on the man's pupils, turning to Wei Da and whispering, "The pupils are abnormally contracted. He shows a clear fear response, which doesn't seem faked." However, having such a clear response only now might indicate that his fear psychology is relatively weak. Jin revealed a meaningful smile. "That's just wonderful. I was worried they would be like zombies devoid of any fear psychology. Only now do you realize fear." Jin stood up, looking down at the man. "Would a normal person eat live rats?" "We know everything. There's no need for you to pretend anymore. Just answer the questions honestly, and it might spare you some pain. Speak, why do you want to kill and devour living beings?" Upon hearing this, the man's body, which had been writhing, suddenly stiffened, and he glared at Jin with a fierce look. "Do you need a reason to want to eat when you're hungry? Do you think you are still human?" Wada asked. "Human?" The man's eyes turned, his face twisted in rage. "Am I that kind of lowly creature? When did you develop such thoughts? Why did you develop such thoughts?" Wada pressed further. "How would I know? With you all, I can be killed or mutilated." As he spoke, the man began to bite off his own tongue. Just as he bit off half of it dangling in his mouth, Jin raised his gun and shot. The man's body went limp. The yolk splattered all over Chengdu's face. "Tue, pooh, you shot without warning, and it all splattered on my face." Chengdu wiped the egg white and yolk off his face, furious. "Sorry." Jin raised his hand in apology, turning to the 2 elders. "It seems he can no longer speak. Do you think there is still more research value?" Sunya and Wei Da whispered to each other, then shook their heads, in unison, their expressions grim. A fierce personality with a desire to survive, faint fear, and a strong urge to kill, but a twisted mind that science cannot explain. They are essentially living zombies maintaining human intellectual habits. I don't think there is much left to ask. I'll take my leave now." Wei Da covered his mouth and stood up. Sunya followed suit, patting Jin's shoulder. "Shaoli, I know you hate these monsters to the bone, but your mental health is also very important." Jin turned to give Sunya a reassuring look, saying, Chengdu, escort the two elders out. We'll do some more research. The three of them exited one after the other, eventually stopping in front of the already closed security door, all straining to listen. Foolish dog, do you think biting your tongue can lead to your demise? No need to rush, it's just the two of us left now. He'll personally guide you on how to die. Oh. Hearing the horrifying screams from inside the room, the three of them felt chills all over their scalps tingling. Looking at each other, Wei said with difficulty, I didn't expect Xiao Li to be so ruthless. If he gets carried away with his killing, could he end up doing the same to us one day? That shouldn't happen. There are enough zombies on the street for him to kill. But we really need to pay attention to his psychological issues. But don't say it like that. With the director like this, it really gives a sense of security. Chengdu sighed, stroking his chin. The two old men exchanged glances, and Sunya spat on the ground, looking disdainfully at Chengdu. You're not normal either. This morning you stole Xiao Li's socks. Do you lack socks to wear? Hey, did you see that? I was just delivering socks to him. Don't misunderstand. That night, the 8 members of the base gathered again, with Zhang, one holding a small report. Today, a total of 176 people were tested. Apart from the one latent infected person discovered by the director, we found 2 more cases, all of which have been eliminated. The other 173 people have all been relocated to the Community Activity Center. The remaining individuals who have yet to be tested will all be done tomorrow. As for what happens afterward, Jin continued, the most important thing is to first group the personnel and establish mutual supervision. We will organize a convoy as quickly as possible. And Qingdai, your most important task will be assigned to you soon. You will be responsible for mobilizing and inspiring everyone. Mobilization. Fu Qingdai immediately panicked. Brother, I can't do it. Then what can you do? Chengdu raised an eyebrow and interjected. I. Fu Qingdai was momentarily flustered, stammering out, I can collect class fees. Chengdu, are you serious? My daughter is still a child. Fu Hu shouted in anger. Jin's smile faded. Qingdai, listen, well, you don't need to do anything tomorrow. All I need is for you to take a good bath, change into a new outfit, and stand before the crowd to look down on everyone. Just don't be nervous, don't show any expression, and leave the rest to me. After that you will have another task, but it won't be too difficult, and I will personally teach you. Fu Qingdai nodded slowly. Jin continued, everyone, we have reached a critical moment today. This can be said to be the decisive moment for our future, and I hope you all take it seriously. Any task I assign must be completed satisfactorily, and you must report any issues promptly. Fu Hu Cheng, do you two go practice your abilities first, and Dasa take Qingdai and Lu Dejie back to organize the files. With a command, several people responded and returned to their respective rooms. Sunya and Wei squinted, waiting for Jin to speak. After a moment, Jin said, you two were more meticulous about the process than I was. Were there any oversights during this inspection? Sunya shook his head. None, but I made a list of suspicious individuals with Lao Wei, and we will focus on monitoring them. We also found a stethoscope in a resident's home, and later I want to talk to everyone individually. Use conversation to extract information from them. The stethoscope can listen to their heartbeats and observe their pupil reactions to draw more detailed conclusions. Wei looked at the slightly disappointed Jin. Xiao Li, it's already quite remarkable to reach this level today. We will do our best to improve the accuracy of the inspections and eliminate potential hazards as much as possible. At this point, you don't need to worry too much. Just act boldly. I understand, then I'll trouble you too, and make sure to rest early. The next day, after another half day of busyness, all personnel had been screened and no additional disguised infected individuals were found. All residents seeking refuge in the community were gathered in the Community Activity Center, totaling 235 people. The talent community was originally a high-end community prepared for social talents. The specifications of the entire activity center were also quite impressive, though this impressiveness referred to the standards of that time. In today's context, it appeared rather outdated. However, the good thing was that there was definitely enough space. All the tables and chairs inside were cleared out and replaced with makeshift bedding, comfortably accommodating over 200 people. Perhaps the heavy layer of ice from the core area of the cold dome had still not melted. Even though the weather had turned warm, a cold breeze would occasionally sweep through the air. With the alternating heat and cold, many people, fearing colds and being mistakenly identified as abnormal, continued to wear heavy clothing like cotton jackets and down coats, while others dressed in thin and cool garments. At this moment, the activity center was bustling with people, a chaotic array of colors filling the view. While no one dared to speak loudly, whispers never ceased. Having not been in contact with the outside world for too long, one person was living in a small apartment. Even without mentioning the huge crisis brought by the widespread infection of zombies, the lack of water and electricity, the bleak future, and the atmosphere of loneliness were enough to cause serious psychological issues. At this moment, ordinary people facing the apocalypse under the rescue of the military and the reunion with old acquaintances finally experienced breathing and the long-lost sense of security once again. At 3:30 in the afternoon in the northernmost corner of the Community Activity Center, there was a space unoccupied by bedding. Instead, a small elevated platform had been built unusually. When Soo-jin led a group of people into the Community Activity Center, the entire venue immediately fell silent. Fu-hoo and Chung-do stood guard at the community entrance, locking the main door. All eyes turned to Soo-jin. Most of the people present had seen Soo-jin before, although they were unclear about his specific identity. Through brief interactions and observations, almost everyone understood. This person is the leader of the rescue team. Soo-jin ignored everyone and walked directly to the north side, standing on the elevated platform. All eyes followed intently. Soo-jin looked down, picked up the megaphone, and tapped it. Hello, hello, hello. The sound of the megaphone echoed in the hall as Soo-jin looked up at the crowd again. Though he had given many speeches during work, they were mostly reporting to team members or leaders. This was indeed the first time he organized such a scale. However, it wasn't too difficult. It was all about conveying emotions rather than hard facts, and it was right to first suppress before raising. After brewing motivation in his heart, Soo-jin raised the megaphone and said in a deep voice, "Hello, everyone. I believe that most of you have seen me before, but you may not know my identity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lee Houching, Director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau, which you can also refer to as the Gwaganju." The crowd showed puzzled expressions, glancing at each other and whispering. Soo-jin coughed lightly and continued, "I know you may not be familiar with this government department. The Gwaganju was originally a secret department under the high level that has never made a public appearance. The tasks we handle have never been disclosed to the public, so only a small number of people have some understanding." Soo-jin turned to point at Sunya and Wada beside him. "Elder Sun and Elder Wei, many in our community should recognize them. Both experts have served briefly for the Gwaganju and can vouch for me." "Yes, we did briefly serve in the Gwaganju as technical advisors. There's no doubt about that." Sunya stepped forward to speak before retreating. The crowd's restlessness gradually subsided. There were indeed many who recognized Sunya and Wada. While the community could not say they knew them fully, they were undoubtedly respected figures. Soo-jin took a deep breath and said, "Before I continue to explain the specific work of our department, there is one thing I must confess to everyone. You have always believed that we are the government rescue team, but you have all received messages stating that the government has declared itself extinct. This seems contradictory. I am now explicitly telling everyone that the government has indeed perished. This disaster came very suddenly, and countries worldwide have suffered devastating blows indiscriminately. The strength of the country you once believed in has completely collapsed." The entire hall fell silent. Over 200 people looked at Soo-jin in disbelief, and many had already started to feel a sharp pain in their hearts. Having experienced the loss of their country and family, and then witnessing someone appear in the name of government rescue, they had hoped and struggled through countless sleepless nights, and now this person appearing in the name of the government actually said that all this hope was false. But this matter is far from simple, and we are not merely waiting here for death. What we have assembled is not a hasty rescue, but a deliberate, purposeful gathering of you all. This is a new world war, and we still hold a formidable chance of victory. Enough." A young man suddenly broke down, tears streaming as he leapt to his feet and roared, "Liar! You're all liars. It's over, utterly over. Without nations, what are we even capable of? The entire world is overrun with monsters. Tell me, with what do we possibly win? Hear me out." Soo-jin tapped the loudspeaker. "What is there left to say? I refuse to listen. I've had enough of your lies." Soo-jin's expression hardened instantly. He turned toward Fu, who pointed at the young man and commanded coldly, "Go, slap him twice." Fu, who strode resolutely into the crowd. Others stirred to intervene, but at the sight of his fierce, imposing presence, no one dared step forward. Fu, who glared at the youth and struck him twice, left and right, with sharp, stinging slaps, roaring in fury. "If you don't want to win, get out." Dazed and reeling, the young man collapsed to the ground, discarded like refuse. At that moment, violence silenced the entire hall. No voice dared rise. Soo-jin spoke coldly. "What I am about to reveal concerns every soul present, including myself, and indeed the very fate of humanity. This is no rhetorical exaggeration. Were there truly no hope, I would never have gone to such extraordinary lengths to save you all. Let us return to the matter at hand. Though nations have fallen, they have not fallen entirely. This brings us to the State Special Affairs Bureau, the agency where I serve. From its inception, the Bureau was established specifically to investigate phenomena beyond scientific explanation and mitigate existential risks. It has now operated for over 3 decades, scouring the globe for ancient ruins and deciphering esoteric knowledge. Through decades of national investment, we uncovered a pivotal lost civilization, the Maya. The ancient Maya possessed astonishing sophistication. Their astronomical calendars, developed millennia ago, rivaled our own modern precision. Most crucially, The Maya civilization met its end through precisely the same cataclysm we now endure. A wave of suffocating silence fell over the assembly. Eyes widened in stunned disbelief. The Maya, an ancient civilization, suffered this very calamity. In peacetime, such a claim would draw only scorn, dismissed as the ravings of a charlatan. Yet after witnessing the annihilation of nations, the grotesque transformation of living beings into monsters, suddenly the Maya no longer sound implausible. You must surely wonder, if the Maya perished utterly, how does their fate bear upon our survival? Sujin's face grew stern, his voice rose with intensity. Though the Maya vanished, their world did not descend into the dominion of the undead, and we are certainly not their zombified descendants. This proves unequivocally that the Maya bequeathed hope to posterity and won that war. Why their civilization ultimately faded remains unclear, but the victory itself is undeniable. Moreover, within their ruins we unearthed a device they left behind, and successfully decrypted its contents. Sujin raised his Mi-6 high, displaying it to all. Though compact in size, by our understanding this device functions more like a supercomputer. According to research conducted by the State Special Affairs Bureau, its underlying technological paradigm differs fundamentally from ours. Named after its excavation site, we refer to it as the Zwa Now technology. Embedded within this device lies a final audio recording, left by the Maya in their dying moments. With nations now dissolved, the time has come to unveil it openly. Please listen closely. Those who shared quarters with Sujin stood utterly dumbfounded, especially Sunya and Wada, who exchanged hushed, bewildered glances. Is Maya the name of his country, or of an entire planet? I haven't a clue which of his words are true, but one thing's certain: he's extraterrestrial, no doubt about it. Sujin fumbled nervously with his phone. Much of what he'd fabricated seemed trivial, yet intricate arcane details served a vital function amid such widespread uncertainty. More importantly, every element was carefully laid to reinforce the prophecy of Fu Qingdai, the chosen one destined to save humanity, lending credibility and weight to her foretold role. Yet now, why was it so agonizingly difficult to find just one suitable audio clip to play? Music was inappropriate. Videos with background scores were unsuitable. Any spoken word clip would suffice. No one in this world could possibly comprehend its language anyway. But in his earlier haste to clear space, he'd deleted even legitimate films from his phone and forgotten entirely. Frowning, Sujin suddenly had an idea. Douyin cache. There are cached videos in Douyin. He opened the app and instantly located the perfect clip. Over 200 breathless onlookers blinked expectantly, awaiting the revelation of ancient sacred knowledge. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Sujin raised his phone toward the loudspeaker. Please listen attentively to this audio. It is a vital message left by the Maya in their final hours. Though the language is alien, human emotion transcends speech. I will interpret it for you shortly. A moment passed, and then a strange guttural voice crackled from the speaker. Hey, my loyal fans. There's nothing you can't imagine, and nothing old Ba can't accomplish. Though not simultaneous, it's the same restroom. I'm challenging myself once more to eat poop. Olajai, let's go. Ah, cough, ugh. The recording ended. Sujin observed the crowd's reaction. His face flushed crimson, teeth, clenched eyes slowly, painfully closing. A profound shared sorrow swept across the hall. Tears welled and fell collectively. Though none understood a single word, nearly all felt the anguish viscerally. The raw emotional timbre of the recording had perfectly reconstructed the scene, its speaker preparing for a final desperate stand against the undead, delivering last words, then rallying himself with a defiant cry. Yet clearly the stand failed, perhaps his throat torn away mid-shout. How terribly tragic. Sujin lowered his phone and cleared his throat. The recording has concluded. I trust you've already felt its emotional truth. Yet your understanding remains incomplete. This warrior sacrificed himself to protect a figure of paramount importance to the Maya people. Drawing upon extensive Maya records, we confirmed a decade ago the protected individual was the Maya's prophesied chosen one, their savior, the very core figure destined to end the catastrophe. Based on this intelligence, the State Special Affairs Bureau drafted a comprehensive doomsday contingency plan 10 years ago, though rapid scientific advancement led the state to deprioritize it. That said, the Bureau has not been idle. Over those 10 years, we undertook exhaustive preparations, now poised for immediate activation. The apocalypse has arrived, and the Maya's prophesied chosen one, their savior, has already manifested in our world. In fact, many among you have likely seen her, even known her personally. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was filled with mutual glances. Some wore expressions of confusion, while others reacted with excitement. Isn't that the daughter of the old Fu family? She was going around saying the apocalypse was coming, and then she was sent to a mental hospital. The hall immediately erupted into chaos. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Jin felt a sense of stability. He briefly tapped on his phone and raised the loudspeaker saying, "Please be quiet. Please be quiet." After several commands, the room fell silent again. Many previously dejected faces now sparkled with renewed hope. Jin smiled and was just about to speak into the loudspeaker when a crisp ringing sound came from his hand. Hundreds of gazes instantly focused on the phone. Calm and composed Jin answered the call, his voice resonating through the loudspeaker for everyone to hear. "Please confirm your identity. 9527 Li Haoqing. Director Li, the Combat Command Center informs that the Apocalypse Plan Dawn Zero has been activated. Please reorganize the troops within 3 days and bring live ammunition to quickly gather at the first military base in the northern suburbs. The forces of the Sub-Bureau have begun operations to clear out, and after the cleanup, they will proceed to converge. Please repeat back for confirmation." End of message. Jin raised his gaze to the crowd and brought the phone closer to the loudspeaker, saying, "Please notify the center that personnel have been preliminarily organized, but conditions are difficult. The public's physical condition is poor and equipment is lacking, making it impossible to reach the northern suburb base within 3 days. I will continue to report to the center." End of message. There was a brief pause on the line before a reply came through. Received. End of message. After a simulated call recorded in advance by Chung Du was completed, murmurs of anxiety rippled through the crowd as they swallowed nervously. A phone. It actually still works. And the army has already commenced large-scale operations. The country truly has an apocalypse plan and actions have already been initiated. Jin raised his phone and calmly said, "You all heard the contents of the call. I don't want to waste time explaining it further. As for why my phone can still be used, it's quite simple. The Maya's communication devices do not rely on communication towers, but instead use point-to-point communication. The country has another device like this." Now to the main topic. Many of you here have already guessed who the savior in the Maya relics is, so I won't keep you in suspense. This person is right here in our community. Jin pointed toward the entrance. Fu Hu and Chung Du exchanged glances and opened the door. Fu Qingdai, dressed in a white dress with light makeup, gracefully entered from behind the door. Amidst the crowd that had long gone without grooming, Fu Qingdai's ethereal beauty shone brightly. The hem of her dress fluttered, releasing a faint fragrance that filled the room, making her look like a celestial being. Over 200 gazes were fixed upon her, eyes brimming with tears. The savior truly exists and her aura is extraordinary. Fu Qingdai locked eyes with Jin, completely ignoring the presence of others, and walked straight toward the platform. Jin smiled slightly and extended his hand toward Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's heart raced inexplicably, and she smiled back, taking Jin's hand as she stepped onto the platform. "TSK, are we getting married here?" Chengdu mumbled. "Can you keep your comments to yourself? Don't let others hear." Fu Hu cursed under his breath. "I swear to you have a problem with my daughter. If you stir up trouble again, I'll throttle you." "Oh, how dare I?" On the platform, Jin and Fu Qingdai stood side by side. Jin turned his head and said, "Let me introduce her to everyone. This is Fu Qingdai, the savior confirmed by the National Administration Bureau, who displayed her talents even before the apocalypse. I firmly believe that she will help us and our country overcome this disaster. And I can clearly tell everyone that she predicted the future once again after the apocalypse." Facing the many eager gazes, Fu Qingdai felt her throat tighten, but ultimately gathered her courage and spoke softly. "I have seen the future. This disaster will eventually pass and the country will be rebuilt. But everything still requires everyone's joint effort." Applause erupted. Jin led the applause, and the core team on the 6th floor joined in, causing the entire room to be engulfed in a wave of applause. Some overly emotional individuals could no longer suppress their excitement and began cheering. The activity center had transformed into an ocean of applause. Jin's face turned crimson as he tossed the loudspeaker aside and shouted, "I know everyone is very happy, but if it's just a prophecy discovered by Qingdai, that would be insufficiently persuasive. The miracles surrounding her have already begun to manifest. We have gained abilities beyond common sense under her leadership. This is a crisis, but each danger is accompanied by opportunity. Next, we will demonstrate the new changes brought by the savior." "Chengdu," Jin called out, and Chengdu excitedly ran onto the stage. He extended his arms, channeling his extraordinary abilities. Intense flames erupted along his arms, dazzling the entire venue with a powerful visual impact. The crowd gasped, erupting into another climax. At this moment, the fear in their hearts had almost vanished completely. The path of evolution has been opened. Jin's tone was urgent and passionate. "In the future, every one of us may possess this extraordinary ability under Qingdai's guidance. We will no longer be ordinary people. With the support of the army's firepower, our chances of success will greatly increase. And each of you will survive, becoming the heroes of the new world. Now tell me, do you have confidence in winning this war?" Yes, yes, yes. The crowd raised their arms and shouted. Can you protect Qingdai? Yes, yes, yes. Can we win this war? Sujin shouted excitedly. Win, win, win. The mobilization reached its peak, and the activity center almost trembled under the cheers. Sujin stepped back, gazing at Fu Qingdai's silhouette, while keeping an eye on the crowd below. Fu Hu and the others did not get swept up in the collective emotion. Instead, they looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Seeing this, Sujin's own tears could no longer be held back. It wasn't just a successful mobilization, there was so much shared sentiment. He had suppressed his emotions for too long, having witnessed too many deaths. This rotten, foul world was deeply detestable. Now this rare hope was like a ray of light in the darkness. Even if it was born from lies, the possibility of survival in the future remained slim. Yet he would rather die under hope than succumb to despair. Even if it meant flying into the fire, he would willingly do so. The cheers gradually faded over time as Sujin invited Fu Qingdai down from the platform, raising his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. He spoke solemnly to the crowd. From now on, we will reorganize our team, and you must manage yourselves according to the standards of professional soldiers. Everyone must report their special skills, and we will reorganize based on the information provided and arrange activities. Anyone who violates orders will be expelled from the team. I hope everyone will cooperate with our work and organize the convoy to the military district as soon as possible. A hand as delicate as jade released its grip from the corpse's withered neck. With a thud, the body fell to the ground. Jiang Yu looked down at the blood-stained hem of her clothes. A voice of disdain escaped her lips as she tore away the bloodied section, revealing a bright spring scene. Oh, when will you change your obsession with cleanliness? A mocking tone came from the side. You didn't mind getting dirty when rolling in blood with a man. Jiang Yu turned to see a little girl leaning sideways against the shop door, squinting and asking, Ding Ling, are you done? What do you want with me? Of course. Ding Ling casually replied as she walked toward Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Recently we have been targeting ordinary people, and it's been rather dull. The man who drove on the street that day is the alien the nurse mentioned, and there's also a girl with prophetic abilities. I've been unable to forget them, so I wanted to discuss this with you. Let's go check it out together. You want to go with me, eh? Jiang Yu laughed playfully. What about Liang Chui and Gao Tianfang? We are a team. A team? Heh, everyone coming together is just a coincidence. When have we ever been a real team? If we encounter something good, wouldn't you try to take it for yourself? Ding Ling closed in on her. Although she had the stature of a child, she exuded a strong sense of pressure, especially with the bizarre worm about the length of her forearm wriggling on her arm. Since we are a team, why did you scout the talent community on your own? No need to lie, you can't hide it from me. Ding Ling said, weighing the strange worm in her hand. You were following me? Jiang Yu's expression suddenly turned extremely dark. I wasn't tracking you. Why should the good things be for you alone? Ding Ling persisted, but I don't understand. You've already assessed the situation, why didn't you take action and instead return directly? If I'm not mistaken, the situation must be tricky. You couldn't handle it alone, right? But together, don't you think we can manage that one man? With that, Jiang Yu stopped holding back and scoffed. If it were just that one man, do you think I would return empty-handed? He's not an ordinary person, he's already gathered a large group, more than 200 people. Moreover, there should be at least 2 others with special abilities among them. More than 200 people. Aren't there any of the same kind? Ding Ling asked curiously. With so many people, there should be some, right? Jiang Yu shook her head slowly, none detected nor sensed. I didn't dare get too close and my observation time was short. That's great. Ding Ling smiled broadly, clapping her hands. They should be around now. You can't tackle this tough nut alone, so why not cooperate? Let's infiltrate together and take down this juicy target. You don't need to tell Lao Gao about this. If he goes, we will only get the leftovers. And as for Liang Chui, you can't stand her anyway, right? Gao Tianfang is far away and might not return for a day or two, and that wretched Liang Chui isn't here either. What do you think about just the 2 of us taking action? With your identity and abilities along with me. Dismantling this group for a feast shouldn't be a problem, and we might even enhance our powers. The man is mine, and the girl with prophetic abilities is also mine. Everything else belongs to you. Why should it be that way? Ding Ling frowned, clearly displeased. Just because I have the identity, you can't infiltrate alone. The 2 faced off, and Ding Ling ultimately conceded with a scoff. Being a celebrity is impressive, huh? Let's do it this way. But if you can't handle it, don't blame me for acting first. Then let's not waste time, we should leave now. Wait a minute. Ding Ling stopped her, looking her up and down. You're too clean, it would be better to disguise yourself a bit. Don't let anyone see through your facade. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility, and you'd better not drag me down with you. At the talent community's activity center, the indoors were bustling with people. 2 days had passed, and the team had already been organized and was starting to take action. The smallest unit consists of 5 people, and they operate in groups providing daily reports for mutual reference and supervision of each other's behavior. This greatly minimizes the risk of hidden infected individuals within the team. So far, no issues have arisen, and things are progressing rapidly. A portion of the team has been dispatched to the outer perimeter of the community to search vehicles. In just one day, over 20 vehicles of decent specifications were parked outside the community, along with several large cargo trucks. A significant amount of fuel was extracted from other inferior vehicles for backup. Inside the activity center, work on reorganizing and modifying supplies and sewing clothes continued.蘇烬was also busy, having conducted several high-intensity operations and acquired a large batch of weapons. These weapons could not yet be distributed to the team, but a relatively safe method of use had already been devised. When the convoy sets off, the guns will be distributed and crude gun limiters will be installed on each vehicle, allowing the barrels to only aim outward. This guarantees both firepower and safety. Additionally, during the preparation of firepower, a fleshball was also acquired. However, this fleshball was temporarily stored in his space briefcase. Originally, it was intended for Elder Sun and Elder Wei, but both declined outright. The reason was simple. Due to their age, the effects of using it might be unstable, and even if they gained strength, it would be less than that of younger individuals. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Liu, they weren't adept in combat, making them unsuitable for the battlefield, and the cost-effectiveness of using the fleshball was low. This opportunity was better left for others who could bring greater value. After discussions with Elder Sun and Elder Wei, it was decided to keep it for now. Once enough observation had been made, a young, strong, and reliable individual would be chosen to use it. As for Fu-Qingday's work, it was simple yet busy. There was only one task: to be responsible for cooking for everyone in the activity center every day. Every day, dressed in new clothes and exuding a delightful fragrance, she moved among the crowd, offering a gentle smile that could inspire hope and motivation. After 2 days, no one could treat her as just an ordinary girl. At this moment,蘇烬sat beside the high platform in the hall, kneeling and polishing the weapons needed for battle. From time to time, he looked up at the lively scene before him, feeling a surge of motivation within. Just a few days ago, it had been a small team of 8, and now it had expanded into a large team of over 200 people. Orders were followed, and everything was organized. Everything was filled with vitality. Although the living conditions remained incredibly harsh, the old world's vibrant energy and competitive spirit were still vividly present. To ensure the safety of clients during the early days of the apocalypse. Once clients possess independent survival abilities in the apocalypse, the mission will be considered complete. When the team successfully sets up camp in the military district, my task might just be fulfilled. If this doesn't count as completing the mission, then I can't just wait until the apocalypse is fully realized to consider it done right. With this thought,蘇烬felt even more motivated. At that moment, 3 team members walked in from outside the activity center. They stood in front of蘇烬and saluted sharply. Report, Director. While we were on duty at the community, we discovered 2 female survivors, 1 child and 1 adult. Please provide instructions. Please instruct. Did you find 2 women?蘇烬paused in his movements, glancing at Chengdu, who was also sharpening a blade. I've already instructed the director not to let outsiders in, Chengdu replied, turning to the 3 team members who had brought the news. Didn't I tell you to drive away any strangers that appear? One of the team members stammered, yes, Captain Cheng, but these 2 are a bit special. What's so special about them? Su-jin's brows furrowed immediately. The little girl is nothing special, but the older one is Jiangyu. The team member raised his eyebrows. Although she looks a bit different from how she appears on television, we checked, and it's definitely her. Who is Jiangyu? Su-jin looked at Chengdu. Chengdu was first surprised, then confused upon hearing Su-jin's question. Director, you don't know Jiangyu. She's a famous singer. She's incredibly famous, the dream girl of so many men. Chengdu added, but in my opinion, her singing is just average, mostly relying on her looks to gain popularity with no real talent. Perhaps she got famous through other means. Su-jin pondered for a moment, then stood up. Let's go take a look. He led Chengdu and the 3 team members to the entrance. Jiangyu was holding Ding Ling, both of them in tattered clothes, hugging each other on the steps. The 2 accompanying team members looked at them with a mix of excitement and pity, constantly offering words of comfort. Lift your head, Su-jin commanded. Jiangyu immediately looked up at the sound of his voice. At that moment, Su-jin's heart skipped a beat. Despite her dirty, disheveled face, her extraordinary beauty could not be hidden. Her looks were truly stunning. Not something a plain girl like Su-Qingdai could compare to. She was far beyond those small celebrities on Earth who relied on filters to gain popularity. Combined with her widow-like demeanor, to be honest, it stirred his interest. However, with this situation, he had no mood for women nor the courage to pursue one. Who knew if she carried some alien disease? The arrival of these 2 was too suspicious. How did they make it here in such a dangerous environment? Are you Jiangyu the singer? Su-jin asked. Jiang Yu nodded. Sadly, big brother, my sister and I escaped here by accident. Can you please take us in? We can work for food, that's all we need. Jin gazed at her intently. Seeing that he didn't respond, Jiang Yu immediately knelt down, pulling at Ding Ling beside her, crying, Big brother, please have mercy on us. We don't eat much. We definitely won't cause you any trouble. Director, this is too pitiful. Let's take them in. We won't be losing much by adding 2 more people, said the 2 team members standing beside Jiang Yu. Jin exploded in anger. You two still want to keep your positions. Get back to your posts. He continued, remember, you are soldiers now. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act independently, and you are forbidden from interfering with decisions. If there's a next time, you will be directly expelled from the team. The 2 team members immediately turned pale, saluted, and returned to their posts. The other 3 team members swallowed hard, standing tall. Jin took a deep breath, focusing his gaze on Ding Ling. What's your name? Ding. Ding Ling replied timidly. She has the surname Jiang, and you have the surname Ding. Are you 2 sisters? Not by blood. Observing Ding Ling coldly, a bad feeling rose in Jin's chest. That day he had seen 3 large figures and 1 small one racing down the street. The small one felt just like a child. In a world overrun by zombies, how could 2 women and a child accidentally end up at a talent complex? Was that just a coincidence? Regardless of whether it was a coincidence, it was best to dispose of these 2 women directly. However, doing so would cause some trouble. This woman is a celebrity. If someone below sees her, the news might spread. Without a reasonable explanation, morale would be unstable. Moreover, there are still test subjects available to test the safety of these 2. Jin looked at Jiang Yu. His gaze softened unconsciously as it drifted down to her chest. Chengdu glanced at Jin, then at Jiang Yu, his eyelids twitching and his teeth began to itch. Damn, one little charm was annoying enough. Now there's a big-breasted beauty. She was even a star? Wouldn't the director be completely enchanted? Now he had no time for women. He needed to keep the team united. No way. I won't agree. Everything must be for the greater good. With this thought, Chengdu immediately pointed at the team members and said solemnly, no outsiders can be recruited now. Who knows if they might carry infectious diseases? Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Immediately drive these 2 women out. Jin unexpectedly glanced at Chengdu, greatly appreciating him at that moment. Chengdu often gave off an unreliable vibe. He didn't expect him to be this cautious at such a critical moment. Not bad, a really good performance. It seems I've underestimated him in the past. Big brother. Jiang Yu broke down in tears, hugging Ding Ling beside her, pleading, at least take my sister in. Please, I beg you, just treat it like taking in a puppy or kitten. Jin replied, not so fast. First tell me how you got here. Jin inquired, tell me in detail. Which street did you come from? What events did you encounter? Explain everything clearly. We came from Wushan Road. Jiang Yu explained one by one, while Ding Ling wiped her tears beside her. After hearing their stories, Jin nodded. He was extremely familiar with all nearby road maps. This was a matter of life and death. From Jiang Yu's description, everything seemed reasonable. There were also mentions of family members dying, and those were added very appropriately. Overall, there wasn't any issue. How many days have you gone without food? Jin asked again. 5 days without food. We had a little, but very little. We didn't dare drink water, only from bottles outside. Jiang Yu sobbed, wiping her tears, evoking sympathy. Big brother, can we ask you for some food? Jiang Yu pleaded. Jin turned to glance into the room. It was mealtime, and the aroma of food wafted out. Jiang Yu and Ding Ling kept swallowing. Seeing Jin hesitating, Chengdu stepped forward, his face serious. Director, what are you still considering? These 2 don't seem reliable. They're filthy. Keeping them would only be a burden and wouldn't help with anything. Just throw them out. He then leaned closer to Jin and whispered, Director, women like this are absolutely to be avoided. I'm telling you, this circle is really chaotic. Who knows how many people they've slept with? They might be full of diseases. Touching them could be disastrous. Wait. Jin interrupted, his eyes scanning Jiang Yu's alluring figure. He then waved his hand. Go. Cook 2 bowls of noodles with rotten meat and let these 2 women watch me eat.